Chapter 1. Jiangcheng, Longcheng Empire Scenic Community. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings. Genuine leather sofas, transparent coffee tables, gray floor tiles, and the little white dog at his feet. This feels so familiar. This is my home. But didn't I die at the hands of Li Yiting and Li Yufan? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Yi Feng's eyes. Could it be that I have been reborn? He eagerly picked up his phone, the screen boldly displaying April 4th, 2060 in the blue star calendar. Yi Feng's face radiated with joy. Haha, I really have been reborn, back to the onset of the apocalypse. But then, Yi Feng's expression faltered as he realized something, his voice abruptly halting, his face filled with astonishment. April 4th, 2060 is merely the fourth day after the apocalypse began. Why? Since I've been reborn, why couldn't it be earlier? Yi Feng's expression turned complex as he glanced down at his attire. Dressed in thick clothing and wielding a dagger, he furrowed his brow, striving to recall what he was meant to do at this moment. Just then, an irritable voice sounded from behind him. Yi Feng, what are you dawdling about? Stop mumbling and hurry outside to find food. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, only for a surge of unbridled rage to swell within him. It was her, his girlfriend, Li Yiting. Memories flooded into Yi Feng's mind like a tidal wave. On April 1st, 2060, a sudden blood mist engulfed the entire planet. Half of humanity was transformed into zombies during this catastrophe. The remaining half, although not turned into zombies, saw most perish at the hands of the undead. Only a mere 20% of humanity survived the chaos. Zombies not only exhibited extreme ferocity, but also mutating evolution. Fortunately, some survivors awakened special abilities, preventing total extinction of humankind. Yi Feng and his girlfriend, Li Yiting, were among the survivors, eventually awakening their own powers. Li Yiting was Yi Feng's first love, fair-skinned and beautiful, tall and graceful, adept at captivating men. Yi Feng was utterly enchanted by her, pouring out his heart and soul, granting her every wish. In the apocalypse, he continued to dote on her, obeying her every command. Alas, his sincere devotion was met with the stark betrayal of his girlfriend. One day, after sustaining injuries, Yi Feng returned home early from his scavenging mission. To his shock, he stumbled upon Li Yiting and Li Yufan engaged in an affair. The two were entangled on Yi Feng's own bed, exchanging lascivious words, a scene too disgraceful to behold. Yi Feng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He could never have imagined that his beautiful girlfriend would commit such an act. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, questioning the two. What are you two doing, you shameless couple? To Yi Feng's surprise, they swiftly regained their composure amidst the chaos. Yi Feng, is it? Your girlfriend was the one who seduced me first, Li Yufan declared nonchalantly. As compensation, I can offer you an opportunity. There's a vacant vice captain position in the 7th search team. You can take it. Li Yufan wore an expression of entitlement. He felt justified in saying this. Though his powers were not particularly strong, he was the son of a powerful figure in the war zone, a typical second-generation heir, with a family of immense influence. I don't want it. Yi Feng seethed, feeling humiliated. He turned to Li Yiting, his heart aching. Why betray me? The bicycle he once cherished was now being ridden by another, a thought Yi Feng found utterly intolerable. Li Yiting, devoid of remorse, remained calm. Yi Feng, just accept Yufen's offer. We're not married after all. Love is free. Strictly speaking, this isn't even betrayal. Besides, Yufan is already engaged. What more do you want? Yi Feng's eyes turned crimson, completely losing his sanity. Whore! In a frenzy, he lunged at them, wildly slashing with his dagger, even kicking Li Yufen's groin in the chaos. However, due to his injuries, he ultimately could not kill them before the guard arrived. Yi Feng was imprisoned in the war zone's jail. Li Yufan and Li Yiting, however, received treatment from healers and quickly recovered. Once healed, Li Yufan unleashed a brutal revenge on Yi Feng in prison, subjecting him to various tortures. Though his injuries had been healed, the psychological trauma from Yi Feng's actions left Li Yufan in shambles, unable to recover. Filled with overwhelming hatred, Yi Feng endured humiliation and clung to life, biding his time for revenge. Sadly, he waited in vain until his strength waned, dying like a dog in a corner of his cell. Yet he had been reborn. At this moment, Yi Feng trembled with excitement. Li Yuting approached him, her brow furrowed. Yi Feng, what are you doing? I saw in the homeowners group that Lin Xiaoxiao from the 8th floor found a large stash of supplies from his neighbor. You pathetic loser, get out there and find food. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. Huh, searching for food? Search my foot. In his previous life, he had been spurred by Li Yiting's provocations, rushing out in a moment of impulse. Though he had miraculously avoided becoming zombie fodder, he had sustained a facial injury from shattered glass, leading to Li Yiting's disdain. Seeing Yi Feng ignore her, Li Yiting's anger flared. What kind of expression is that, Yi Feng? If you're a man, hurry up and find food. Don't make me look down on you. Slap. Yi Feng exploded in fury, delivering a resounding slap across her face. You wretched woman. Li Yiting, stunned by the blow, gaped in disbelief. Yi Feng, you dare hit me? Have you lost your mind? She clutched her swollen left cheek, pointing at Yi Feng while shouting. I'll tell you, Yi Feng, it's over between us. Even if you crawl on your knees like a dog begging for forgiveness, I won't forgive you. Before Li Yiting could finish her tirade, Yi Feng retaliated with another slap. Forgive you? Not a chance. Slap. Li Yiting's face immediately swelled like a pig's head, her body spinning around as she fell to the ground. Bastard Yi Feng, you are a monster. I'm going to fight you. Li Yiting sprang up, lunging at Yi Feng. Yi Feng grinned, slowly raising the dagger in his hand. The sharp blade glinted menacingly. Li Yiting froze, her curses dying on her lips. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. A chill crept into her heart. Yi Feng, calm down. What are you planning to do? What am I going to do? Naturally, I intend to kill you. Yi Feng's gaze was icy as he approached her step by step. Li Yiting's face drained of color as she stumbled backward. She felt an overwhelming certainty that Yi Feng truly intended to end her life. Why? Yi Feng, don't you love me anymore? What about our vows? Vows? They mean nothing. No, I refuse to believe it. You used to love me. Li Yiting screamed hysterically. That was then, this is now. The current you only makes me feel disgusted. Yi Feng sneered, the dagger poised to strike. Don't. No. Li Yiting was filled with terror. With a flash of cold light. Stab. The dagger effortlessly sliced through her throat. Blood gushed from Li Yiting's neck. She instinctively tried to cover it, but no matter how hard she tried, the blood continued to flow. Yi Feng, why? Li Yiting swayed, struggling to maintain her balance. Yi Feng stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Bang! Li Yiting gasped, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Feng climbed atop her chest, gripping the dagger and stabbing repeatedly. Stab! Stab! Yi Feng's gaze remained cold, his movements unrelenting. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, until Li Yiting's body lay in tatters, no longer moving. Yi Feng finally ceased his assault. Li Yiting was dead. Ha ha ha! Yi Feng, lafit manianjari. The vendetta was avenged. His exhilaration was palpable. Spit! You wretched woman! To die so easily, what a boon for you! Yi Feng rose, his gaze colder than ice. His enemies, including Li Yufan. In this lifetime, I will repay you, Li Yufan. Yi Feng murmured to himself. Li Yufan was currently not in Jiangxing, but as long as he lived well, following the trajectory of his previous life, he would undoubtedly encounter Li Yufan again. And when that time comes, Yi Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, retrieved a tissue to wipe his hands, and then ventured into the kitchen to procure a kitchen knife. He returned and severed Li Yiting's head, discarding it into the trash bin. This was not an act of sadism on Yi Feng's part, but rather a necessary measure to prevent the possibility of reanimation. Having completed this grim task, Yi Feng turned and settled onto the sofa, gently releasing another breath as he gazed out the window. Outside, a thick fog of blood lingered in the air, with zombies roaming freely. Yi Feng felt a sense of ease wash over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Within his home, the only sustenance available was his dog and its food. The dog, startled by Yi Feng's actions, had scurried back to the bedroom, tail tucked between its legs. Fortunately, There remained a considerable stockpile of dog food. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Was he truly willing to risk his life for supplies? Absolutely not. He could endure these days on dog food and dog meat. Waiting for his powers to awaken before venturing out, was that not a more prudent strategy? Yifeng's gaze shifted thoughtfully. As long as I can successfully awaken my abilities, even the weakest ones from my past life will suffice. I can leverage my previous knowledge to seize opportunities from the strong and rapidly grow in strength. With Li Yufen's formidable backing, the only path to revenge lay in his relentless pursuit of power. In my past life, I lived in constant fear, treading lightly as if on thin ice. In this life, I shall firmly grasp my own destiny. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Yifeng silently vowed. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Notice, the fishing system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? Wait, what? Who is speaking? Yifeng jumped, his body jolting in surprise. Could it be the system? Realizing this, Yifeng's face lit up with uncontainable excitement. It is widely acknowledged that a system is the ultimate cheat. Magnificent beyond words. Bind it immediately. Yifeng nearly shouted in exultation. In the next instant, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. The fishing system has been successfully bound. Wow, the fishing system? My cheat has arrived. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with fervor, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. While striving to grow stronger is indeed inspiring, it is clear that having a cheat is far more enticing. The system notifications continued. This system enables the host to fish for any item across the myriad realms. The types of items are diverse, encompassing essential supplies, weaponry, extraordinary skills, and mysterious abilities. Fishing requires bait as a first-time binder. The host is gifted 10 portions of bait. Source of bait. A universal fishing system? It can catch anything? 10 portions of bait gifted? How splendid! Yifeng's heart raced with exhilaration. As the system notifications resonated, he sensed the emergence of a peculiar space. Is this the fishing space? With a thought, Yifeng immersed himself within. Before him, a floating island materialized. Surrounded by swirling mists, it exuded an ethereal aura, dreamlike and surreal. Atop the island stood a mysterious black fishing platform. At the front of the platform lay a fishing rod radiating with vibrant, colorful light. Beneath the island was an endless abyss of darkness, unfathomable and seemingly capable of consuming all. Island, fishing platform, fishing rod. Yifeng observed silently. Just then, the system notification chimed again. Consuming 1 portion of bait allows for 1 fishing attempt. Current bait quantity, 10 portions. During the host's first 3 fishing attempts, a novice aura will be activated, ensuring the acquisition of powerful abilities, skills, items, etc. Splendid. To his astonishment, the first 3 fishing attempts came with guaranteed rewards. With a total of 10 fishing attempts, he was certain to reel in a grand treasure. Yifeng took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. To defy destiny and alter fate. This moment is the turning point. System, grant me a fishing attempt. In an instant, the fishing rod stirred, and the hook plunged into the boundless darkness. Notification. Fishing in progress. Jade Emperor, Great Sage equal to heaven. Buddha, please bless me with wonderful catches. Yifeng, feeling anxious, fervently prayed in his mind. After approximately 10 seconds of waiting, the system's notification echoed. Notification. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a mythic-level ability, Chaos Divine Thunder. A mythic-level ability, Chaos Divine Thunder? Yifeng's face lit up with ecstasy, his heart racing wildly. Just then, another system notification chimed in. Notification. The items obtained from fishing are categorized into levels. Common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Notification. The items acquired will be temporarily stored in the fishing space. Please extract them promptly. Notification. The ability will manifest in the form of a source pearl. Once you extract the source pearl, simply touch it gently to merge and awaken the ability. So, a mythic-level ability is indeed superior to a legendary one. My luck is truly extraordinary. Yifeng beamed with J.O.Y.IT is worth noting that in his previous life, His ability was merely an ordinary level enhancement that I in this life. He began with a mythic ability. One word. Exhilarating. Yifeng's heart swelled with happiness as he quickly immersed himself in the fishing space. A source pearl, radiating with colorful brilliance, lay quietly on the fishing platform. The surface of the ability source pearl was adorned with strange patterns, each resembling a bolt of lightning, subtly emanating an aura of annihilation. Is this the chaos divine thunder? Truly befitting of a mythic-level ability. It appeared extraordinary. Yifeng stifled his excitement, unwilling to wait another moment, and chanted, "System, extract the chaos divine thunder." Boom! A source pearl shimmering with colorful light materialized in the void. Floating in the air, Yifeng extended his finger and gently poked the source pearl. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of colorful light, merging into Yifeng's forehead. As it merged, Yifeng felt a jolt. The next moment, his body erupted with a torrent of gray arcs of electricity. Crackling, the gray arcs surged wildly, enveloped by a faint layer of colorful light. Yifeng furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. Electric light crackled around him, hissing ominously. A formidable energy surged within Yifeng, reshaping his skin, muscles, organs, and bones. Moreover, within several miles centered around Yifeng, a terrifying and mysterious pressure descended upon the world. In an instant, everyone nearby felt a constriction in their breathing, their spirits weighed down. The residents of the surrounding community were filled with trepidation, expressing their unease in the chat. What is happening? I'm so anxious. I can hardly breathe. Is another calamity upon us? Damn it, just let me die. I've had enough. The earth trembled, and panic ensued among the crowd. Meanwhile, within the room, Yifeng's awakening had reached a critical juncture. Suddenly, all the thunder energy converged and surged into Yifeng's mind. He felt as though something had violently intruded into his brain, causing an intense headache. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Large drops of sweat cascaded down from his forehead. Yifeng could no longer contain himself, letting out a tortured scream. Soon after, the pain in his head began to subside, and he gradually acclimated to the changes within himself. The external mysterious pressure abruptly dissipated. The community members began to converse animatedly. It seems to have vanished. Oh, I'm feeling better. Thank you, heavens. What on earth was that? Inside the room, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes after fully absorbing and refining the chaos divine thunder. The awakening was finally complete. At that moment, a message flooded into Yifeng's mind. Ability, chaos divine thunder, mythic level, unique. Every awakened individual automatically receives relevant information about their ability after successfully awakening it. Yifeng gazed down at his transformed body. As flawless and radiant as a precious jade. A mythic level, unique ability. At that moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming urge to burst in a song to express his exhilaration. He had never heard of unique abilities in his past life, nor had he encountered anyone possessing a mythic-level ability. The strongest ability he knew of was merely legendary. Is this truly a mythic-level ability? Yifeng clenched his fists, marveling at the wondrous transformation within himself. My strength and speed have undergone astonishing enhancements. What a powerful sensation, compared to the ordinary level enhancement from my previous life. This was a world apart. Yifeng felt the weakness and fatigue that had plagued him vanish completely. He was brimming with vigor, almost capable of plowing fields like a mighty ox. Yifeng's heart soared with delight. With a mere thought, crackling gray arcs surged from his hands. Bam! The thunder roared, rolling like a dragon. Gray arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, exuding an aura that seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of dread. Is this the chaos divine thunder? Just then, the system notification chimed once more. Notification, congratulations, you have comprehended the skill lightning strike. As the system's prompt faded, a rush of information merged into Yifeng's consciousness. His gaze flickered. It was the most fundamental technique for harnessing lightning energy. Lightning strike. Let me see just how powerful it is. With a thought, a gray arc erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a streak of gray light that hurtled toward a nearby wooden dining table. Boom! The table was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing in a cloud of gray. Yifeng stared at the shattered remnants of the table, elated that a mythic ability is indeed formidable, with a single arc of lightning. I can obliterate a table. It is akin to a young cow soaring into the heavens aboard a rocket. With the mythic ability, I could easily engage foes beyond my level. Furthermore, the power of thunder is controllable. Yi Feng murmured to himself. With another thought, he conjured another arc of electricity. Boom! The thunder surged. A chair was immediately reduced to a pile of charred remains. Indeed, it works. Yi Feng glanced at the corpse of his girlfriend. Feeling it was somewhat bothersome, with a flick of his fingertip, a bolt of lightning shot forth. Boom! Li Yuting's body was instantaneously reduced to dust. Exhilarating. Yi Feng's heart raced. Filled with excitement, one must remember the aspirations of youth. Who does not wish to wield extraordinary power and traverse the world? Now that the apocalypse has arrived and order has crumbled, he has returned to life, mastering thunder, his goal, to roam freely across the world and do as he pleases. After a while, Yi Feng calmed himself. The chaos divine thunder possesses unparalleled might, capable of annihilating everything. To summarize in 3 words, invincible strength. However, it also has its limitations. With Yi Feng's current energy, he can only unleash around 10 bolts of thunder in a single battle. Beyond that, he would be drained, in other words, he lacks energy. Yet, this issue can be resolved through leveling up, Yi Feng mused. Just then, the system notification sounded. Notification: the host's personal information panel has appeared. Please click to view details. A personal information panel? Yi Feng's mind stirred, and he opened the panel. Name: Yi Feng level. First stage, 1-star ability. Chaos Divine Thunder Skill. Lightning Strike Combat Power Index. 120. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. On the panel, 2 aspects stood out: the Combat Power Index and level. The Combat Power Index, as the name suggests, reflects the individual's combat capabilities. Yi Feng noted that beside the Combat Power Index, there was a line of detailed description. With a thought, he clicked to view it. The Combat Power Index is a comprehensive representation of the host's strength, speed, stamina, mental capacity, and ability energy. A healthy adult male possesses a Combat Power Index of 10 points. It is important to note that this index does not account for supernatural abilities, skills, weapons, items, or combat techniques. The Combat Power Index is solely for the host's reference. Yi Feng pondered thoughtfully. This index merely represents the fundamental value of a supernatural being and does not reflect their true combat capability. In actual combat, it is entirely possible for a low-index supernatural being to defeat one with a higher index. For instance, consider a typical elementary school student facing off against a world champion boxer. Under normal circumstances, the child would stand no chance against the boxer, given the vast disparity in their strength and speed. However, if the child were to wield formidable weapons, such as swords, firearms, tanks, or even nuclear weapons, the scenario would be drastically different. The same principle applies to battles between supernatural beings. Skills, weapons, items, and combat techniques all influence the outcome of a confrontation. Of course, if the disparity in combat power is too great, even the most impressive abilities or weapons cannot bridge that gap. Yi Feng smiled, dismissing further thoughts. The combat power index for an ordinary person is 10 points, while his own is 120 points. An impressive 12-fold difference. Moreover, the index does not take into account the potency of his abilities. Once the Chaos Divine Thunder is unleashed, even a supernatural being with a combat power 10 times greater than his own would likely retreat in fear. With a sense of delight, Yi Feng glanced at the level section. First stage, 1 star. The levels of supernatural beings are divided into 9 stages, each of which is further subdivided into 7 phases, referred to as 7 stars. Upon awakening, every supernatural being begins at first stage, 1 star. Each advancement in stage significantly enhances a supernatural being's power, with some even gaining new skills. Thus, for any supernatural being, both ascending stars and stages are of utmost importance. Yi Feng's gaze flickered with determination. He recalled that after the 7th day of the apocalypse, certain zombies would develop a substance known as a crystal core within their skulls. By absorbing these crystal cores, supernatural beings could enhance their strength and elevate their levels. Today marks the 4th day since the apocalypse commenced, meaning he would have to wait a few more days to augment his power. However, with the system now available, he contemplated, silently inquiring, "System, are you there? Is there a way for me to elevate my level now?" The system remained unresponsive. Yi Feng shook his head in disappointment. It seemed the system lacked intelligence and could not engage in conversation. No matter, he could still improve his strength in a couple of days. For now, he resolved to continue fishing. Just as Yi Feng was about to resume his activity, his phone rang. Lowering his gaze, he frowned slightly. The call was from Wang Guofeng, who lived in the apartment below his own. Wang Guofeng was a mid-level executive in a company, in his early 50s, known for meddling in others' affairs and offering unsolicited advice. Most troubling of all, he was an ungrateful wretch, repaying kindness with malice. A cold glint flickered in Yifeng's eyes. In his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, Yifeng had naively assisted some ordinary people after awakening his powers, offering them food, and Wang Guofeng was among them. Later, when Wang Guofeng's son, Wang Kuan, awakened as a supernatural being, he came to take his father away without uttering a single word of thanks. Subsequently, when Yifeng joined a supernatural being faction, Wang Kuan was also a member and even served as Yifeng's captain. Yifeng had initially thought it would be easier to deal with familiar faces, but to his surprise, Wang Kuan, despite his outward friendliness, plotted against him in secret, nearly leading to Yifeng's demise on one occasion. Eventually, Yifeng learned the truth. Wang Kuan's hostility towards him was instigated by his father, Wang Guofeng. The reason was laughable. Wang Guofeng had harbored resentment after receiving less food than others during a distribution, failing to consider that Yifeng's abilities at the time were limited and could not accommodate everyone's needs. Wang Guofeng was nothing more than a vicious ingrate. Inside the room, the phone continued to ring incessantly. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, Wang Guofeng had not called at this moment. Was it the butterfly effect? Perhaps some things were beginning to change. After a moment's consideration, Yifeng chose to ignore the call and opened the community group chat to check the messages. Damn, I can't breathe. Is there another natural disaster? That was terrifying. I almost peed my pants. What the hell? Is there a lunatic setting off fireworks or smashing things? That noise is bound to attract the zombies. Indeed, zombies are highly sensitive to sound. Let them seek their own demise without dragging us down. The group erupted in agitation, voicing their accusations. Wang Guofeng interjected. The sound seems to be coming from the floor above my apartment. If I recall correctly, a couple lives there, one of whom is a young man named Yifeng that I'm calling to educate him right now. Yes, old Wang. You need to give him a good talking to. What is he thinking? Realizing the situation, Yifeng received another call from Wang Guofeng. Wang Guofeng, are you seeking death? Yifeng answered the call. Hello, is this little Yi? Did you see the group chat? Was that noise caused by you? Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Yes, it was me. Hearing this, Wang Guofeng spoke in a condescending tone. Little Yi, in these troubled times, we are all part of a collective. Only by banding together can we increase our chances of survival. Yifeng brusquely interrupted. Get to the point. Wang Guofeng was momentarily taken aback. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? His brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. Fine. In that case, I am officially warning you on behalf of the collective. Whatever you are doing, cease immediately, or, Yifeng raised an eyebrow, coldly interjecting, shut your mouth. Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? On the other end, Wang Guofeng could hardly believe his ears. Was this really the timid Yifeng from his memories? It was utterly absurd. What are you saying? Wang Guofeng demanded. Are you deaf? I said you are worthless. Wang Guofeng's anger flared. You little brat, you want to rebel? A cold glimmer flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Wang Guofeng, listen well. Utter one more word, and you'll die. Wang Guofeng laughed heartily, believing Yifeng had lost his mind. Die? Oh, I'm so scared. He mocked at why Yifeng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Very well. I shall crush your throat. With a thought, a surge of gray electric arc shot from Yifeng's fingertips, striking the ground. Boom! The building trembled, tiles flying. In an instant, a hole approximately 80 centimeters wide appeared in the floor, leading directly downstairs. Yifeng then leapt into the air from the 13th floor. Wang Guofeng looked on disdainfully. What a foolish dog. So lacking in decorum, thinking he can crush my throat. Ha ha ha. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed, shaking the building. Boom! Debris fell, dust swirling. Wang Guofeng instinctively looked up, only to see a massive hole in his ceiling along with the roof above. His mind went blank. What the hell is happening? An earthquake. Before he could comprehend the situation, he stood frozen in place. The next moment, a figure descended from the hole, knees slightly bent, landing effortlessly. Wang Guofeng stared in shock, his heart racing. He could hardly believe that Yifeng had suddenly appeared before him. It was simply outrageous. Wang Guofeng's hand trembled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp. Crack, the screen shattered. Wang Guofeng immediately pointed a shaking finger at Yifeng, as if he had seen a ghost. Are you even human? Yifeng regarded Wang Guofeng with a cold smile. Doh, the ungrateful old fool is finally frightened. Are you prepared to meet your end? Wang Guofeng's expression changed dramatically upon hearing those words. and he stammered, "Xiao Yi. No, Mr. Yi, please listen to my attempts at justification." Yet Yi Feng, indifferent to further discourse, swiftly moved before Wang Guofeng, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. Wang Guofeng's face turned ashen. His breathing became erratic, and his eyes were filled with terror. "Spare me," he gasped, desperately struggling to break free from Yi Feng's grip. However, no matter how fiercely he fought, Yi Feng's hand remained steadfast, as unyielding as a vice. An overwhelming sense of despair surged within him. Yi Feng, with a smile, reveled in Wang Guofeng's hopeless expression, all the while tightening his grip. "Please," Wang Guofeng pleaded, his face a mask of desperation, yet Yi Feng remained unmoved. His gaze fixed on Wang Guofeng's eyes. "Old fool, you may depart with joy. On the road to the underworld, you shan't be alone, for I shall send your son Wang Kuan to accompany you." Surprised? Ha. At these words, Wang Guofeng's eyes widened in disbelief, bloodshot and filled with dread. Crack. Yi Feng gradually crushed Wang Guofeng's throat. The latter's expression morphed into a blend of fear and confusion, slowly solidifying into a state akin to unconsciousness. With a cold chuckle, Yi Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning from his fingertips, instantly reducing Wang Guofeng's head to a mere pulp. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. What a delightful sensation it is to wield life and death. Yi Feng exhaled a cloud of foul air, his demeanor one of pure enjoyment. After exacting his revenge, he began to scavenge Wang Guofeng's home. The old man's abode was scarcely stocked with provisions. After a flurry of activity, Yi Feng managed to procure 5 kilograms of rice, 6 eggs, a bag of biscuits, and half a carton of milk. Despite this meager haul, Yi Feng was elated, having awakened his powers. He had long endured hunger pangs. Clutching the food, he bent his legs and leaped through a hole in the ceiling, landing back in his own home on the 14th floor. He then sat on the floor, devouring the biscuits and drinking the milk that he last. His empty stomach found solace in food. Chewing, he casually retrieved his phone to peruse the messages, due to the commotion he had caused, which even rattled the building. The group chat was rife with condemnation. Yi Feng scoffed, dismissing their words entirely. Just a bunch of petty complainers, none daring to confront him. He scrolled upwards, sifting through the historical messages. Most of the content was filled with grievances, lamentations, and curses. One message caught his eye. "Lin Xiaoxiao. Is there a kind soul who can spare me some food? I've been starving all day. I can exchange it for medicine. I have azithromycin, acetaminophen, and antiviral oral liquid." No one in the group responded to her. After a moment, a user named Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "Lin Xiaoxiao. If the beauty is willing to entertain me, I could offer you 2 packets of instant noodles." Lin Xiaoxiao, dream on, Lin Xiaoxiao. "Heh, the little lady has some spirit, but it seems you're not hungry enough, Lin Xiaoxiao. Even if you agreed, the stairwell is swarming with zombies. I wouldn't dare go there. It's a pity such a beautiful woman might starve." Yi Feng had a profound impression of Lin Xiaoxiao. She lived on the 16th floor, and he occasionally spotted her in the stairwell that a young music teacher. She possessed stunning beauty and flawless skin. More importantly, her figure was curvaceous, with a slim waist and ample hips, exuding a fiery allure, especially when she walked. Her swaying hips were a sight to behold, rivaling any star. Regrettably, beauty often meets with misfortune. In his previous life, Lin Xiaoxiao had not awakened her powers and met a tragic end. Gulp. Yi Feng finished the last sip of milk, having barely satisfied his hunger. He adopted a serious expression in his quest to eliminate the foolish Wang Guofeng. He had neglected his system's fishing opportunity. Women could wait. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Yi Feng took a deep breath. "System. Let us fish once more." The system's prompt sounded. Prompt. "Fishing in progress." Yi Feng awaited patiently, hope glimmering in his eyes. Prompt. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a legendary skill. Storage space. A legendary skill. Storage space." A glimmer of ecstatic delight flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he immersed his consciousness in the fishing space. On the fishing platform floated a shimmering golden bead of energy. "Is this my skill? A legendary one at that?" Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Beside the skill source bead was an option to view details that Yi Feng immediately focused his thoughts to click and investigate. Skill. Storage space quality. Legendary description. Storage space, with an infinitely large interior, can accommodate various items, allowing for storage and retrieval. Additional note: time within the space does not correlate with the passage of time in reality. Objects stored for extended periods will not deteriorate or spoil, Incredible! Infinite space. Yifeng gasped in astonishment. How delightful! The storage space not only boasts unlimited capacity, but also ensures that items remain undamaged. What a remarkable boon! Yifeng beamed with joy. However, a skill pertaining to spatial attributes. This seems unrelated to his own powers. Yifeng pondered. Logically, an individual could only awaken one power as one's level increased. Corresponding skills would be realized. A power user's skills often relate to their specific abilities. Yet now, Yifeng's system had broken this mold, enabling him to possess multiple skills, mighty skills unrelated to his powers. How wonderful! With his heart brimming with bliss, Yifeng entertained a thought: if one could possess multiple skills, could one also possess multiple powers? Yifeng's gaze shifted thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone possessing two powers. However, given his lowly status back then, he had been privy to certain clandestine information. Thus, what he considered common knowledge might not be accurate. Moreover, his powers did not arise from awakening, but were acquired through fishing. In other words, both his powers and skills might be limitless? If that holds true, the future is promising. Yifeng shook his head, pushing aside further thoughts. System, I choose to extract the legendary skill, storage space. A flash of golden light enveloped him. A source bead representing the spatial skill materialized from the void, gently descending. Yifeng promptly reached out, catching it and crushing it. Whoosh! The source bead transformed into a stream of golden light. Soaring into his forehead. Yifeng's body trembled. The system's prompt followed. Prompt. Congratulations, you have learned the legendary skill, storage space. I've learned it. He now possessed a storage space. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. With a mere thought, he connected to a peculiar space. The interior of the space was vast, capable of holding all things. Is this my storage space? Yifeng was overjoyed, testing the storage capability of this space. He focused on a flower pot on the balcony. With a thought, the flower pot vanished from sight. Simultaneously, it appeared in the storage space. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. This skill is indeed quite convenient. Ready for immediate use. After testing his new skill, Yifeng returned his focus to the fishing space. The system had mentioned that the first 3 fishing attempts would benefit from a novice's halo, guaranteeing good items. This was the 3rd attempt. Yifeng silently chanted, System, fish once again. Prompt. Fishing in progress. A hint of tension welled up within Yifeng. What would he reel in this time? Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a legendary item. Supreme Divine Ring. A legendary item? Supreme Divine Ring. He had actually fished up an item this time. Yifeng wore an expression of sheer delight. Within the fishing space, a resplendent black ring glimmered with golden light. Eagerly, Yifeng clicked to view the details. Item. Supreme Divine Ring quality. Legendary description. A fabled ring endowed with formidable protective capabilities. Capable of unleashing a shield without consumption, warding off external attacks, and rendering one immune to all damage for a duration of 100 seconds. Upon activation, it instantly dispels all negative states. Additional description. After releasing the shield once, a cooldown of 5 minutes is required before it can be activated again. Wow! Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Immunity to all damage and the ability to eliminate all negative states. A wave of elation surged within him. This immunity essentially grants him an invincible state for 100 seconds, akin to the ultimate skill of a barbarian king. Truly a testament to masculinity. Yifeng was beside himself with excitement. The prospect of being immune to all harm meant that during those 100 seconds of protective skill activation, he could roll amidst nuclear explosions, swim in molten lava, dance upon the moon, and rave under the sun. Yifeng was lost in this splendid reverie. Alas, the 5-minute cooldown was a limitation. How wonderful it would be without such a constraint. He retrieved the Supreme Divine Ring from the fishing space. With a swift motion, a mysterious ring, entirely black, materialized in Yifeng's hand. The surface of the ring was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a gentle golden glow. Did all items procured from fishing emit a golden radiance? Yifeng pondered at that moment. A system notification chimed. Notification: items obtained through fishing are categorized by quality into ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Notification: different quality items possess distinct colors. White for ordinary, blue for rare, purple for epic, gold for legendary, and multicolored for mythical. Now it made sense. Yifeng realized. His chaotic divine lightning was of mythical quality, while his storage space and the supreme divine ring were both of legendary quality. Feng donned the supreme ring on his finger. After a brief moment, he wondered, why is there no reaction? Just then, another system notification sounded. Notification: legendary and mythical grade equipment require blood to bind to their master before their functions can be activated. A moment of enlightenment struck Feng so. It required a blood oath. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the supreme divine ring. Drip, drip, the blood landed upon the surface of the ring, merging and vanishing. Upon absorbing the blood, the supreme divine ring radiated a dazzling golden brilliance, illuminating the entire room. Before long, the golden light dissipated. Feng immediately sensed a mysterious bond formed between himself and the supreme divine ring. Had he successfully established ownership? Feng, brimming with excitement, caressed the supreme divine ring. With this divine artifact, his ability to safeguard himself was nothing short of extraordinary. Certainly, after 3 successful fishing endeavors, he had defied fate. Feng licked his lips and murmured to himself, perhaps I need not seek opportunities from past lives. With just my fishing prowess, I can conquer the apocalypse. After 3 successful fishing trips, Feng had amassed a bountiful haul. He clicked to check the number of bait remaining. Bait. 7 portions. 7 portions of bait meant he could fish 7 more times. Feng's heart raced with anticipation as he muttered, I will test the protective skill of the supreme divine ring later. For now, continuing to fish is of utmost importance. The confident smile crept onto his lips as he declared, System, let us fish once more. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a pair of Superman's red underwear +1. Huh, Superman's red underwear. Feng was taken aback. What purpose could a pair of underwear serve? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he noticed indeed that a pair of red underwear floated within the fishing space. He hastily clicked to view the details. After all, it belonged to Superman. Could it perhaps be an item of equipment? Item: Superman's red underwear quality. Ordinary description: a pair of red underwear previously worn by Superman. Feng. Somewhat begrudgingly, Feng extracted the underwear, examining it closely. This worn-out pair of underwear, surprisingly, was of decent quality. Yet, it was merely an ordinary pair of underwear. The only special aspect was that it belonged to Superman. It seemed utterly useless. Could it be that the system could also fish up trash items? Feng's lips twitched slightly. Had the removal of the novice aura resulted in such a stark disparity? He tossed the underwear into his storage space and took a deep breath. System, let me fish continuously. On the fishing platform, the rod twitched as the hook was cast into the infinite darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Feng held his breath, patiently awaiting the outcome. Moments later, the notification chimed again. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 portion of imported prime cut steak. Steak. He had caught food. Feng's heart raced. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 bottle of junior recovery potion. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 scroll of swordsmanship mastery. A junior recovery potion, a scroll of swordsmanship mastery, both seemed to be valuable items. Feng continued to wait in silence. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 bottle of 1982 Pomerol wine. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 used pair of black stockings. Feng's lips twitched once more, rendered speechless at a used pair of stockings. Oh, come on. Is this how you wish to play, system? Fortunately, the subsequent items caught were relatively normal. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 flame war blade. Notification: congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 box of golden ham sausages. Fishing concluded. All items caught are temporarily stored in the fishing space. Feng could extract them immediately or delay extraction. However, items could only remain in the fishing space for a maximum of 48 hours. Failure to extract them in time would result in the system discarding them back into the infinite darkness. System, I wish to extract the items. Feng first chose to extract all the food at once. Swish, swish, swish. The steak, wine, and ham sausages appeared before Feng in an instant that he gazed at the steak, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Item: prime cut steak quality. Ordinary description: High-quality beef, meticulously cooked to preserve its authentic flavor. Medium rare, ready to consume. The rich aroma of the premium steak wafted through the air, causing Yifeng's appetite to surge. Woof! The husky also emerged, circling around Yifeng incessantly to why Yifeng could no longer contain himself and took a hearty bite of the steak. Tender and juicy, the taste was simply exquisite. Wow, this is delicious. Yifeng devoured it voraciously, relishing the flavor. The husky, panting excitedly beside him, was eager for a share, why Yifeng paid it no mind. Quickly finishing off the steak, satisfied, he tore open the box of golden ham sausages, revealing a full 24 sausages, each weighing 140 grams. That Yifeng's joy was boundless. Haha, now I have more than enough to eat. He glanced at the dog, unwrapped one sausage, and tossed it to the husky. Xiaobai, you'll never run out of ham again. Xiaobai barked joyfully, leaping to catch the sausage in mid-air. That Yifeng then tore open another sausage and swallowed it whole. While it's generally inadvisable for a normal person to binge eat after a prolonged period of hunger, Yifeng's awakened abilities endowed him with exceptional physical prowess, alleviating such concerns. In a world of vast possibilities, eating and drinking reigned supreme. Yifeng indulged in an extravagant feast. Moments later, both he and the dog had consumed all but 10 of the sausages from the box. That was truly satisfying. Yifeng wiped his mouth, a look of contentment gracing his features. Xiaobai mirrored his satisfaction. Having satiated their appetites, Yifeng redirected his focus back to the fishing space. Eager to discover the treasures he had reeled in, his gaze first settled on the basic recovery potion. Item: basic recovery potion quality, rare description. Upon use, your stamina and energy will be significantly restored within a short period. This is the blue potion, a splendid item for endurance. Yifeng's face lit up with joy as he transferred it directly into his storage space. He continued to examine the other items. Item: used black stockings quality. Common description: a pair of used black stockings, seemingly still retaining a trace of body heat. Body heat? Did he just fish up someone else's worn stockings? With a hint of disdain, Yifeng tossed the stockings aside. It appeared that his fishing system was engaged in rather dubious dealings. Fishing system? No, it was more akin to a robbing system. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and proceeded to inspect the remaining items. Item: Mastery Scroll of Blade Techniques quality. Rare description: using this scroll will greatly enhance your blade skills. The method of use is to tear the scroll. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This scroll is indeed a valuable find. In a moment of inspiration, a palm-sized scroll emanating a faint blue glow materialized in Yifeng's hand. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll apart. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, surging into Yifeng's body. After a few moments of anticipation, Yifeng felt puzzled. What's this? It seems there's no immediate reaction. Just then, a cascade of memories flooded into Yifeng's mind. In a realm of cultivation, a tall figure was skillfully wielding a long knife, practicing the art of blade techniques. Slash, retract, and then slash again. The cycle repeated. Once, 10 times, 100 times to 1,000 times. Time flowed as the practice continued. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. A whole decade passed. Finally, one day, boom, the figure executed a decisive slash. The heavens and earth trembled. The figure had honed his blade skills to perfection. That figure, upon turning around, was none other than Yifeng himself. Simultaneously, countless experiences and memories related to blade techniques surged into Yifeng's consciousness. With closed eyes, he quietly sensed the transformation within him. He felt as though he had trained for 10 years as a swordsman. Countless blade techniques converged within him. Blade skills had become instinctual to Yifeng's being. This sensation of empowerment was utterly sublime. Delightful. After a while, Yifeng absorbed his gains, gradually returning to his senses. I am in need of a fine blade. Wait, didn't he just fish out a sword? Yifeng quickly clicked to examine it. Item: Flame Battle Blade quality. Rare description: an indomitable battle blade, exceptionally sturdy and razor-sharp. When attacking, there is a certain probability of inflicting fire attribute damage. This is an extraordinary weapon. Yifeng's heart surged with joy as he retrieved the Flame Battle Blade. The blade measured approximately 1.5 meters, its edge radiating a red glow. Yifeng grasped the Flame Battle Blade, swinging it gently a few times. Buzz. The sound of slicing through the air resonated continuously. What a magnificent blade! Yifeng's eyes sparkled. With a fine weapon in hand, his murderous intent surged. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings. Xiaobai, The husky stared back at him innocently. Yi Feng shook his head. No, I cannot strike a dog. He swung the blade toward the sofa. Swish. In an instant, the sofa was cleaved in two, severed effortlessly, smooth, fluid, as if cutting through tofu. Yi Feng gazed at the scene before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Such a swift blade. He was taken aback by the sharpness of the battle blade, exceeding all his expectations that it could be said to slice through iron like mud. Without exaggeration, Yi Feng continued to swing and slice. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. He delivered the 4th slash. Boom! A burst of red flames erupted from the blade. Boom! The fiery force incinerated the remaining portion of the sofa to charred remains. Yi Feng looked at the debris scattered about, nodding in satisfaction as he stowed the flame battle blade into his storage space. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. He had examined all the items he had caught. The system delineated the quality quite clearly. Items were categorized into 5 levels: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Stakes, stockings, and other items contained no extraordinary power, falling under the category of white common items. Meanwhile, potions and the mastery scroll of blade techniques possessed extraordinary power. Classified as blue rare items, Yi Feng had yet to reel in any purple epic items. As for golden legendary items and skills, he already possessed the supreme divine ring and storage space. In the realm of colorful mythical items, Yi Feng had the chaotic divine thunder of supernatural abilities. Yi Feng murmured to himself that it seems that to grow stronger, one must fish more, as long as enough is caught. Power will follow, food will be abundant, and everything will be attainable. Yi Feng's gaze shifted slightly. The key to becoming stronger lies in fishing, and the crux of fishing is the bait. As long as he continually procures bait and fishes, he can achieve boundless strength. With this thought, Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly. According to the system's hints, there are 2 sources for bait. First, triggering various events can yield bait. Second, completing system tasks can also grant bait. Yi Feng was currently uncertain about how to trigger the first method of obtaining bait. However, the second method was clearer. Yi Feng's attention fell upon the system panel, where a section was dedicated to system tasks. At present, there were 2 tasks: novice task, kill 1 zombie. Task reward, 20 baits. Additionally, there was a second task, daily task, kill 10 zombies. Task reward, 10 baits. Yi Feng quickly comprehended the situation. The novice task was a one-time opportunity, rewarding 20 baits. The daily task refreshed every day, granting 10 baits. Failing to complete either task would incur no penalties. Yi Feng smiled faintly. With his current combat power, slaying zombies and completing the tasks would be a breeze. However, before venturing out, he needed to test his skills once more. A thought crossed Yi Feng's mind, and he activated the protective supernatural ability of the supreme divine ring. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped Yi Feng completely, instilling within him a profound sense of security. Then, with another thought, boom! A gray arc of electricity collided with the golden shield. Yet Yi Feng emerged unscathed. He didn't even feel as though he had been attacked. Astonishingly powerful, this protective skill is simply divine. Yi Feng couldn't help but sing its praises, fully aware of the terrifying potency of his supernatural abilities. With the skill test concluded, Yi Feng approached the bathroom mirror to scrutinize his reflection. The man before him was strikingly handsome. Almost unfamiliar, Yi Feng touched his unblemished face, sharp brows and bright eyes, his visage akin to that of a jade crown. In a word, handsome. Yi Feng chuckled to himself. Though he was indeed good-looking, who among the esteemed readers was not equally distinguished and exceptional? After admiring his handsome visage, Yi Feng exited the bathroom. With a thought, he gathered all the scattered supplies in the room, along with the items from the fishing space, and stored them away. To be prudent, he decided to wait until the cooldown period of the protective skill expired before heading out to hunt zombies and complete his tasks. Yi Feng waited in silence. Having been granted a second chance at life, his goals were cleared. He was not a particularly noble person, even with his rebirth and the system at his disposal. He had no intention of saving the world. His objectives were straightforward: to eliminate all his enemies from his previous life, especially Li Yufan. After achieving his revenge, he would live the life he desired. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. So then, the question arises, what kind of life does he truly wish for? To establish a powerful faction and reign supreme, alone once more, living in a world on the brink of collapse. Yi Feng pondered silently. In his previous life, he had endured great suffering. Despite being with his girlfriend, Liu Ting, he had never experienced a moment of true happiness. In this lifetime, he vowed to live freely, pursuing his desires and reveling in life's pleasures. There would be no establishment of power. A team to serve his own needs would suffice. He desired strength and beauty, both of which he intended to possess. If he could harness the power of a system to attain immortality, that would be the ultimate blessing. It was essential to gather a few beautiful subordinates for companionship and skillful exchanges. In this life, he was determined to enjoy it to the fullest. Speaking of enjoyment, Yi Feng thought of Lin Xiaoxiao, a stunning beauty with a slim waist and alluring curves. His thoughts stirred, as the old saying goes. A full stomach breeds desire. With his hunger satisfied and his body in peak condition, his mind naturally wandered to other thoughts. With his girlfriend already gone, he certainly could not continue to feign indifference. Could he? Recruiting Lin Xiaoxiao seemed like an excellent option, especially since she was currently in need of food. Yi Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. However, in this lifetime, he was resolved not to be a sycophant. He opened the messaging group, found Lin Xiaoxiao's avatar, and clicked to add her as a friend. Note: I am Yi Feng, your neighbor on the 14th floor. I have food and can deliver it to you. After a brief wait, Lin Xiaoxiao accepted his friend request. Lin Xiaoxiao, you are Yi Feng from the 14th floor? Do you really have food and can bring it over? Yi Feng, no more idle chatter. Just watch the VCR, Lin Xiaoxiao. Subsequently, Yi Feng recorded a short video showcasing the remaining ham and milk and sent it to Lin Xiaoxiao. After watching, she felt her mouth water and quickly typed back. Lin Xiaoxiao, how much do you want? Or is there something else? I have medicine. You know how valuable it is in this apocalypse. Yi Feng smiled slightly and responded swiftly. I don't want money. Nor do I need your medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something ominous. Then what do you want? Yi Feng, I want you to be my woman. Lin Xiaoxiao. Impossible. Yi Feng continued typing. Then accompany me 3 times. And I will provide 3 meals. Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao. Can we negotiate different terms? Please. Yi Feng. No. Rest assured, the 3 meals will be more than sufficient to satisfy your hunger. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before sending another message. But it's my first time. Oh ho. A virgin. Yi Feng's eyes brightened, excitement surging within him. He immediately typed back 30 times. Upon seeing Yi Feng's reply, Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a few seconds. Then she reacted, nearly bursting into tears. How shameless. And raising the price too. Lin Xiaoxiao. 30 times. How can you be so unreasonable? Yet, Yi Feng felt he was being entirely fair. It was her first time. She would know nothing. Perhaps he would even need to guide her. Surely, more sessions were warranted. Wasn't he that reasonable? Yi Feng quickly typed. Don't misunderstand. 30 times means I will provide 30 meals, 1 for each session, and they will be ample. If you agree, I can deliver the food right away. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, her hunger prevailed, and she replied, although I really need the food, I must warn you, the hallway is filled with terrifying zombies. Can you make it here? I have a suggestion. We could use a rope to lower a small basket from the window to pass the food. That way, you won't have to take any risks. Yi Feng, I will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Yi Feng scoffed. Lin Xiaoxiao was clearly calculating. Though she was beautiful, her thoughts were far from it. Yi Feng continued to message. I am not afraid of danger. I will personally deliver it to you. Lin Xiaoxiao, it's too dangerous. Just pass it to me. Yi Feng insisted. I am not afraid. Just tell me, will you eat or not? Lin Xiaoxiao. Silence ensued. Yi Feng continued typing. Miss Lin, I have liked you for quite some time, and thus I am willing to take the risk. In truth, his so-called affection was merely a base desire for Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Yi Feng, I am a good person. I will not harm you. After sending those lines, Yi Feng suddenly realized, damn it, why was he falling back into the role of a sycophant? Hadn't he suffered enough in his previous life? Yi Feng, you must be more assertive. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent once again. Yi Feng waited impatiently, growing slightly irked. Come on, just give me a straightforward answer. After another minute, Lin Xiaoxiao finally replied. Just this once. I must be satiated. Yi Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. Just once. Humph. Don't you dare go back on your word later. Rest assured, I will ensure you are fully fed. Lin Xiaoxiao. I live in room 1803. Yi Feng. Don't rush. Yi Feng. Please wait a moment. I need to prepare before I can come over. Lin Xiaoxiao. Why? Feng. It's none of your concern, Lin Xiaoxiao, putting down his phone. Feng exhaled deeply. I in this world. Power reigns supreme. Naturally, Feng intended to complete his task first before considering matters of romance. The cooldown for his protective skill had ended. Feng cleared away the debris blocking his door, took a deep breath, and stepped out of his room. Now, it was time for the hunt. Roar, grr. In the corridor, zombies roared, and a mist of blood enveloped the air. Fortunately, the blood mist was thin, hardly hindering human vision at close range. Feng proceeded cautiously. Soon, his footsteps attracted a human zombie. Feng looked up to see a zombie clad in a black shirt and red shorts. Its skin deathly pale, with blood-red eyes. Grr, the male zombie howled, brandishing its claws as it lunged at Feng. Recognizing the zombie's identity, Feng felt a stir in his heart. This zombie had been his neighbor, a middle-aged man who lived across the hall. In his memories, they were merely acquaintances, exchanging nods and passing. As the zombie closed in, Feng decided against using the chaotic divine thunder for now. While it was indeed powerful, it also consumed a great deal of energy. Feng's current reserves were rather low, making the chaotic divine thunder more suitable as a trump card for dispatching formidable zombies, rather than a regular method. In this situation, he believed that relying on his physical strength for close combat with the zombies was a more economical approach. Feng aspired to be an all-round warrior, not a fragile mage. With a flick of his hand, Feng summoned a flaming battle knife that he grasped the weapon tightly, holding his breath, ready for action. The zombie had entered Feng's striking range. Grr. The middle-aged zombie continuously howled as it lunged toward Feng, raising its sharp claws to attack his face. In response, Feng deftly dodged to the side and instinctively swung his knife down. Die. With a smooth, jelly-like slice, the middle-aged zombie was cleaved in half from head to toe. Blood splattered as brain matter spilled forth. Feng then executed a horizontal slash, severing the zombie into 4 segments. At that moment, the fire attribute attack from the flaming battle knife was triggered. Sizzle, sizzle. The zombie's body was charred on the outside but tender on the inside, blackened beyond recognition from the moment he struck to the zombie's demise. Only a few breaths had passed. What a thrill! Feng laughed heartily. Never before had he found it so effortless to slay a zombie. This was genuine, unadulterated power. This was what it meant to be an ability user. Ha! Feng exhaled, his eyes brimming with confidence. Feng, from this moment forth, you shall no longer be the feeble psychic puppet of your former self. Set a modest aspiration to become the foremost extraordinary being of Blue Star. Feng revealed a hint of a confident smile. He accessed the panel. Feng noted a change in the progress of his tasks. Novice task. Novice task completed. Merely eliminate a zombie to finish. Feng could claim his task reward at any time. Daily task. 110. Feng's heart stirred. The progress of the tasks was updated in real time. Just then, a system notification sounded. Notification. Event triggered. Notification. Upon your first zombie kill, you feel a surge of joy, earning you an additional 10 bait. Feng felt a surge of delight. An event had been triggered, experiencing joy from his first zombie kill. Indeed, he was quite pleased. A smile crept across Feng's lips, especially with the acquisition of 10 bait, which further elevated his spirits. Roar. At that moment, a distant howl of a zombie echoed. Feng lifted his gaze, realizing that the commotion from his zombie kill had attracted the attention of 2 other zombies in the corridor. The 2 zombies, one male and one female, lunged towards Feng with their clawed hands. Feng's eyes flickered. Although he could effortlessly defeat the zombies, vigilance was paramount. Being bitten would spell great trouble. Ordinary individuals transformed into zombies upon being bitten, while first-tier psychics had a certain probability of succumbing to the same fate. However, those of second-tier and above could evade the zombie virus. Feng, still a first-tier psychic, naturally had to be cautious. The 2 zombies, one male and one female, quickly approached. Feng recognized them both. They were the wife and father of the middle-aged uncle zombie. With a sigh, Feng lamented, a family should remain whole. He pivoted, his toes barely touching the ground, charging swiftly towards the zombies. In mere moments, he closed the distance. As he neared the 2 zombies, his gaze sharpened. He gripped his battle knife tightly and struck. The blade was fierce. Swish, swish. The heads of the 2 zombies soared into the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. The headless bodies of the zombies collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground. A double kill. Yifeng effortlessly dispatched the two zombies. Decapitating or damaging the brain was the most effective method to eliminate zombies. Yifeng's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. He had surpassed the zombies in both strength and speed by an unfathomable margin. Without relying on psychic powers, his physical prowess alone could crush the zombies. Yifeng glanced at his battle knife. Having slain 3 zombies, the blade remained pristine, unblemished by any blood, still gleaming and sharp. This fiery battle knife was truly remarkable. Yifeng looked at the 2 zombies, pondering, would there be crystals within their bodies? With this thought, he relentlessly struck at the zombies' heads with the fiery battle knife. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, he had reduced the 2 zombie heads to mere fragments. Alas, nothing was found. It seemed he would have to wait another 2 days. Undeterred, Yifeng gripped his knife and proceeded cautiously towards his neighbor's home. These 3 zombies had emerged from apartment 1402 AT that moment. The security door of the neighbor's house stood ajar. Yifeng stepped inside and locked the door behind him. A pungent mixture of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Yifeng couldn't help but frown. Before him lay a disfigured skeleton at the entrance. The sight was grim and heart-wrenching. Scattered around were various dismembered body parts, the ground soaked in blood. Yifeng sighed, deducing the grim situation in the wake of the apocalypse. 3 members of the neighbor's family had instantly transformed into zombies. The only one who had not succumbed was their 10-year-old son. Regrettably, this was not the boy's fortune, but rather a misfortune. The boy, unprepared, was brutally torn apart by the very parents and grandfather who had once cherished him. One could only imagine the despair that engulfed the boy before his demise. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Yifeng shook his head. He meticulously entered each room, cautiously inspecting every corner until he confirmed there was no danger, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Caution never goes amiss. A prudent approach secures longevity. After concluding his search, Yifeng began scavenging for supplies. First, he discovered half a bag of rice, a bag of wood ear mushrooms, a small bag of millet, several green beans, and a barrel of oil in the kitchen. Next, he opened the refrigerator. The sight inside caused his eyes to widen with delight. As the power had yet to be cut, a plethora of food remained largely unspoiled. The preservation compartment still held some vegetables, fruits, and beverages. Although the produce had lost its freshness, it was far from spoiled. As for the freezer, it contained 2 blocks of frozen beef, a box of frozen black tiger shrimp, and various frozen dumplings and tang yuan, all still in good condition. A bountiful harvest. Yifeng felt elated and decided to store the entire refrigerator in his storage space. Furthermore, he found 3 packs of wafers, half a box of chocolate, several bags of potato chips, a carton of calcium milk, and over a dozen bottles of mineral water in another room. There was even an entire carton of huazi. Yifeng's heart soared with joy as he collected these supplies one by one. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he approached the door. Outside, zombies roamed ceaselessly. Yifeng peered through the window, and his heart leapt. 1, 2, 3.5 zombies lurked outside. His earlier actions had seemingly drawn the attention of zombies from both above and below. Just in time, Yifeng flung open the door and charged out to engage. Roar! Several zombies howled as they lunged at Yifeng. He swung his knife down. Thud! One zombie's head was instantly severed, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Yifeng deftly dodged the assaults of the remaining 4 zombies. He then raised his knife in a horizontal slash, targeting another zombie. As he struck, the fiery attribute of the battle knife activated. A crimson flame erupted. Not only did it obliterate the zombie he attacked, but it also scorched the 3 zombies nearby, making them tremble uncontrollably. What a chance! Yifeng seized the moment, striking down at the 3 zombies before him, his blade descending. Thud! Thud! 2 zombies fell to his repeated strikes. Facing the last remaining zombie, Yifeng suddenly felt a surge within him. Chaos, divine thunder. He brought his fingers together, unleashing a gray arc of electricity from his fingertips. Boom! The zombie had no time to react before being obliterated by the thunderous force. Chaos Divine Thunder was as domineering as ever. Once unleashed, it meant absolute destruction. With prudent usage, he could unleash more than a dozen attacks with his current energy reserves. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his fiery battle knife. While it too could unleash fiery attribute damage, it paled in comparison to the might of Chaos Divine Thunder. They were not even in the same league. Subsequently, Yifeng chuckled to himself. What was he thinking? Of course, one could not compare a blue rare item to a colorful mythical ability. By the way, how was the task progress? With this thought, Yifeng focused his mind and opened the daily task. Task progress. 8:10. Still 2 zombies short. Yifeng contemplated and made his way to the second neighbor's apartment on this floor. He recalled that this unit was occupied by a couple. Yifeng arrived at the neighbor's door. The heavy security door was firmly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng rapped on the door. Is anyone there? No response. Roar. From within, the growls of zombies echoed. They must all be dead. Yifeng cast a discerning glance at the sturdy steel security door. Seemingly robust, with his current strength, such an ordinary barrier would pose no challenge for him. He raised his flaming battle knife high above his head, swinging it down with ferocity. Bang, bang. The sound reverberated through the corridor, igniting the power of the flames. Subsequently, Yifeng delivered a powerful kick to the door. Boom. The door crashed to the ground. A satisfied smile graced Yifeng's lips as he stepped into the room, directing his gaze toward the master bedroom. Sizzle, roar. The sounds of scratching and growling emanated from within. Yifeng advanced cautiously, slashing the lock on the master bedroom door, then forcefully kicking it open. Inside, 2 naked zombies came into view. What the hell? Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. What were these 2 up to when the apocalypse struck? He recognized the 2 figures before him, specifically, the 2 zombies. They were a couple who had recently graduated from university and had just begun their careers. Residing in this place, Yifeng had little recollection of the man, but the woman was vividly etched in his memory. She was a striking young lady, tall and leggy, possessing remarkable beauty. Alas, now transformed into a female zombie. Her visage was lost, though her figure remained rather appealing. Yifeng scrutinized the female zombie. Despite her pallid skin, her curves still exuded allure. Just as he pondered this, the 2 zombies lunged at him, claws poised to strike. Yifeng's right hand twitched, and a flicker of lightning coiled around his fingers. The male zombie charged forward. A blade-shaped arc of electricity surged forth, arcing toward the male zombie. Boom. The thunderous force obliterated the upper half of the male zombie. Its lower half staggered a few steps before collapsing with a resounding crash. Immediately, the female zombie followed up with an attack. The pallid creature leaped repeatedly. Yifeng deftly sidestepped the female zombie's assault. What a shame, he mused amidst the skirmish. Zombies exhibit 3 distinct characteristics. First, their eyes glow a menacing crimson. Second, their skin takes on an unhealthy, grayish hue, with specific body parts, such as claws and arms, undergoing noticeable transformations. Third, they emanate a faint stench of decay. Aside from these traits, the differences between zombies and ordinary humans are not particularly pronounced. The female zombie, unwilling to relent, extended her sharp claws toward Yifeng's face. He tilted his head, narrowly evading the strike. With a flicker of thought, he grasped the flaming battle knife, stepping forward to deliver a diagonal, heavy blow. Thud. The blade cleaved through the female zombie, severing her head in half. With a ghastly splatter, putrid entrails and foul blood spilled across the floor. The dismembered body of the female zombie twitched slightly before lying still. Yifeng furrowed his brow. In the future, it would be best to decapitate zombies. Otherwise, it could get rather messy. After dispatching the 2 zombies, a notification echoed in his mind. Notification, congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. The task was accomplished. He then surveyed the room. Since the couple had transformed into zombies at the onset of the apocalypse, their supplies remained abundant. Yifeng commenced a thorough search, reaping a bag of rice, small bags of black rice and millet, 16 packets of instant noodles, 4 bags of snail noodles, 14 bottles of various beverages, and a plethora of snacks including biscuits, chips, and spicy strips. Overall, the haul was modest. These 2 were not frequent cooks. Yifeng stored all the supplies in his storage space and turned to leave. Just as he exited the room, several zombies lunged at him with outstretched claws. Yifeng activated his protection, his body shimmering with golden light. He executed a flying kick that sent one zombie soaring. Yifeng had no intention of exterminating these zombies. If the phishing system were to issue a task involving the extermination of zombies tomorrow, keeping these few as reserves would facilitate the task effortlessly. Eliminating zombies in the confines of the corridor was far safer and more convenient than confronting hordes of them on the streets. Moreover, by clearing the corridor of zombies, other survivors would emerge to compete with him for the resources within the vacant homes. Yifeng was not inclined to show such kindness. The remaining zombies continued their ruckus. Yi Feng advanced, toppling the last few to the ground before striding away. Upon returning to his home, Yi Feng secured the door and promptly claimed the rewards for the 2 tasks that a notification rang out. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the novice task, earning 20 bait. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the daily task, earning 10 bait. Adding the 10 rewards from the previous triggered event, Yi Feng checked the total amount of bait. Bait: 40 pieces, 40 pieces of bait. Yi Feng was overjoyed. With bait in hand, action was imperative. Rapidly enhancing his strength was the undeniable truth. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng silently commanded, "System, let me fish continuously for 20 times." In the fishing space, the fishing hook traced a parabolic arc, soaring into the boundless darkness. Notification: fishing in progress. Yi Feng silently prayed, "Heavenly deities, please bless me to catch something extraordinary." In the next moment, the system notification chimed in. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining an unopened pair of Liba's family stockings. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a pack of 8 degrees space sanitary pads. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a bottle of edible human lubricant. Yi Feng's lips twitched, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What on earth are these items? Give me something substantial, system. The system notifications continued. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a box of Li Tao tirable bread. Food at last, a whole box of it. Yi Feng eagerly opened the item details. Item: Li Tao tirable bread quality. Ordinary description: a plain bread that can satiate hunger. Yi Feng smiled. The tirable bread was quite satisfactory. At the very least, it was vastly superior to the previous trinkets. He tore open a bag of bread and began to eat. Notification: continuing fishing. At that moment, the fishing system paused for a few seconds. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a strength enhancement scroll. Is this a treasure? Yi Feng's eyes widened, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. A strength enhancement scroll? Oh joy! Another extraordinary item. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a box of cloud leg mooncakes. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a pack of blue star china scratch cards. A box of cloud leg mooncakes, a delightful find. As for the scratch cards, what use do they serve now? They would be more of a nuisance than anything. Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words. Next, the system notifications persisted. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a pair of black lace panties. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a speed enhancement scroll. Notification: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing, obtaining a black leather whip, a speed enhancement scroll. Now that's a valuable item. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled, a grin forming. Before long, Yi Feng's 20 fishing attempts concluded. This fishing session yielded a modest bounty. Yi Feng sighed softly, shifting his focus to the newly acquired extraordinary scrolls. Past experiences had taught him that these items were indeed treasures. With a flicker of thought, Yi Feng retrieved the first scroll. Like the swordsmanship mastery scroll, this one radiated a soft blue glow. Item: strength enhancement scroll quality. Rare description: upon using this scroll, your strength will be enhanced to a certain degree. Rare quality items are indeed treasures. This could permanently boost his physical strength. Yi Feng was overwhelmed with joy and, without a moment's hesitation, tore the scroll to shreds. In the next instant, the remnants of the scroll transformed into a stream of azure light. Merging seamlessly into Yi Feng's body, a wave of warmth surged through him, permeating every limb and sinew, continually fortifying his muscles and skin. He felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if enveloped in a soft cloud. His entire being was infused with vitality, and his thoughts grew remarkably clear. As the enhancement progressed, Yi Feng's muscles gradually became more defined, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles faintly visible. After a brief moment, the reinforcement concluded. Yi Feng's strength had reached new heights. This sensation was simply exquisite. However, a flicker of melancholy crossed his face. Soon, he regained his composure, clenched his fists, and savored the transformation of his power. His strength had undergone a dramatic surge, not merely an enhancement of skill or internal energy, but a pure augmentation of physical might. Moreover, alongside this increase in strength, his stamina and speed had also seen slight improvements. Just how powerful had I become? Yifeng pondered, then made his way towards the double-door refrigerator at home. Standing before it, he effortlessly lifted the refrigerator with one hand, applying minimal force that my strength has increased tremendously. Yifeng's heart soared with delight that he hadn't even exerted a fraction of his power. When he awakened his unique ability, the Chaos Divine Thunder, his physical strength had already seen a significant boost. Now, following the enhancement from the strength scroll, his physical prowess had surged once more. What a marvelous feeling. After testing his strength, Yifeng retrieved a second extraordinary scroll. Item: Speed Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description: upon using this scroll, your speed will experience a notable increase. Just as he had anticipated, this scroll was akin to the Strength Enhancement Scroll. Yifeng felt a thrill of joy, his lips curling into a smile. He reached out, exerted a slight force, and tore the scroll apart. Whoosh! The scroll immediately transformed into a blue stream of light that soared into Yifeng's body that a rush of warmth enveloped him once more. Filling his limbs and bones, the warm flow surged through him. Yifeng felt his strength rising. It was utterly delightful. He reveled in the enhancement process, lost in bliss. Moments later, the speed enhancement concluded. Yifeng swung his fists, creating several afterimages in the air. Taking a few steps, he moved with astonishing swiftness, as if the wind itself propelled him. Both my striking speed and movement speed have improved significantly. Yifeng's spirits soared, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This enhancement scroll is truly a remarkable item. If I continue to grow stronger like this, the future is indeed promising. After stretching his limbs to acclimate to his newfound speed and strength, Yifeng curiously opened his status panel to check his combat power. Combat Power Index 211. Yifeng was taken aback by this revelation. He had reached an astonishing 211 points. The Combat Power Index considered metrics such as energy, strength, and speed, excluding unique abilities, skills, and weapons that Yifeng had not absorbed any crystal cores. His level remained at first rank, 1 star, with no progress in energy. The surge in his Combat Power Index was purely a result of enhanced strength and speed. Quite impressive. Yifeng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Closing the panel, he turned his attention to the other items he had fished out. Item: Black leather whip quality. Ordinary description: an unremarkable little whip. If you intend to use it against an opponent, you are merely deluding yourself. Utterly useless. Yifeng scoffed and continued examining the other items. Scratch off tickets, stockings, lubricant. None of these held any value either. However, Yifeng had no intention of discarding them. As his storage space was currently empty, he might as well keep them. Who knows when they might come in handy. After organizing his haul, Yifeng glanced at the panel. Bait: 20 portions. System: continue fishing 20 times. Yifeng silently instructed the fishing platform. He swung the rod, casting the hook into the abyss of darkness. Yifeng opted to continue fishing. Notification: fishing in progress. In the next moment, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a 1.8-meter model of the Libai Iron Tower. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a box of ultra-thin, long-lasting Redis. Yifeng felt somewhat speechless. What on earth are these things? Seriously, a fisherman can catch anything but fish. Yifeng's lips twitched as he shook his head. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a copy of Jiraiya's book on intimate violence. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a case of rich, creamy tiramisu milk. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a rare skill. Malicious Perception. Malicious Perception? Is this a jackpot? Yifeng's heart leapt with joy. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a vial of zombie poison immunity potion. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a cup of Xingrui sauce latte. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a shooting mastery scroll. Potions and scrolls seemed quite promising. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Fantastic. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a DVD set of the horror film Haunted Cruise. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a case of Farmer's 3-Punch Spring Water. Notification: Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a bottle of durability spray. Before long, the fishing session concluded. Feng began to inspect his haul. Skill, malicious perception quality, rare description, passive skill. Upon learning this skill, you will find it easier to detect the malice or threats posed by nearby beings. Wow, what an incredible skill. Feng's eyes widened, filled with exhilaration. Malicious perception allows one to sense the hostility of those around them. Although it is not a combat skill, its utility in a post-apocalyptic world is nothing short of extraordinary. After all, what is the most terrifying thing in a post-apocalyptic setting? Zombies? Mutant beasts? Not at all. The most fearful element is always the human heart, the unpredictability of human nature. One might find that their most cherished loved one could betray them with a dagger while they sleep. Perhaps the most trusted subordinate will stab them in the back at a critical moment. With this skill, Feng would be able to sense the malice of others. In Feng's mind. This skill holds power akin to legendary abilities. If only he had possessed such a skill in his previous life, he might not have met his tragic end at the hands of his girlfriend. Feng immediately chose to extract the skill. A source pearl materialized in the air, and Feng reached out to catch it. In that instant of contact, the skill source pearl transformed into a stream of blue light, merging into Feng's body. Notification: congratulations, you have learned the rare skill malicious perception. In the next moment, a message regarding the skill appeared in Feng's mind. Malicious perception has become an instinct within Feng. Feng smacked his lips. Unfortunately, as it is a passive skill, he could not directly test its effects. Feng continued to organize his findings. Milk and spring water are both useful. He seemed to have also fished out a peculiar book earlier. Item: Intimate Violence Quality. Ordinary description: a best-selling book from the Naruto world, authored by Jiraiya. This is the second volume in the series exploring the intimate paradise. A Naruto bestseller. The second volume. Feng retrieved the book from his fishing space and casually flipped through its pages. What is this all about? What use could this possibly have for me? With a face full of disappointment, Feng tossed the Naruto world bestseller into his storage space. However, this also reminded Feng that perhaps one day he might truly fish out some well-known abilities from the myriad realms. For instance, the universal pull, Shinra Tensei, or even the devil fruits. In any case, the future is indeed promising. Feng continued to check the remaining items. Item: Zombie Poison Immunity Potion Quality. Rare description: upon consuming this potion, you will gain super immunity to zombie viruses, rendering you impervious to infection. For those already infected, as long as they have not transformed into a zombie, they too can gain super immunity. This is a remarkable item. Feng's heart surged with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the potion and downed it in one gulp. It was cool to the touch. Once it entered his stomach, Feng felt a wave of chill erupt within him. After a brief pause, he sensed no further reactions. This immunity? Feng pondered, feeling as if nothing had changed. However, given that it was a product of the system, it should undoubtedly be of high quality. He chose not to dwell on it further and continued to inspect his gains. Item: Mastery of Shooting Scroll Quality. Rare description: upon learning this skill, your shooting abilities, including but not limited to firearms, bows and crossbows, will see a substantial enhancement. Feng's face lit up with delight. This is an excellent item. It can elevate my shooting prowess. He took it out, revealing a palm-sized scroll that emitted a soft blue glow. Eagerly, Feng tore the scroll apart. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of blue light that surged into his body. Feng silently awaited the outcome. Before long, a flood of memories washed over him. In a shooting range, a tall figure was persistently practicing shooting, raising the gun, firing, reloading, repeating the motions endlessly. Time elapsed as the practice continued. Handguns, bows, sniper rifles, cannons. After what felt like an eternity, the figure suddenly fired a bullet. In the next moment, space shifted, and the bullet redirected itself towards the figure's forehead. Faced with the oncoming projectile, the figure smiled faintly and fired another bullet. Bang! The two bullets collided mid-air. In the next instant, the figure lowered the gun and turned away. The figure was unmistakably Feng himself. Simultaneously, countless experiences and memories related to shooting flooded his mind. Feng closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the changes within him. A myriad of shooting techniques converged into his being. He became proficient in all types of shooting skills, mastering them with finesse. Shooting had seamlessly integrated into Feng's instinct. The exhilarating sensation of newfound strength was indescribably delightful. What a thrill! The wonders of the system indeed proved to be extraordinary. After digesting his rewards, Yifeng felt thoroughly satisfied and turned his attention to the other items. This durability spray. Goodness, this item is actually classified as rare. Yifeng's eyes widened. Item. Durability spray 10 uses quality. Rare description. After using the durability spray, you will possess enhanced stamina and energy for 2 hours, allowing you to embody the true essence of masculinity. For external use, each application will permanently grant a slight increase in endurance. This was Yifeng's first acquisition of a rare item beyond knives and scrolls. He held the spray in his hand, examining it carefully before confirming that it was indeed what he thought it was. Huffed. Who do you think I am? A super tough guy like me needs this. With a scoff, Yifeng disdainfully tossed the spray into his storage space. Having organized his gains, Yifeng found himself with some free time that he recalled certain powerful individuals from his previous life. Among peers with abilities, he feared no one. Unleashing the Chaos Divine Thunder would obliterate all. Even without relying on the Chaos Divine Thunder, his enhanced strength, speed, and swordsmanship, combined with the Flame Warblade and the Supreme Divine Ring, would still allow him to dominate most ability users. Yifeng stroked his chin, his gaze shifting. Hunting zombies and acquiring crystal cores to grow stronger would have to wait for 2 days. Moreover, opportunities from his past life would also gradually unfold in 2 days. Just then, Yifeng's phone vibrated slightly. Upon checking, he saw a message from Lin Xiaoxiao urging him. The little girl could hardly wait. A slight smile crept onto Yifeng's lips. After taking a shower, he donned his most stylish outfit. Dressing impeccably, he rummaged through his shopping bag, which was stuffed with ham, milk, and noodles. With everything in order, Yifeng grasped the food and exited his home. Heading upstairs, in the corridor, blood mist lingered, and a few zombies roamed about. Soon, some zombies, attracted by Yifeng's footsteps, bared their teeth and lunged at him with claws outstretched. With a swift kick, Yifeng sent several zombies flying and continued up the stairs. Upon reaching the 15th floor, he encountered more zombies blocking his path. Yifeng dispatched them once more. Ever since he became immune to zombie infection, he no longer exercised extreme caution. Yifeng dealt with the zombies. A woman's voice suddenly called out from within the 15th floor apartment. Who is it? Is someone out there? Yifeng remained silent, delivering another powerful slap that sent a lunging zombie crashing to the ground. Bang! The zombie fell, and the commotion outside stirred the woman. Her name was Wang Hongxia, residing directly above Yifeng's apartment. As she peered outside, she saw no one, only zombies lying on the ground, groaning in agony, which left her astonished. Who are you? Are you the one fighting the zombies? Are you an ability user? Do you have weapons? Do you have food? I've been out of supplies for ages. Can you spare me something to eat? A flicker of recognition sparked within Yifeng that Wang Hongxia. As neighbors living in close proximity, they had crossed paths before the apocalypse. Wang Hongxia, in her 30s, was an attractive woman, married to an ordinary office worker. Yifeng's interactions with her were largely due to her 7-year-old son, who was particularly bothersome. The unruly child would run around the house making noise, often shouting even in the dead of night. Despite multiple confrontations with Wang Hongxia, there had been little resolution. On one occasion, Yifeng had even resorted to reporting her to the authorities, but it merely led to mediation. The troublesome child continued with his antics. This incident had earned Yifeng considerable scolding from his girlfriend, Li Yating. After the apocalypse struck, Yifeng became an ability user while Wang Hongxia had already succumbed, reduced to desperate measures for mere sustenance. Yifeng cherished his girlfriend and had little interaction with her. Inside her apartment, Wang Hongxia, seeing Yifeng's silence, grew anxious. You can't just stand by and watch me die. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. I have a 7-year-old son. If you don't help us, we'll both perish. If you don't save me, you'll be a murderer. Yifeng raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Wang Hongxia, your moral coercion is as predictable as ever. Inside, Wang Hongxia paused, her expression wavering. Are you? Yifeng from downstairs. Yifeng replied coolly. That would be me. His words. Wang Hongxia's heart sank. That it was him. Why him? Hadn't she offended him gravely before? Would he still save her? Panic flooded her mind as she paced in her apartment. That I must apologize. A soft-spoken, timid boy like him should be easy to placate, right? Taking a deep breath, Wang Hongxia spoke sweetly. Yifeng, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I sincerely apologize. Her tone softened further as she continued. I'm so sorry, Yifeng. Can you forgive me? You must have food with you. Could you spare some for me? Both Dong Dong and I are starving. Yifeng paused, surprised by Wang Hongxia's willingness to humble herself. However, he found her lacking in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao. With an icy voice, Yifeng retorted, I do not accept your apology. Furthermore, you're old enough. Stop with the sister nonsense. It's rather nauseating. I have food, but I want to give you any, not even for a dog. Yifeng unleashed a barrage of scathing words, feeling liberated, before turning to leave. Save someone? Such a situation is non-existent. Tio refrained from adding insult to injury. I shall consider Yifeng's actions as benevolent. Inside the room, Wang Hongxiao was enveloped in despair. Her eyes brimmed with resentment as she cried out. Yifeng, come back. You are inhuman. What are you flaunting? You have food. Why won't you save me? Beside Wang Hongxiao, her son Dongdong began to wail incessantly, Mama, I'm hungry. I want chips. I want a hamburger. Wang Hongxiao, overwhelmed by the noise, gritted her teeth in frustration. All right, Dongdong, there will be chips, and there will be hamburgers. The unruly child continued to cry and protest. No, I want to eat. Be quiet. On the staircase, Yifeng halted in his tracks. Malicious intent detected. Target identified. Wang Hongxiao, in other words. Wang Hongxiao harbored ill will towards him at that moment. Yifeng smirked, finding amusement in the notion of perceiving malice. The hostility emanating from Wang Hongxiao was vividly red, standing out like fireflies in the night sky within his perception. How to proceed? Thoughts raced through his mind, and Yifeng made a decision. He turned back and approached the door of Wang Hongxiao's home, knocking firmly. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hongxiao, I am willing to propose a deal. Open the door, and let's discuss. Surely, you do not wish for your child to starve to death? Inside, Wang Hongxiao was cursing continuously. Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, she momentarily froze. Then her expression shifted to one of ecstatic surprise that Yifeng truly returned. A deal? She exclaimed incredulously. Is what you say genuine? Yifeng, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Yifeng lifted the bag of food in his hand and opened it. Do not concern yourself with that. This is food. See for yourself that if you find it satisfactory, we can strike a bargain. Through her gaze, Wang Hongxiao saw the assortment of food Yifeng held. Bread, milk, ham, varied and plentiful. She swallowed hard, her eyes filled with longing and greed. Unable to resist the allure of the food, Wang Hongxiao eagerly opened the door. As she did, her eyes fixated on the bounty in Yifeng's hands. Yifeng, I truly thank you. You are indeed a good person, she exclaimed, reaching out to grab it. Yifeng, contemplative, noticed her malice had diminished slightly. So, it turns out malice can fluctuate. Yifeng stepped back, his gaze teasing. Wang Hongxiao, are you attempting to snatch it? No, I'm merely eager. You promised me food, Wang Hongxiao replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. I spoke of a transaction, not a gift. Yifeng paused, then continued. Tell me, what valuable item do you possess to exchange, such as medicine, tools, or weapons? I can buy it with money. 500, no, 1,000 for the food in your hands. Wang Hongxiao's face contorted in pain. No. Yifeng shook his head in refusal. At this point, money is worthless. You must offer something tangible. Wang Hongxiao's mind raced as she suggested. How about a gold bracelet? I also have a gold necklace. Yifeng continued to shake his head. What do you desire? We can negotiate. Wang Hongxiao lowered her head slightly, playing with a strand of hair, feigning shyness, with the child here. It's inconvenient to discuss everything. Yifeng scrutinized Wang Hongxiao, shaking his head. You are far too unattractive and reek of body odor. Moreover, I have suddenly changed my mind. The deal is off. With that, Yifeng turned to leave. Wang Hongxiao was taken aback, unprepared for Yifeng's reaction. I do not have body odor. Yifeng, you cannot leave, she shrieked, instinctively reaching out to grasp him. What? Are you planning to resort to violence? Yifeng turned back. Wang Hongxiao's eyes were filled with desperation as she clutched Yifeng's arm tightly. Yifeng, is that food truly yours? Did you not take it from someone else's home? What harm is there in sharing a bit with me? At that moment, in Yifeng's view, the malice emanating from Wang Hongxiao intensified, the red growing deeper. Simultaneously, young Dongdong suddenly lunged towards Yifeng, grasping for the bag of food. I want to eat. Give me the food. Dongdong tugged at the bag but was unable to wrest it from Yifeng's grasp, looking down at the child's antics. Yifeng's previous grievances surged to the forefront of his mind, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. The unruly child continued to snatch and scream. Ye Feng's tone turned cold. Little brat. Let go. The child persisted. No, I won't let go. Yi Feng glanced at Wang Hongxia. Control your child. Do not blame me for the consequences. Instead of stopping Dong Dong, Wang Hongxia joined in the attempt to snatch the food. Encouraging her son, Dong Dong, good job. Let us take it from him. I don't believe he dares to retaliate. Encouraged by his mother, Dong Dong, brimming with confidence, even attempted to bite Yi Feng's hand. Give it to me, or I will bite you. The unruly child's malice was a lighter shade of red. Interesting, Yi Feng thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As Dong Dong opened his mouth to bite Yi Feng's wrist. Yi Feng suddenly unleashed a powerful punch into the child's stomach. Bang! The strength Yi Feng possessed was many times greater than that of an ordinary person, even without using full force. A child could not withstand it. Ow! The child let out a piercing scream, and in an instant he soared through the air in a parabolic arc. Thud. Dong Dong's body collided violently with the wall, sliding down like a limp ragdoll, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The events transpired too swiftly for Wang Hongxia to comprehend that it was only when her child hit the ground that she reacted, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. No, Dong Dong, my Dong Dong. Wang Hongxia wept as she rushed towards the crumpled form of her son. Yi Feng observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. His disdain for Dong Dong had long been established. Now, delivering a beating to the unruly child felt liberating. Oh my heavens! Wang Hongxia cried. Dong Dong, wake up! She shook the child frantically. Dong Dong lay as limp as dough, unresponsive to her pleas. Yi Feng's strength was such that not even an adult could withstand it. The unruly child had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Feng, you are inhuman. Dong Dong is merely a child. How could you be so cruel? You beast, scoundrel. You are worse than a beast. You are a demon. Wang Hongxia cried, her voice breaking as she vehemently berated Yi Feng, her malice now a deep violet. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction, having grasped the nuances of perceiving malice, using colors to distinguish levels of hatred. Turning to Wang Hongxia, he scoffed. Oh, I am a beast, like mother, like son. If you fail to educate your child, someone else will take on that responsibility. Enough, I cannot be bothered to converse with the lifeless. Since his return, he had no intention of sparing either of them. Yi Feng withdrew a fiery war knife from his space. The blade glinted ominously, exuding a menacing aura. Upon seeing the sharp weapon materialize from thin air, Wang Hongxia's tirade abruptly ceased. What are you going to do? Her face turned pale, trembling as she instinctively recoiled. Yi Feng, brandishing the flaming war knife, advanced step by step towards Wang Hongxia. Thump, thump. Wang Hongxia's scalp tingled, her body quaking, her heart racing. No, Yi Feng, do not come closer. Murder is a crime. Wang Hongxia, her eyes filled with bloodshot terror, trembled uncontrollably. I was wrong. Please do not kill me. Yi Feng raised the war knife. Do not, Sao Lang. Wang Hongxia was so terrified that her soul nearly left her body. In the next instant, a flash of steel glimmered. Thud. Wang Hongxia's head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth. Wang Hongxia's head rolled to the ground. Her body collapsed onto the floor, twitching slightly before falling still. Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he sheathed his weapon and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the child's body to mere ashes, rooting out the threat, leaving no remnants behind. As Yi Feng stepped out of the room, a system notification chimed. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward, 10 bait. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Another event triggered. His eyes brimmed with delight. 10 portions of bait secured. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Should he go fishing now? Yi Feng pondered, then shook his head. There were pressing matters to attend to today. No rush. He could save it up for a collective fishing spree later. Yi Feng ascended the stairs to the 18th floor. After dispatching a few more zombies with swift kicks, he approached the door of room 1803. The security door was locked at that moment. Knocking gently, he rapped on the door. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoxiao writhed on the bed, clutching her stomach. She was so hungry that her vision was blurring, her body weak. The food in the room had been completely consumed. She wondered if this neighbor, named Yi Feng, was merely boasting. With so many zombies outside, could he truly make it here? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes glazed over, her thoughts spiraling. She did not wish to die. Truly, she wanted to live. But without food, she could not venture outside. She was left waiting for death in her home. This was the brutal reality of the zombie apocalypse. Just then, a knocking sound echoed. Lin Xiaoxiao jolted upright. That is he really here? Had Yifeng truly risked his life to come? Did he not fear the zombies? A glimmer of surprise sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Dragging her famished body, she hurried to the door, peering through the peephole. A tall, handsome young man with a radiant smile stood at the entrance. More importantly, he held a bag of food in his hand. That he had come. He really brought food. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart soared with joy, her body trembling. Yifeng was quite handsome. The sight of him holding the food made him even more attractive. Are you Yifeng? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired from behind the door. Yes, it's me. Please open the door, Yifeng replied softly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao unlocked the door, her hunger overriding her caution. Furthermore, Yifeng's sunny demeanor suggested he was not a violent person. As the door swung open, Yifeng laid eyes on Lin Xiaoxiao. She was stunning, with large, expressive eyes, a high nose bridge, and a slender waist. Her figure was captivating, her skin fair as snow. You brought food? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, her expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, take this first, Yifeng said, handing the food to Lin Xiaoxiao as he closed the door behind him. In his pocket were several bags of bread, a few sausages, and a bottle of milk. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she snatched the food, quickly sitting at the table, tearing open the packaging, and devouring it ravenously. Slow down, drink some milk, and don't choke. Yifeng chuckled. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded while eating, gulping down a mouthful of milk. Yifeng pulled a chair and sat beside her, observing Lin Xiaoxiao intently. Though her face appeared somewhat haggard, her cracked lips and disheveled hair could not overshadow her allure. Yifeng smiled faintly. Lin Xiaoxiao, oblivious to how Yifeng regarded her, swiftly consumed the remaining food. After a moment, she looked up and cautiously said, I'm so hungry. Yifeng, could you possibly give me some more food? Yifeng declined. You've gone too long without food. Eating too much at once isn't good for your health. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment, gazing at Yifeng with pleading eyes. Why Yifeng? Please. Yifeng shook his head. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with sorrow as she looked at Yifeng. Why Yifeng continued to shake his head. Lin Xiaoxiao's spirit sank. A silence enveloped the room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After a moment, Yifeng fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, you do remember this is a transaction, right? At his words, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded gently, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She quickly glanced at Yifeng. Though he was quite handsome, they had just met. Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously suggested, I have a proposal. How about we get to know each other first? No, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent, biting her lip. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Yifeng's gaze turned slightly dangerous. Trying to play games? Acceptance does not equate to agreement. Yifeng's tone grew cold. If you refuse, then you can regurgitate what you've eaten from my food. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. How could she possibly vomit out the sausages she had consumed? She longed to say, I can't vomit it out, but what about if I? However, looking at Yifeng's tall stature, muscular build, and increasingly grim expression, she wisely swallowed her words. Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone incredulous. I'll give you a few minutes to prepare. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. Was he really this domineering? There was no other option. Her heart raced furiously. I'll prepare then. She dashed into the bathroom to wash up, then retrieved her cosmetics to apply light makeup and change her clothes. Yifeng sat on the sofa, contemplating deeply. Ultimately, he retrieved a miraculous spray, not out of insecurity, but he despised wasting good things. Leaving something valuable and used felt utterly wrong. After putting away the spray, Yifeng decided to go fishing. Opening the panel, he checked his bait. 10 portions. System. Let us fish 5 times. The system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 folding phone from Huawei. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 scroll from Mastering Combat. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 box of bullets for the Desert Eagle. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 100 eyebrow pencils from Hua Dongzi. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 bars of sulfur soap from Shanghai. The 5 rounds of fishing concluded. Yifeng's face lit up as he began to inspect the items one by one. The phone was of little use. The bullets for the Desert Eagle? Without a gun, they served no purpose. However, perhaps he would fish out a corresponding handgun in the future. Yifeng shifted his focus to the scroll, and clicked to view its details. Item: Mastering Combat Scroll. Level: Rare. Description: grants you mastery in combat abilities and teaches various hand-to-hand combat techniques. Mastering Combat Scroll. Feng eagerly extracted the scroll and ripped it open. The scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, swiftly entering Feng's body. Countless memories and experiences related to combat flooded his mind. His body adapted to the sudden changes that Feng closed his eyes, quietly feeling the transformation within him. He felt as if he had become a seasoned martial artist. Combat now an instinctual part of him. The enhancement completed, Feng felt himself grow stronger. With a sense of exhilaration, he declared to the system, "Continue fishing." Fishing in progress. Feng's expression was filled with anticipation. Moments later, the notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a full set of rare books from Dengqiao Monastery. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 sets of women's fitted yoga attire. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 kitchen knives from Zhang Daqian. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 100 bags of marinated tiger skin chicken feet. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a rare skill, Divine Blessing. Fishing concluded. Feng's gaze flickered as he began to assess his gains. Books and yoga attire proved rather inconsequential. However, it seemed he had acquired an extraordinary skill. This turn of events was certainly not in vain. Feng clicked to view the details of the skill. Skill: Divine Blessing Quality. Rare. Description: upon awakening this skill, you will be able to bestow a divine blessing upon others or yourself, restoring either your own or another's condition. Is this an auxiliary skill? A look of joy spread across Feng's face. Unlike in games, life is singular and irreplaceable. Possessing an auxiliary skill would undoubtedly enhance his survival capabilities significantly. Feng promptly murmured, "System, I choose to extract the skill." In the next moment, a luminous orb of energy materialized from the void. Feng reached out and shattered it. A stream of blue light surged into his forehead as the system notification chimed in. Notification: Congratulations, you have learned the rare skill Divine Blessing. In an instant, Feng mastered the Divine Blessing skill. He opened his panel to examine his skills. Chaotic Thunderstrike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing. Swordsmanship Mastery, Shooting Mastery, and Martial Arts Mastery. Feng smiled with satisfaction, exhaling a breath of relief. He glanced around the room. Lin Xiaoxiao had yet to finish changing. However, since his entrance, his malicious perception had not been triggered, indicating that Lin Xiaoxiao harbored no ill will towards him. Minutes passed, and Lin Xiaoxiao finally emerged from her room, approaching Feng with a shy demeanor. "How do I look?" Feng scrutinized Lin Xiaoxiao closely. She had donned a snug white shirt that accentuated her ample bosom. The collar was slightly low-cut, with one button undone, revealing her fair skin and elegant collarbone. Her lower half was clad in a form-fitting skirt, paired with black stockings that showcased her long, beautiful legs, adorned with red nail polish on her toes. Her innocent face, combined with a stunning figure, was utterly captivating, a quintessential embodiment of the ideal partner. "How extravagant, how outrageous, how desirable. You are truly beautiful," Feng praised earnestly. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, yet her enchanting eyes glimmered with unshed tears. An idea struck Feng suddenly. Why not test the effects of his new skill? Divine Blessing? Wait a moment, let me bestow a blessing upon you. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, puzzled that Feng offered no further explanation, raising his hand to cast Divine Blessing. Buzz, a radiant white light descended upon Lin Xiaoxiao. Startled, she instinctively tried to evade it but failed. To her astonishment, the light integrated into her being. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a soft moan, her body quivering, her complexion visibly brightening. "How do you feel?" Feng asked anxiously. "Very comfortable, albeit a bit strange," Lin Xiaoxiao replied instinctively. She then moved her limbs, her face lighting up with joy. Feng, "I feel so much less fatigued, and my energy has been rejuvenated." Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Feng with delight. "I feel fantastic." Feng nodded slightly. "I see." He contemplated. It appeared the so-called restoration of condition could indeed replenish an individual's stamina and vitality to some extent. This skill was quite impressive. Although classified as rare, it was a precious auxiliary skill. After some thought, Feng decided to grant himself a divine blessing as well. As the white light enveloped him, a warm sensation coursed through his entire body. Feng's eyes brightened. This feeling was sublime. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao had reacted the way she did earlier. His condition had certainly improved, akin to indulging in a comprehensive massage followed by a rejuvenating slumber. He felt revitalized and brimming with energy. Returning to reality, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao's inquisitive gaze and calmly stated, "As you can see, I possess extraordinary powers. I am an ability user." Lin Xiaoxiao's heart soared with excitement. "I had an inkling. Everything I read online is true. There really are ability users in this world. Feng, you are amazing." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart racing at the sight of this handsome, well-built man who was also an ability user. Feng smiled gently and approached her. The evening buzzed with life at Conxiao. Time passed. 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Your skill is truly magical." She recalled the radiant white light, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed, it is quite natural," Feng replied nonchalantly, his gaze appraising Lin Xiaoxiao. Inwardly, he marveled at her remarkable figure, particularly her posterior. "Xiaoxiao, your physique is impressive. I've never seen such a form in reality." "Surely it's not enhanced," Feng teased. Lin Xiaoxiao playfully punched his chest with her tiny fist. "Of course not. I am completely natural. Besides, who would go about enhancing their buttocks?" Feng chuckled inwardly, aware that this was not always the case. Some women invest as much in their rears as they do in their faces. Just as Feng was about to speak again, a mechanical voice suddenly resounded. Notification, event triggered. Notification, reward, 10 fish baits. Notification, additional reward, 20 fish baits. What the? Feng's heart raced with joy as he sat up abruptly. Event triggered, a total of 30 fish baits as a reward. Completing daily tasks only yielded 10 fish baits. What had he done to earn such a generous bounty? This was enough for 30 fishing attempts. In an instant, Feng's mood soared. This system truly delivers. It rewards genuinely. Feng sprang to his feet, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao bewildered. Feng, what's wrong? Feng's tone remained calm. As per our agreement, this was merely a transaction. Now that it is concluded, I must take my leave. As he spoke, Feng made to depart. "Wait, don't go," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously, instinctively grasping his arm to prevent his exit. Feng chuckled. "What's this? Are you reluctant to see me go? The terms were set by you." Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, her expression one of feigned innocence. I just don't want you to leave." Feng reclined again, addressing Lin Xiaoxiao. "Well, I shall consider it. Please think about not leaving," Lin Xiaoxiao pleaded with a pitiful gaze. "Oh, I understand," Feng replied casually. Lin Xiaoxiao nestled her head against his chest, tracing circles with her fingers on his shirt, lost in thought. Feng smiled. Indeed, high-level interpersonal connections often require the most primitive forms of communication. Feng opened his system panel. Fish baits. 30. A smile crept across Feng's lips. The fish bait bounty was phenomenal. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, recalling her earlier demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This girl, beneath her elegant and poised exterior, not only possessed an exquisite figure but also a passionate heart. "Xiaoxiao, as long as you behave, I will ensure your safety and well-being in the future," Feng said earnestly, attempting to transform a one-time transaction into a lasting arrangement. "Really? You won't leave?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "However, you must promise to obey me," Feng stipulated. "Yes, I will do everything you say." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. "Then I shall stay here tonight and not leave," Feng declared with a smile. His own home had long since become unrecognizable, with valuable items already stored away. Thus, returning to a dilapidated house was of no consequence. "That sounds wonderful." Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with delight. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Lin Xiaoxiao's stomach, and she lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. "Are you hungry?" Feng chuckled lightly, acknowledging that the earlier consumption had indeed been rather substantial. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Fair enough." Subsequently, Feng waved his hand gently. With a whoosh, an abundance of bread, ham, and milk scattered across the floor. My goodness, what is happening? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Am I hallucinating?" She rubbed her eyes vigorously. "As I mentioned, I am an ability user. This is my spatial ability," Feng explained succinctly with a smile. "But you just wished me well," Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Feng. "Let's not dwell on that. I'll explain everything gradually. In short, your man possesses many talents," Feng said, reaching out to gently caress Lin Xiaoxiao's exquisite face. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, choosing not to inquire further. She felt Feng's tender touch. She suddenly realized that entrusting oneself to a reliable man seemed quite delightful, that a profound sense of security enveloped her. Feel free to indulge. I have plenty, Feng declared nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. Brother Feng, you're truly wonderful. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, and she immediately prepared to rise. However, her legs weakened, and she accidentally fell to the ground. Observing this, Feng casually bestowed a divine blessing upon her, that a beam of white light descended, causing Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate body to tremble, and she couldn't help but emit a soft hum. The blessing concluded. I feel so rejuvenated. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes brimmed with surprise as she sensed her energy returning. She stood up, bent down to dress, and picked up the scattered food. This action showcased her alluring figure, revealing an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. However, there was a slight drawback. Lin Xiaoxiao's height was a mere 165 centimeters, resulting in somewhat shorter legs. Additionally, she did not possess slender legs. Her thighs had a slightly plump, soft appearance. Cradling the food, Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the dining table and began to eat. Don't overindulge. There's even better to come, Feng advised as he rolled out of bed. Got it, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, but her eating pace remained unhurried. Feng shook his head and walked into the bathroom. Lighting a cigarette, he immersed himself in the fishing space. With 30 portions of bait, he anticipated acquiring abundant resources and various extraordinary items. His heart brimmed with excitement. In the fishing space, the surroundings remained ethereal, enveloped in a veil of white mist. Beneath the fishing platform on the island lay an abyss of endless darkness. Feng silently recited, System, commence fishing. As the fishing rod moved, the hook traced a parabolic arc through the air, plunging into the boundless dark. A system prompt echoed. Fishing in progress. Feng's gaze flickered as he patiently awaited the outcome. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring the complete Blu-ray set of the game drama. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 15 copies of the deluxe edition of B-City. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 10 boxes of compressed biscuits. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 100 bags of premium oats. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 30 boxes of electrolyte water. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 stamina enhancement scroll. A stamina enhancement scroll. Feng's face lit up with joy as he clicked to view the item details. Item, stamina enhancement scroll quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your stamina will increase to a certain degree. Feng took out the scroll, gripped it tightly in his right hand, and gently tore it apart. The scroll transformed into a stream of blue light. Merging with Feng's body. A warm sensation coursed through him, filling every inch of his being. Feng felt as if he were floating on clouds. This sensation was truly delightful, with a smile playing on his lips. He clenched his fists, reveling in the marvelous transformation within himself, noting a significant enhancement in both his defense and vitality. Fishing, let us continue. Fishing in progress. Feng awaited silently. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 5 boxes of grade 4 cherries. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 mental enhancement scroll. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 copy of How to Change Your Wife in 30 Days. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 driving mastery scroll. To avoid excessive word count, some less significant fishing rewards have been omitted. Wow, this time, I managed to reel in 2 scrolls in one go. And 5 boxes of cherries, quite impressive. Feng smiled as he opened the new scroll. Item, mental enhancement scroll quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your mental acuity will increase to a certain degree. The mental enhancement scroll, like the strength and speed scrolls, belong to the same series. Feng tore the scroll apart. A humming sound resonated as a stream of blue light flowed into his brain. Feng surveyed his surroundings. Everything became crystal clear, and his awareness of his own body and the environment heightened significantly. Accompanied by a surge of mental vigor, it seemed as though a wondrous transformation had been triggered. With a thought, an invisible wave radiated outward. In the bathroom, a wooden comb began to levitate slowly. Feng's expression brightened as he wielded his mental control over the comb. With a flurry of motion, the comb danced gracefully in the air, tracing elegant arcs before returning to its original position. The enhancement of mental power was indeed miraculous. Feng's lips curled into a smile as he clicked to check his combat power panel. Name, Feng Combat Power Index, 308. Following the two enhancements of stamina and mental acuity, Yifeng's combat power index surged once more. He chuckled softly and turned his attention to the other scroll. Item: Driving Mastery Scroll Quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your driving skills will see a significant improvement. Feng pondered. This scroll was akin to the swordsmanship and martial arts mastery scrolls, all belonging to the same series, designed to enhance driving skills. He took out the scroll, glowing with a blue luminescence, and tore it apart immediately. As the blue light surged into his body, a wealth of memories flooded into Yifeng's mind. Scenes of a racetrack unfolded before him, where a slender figure maneuvered a sports car, practicing driving techniques, accelerating, braking, drifting. Countless experiences related to driving filled Yifeng's consciousness. With his eyes slightly closed, he felt like an unparalleled driving prodigy, as if driving had become second nature to him. Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Various modes of transportation were now at his fingertips. He could effortlessly control airplanes, tanks, ships, and aircraft carriers. The items acquired through fishing were indeed extraordinary. After fully digesting the items, Yifeng opted to continue fishing. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 10 tomatoes. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 30 green beans. What is happening? Vegetables. Yifeng's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 10 large cucumbers. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 100 long eggplants. Yifeng's lips twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously? Is my hook thrown into a vegetable garden? Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 large iron yam. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 30 bunches of green celery. Alright, vegetables are still good. Yifeng could only console himself. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring a complete set of no stopping at the annual meeting. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 10 packs of C4 explosives. Has the pool changed? Explosives are quite nice. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 Desert Eagle pistol. Congratulations to the host for successful fishing. Acquiring 1 visual enhancement scroll. Fishing concluded. Yifeng's eyes radiated delight. A Desert Eagle pistol, a visual enhancement scroll. Ultimately, he managed to fish out 2 remarkable items. Item: Desert Eagle description. This Desert Eagle is an exceptionally powerful handgun, notable for its impressive range, accuracy, and firepower. Yifeng's eyes sparkled. Excellent. Yesterday, he had fished out bullets for a handgun, and today, he had caught the gun itself, perfectly complementing one another. Firearms remained formidable even against low-level supernatural beings. Yifeng took out the Desert Eagle, toyed with it in his hands, and then stored it in his spatial compartment. He glanced at the explosives he had previously fished out. Well, these might come in handy in the future. Yifeng turned his attention to the next item. Item: Visual Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description. Upon using this scroll, your vision will be enhanced to a certain degree. Vision enhancement. Strength, speed, stamina, spirit, vision. Yifeng smiled. He relished the steady and tangible sensation of becoming stronger. He retrieved the scroll, tore it open, and a stream of blue light flowed into his eyes. Yifeng felt a slight sting, slowly closing his eyes to adjust to the newfound power. After a while, he reopened his eyes, feeling as if the entire world had undergone a dramatic transformation. Looking around, every detail in the bathroom was vividly clear. The patterns on the tiles, the dust on the floor, the hair on the wooden comb. Everything was strikingly distinct, lively, and intriguing. Yifeng stepped out of the bathroom and into the living room. Approaching the window, he gazed out far and wide, through the crimson mist. He could see farther, the distant zombies' teeth, overturned vehicles, shattered glass. Everything seemed so close. Yifeng murmured to himself, "This sensation is wonderful." With fishing concluded and enhancements completed, Yifeng turned around. This moment, Lin Xiaoxiao had devoured all the food on the table. Heroes do not inquire about their origins. The quantity of food is irrelevant. Lin Xiaoxiao, satisfied and reclining in her chair, occupied most of the space with her voluptuous figure. Yifeng approached her from behind, gently lifting her silky black hair, and wrapped his arms around her delicate neck. Feeling Yifeng's warm breath, Lin Xiaoxiao tenderly grasped his large hand. Yifeng, I feel so happy, as if I'm dreaming. Am I not already dead? Is this beauty merely a fantasy before my demise? Lin Xiaoxiao's enchanting eyes were dreamy as she spoke softly. Silly girl, this is certainly not a dream, Feng chuckled. Effortlessly lifting Lin Xiaoxiao into his arms. 2.5 hours later, Feng lay on the sofa, his expression one of contentment. This is the way life should be lived. Feng sighed deeply. Turning to glance out the window, he noted that dusk had fallen. Xiaoxiao, can you cook? I can, but I'm not proficient. I can only prepare home-style dishes, Lin Xiaoxiao replied lazily, leaning against him. Feng felt a surge of delight. That's perfect. I just want some fresh vegetables. Lin Xiaoxiao froze momentarily, instinctively saying, Feng, where can one find fresh vegetables these days? Before she could finish her sentence, a multitude of vegetables appeared on the dining table in an instant. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, bell peppers. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, she stepped forward, casually picking up a cucumber. Wow, this is enormous and thick, so fresh and juicy. How did you manage this, Feng? Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. Although she knew Feng was a spatial ability user, the sudden appearance of the vegetables still sent a shiver down her spine. Feng smiled, offering no explanation. With a swish, green onions, ginger, garlic, and dried tofu appeared on the table. My heavens, these vegetables are incredibly fresh. They're practically as if they were just harvested. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Feng, how did you achieve this? Are you a creator? I would never have imagined I could eat such fresh vegetables. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Feng offered no further explanation, merely waving his hand gently to go cook now. I am truly hungry. Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten so much, Lin Xiaoxiao grumbled as she picked up the vegetables and headed to the kitchen. Feng reclined on the sofa, opening his phone to browse messages. Soon, a post caught his attention. Everyone, look, have the zombies mutated? Below the post, there was a short video lasting a few seconds. In the video, a 2-meter-tall zombie, covered in white fur, was gnawing and chewing on a corpse. My goodness, it's definitely a mutation. Zombies are mutating, and I still don't have any powers. Is there any hope for survival? Let it all end, haha. Feng's gaze flickered with surprise. In this timeline, mutated zombies had already appeared. In his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with survival to pay much attention to such news. Feng began searching online, discovering that he was not alone in encountering such zombies. There were strength-based mutated zombies, speed-based mutated zombies, and even mutated beasts. These zombies were significantly stronger than ordinary ones. Any average person encountering them would be awaiting their demise. Feng set down his phone, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Mutated zombies are the elite among zombies. If ordinary zombies produce crystal cores, they could be classified as first-tier ordinary zombies. Mutated zombies, on the other hand, are first-tier elite zombies with even greater strength. The most crucial aspect is that the crystal cores produced by mutated zombies are of immense value. At this stage, zombies are all zero-tier, with strength comparable to that of ordinary humans. The zero-tier ordinary zombies have not produced crystal cores. He wondered if these elite zombies possessed them. Was there any news of mutated zombies in Jiangxing? If so, he could venture to eliminate them. Feng searched again, but found no reports of mutated zombies in Jiangxing. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. It smells wonderful. This feeling is reminiscent of yesterday. Feng's nose twitched, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Soon, the dining table was filled with an array of dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumber salad, stir-fried carrots with ham, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and stir-fried dried tofu with green onions. The two sat down to dine. Delicious, Feng praised. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Feng, I know the food's flavor isn't great. I will strive to improve. She was well aware of her culinary skills. Feng didn't mind devouring most of the food. Lin Xiaoxiao had eaten too much earlier and could only manage a small portion now. After the meal, Feng retrieved the cherries he had fished out. A box of 10 pounds of cherries, plump and fresh with green stems. Come, let us enjoy some fruit after the meal, Feng said with a smile. Feng Gage, why did you wait so long to bring them out? I really can't eat any more right now, Lin Xiaoxiao playfully pouted. After eating some cherries, Feng and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the bedroom to rest together. Did I forget something? Feng furrowed his brow. Lin Xiaoxiao, like a clingy dumpling, pressed her delicate body against Feng, muttering softly, Feng, you will protect me, right? I will. Feng, you are so wonderful. Indeed. Feng casually responded. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao slipped into a deep slumber while Feng gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao's exquisite features, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. This girl is quite innocent and simple-minded, yet she possesses such contrasting qualities. Her personality, appearance, and figure are entirely mismatched. Feng turned over, settling into a comfortable position, ready to rest as well, that I should get some sleep too. However, an unsettling feeling lingered in Feng's mind, as if he had forgotten something important. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his thigh and sprang to his feet that, oh no, I've left Xiao Bai at home. Hastily donning his clothes, Feng dashed back to his residence on the 14th floor. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his husky, who wagged its tail and rushed towards him, expressing its grievances with a pitiful demeanor. Xiao Bai? Feng scooped it up in his arms and stored its dog food into his spatial storage. After taking a brief survey of the house to ensure nothing was amiss, he returned to his new abode with Xiao Bai in tow. Lin Xiaoxiao, utterly exhausted, was deep in slumber, while Feng's movements did not disturb her rest. He deposited Xiao Bai into the spare bedroom, providing it with a generous portion of treats, before returning to bed and slipping into a deep sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, a frantic voice pierced through Feng's dreams. Gidge, something's wrong. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was laced with urgency. What is it? Feng murmured, still groggy from sleep. Quickly, look outside. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed towards the window. Feng turned to gaze outside, only to find that the blood mist was even thicker than the day before. How could this be? Wasn't the blood mist supposed to dissipate over time? Lin Xiaoxiao's face was filled with anxiety. Feng stretched lazily, maintaining a calm demeanor as he reassured her. Xiaoxiao, do not fret. I shall handle everything. He had encountered such phenomena in his previous life. The blood mist actually contained energy that facilitated the formation of crystal cores in zombies. By the 7th day, some zombies would begin to generate these cores. And by the 10th day, there would be significant anomalies in the world, heralding the arrival of opportunities. Also, we have a new addition to our family, a dog. Lin Xiaoxiao, still in a state of panic, continued, but we have another dog now. Feng chuckled and explained, do not worry. That is my dog, Xiao Bai. I brought it home yesterday. Your task henceforth is to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. That's what it is. She patted her chest, assuring him, no problem. I can take good care of Xiao Bai. Feng cast a quick glance at her. Admiring the grandeur of her presence, Lin Xiaoxiao approached Xiao Bai and gently patted its head. So, your name is Xiao Bai? Woo! Xiao Bai, carefree as ever, quickly accepted its new mistress. Feng then picked up his phone to check the news. Upon awakening, he was met with startling revelations. Can anyone tell me what it means that the red mist is thickened? He laughed heartily. It means that I have awakened my supernatural abilities after a good night's sleep. The increase in supernatural beings was certainly no coincidence. In the future, not only would the number of supernatural beings rise, but mutated zombies would proliferate as well. According to later statistics, the population of Blue Star was 10 billion. With around 2 billion survivors, among the survivors, approximately 5% would awaken supernatural powers, indicating that there would be nearly 100 million supernatural beings across Blue Star. However, due to the gradual awakening of these powers over the course of a month, the actual number of survivors would be far less than 100 million. Feng continued to browse the news, frowning at the complaints flooding the internet. Why? Why am I not a supernatural being? My life is so miserable. Not a supernatural being. I have been out of food for 2 days, and now there's a power outage. I feel I am doomed. Who will save me? I am fair-skinned, beautiful, and talented in everything. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Bai engaged in playful antics before joining Feng to watch short videos. The content of these videos was shockingly audacious. Someone save me. I'm starving after 3 days. My wife and children have turned into zombies. What meaning does my life hold anymore? As Lin Xiaoxiao watched, her fear escalated, prompting her to burrow into Feng's embrace. Feng, do you think humanity has a future? Her beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Fear not. The sky will not fall. Feng smiled reassuringly. The current situation was merely an appetizer. The future would undoubtedly grow more dire. With mutated zombies, rampant beasts, mutated plants, ferocious creatures, oceanic beasts landing, and otherworldly realms encroaching upon them, humanity would face unprecedented challenges. However, humans are remarkably adaptable beings, and no matter how dire the circumstances, they would always find a way to survive. Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao got out of bed and freshened up. Xiaoxiao, shall we have this for breakfast? Yifeng retrieved 2 bags of wontons from his spatial storage and handed them to Lin Xiaoxiao. Wow, are these little wontons? How wonderful! Lin Xiaoxiao accepted the wontons, saliva practically dripping from her mouth. They are wontons, but they should suffice, right? Yifeng replied uncertainly. I'll go boil them, Lin Xiaoxiao said. Heading into the kitchen, Yifeng lounged lazily on the sofa, passing the time on his phone. With the blood mist thickening and zombies growing stronger, how would they survive? I'm going to die. A suspected mutated zombie just appeared in the corridor. We have a power outage here. Huh. You've just encountered a blackout. We lost power yesterday, and now our phones are dying. Reports of misfortune poured in from across the nation, and the online atmosphere was rife with discontent. Yifeng furrowed his brow. A power outage. Just days prior, only a few cities had experienced blackouts, but now, the number of affected areas was rising. This was not a good sign. In his previous life, when had Jiang City experienced a blackout? Yifeng pondered deeply. It should have been on the 10th day. A power outage was only a matter of time. Moreover, without a power supply, tap water, internet, and gas services would soon cease as well. The situation was bound to worsen. Yifeng's eyes flickered with determination as he contemplated his next steps. Without crystal cores, hunting zombies was futile, and the various opportunities from his past life had yet to manifest. Thus, it was prudent to venture out and gather more food in preparation for future hardships. In addition to food, he needed to collect essential supplies such as diesel generators, gasoline, diesel, medicines, clothing, and other necessities. Although the system provided ample resources, relying solely on it was fraught with unpredictability. After all, he had the storage space, so it was sensible to stock up. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Gidge, the wontons are ready. Come and eat. Lin Xiaoxiao emerged with 2 bowls of steaming wontons, the enticing scent of food filling the air. Yifeng sat down at the dining table, scooping a wonton into his mouth. The burst of flavor was delightful. Not bad, quite delicious, he exclaimed as he devoured the wontons. Lin Xiaoxiao, equally enthusiastic, relished her own bowl. For them, being able to enjoy this meal was a rare blessing. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Yifeng with eyes full of dependence. Who would have imagined that the civilization humanity once prided itself on could collapse in an instant? This seemingly ordinary bowl of wontons was a delicacy that 99% of humanity could no longer enjoy. They slurped down their 2 large bowls of wontons, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After their meal, Lin Xiaoxiao busied herself in the kitchen, her back turned to Yifeng, occasionally bending over. The apron struggled to conceal her ample curves. Yifeng approached her, speaking with a suggestive tone. Xiaoxiao, come here. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson. Yifeng produced an unopened pack of stockings from the Lebesai family. Here, put these on. I'm scared, she protested. Fear not. I shall be gentle. In the room, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her body grow weak. Her face flushed, her gaze dreamy. I'm so tired. It feels like my entire body is falling apart. I feel like I'm dying. My soul seems to be leaving my body. Yifeng, are you even human? This is utterly brutal. Yifeng, filled with triumphant pride, could not suppress the smile that blossomed upon his face. Lin Xiaoxiao incessantly jabbed her small fist against Yifeng's chest. Yifeng, what happened to your promised tenderness? I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than trust the deceitful words of a man. Yifeng lit a cigarette, beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. System notification. Event triggered. Reward. 10 baits added. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of delight. Another 10 baits? His heart swelled with joy. Expelling a puff of smoke, he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao in his embrace. Xiaoxiao. Currently, the situation seemed increasingly precarious. I have decided to venture out today to gather some useful supplies for us. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao shuddered, her beautiful eyes widening as she spoke anxiously. Yifeng, please don't go outside. The world out there is teeming with zombies. It's far too dangerous. After finally glimpsing a sliver of hope for survival, I truly do not wish to lose it. No. Yifeng resolutely declined. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaped forward, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist from behind, her voice trembling. Why, Feng, please don't leave me. Can you promise me that? Yifeng smiled gently. It will be fine. I know my limits. He reached out to caress her silky hair. Rest assured, I am even stronger than you can imagine, while the supplies remain unspoiled. I need to gather more for future needs. It's simply untenable for us to remain cooped up at home, but Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated, aware of the grave danger outside. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively and continued. Venturing out to fight is an inevitable reality. No one can evade it. You must acclimate. In the future, you may also have to step out to battle. I have made up my mind. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. Falling silent, Yi Feng's expression darkened as he playfully smacked her rear, feigning anger. Be obedient. Seeing Yi Feng's irritation, Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and finally conceded. All right then, Feng go. But you must promise to stay safe. If anything happens to you, I want to be able to go on. Yi Feng nodded, reassuring her. Don't worry, I will be just fine. However, after I leave, do not open the door for anyone, understood? I understand. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Yi Feng retrieved some food from his storage. Bread, instant noodles, and milk. Enough to sustain one person for about 20 days that I may not return today. Just in case. This is your ration. I am off. Yi Feng extinguished the cigarette and stepped outside. Yi Feng go. I'll be waiting for you at home. Lin Xiaoxiao called out loudly. Yi Feng did not look back, merely waving his hand to acknowledge her. In the hallway, Yi Feng moved with a light step. In this apocalyptic world, two things are of paramount importance. First, strength. Only with formidable power can one withstand all changes. Second, resources. Only by possessing a vast array of supplies can one survive and live freely in this wasteland. Yi Feng's outing today was solely to stockpile abundant resources. As he proceeded, two zombies lunged at him. Yi Feng found them somewhat familiar. After a brief reflection, he suddenly recalled that he had just taught these two a lesson the previous day. What a bunch of fools. They remember the taste, but not the pain. But such is the nature of zombies. Only the higher-tier mutated zombies exhibit any semblance of intelligence. Yi Feng dispatched the two zombies with a swift kick. Continuing down the corridor, just then, a system prompt appeared. System notification. Would you like to increase the difficulty of the daily task? Before Yi Feng lay two choices. Yes or no. He hesitated for only a second before decisively opting to increase the difficulty. In the next moment, the task refreshed. Daily task. Kill 20 zombies. Task reward. 20 baits. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. The task requirements have escalated, and so too have the rewards. This is a positive development. Arriving at the 6th floor, he found a horde of zombies blocking the staircase. With no path forward, Yi Feng's gaze turned sharp as he looked at the zombies. He retrieved his flame battle knife from his storage and swung it down. With a splatter, one zombie's head was severed cleanly, its body collapsing to the ground. Two more zombies charged at him. Yi Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending them sprawling. He pressed forward, slicing through the horde with precision. As he exited the unit door, he glanced at the task progress. 1120. Yi Feng's spirits lifted. He needed to kill just 9 more zombies to complete the task. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward towards the community entrance. The sky was overcast, a crimson mist enveloping the air. The community and the distant streets were swarming with terrifying zombies. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Feng noted that a dozen zombies were already in pursuit. He halted and turned to face them, ready to confront the challenge head-on. With a flurry of strikes, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Splat, splat. Several zombies had their heads sent soaring into the air, blood splattering the ground as their bodies fell. Yi Feng continued his relentless assault. In the distance, the horde erupted into chaos. The zombies clawed and fought to be the first to reach him. Yet, Yi Feng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, a blur as he charged into the throng of undead. Approaching the mass of zombies, Yi Feng clenched his right hand, gathering gray arcs of electricity that crackled in his palm. With a thunderous explosion, he unleashed a lightning ball that erupted forth. Boom! The shimmering gray arcs spread in all directions, filling the air with explosive sounds. The arcs of electricity surged, striking down all zombies that came into contact with the divine lightning, turning them to dust in an instant. The devastation intensified. Boom! The surrounding zombies surged towards Yi Feng like moss to a flame, only to be obliterated into fragments and ashes. The thunder roared, and the horde surged. This grand spectacle of battle caught the attention of survivors in the nearby buildings, who began to shout in alarm. Good heavens! It's lightning! Incredible! Someone save me! Mighty one with powers, save me! I'm willing to be your subordinate. Yi Feng, however, paid no heed to the cries for help around him. Save others? What could he do? How many could he save? And once he did, would he be obliged to take responsibility? He set aside the urge to help. Respecting the fate of others, Feng continued to unleash chaotic lightning strikes, decimating the swarm of zombies. However, soon he furrowed his brow. The energy was depleting far too quickly. His reserves were nearing their limit. Glancing at the task, he saw the progress. 2020, the task was already completed. Lifting his gaze, he observed that zombies continued to flood in. Feng drew his flame battle knife and activated the protective skill of his supreme divine ring. With a flash of golden light, Feng entered a state of invincibility for 100 seconds. Like a descending war god, he advanced into the horde, attacking relentlessly. The zombies' strikes fell upon him without effect, providing him the opportunity to slice through them with abandon. As heads rolled and bodies fell, Feng continued to reap his harvest. Kill, kill, kill. The sky and earth were shrouded in blood mist. Yet still, the zombies poured forth without end, surrounding Feng. This scene did not escape the notice of the onlookers. The lightning-wielding Esper was besieged by zombies. It seemed there were hundreds of them. He was destined for doom. Serves him right. What if he possesses powers? He was far too arrogant. The survivors, reveling in schadenfreude, exchanged their opinions. Below, waves of zombies continued to surge towards Feng. His invincible state had yet to dissipate. Kill, kill, kill. Feng, wielding a flaming battle blade, relentlessly swung his weapon, decimating the surrounding zombies with fervor, liberating his pent-up emotions that in his previous life, he had lived with utmost caution, treading on thin ice. Never had he engaged in such reckless abandon. The heads of the zombies flew through the air, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Yet, the number of zombies around him did not diminish. Instead, they multiplied, encircling him more and more. Feng found himself ensnared in a dire situation. The reckless tactics of the relentless crowd proved unexpectedly effective. Had I possessed only the chaotic divine thunder as my ability, I might have truly perished here. Fortunately, I am an all-round warrior. A faint smile graced Feng's lips. In the next moment, he bent his legs slightly and launched himself into the air, soaring several dozen meters away. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were still in a daze, Feng continued to sprint. Shaking off the relentless horde behind him. My speed and jumping ability utterly outclassed these zombies. This scene left onlookers in utter astonishment. My heavens. Is he even human? He just jumped away. Is that jumping? It's no different from flying. Damn it, other ability users don't act this absurdly. As Feng raced down the street, he quickly exited the residential area. However, moving through the streets meant that zombies would inevitably swarm towards him. Soon, a large group of zombies trailed behind him once more. After dispatching a few more zombies with his blade, Feng leaped several times, landing on another street. He casually selected an abandoned shop, dispatched the few zombies inside with a few swift strikes, and barricaded the door with debris. With a sigh of relief, Feng found a place to sit down. He clicked to claim his daily task reward. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 20 portions of bait. Task completed. Feng felt a rush of joy and opened his phone. In his messages, Lin Xiaoxiao's profile picture flashed repeatedly. Feng opened the message. I am afraid of disrupting your battle, so I want to contact you unless necessary. Make sure to talk to me when you have time, and stay safe. Feng chuckled and sent an OK emoji in response. Feng, did you know? A lightning ability user just appeared in our community. Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. That person is me. Feng smiled slightly and promptly replied. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth dropped open in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, she hurriedly continued. My goodness, you're a lightning ability user too? Space, divine blessing, thunder. You're just too powerful. How do you know everything? I've seen other ability users online, and none are like this. Lin Xiaoxiao was filled with excitement, her heart racing. Truly, he is my man.so impressive. Feng smiled modestly. By the way, Feng, our community group is buzzing because of you. Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. Feng raised an eyebrow and opened the community group chat. A flurry of messages flooded in. A lightning ability user, so strong. Let him show off. Now he is surrounded. He is doomed. How satisfying. What? He can still escape. This is absurd. He jumps too high. That damn ability user, watching someone die and doing nothing. To those on the upper floors, if you provoke him, what is stopping him from killing you? Indeed, times have changed. In this era of chaos, strength is everything. I envy this. I wish I could be an ability user too. Yifeng casually browsed through the messages before shutting his phone. Time to get down to business. With a thought, he activated the system. Completing the daily task rewarded him with 20 portions of bait. Coupled with the 10 portions awarded by the system in the morning, he now had 30 portions of bait, allowing him to fish 30 times. Yifeng mentally commanded, "System, let me fish." In the next moment, a notification from the system chimed. "Fishing in progress." Yifeng awaited eagerly. Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 100 bags of long-grain fragrant rice." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 5 Philips electric toothbrushes. Come on, give me something good." Yifeng sighed in exasperation. Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 DVDs of the movie The Shape of Water." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 1 rare item. Concealment necklace." A concealment necklace? Yifeng's eyes brightened. The name sounded like equipment. Could it be that he had drawn something valuable right from the start? Notification: "Fishing in progress." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 100 bags of kettle chips." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10,000 yuan." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 3 stainless steel screwdrivers." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 damaged copper wrenches." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing." What the hell? Yifeng's expression darkened. The chips are edible and plentiful, but what use is the currency? It's too hard for even toilet paper. And what about these tools? Did they fall into a construction company or a hardware store? System, give me something worthwhile. The system continued to chime. Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 5 electric drills." Notification: "Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained 10 angle grinders." Another heap of tools. Stop fishing. Yifeng could no longer contain himself, so the system is stuck with these renovation tools. You say they're useless? That's certainly not true, but I can obtain these items in reality. What Yifeng truly desired were extraordinary powers, items, skills, and abilities. After halting the fishing, Yifeng focused his thoughts and opened the panel. Bait. 8 portions. Yifeng stroked his chin. He decided to save these 8 fishing opportunities for later. Perhaps soon, fortune would smile upon him. Then, with another thought, Yifeng extracted the only useful item from this session. The concealment necklace. With a flash, a delicate necklace radiating a blue glow appeared in Yifeng's hand. He accessed the item details. Item: concealment necklace quality. Rare description: the concealment necklace possesses magical powers, allowing the wearer to absorb the aura of a specific group, rendering ordinary members of that group unable to see the necklace wearer. The necklace must come into contact with a member of the group for 5 minutes to absorb the aura. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. It truly is a valuable item. In his previous life, humanity had long established that zombies formed their own kind. If he could absorb the aura of a zombie with this necklace, wouldn't he be able to walk through the streets unnoticed by ordinary zombies? Yifeng glanced at the usage instructions, which indicated that he needed to make contact with a zombie for 5 minutes. This meant he had to get close to a zombie. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng moved aside the debris and stepped out of the shop. On the street, several zombies wandered aimlessly. Yifeng, quick as lightning, seized a pale zombie by the leg and dashed back. Boom! His actions naturally incited a riot among the nearby zombies. However, due to Yifeng's remarkable speed, as the other zombies began to react, he had already sprinted back into the shop, closed the door. Bang! 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 Outside, a throng of zombies furiously pounded on the door. After barricading it once more, Yifeng turned to the zombie he had captured. It was a female zombie, clad in a short black skirt and an OL white-collar outfit. With flowing locks that moment, she was snarling and clawing at him. Yifeng pulled out some rope and bound the captured zombie tightly. Roar! Yifeng frowned and approached, delivering 2 firm slaps. The white-collar zombie fell silent. Bewildered. What are you doing? She had never been struck by a man in her life. Here, a necklace for you, Yifeng remarked, satisfied as he adorned her with the necklace upon seeing her quiet down. However, moments later, roar, roar, roar. The white-collar zombies continued to howl incessantly. Yifeng paid them no mind, stepping aside to retrieve a packet of sunflower seeds while opening a short video to pass the time. He clicked on one video depicting the tragic death of parents seeking help. Another video showcased a neighbor's zombified child torturing its parents. Douyin had relaxed its review policies, allowing for anything to be filmed. I lack the heart to watch this, Feng sighed as he closed the video, filled with deep reflections. The era of unblemished white legs has irrevocably vanished. 5 minutes later, Feng swiftly dispatched the white-collar zombie with a single stroke. He removed a necklace, cleansing it with clear water before adorning it around his neck, pondering its efficacy. Rising, he accessed the map on his phone, methodically searching until he pinpointed his target. The largest shopping center in proximity was the Fortune Plaza. Feng's logic was straightforward. Shopping centers typically housed a large supermarket, which would undoubtedly be stocked with an abundance of supplies. Emptying the supermarket would alleviate his concerns over resources for the foreseeable future. With that, Feng opened the door and stepped out of the shop. The streets remained populated with wandering zombies, yet this time, they overlooked him as he stood among them, intentionally creating a commotion. He tossed a stone. A multitude of zombies raised their heads in unison, searching for the source of the sound, yet they still failed to detect Feng's presence. Approaching a robust zombie, he waved his hand in front of its face. Jesting, I stand right before you. Do I bear any resemblance to my former self? The zombie tilted its head in confusion, still oblivious to Feng. After a moment's thought, Feng delivered a powerful slap. The zombie spun 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. Naturally, he did not exert his full strength. A complete blow would have surely sent the zombie's head flying. In the next instant, the struck zombie angrily rose. Baring its bloodied maw and lunging at Feng. You can actually sense me. Feng swung his knife, severing the zombie's head. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that more zombies were converging upon him, their incessant howls growing restless. However, they remained unaware of Feng's presence. It appeared that only after he attacked a specific zombie would they become aware of him. This concealment necklace is indeed remarkable. Feng concluded his test, feeling quite satisfied. Move aside. What is this gathering for? Yes, I am referring to you. Step aside. Feng exclaimed with a haughty demeanor, shoving a few zombies aside as he maneuvered through the throng. It is time to set forth. Feng's toes touched the ground, propelling his body forward at an exhilarating pace. The towering buildings around him seemed to recede rapidly. In the air, he left behind a flurry of afterimages. On the street, only a cluster of bewildered zombies remained, looking around in confusion. Just then, he spotted a convenience store. Feng halted, observing that the street he occupied was relatively bustling, with an assortment of small supermarkets and convenience stores lining both sides. My supplies are dwindling. Perhaps I should replenish here. With this thought in mind, Feng entered the convenience store. Inside, several zombies roamed aimlessly, yet Feng managed to slip in undetected. "So much food," Feng exclaimed, delighting in the abundance. Though the store was modest in size, shelves lay toppled, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The floor was littered with an array of snacks, sausages, bread, instant noodles, jellies, and chips, alongside bottled water, beverages, milk, and canned fruits, every staple one might expect in a supermarket. With a heart brimming with joy, Feng unceremoniously stashed all these provisions, alongside the shelves, into his storage space. In a corner of the supermarket, he discovered some household items, dish detergent, laundry powder, seasonings, and salt. After a moment's contemplation, he added these essentials to his collection as well. Though inedible, such items were indispensable for a comfortable existence. As Feng gathered supplies, the few zombies wandering about grew increasingly agitated. They remained unaware of Feng, but sensed the dwindling goods around them, causing their unrest. A few zombies began to roar. What a nuisance. Feng drew his flaming battle knife and swiftly struck. Swoosh! Several zombie heads fell to the ground, their bodies collapsing as foul blood gushed forth. After eliminating the zombies, he continued to scour the store, ensuring he had not overlooked anything before finally departing. What a bountiful haul. Feng walked down the street, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In that case, I shall collect more? Over the next quarter hour, he encountered several more convenience stores, leaving no stone unturned as he emptied them all. A pharmacy. Feng mused. Medicines could very well prove invaluable in this apocalypse. With limitless storage space, it was wise to gather more. With this resolve, Feng made his way to the pharmacy. Upon entering, he was greeted by a blend of unpleasant odors and the sharp scent of disinfectant. Seems like some disinfectant has been spilled. Scanning the surroundings, he saw shelves brimming with various medications, the counter laden with bottles, alongside 2 zombies wandering about. With a flicker of thought, Feng made the numerous medications vanish from sight. Banlangen for colds, aspirin for pain relief, ibuprofen and acetaminophen for fevers, as well as gastrointestinal remedies like Weishu Ping and anti-inflammatory bile-clearing tablets. All were swiftly stored away at that moment. The 2 female zombies clad in white nurse uniforms sensed the diminishing stock and began to stir restlessly. Grr, they expressed their displeasure. What is happening? Where have the goods gone? Yet, they failed to perceive Feng's presence and could only pace anxiously in place, filled with frustration. The effectiveness of this concealment necklace is truly remarkable. Feng praised inwardly. Continuing forward, he found his path obstructed by a zombie in nurse attire. Feng placed a hand on the nurse zombie's chest, gently pushing her aside. The texture felt rather rigid. Feng couldn't help but reflect, continuing to gather medicines. The 2 zombies were left bewildered, utterly at a loss. Only through direct assault would the zombies become aware of Feng. Pushing them did not count as an attack. Beyond the therapeutic medications, he also collected skin ointments, eye drops, and eye creams, even acquiring feminine hygiene products like Fu Yin Jie and Wu Ji by Feng Wan. After thoroughly pillaging the pharmacy, he turned with satisfaction and departed. Once outside, Feng pressed onward with great speed. Before long, he stumbled upon yet another supermarket. This one was larger than the convenience stores he had previously raided, yet its entrance was locked. With a swift motion, Feng shattered the lock with his knife. Stepping inside the supermarket, ready to collect supplies, he suddenly paused. Raising an eyebrow at the sight before him, it seemed that the shelves were lacking in stock. And notably, there were no zombies in sight. Feng sensed something amiss. Straining to listen intently, in the corner, he detected an extremely faint sound of breathing. Could there be survivors? Feng furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he feigned ignorance and commenced rummaging for supplies. Feng's thoughts shifted. A plethora of resources was swiftly transported into his spatial storage. He could hardly be bothered to conceal the existence of his storage space. After all, it seemed that the news of ability users was widespread, with various abilities manifesting in a myriad of forms. Long, as Feng proclaimed himself as a spatial ability user, he would arouse no suspicion, thus preserving the secrecy of his system. Swish, swish, swish. As Feng continued to gather supplies, shelves diminished one after another. He gradually approached the hiding place of a survivor. The thought crossed his mind, and a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he deliberately exposed a flaw. Turning his back to the concealed individual, suddenly, the person's breathing became hurried. In the next moment, a furious shout rang out. "You will die!" Within the supermarket, a middle-aged man wielding a fire axe swung it fiercely at Feng. Feng, having anticipated the attack, elegantly dodged the man's strike with a swift movement, followed by a powerful kick. Although he did not exert his full strength, the force of Feng's kick sent the man flying several meters away. Thud! The man crashed heavily to the ground, the fire axe slipping from his grasp. Feng drew out his fiery blade, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the man who had ambushed him. Oh no! The man, momentarily dazed from Feng's kick, lay on the ground groaning in pain. As Feng approached, the man regained his senses and, upon catching sight of Feng brandishing the sharp blade, was filled with terror. This sight sent shivers down his spine, and he hastily knelt in supplication. "Big brother, I beg you spare me. I was blinded by folly." The man, appearing middle-aged, with a sharp face and gaunt features, wept profusely. Feng raised the fiery blade, his voice laced with menace. "I haven't wronged you. Have I? Why then did you attempt to ambush me?" The man's pallor deepened, his body trembling uncontrollably as he fervently explained, "Big brother, it was my fault. I am the owner of this supermarket. All the supplies within belong to me. I feared you would come to steal them. This supermarket belongs to you?" Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yes, it is mine," the man quickly affirmed. Feng contemplated this revelation, though in truth, the man was lying. He was merely a customer, not the proprietor. When the apocalypse struck, only he and a female clerk remained in the store. Fortunately, neither had succumbed to zombification. With the resources available in the supermarket, they had no need to worry about food. However, a rift had formed between them. The female clerk wished to assist other survivors, inviting them into the supermarket since the supplies were ample. The middle-aged man vehemently opposed, berating her as a do-gooder. Eventually, he ambushed the clerk, binding her, and ultimately, he cruelly murdered her, claiming the supermarket for himself. Yet, Feng was oblivious to these events. The man continued to plead, "This is my supermarket. I feared you would seize my supplies." And in a moment of madness, I struck out. "Please forgive me." The man's body quaked as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Feng chuckled lightly. "So, all the supplies in this supermarket are indeed yours." "No, no. I am willing to gift this supermarket to you. From this moment on, you are its master," the middle-aged man said, his face painted with obsequiousness. Feng stroked his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth and knelt. Knocking his head against the ground, "I am willing to serve you, to be your dog, pleading for your forgiveness." After a moment of contemplation, Feng replied, "In that case, I shall spare you." The man immediately exhibited unbridled joy. "But to spare you is impossible." Feng's tone shifted, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Huh." The man's smile abruptly froze on his face. Feng regarded the man and the malevolent aura he exuded, slowly stating, "I shall grant you a swift end." The man felt a chilling dread envelop him, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "No, please spare my life." Feng's expression remained impassive, indifferent to the man's pleas. "No, no, I will fight you." The man's visage contorted with rage as he swung his fists toward Feng. With a mere flick of his finger, Feng summoned a flash of lightning. Boom! The man's body stiffened abruptly, a look of terror flooding his eyes. In the next instant, his form shattered into fine particles, dissipating into nothingness, adaptable and decisive. "Alas, you encountered me." Feng began to collect the resources in the vicinity. The supplies within this supermarket were plentiful. Even after the middle-aged man had utilized some, they greatly exceeded those found in previous convenience stores. Bottled water, biscuits, instant noodles, and canned goods were all absorbed into his spatial storage. Upon exiting the supermarket, Feng continued his journey, resolute in his pursuit of more supplies. At a gas station, he gathered various types of gasoline and diesel, packing them away. At an ice cream shop, everything was taken. In a CAF, he cleared it out entirely. Spices and condiments were swiftly removed. Hardware stores, lingerie shops, bubble tea stores, and hot pot restaurants were all emptied, leaving no table unclaimed. Feng reveled in his plunder, filled with exuberance. After a significant duration, he gradually ceased his activities. The absorption of resources into his spatial storage required mental energy. After his extensive gathering, Feng felt somewhat fatigued. Furthermore, the city was brimming with small shops, and the time spent methodically raiding each one felt rather wasteful. He had grown somewhat dissatisfied with minor skirmishes. Disregarding the smaller targets along the way, he resolved to head to the larger supermarket instead. Soon, Feng had made up his mind. However, simply running directly there seemed rather foolish. Driving was also unfeasible. The bustling city center was overrun with zombies and abandoned cars. Certain roads were completely blocked, rendering vehicular travel impossible. Yet, the inconvenience of driving did not preclude the use of alternative modes of transport. Feng proceeded, stopping intermittently, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Soon, his eyes lit up. On the roadside lay a fallen electric scooter, its condition seemingly intact. This was perfect. It was just right for the current situation. Approaching the electric scooter, Feng discovered the keys still hanging from it. He lifted it up and started the vehicle. Everything functioned flawlessly, and the scooter even had a considerable charge. Feng nodded in satisfaction, mounted the scooter, humming a tune as he set off. Riding my beloved little scooter, I shall never encounter traffic. Feng maintained his speed, weaving effortlessly among the multitude of cars and zombies. At times he would swerve in an S shape, at other times in a Z shape. Occasionally, he would honk the horn, producing 2 short beeps. The zombies, oblivious to Feng's presence, could only flail about like headless chickens, their large heads filled with confusion. Feng's audacious actions went unnoticed by the zombies. However, the humans were keenly aware. Numerous survivors witnessed his behavior, their astonishment palpable. "What the heck? How's this person doing this? Why aren't the zombies attacking him? This is so unfair." I creep downstairs and even a small sound sends the zombies into a frenzy. Indeed, how can he be so brazen? Just riding a little electric scooter and honking the horn occasionally, and the zombies don't bat an eye. Some even recorded videos and posted them on the city forum. instantly igniting a wave of discussion. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, it defies all scientific reasoning. Those upstairs, zombies are everywhere. We have abilities now, and yet you're still talking about science. What a remarkable individual. As an ability user, I tread cautiously among zombies. If I ever stumbled into a horde, it would mean certain doom. Is it possible he too possesses an ability, but one not related to combat, rather a hidden skill? Goodness, that is entirely plausible. Online discussions abound. As Feng continued his relentless journey down the street, he was not entirely devoid of pleas for help from other survivors along the way. Nevertheless, Feng chose to ignore them all. As the saying goes, each sweeps the snow in front of their own door, and cares not for the frost on others' roofs. Just as Feng nonchalantly rode his small electric scooter, a glimmer of hope ignited within a small room on the 4th floor of a building beside the street. The girl, named Lin Xiaoxiao, was a somewhat well-known internet celebrity. Since the apocalypse had descended, she had remained hidden within her abode. However, with her food supplies dwindling, she was compelled to contemplate her next steps. By a stroke of luck, she happened upon a video of Feng while scrolling through the city forum. In a moment of indignation, she turned and beheld Feng riding his scooter, heading in her direction. Excitement surged through her. He must be the fabled ability user, although not a combat-oriented one. Possessing the capability to render himself invisible to zombies was still quite impressive. Perhaps he could offer her protection, or at the very least, some food. He would be the perfect candidate for a temporary boyfriend. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly leaned out of her window, striving to showcase her ample bosom, anxiously calling out, "Brother, handsome brother, could you possibly save me? If you rescue me, I might consider being your girlfriend." "Little brother?" Lin Xiaoxiao called out sweetly a few more times, yet still failed to capture Feng's attention. Suddenly, her cries attracted a horde of zombies to gather beneath her building. The relentless moans of the undead caused her to jump in alarm. Frustrated, she continued to shout a few more times. But Feng remained unresponsive, her brow furrowed, and her expression soured. "Little brother? Hey, can't you hear me? I'm asking you to save me. Are you deaf?" Feng still did not spare her a glance. Throughout his journey, he had encountered countless desperate pleas for help. Far too many to count. He had neither the inclination nor the capacity to assist, seeing that Feng continued to disregard her. Lin Xiaoxiao's anger flared. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Fine, fine, so you choose to ignore me." Scanning her surroundings, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she grabbed a stool from her home and returned to the window. With great force, she hurled the stool in Feng's direction. It soared through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground with a resounding crack, shattering upon impact and drawing the attention of the nearby zombies. The horde surged forward, pressing in on Feng, who found himself encircled and unable to advance. Frowning, he pressed the brakes. A throng of zombies surrounded him, restless and scanning their surroundings. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to his presence. Lin Xiaoxiao was elated. The zombies truly did not attack Feng. It seemed this man possessed some genuine abilities, making him somewhat worthy of her attention. "Little brother," Lin Xiaoxiao called out sweetly. This time, Feng looked up, his gaze icy as it fell upon the internet celebrity, Lin Xiaoxiao. "Did you throw that stool?" Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, thrilled to have finally captured Feng's attention. Surely, with her stunning looks, he would be captivated. "Yes, indeed. I saw you ignoring me. Handsome brother, please come to my rescue. I would be willing to date you." She accentuated her ample bosom, deliberately revealing her fair collarbone and a hint of her snowy cleavage. Feng glanced at her. She possessed some charm, but compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, she paled in comparison. Coldly, he uttered 3 words. "You are unworthy." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She was stunned. How could she not believe her ears? Who was she? She had once been the class beauty, known as the super beautiful girl, Lin Xiaoxiao. Now, she was a somewhat famous internet celebrity with a following of 200,000 fans that Tob rejected after offering herself up. How could he say she was unworthy? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at herself in disbelief. "Yes, unworthy. Even if you were to beg, I would disdain you." Feng scoffed. Disdain? Lin Xiaoxiao was instantly infuriated. When had she ever faced such contempt? She was furious. "Huh, you say I am unworthy. How laughable. Are you blind?" Lin Xiaoxiao seethed, her rage boiling over. "You think I would want you?" Lin Xiaoxiao was beside herself with anger, cursing vehemently. Disgusting, inadequate man, truly pathetic. A lowly loser who has merely awakened a paltry ability. Thinking he is something special, Feng found himself amused by her tirade, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. It had been several days since the apocalypse began, and he had assumed that all survivors would have gained some sense. Yet, here was someone actively seeking their demise. Very well. I shall indulge you. Feng smirked coldly. With a mere thought, a handgun materialized in his hand. The Desert Eagle. Meanwhile, Li Yueqi leaned against the window, her hands propped up as she continued to hurl insults at Feng. Inadequate man. You think you can say that to me, disgusting man? What poor taste you have. Li Yueqi spat, her words flying. Feng readied his weapon, chambering a bullet and adjusting his aim. He pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Li Yueqi's silicone chest with a sickening pop. Ah! Li Yueqi shrieked, momentarily paralyzed with shock. She could not comprehend what had just occurred, her mouth agape as she continued to move. Bang! Bang! Feng ruthlessly fired 2 more shots, each bullet piercing through her hands. Ah! Agonizing pain surged through her, and she screamed. Simultaneously, her balance faltered, and she tumbled from the window, crashing down amidst the horde of zombies below. Ah! Her heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air. The zombies, having nothing to do, were overjoyed to see a meal fall from the sky, and they rushed towards her, gnashing their teeth at no, 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 please. Li Yueqi initially shrieked in terror. But her voice gradually faded as the zombies tore into her, reducing her to a bloody pulp. The scene was gruesome and chaotic. Feng smiled indifferently, watching as Li Yueqi met her demise. He then holstered his handgun and rode away on his scooter. He felt no guilt for ending Li Yueqi's life. After all, fools like her would not survive long. By eliminating her, he had merely paved the way for her, sparing her from further suffering in this world. From this perspective, he considered himself quite benevolent. As he continued on his journey, Feng soon spotted a police station in the distance. A police station. He contemplated whether he should investigate. Within the precinct of the police station, the likelihood of firearms being present was exceedingly high. Reflecting upon the formidable power of the Desert Eagle, Feng resolved to investigate further. Acquiring some weaponry would undoubtedly prove advantageous. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were, in fact, more effective than many supernatural abilities. Stockpiling weapons bore no inherent detriment, even if he had no use for them himself. They could be of service to others. Yet, he pondered, would there still be any police officers remaining? In the midst of the apocalypse, the dynamics within a police station typically manifested in 3 scenarios. The first scenario entailed the police maintaining dominion, thereby upholding order. The second involved criminals seizing control, transforming the station into a den of iniquity. The third scenario saw zombies in command, leaving no survivors within the precinct. Each of these situations was plausible, and Feng found himself curious as to which he might encounter. Without further contemplation, he made his way towards the police station. Upon entering the spacious hall, he observed 4 tattooed men languidly exhaling smoke, engaging in aimless banter. This apocalypse has arrived at the most opportune moment, one exclaimed. Indeed, this is our world. That woman from yesterday was utterly ungrateful. She ultimately succumbed to the might of Scarface's gun. Alas, our revelry from yesterday was cut short when she met her demise, lamented one of the Scarface men, chuckling. Fear not, Wang-san has messaged me. He has procured 3 exceptional firearms and will return shortly. He claims they are truly remarkable. Is that true, brother? The other 3 subordinates perked up at the news. Scarface, with an air of arrogance, assured them. Is there any doubt? The apocalypse is our paradise. Women are ours to choose. Follow me, and I guarantee you shall rise above the rest. In response, the 3 subordinates nodded eagerly, their expressions fawning. Our leader is wise and formidable. They declared that we shall certainly follow you. It became apparent that following the onset of the apocalypse, the majority of the police officers within the station had transformed into zombies, a staggering 80% lost. The situation had descended into utter chaos. The criminals, temporarily confined within, took advantage of the turmoil. Led by Scarface, Xia Wendong, to seize firearms and subdue the remaining officers, establishing dominance over the precinct. As the apocalypse intensified, with zombies rampant and societal order collapsing, these criminals further descended into madness, ruthlessly executing the captured officers. Scarface, Xia Wendong, emerged as their leader, forming an 8-member gang using the police station as their stronghold. They divided into 2 teams, alternating in scavenging for supplies. One team was led by Scarface, while the other was commanded by Huang Wenlong. Whenever they encountered survivors, the men were slain, while the women were either deceived or forcibly taken back to their lair for their depraved amusement. As the men engaged in their idle chatter, the four outlaws returned, laden with firearms and supplies. "Boss, we are back," proclaimed the leader, Huang Wenlong, his striking features framed by his yellow hair. They also escorted one man and two women. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and disheveled hair, bore the appearance of a refined scoundrel. The two women included a stunning young mother with an alluring figure and a youthful girl whose charm was endearing. That moment, all three wore expressions of sheer terror. Bound by tape with their mouths sealed, rendering them voiceless, Scarface, Xiao Wendong, furrowed his brow in displeasure. "Did we not agree to execute the men?" Huang Wenlong, grinning lasciviously, replied, "Boss, you know me. This man is of particular significance. He is not only the husband of the young mother, but also the brother of the girl. His presence may enhance our enjoyment." With a lascivious chuckle, Huang Wenlong's expression was lecherous, and the other subordinates shared knowing laughs. Scarface waved his hand in resignation. "As you wished." He then scrutinized the two women before nodding in approval. "Have these two take a bath. Their odors are rather overwhelming, and I must have the first choice." "None shall vie for my prize." The subordinates erupted in laughter. "Naturally, boss, you go first." "Indeed, the boss feasts while we partake of the broth." They jested shamelessly. The two women, faces pale with fear, were ushered into the bathroom, leaving the bespectacled man trembling in terror. Huang Wenlong approached the man, his gaze piercing. Scarface, Xiao Wendong, frowned slightly, expressing his distaste. "Hurry up. We cannot leave any loose ends. Dispose of him immediately after use." Huang Wenlong, with a wicked grin, assured, "Rest easy. I shall be swift." He removed the tape from the man's mouth and leaned in, extending a hand towards him. The handsome man finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face contorting in revulsion. "No. Get away from me. My father is a bank president. I can offer you vast sums of money. Please spare me." Huang Wenlong, filled with disdain, mocked. "What does money matter now? It is nothing more than worthless paper." The handsome man struggled desperately. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed the unfolding scene from the shadows. Yi Feng approached the police station. He fortuitously encountered the returning quartet, adorned with tattoos and armed, their language laced with vulgarity, as they escorted their captives. Instantly, he deduced that the criminals had assumed control of the precinct. He stealthily followed them inside, concealing himself to observe. Upon recognizing several familiar faces in the hall, Yi Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lin Xiaoxiao, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. How intriguing." He recognized many present. The bound handsome man was Lin Xiaoxiao, a leader of a small faction with the ability to release toxic mist. He also had a beautiful wife and an adorable sister, both endowed with powers. As for Scarface, Xiao Wendong, he too wielded abilities and led a faction. Yi Feng was unfamiliar with Huang Wenlong, likely having perished in the past. With this realization, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. He would never have guessed that such a modest police station could harbor so many acquaintances. He shared a tumultuous history with both Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Wendong. A previous confrontation with Lin Xiaoxiao had left him scarred by the toxic mist. He had also been exploited by Xiao Wendong's crew during a trade, forced to swallow his anger. However, circumstances had changed. A cold smile graced Yi Feng's lips. If he had not encountered them, it would have been one thing. But now that fate had brought them together, he would leave no one alive. Yi Feng watched with cold detachment as Huang Wenlong advanced. A spectacle of dogs biting dogs unfolding before him. Yi Feng watched with great interest. Inside the police station, 10 minutes later, the grand performance came to an end. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze was vacant, as if he had lost all will to live. At that moment, two women who had just bathed were brought out. The men's eyes and attendants all lit up. The two women, fresh from their baths, were both strikingly beautiful. The alluring young matron, exuding an air of sophistication, had fair skin and a voluptuous figure. She was Lin Xiaoxiao's wife, named Song Yaji. The charming young girl, with a pure aura and youthful vibrance, also possessed an admirable physique. She was Lin Xiaoxiao's sister, named Li Qingyan. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. These two women later awakened their supernatural abilities, becoming invaluable aids to Li Xing in a previous life. Both women were the objects of envy for Li Yiting, Yi Feng's girlfriend. They lived lavishly, Never wanting for anything, Li Yiting had complained on numerous occasions about when Yi Feng would allow her to live as freely as Song Yaji, deeming it a mark of true manhood. Upon reflecting on this, a smirk graced Yi Feng's lips. He never imagined that Li Xiaoxiao, along with his wife and sister, had faced such dire circumstances. Indeed, everyone harbors an unseemly past. No wonder he had heard of the deep-seated enmity between Li Xiaoxiao and Xie Wendong in his previous life. Yet, he was left wondering how Li Xiaoxiao had managed to escape back. Then a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Feng's eyes. Inside the room, the scarred-faced Xie Wendong gazed greedily at Song Yaji and Li Qingyan. He was incessantly swallowing, inching closer to the two women. Haha, truly exquisite beauties. Song Yaji and Li Qingyan trembled, their faces marked by panic. Husband, save me. Don't come any closer. Scarred-faced Xie Wendong wore a lewd grin. Go ahead and scream. Scream until your throats are raw. No one will come to your rescue. Following that, he lunged at them like a famished tiger. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. The cries of women pierced the air. Meanwhile, hearing his wife's cries, Li Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes widened with rage, and he cursed vehemently. You bunch of scum! Beasts! Let go of my wife! Let go of my sister! If you have the guts, come at me. Wang Wendong stepped forward, appearing before the man with a sinister grin, saying, If it's coming at you, then it shall. Little darling, you've got quite the backbone. Li Xiaoxiao was startled to see Wang Wendong approaching. His body involuntarily shuddered, and he quickly clamped his legs together, displaying a look of terror as he shouted, And no, don't come any closer. Wang Wendong brandished a pistol, aiming it at Li Xiaoxiao, and with a tone of feigned regret. He remarked, You're quite slick. I find that appealing. Unfortunately, my boss believes we don't need any other men here, so it seems I must bid you farewell. Wang Wendong's tone was flippant. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao trembled uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. And no, don't kill me. I can join you. I beg you, spare me. Wang Wendong snickered disdainfully. We don't need cowards like you. As for your wife and sister, my boss and brothers will take good care of them. As he spoke, Wang Wendong prepared to pull the trigger and no. Don't. I can serve you, the man shouted urgently. Wang Wendong, with a conflicted expression, turned to look at the scarred face, only to find his boss Xie Wendong already raising his gun. Too preoccupied to pay him any heed. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Wang Wendong shrugged and sneered. My boss says no. Sorry about that. Ah, Li Xiaoxiao screamed in terror, losing control of his bodily functions, yellow and white fluids spilling forth. And no, Wang Wendong frowned, his finger twitching. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, in the next moment, a stone flew through the air at high speed, piercing through Wang Wendong's hand, with a splatter of blood. The gun fell to the ground. Wang Wendong howled in agony, feeling a searing pain. Who is it? What is happening? With this sudden turn of events, Xie Wendong scrambled off the women, hurriedly drawing his gun. The other 6 henchmen also bore expressions of panic, hastily raising their guns and getting into defensive positions. Outside, Yi Feng stepped forward leisurely. Taking personal vengeance felt exhilarating. Yi Feng's gaze was playful as he surveyed the scene. Ah, what a splendid show! Li Xiaoxiao, feeling as if he had been reborn, urgently cried out for help. Brother, save me, help! Meanwhile, Song Yaji and Li Qingyan seized the opportunity to escape into the bathroom, huddling in a corner. Trembling in fear, Wang Wendong's hand bled profusely, and he broke out in cold sweat, his face twisted in rage as he bellowed. Ah, my hand! Kill him! Boss! Avenge me! Scarred-faced Xie Wendong, decisive as ever, had already raised his gun to shoot before Wang Wendong even finished speaking. Whoever you are, die! He shouted, pulling the trigger. Open fire, everyone! Xie Wendong's face twisted with malice as he squeezed the trigger. With his spell interrupted, his fury was immense. His henchmen raised their guns in unison, aiming at Yi Feng. Shoot! Kill him! Bang 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 bang. Bullets flew, aimed at Yi Feng's body. Xie Wendong was filled with confidence, and his subordinates wore victorious grins that in their eyes. Yi Feng was destined to be riddled with bullets. Yet in the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief that a golden glow enveloped Yi Feng. All the bullets that struck him were deflected by this golden radiance, leaving him unharmed. What the hell? Damn it. This is impossible. My God, is it an indestructible shield? Panic filled the room as disbelief clouded their eyes. Xie Wendong was equally shaken, his eyes bulging. However, some quick-witted thugs shouted in surprise. My heavens, such abilities exist in this world. Realization dawned upon them. It was a supernatural ability, a defensive supernatural ability. Yi Feng, bathed in golden light, stepped forward, resembling a war god. The gangsters turned pale, trembling in fear. Boss, what do we do? He's an ability user. What kind of ability is this? It's over. It's over. Xiao Wendong took a deep breath. Forcing a smile, he bent slightly, speaking respectfully. My friend, I must apologize for my earlier loudness. I was too impulsive. Before the scarred face could finish, Yi Feng interrupted. Did you enjoy shooting me earlier? Now it's my turn. With his words, a desert eagle materialized in his hand. Xiao Wendong's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising his gun to fire. Simultaneously, Yi Feng decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets soared forth. The bullet aimed at Yi Feng was deflected by his protective golden light, while the bullet aimed at Xiao Wendong struck true, piercing his forehead. Blood splattered. Xiao Wendong's eyes widened. His forehead gaping, his body slowly collapsing, he died uneasily, with only one thought in his mind. It's a cheat. Xiao Wendong was dead. Inside the police station, chaos erupted. Oh my god. Heavens, it's over. The boss is done for. The remaining 6 small-time thugs, witnessing the scene, immediately scattered and panicked. It wasn't that they lacked courage. It was simply that they were powerless. They were being shot down one by one. They couldn't even touch the other side. How on earth could they fight back? It's a cheat. We can't fight back at all. Run. Run. Yi Feng observed the disheveled gangsters, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He transformed into a sharpshooter, pulling the trigger continuously. A barrage of bullets erupted forth. Bang, 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 bang. 1 shot, 1 kill, all headshots. 6 bandits lay lifeless on the ground. That marksmanship is truly exceptional. Yi Feng felt a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. With the enhancement from the shooting mastery scroll, he had completely transformed into a sharpshooter. Wait, there's still one left alive. Yi Feng turned around. Momentarily taken aback, he beheld Huang Wenlong, pallid and trembling, pressing a dagger against Li Shihao's throat with his uninjured hand. With a facade of bravado, he shouted frantically, "You came to save him, didn't you? Look closely. I have this pretty boy in my grasp." Huang Wenlong cautiously concealed himself behind Li Shihao, enduring excruciating pain as he continued to threaten loudly. "Let me go now. I have a hostage. If you dare shoot, I will kill him." At that moment, Li Shihao, the hostage, was filled with terror, exclaiming hastily, "Brother, don't shoot. Save me, please." Yi Feng was bemused. What is going on? Save him. A series of question marks filled his mind. Upon realizing the absurdity, he nearly burst into laughter. Huang Wenlong truly believed he was there to rescue Li Shihao. How amusing. Yi Feng relaxed in his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied. "Little Huang, I think you've misunderstood something. I was merely passing by, acquiring some weapons. My earlier intervention was merely a whim, to observe how the plot unfolds. After all, I am quite curious as to how he survived and awakened his powers." Huang Wenlong, unable to comprehend Yi Feng's words, wore an expression of disbelief and continued to shout, "Shut up, don't deceive me. Right now, put down the handgun, and if you dare approach me, he dies." Yi Feng smirked, nearly laughing aloud as he toyed with the desert eagle in his grasp. "Heh. I refuse to put it down. I'm just playing." Occasionally, he aimed the gun at Huang Wenlong, causing both Huang Wenlong and Li Shihao to feel a surge of fear. Just as Huang Wenlong's dread deepened, Yi Feng suddenly caught sight of a plume of inky black smoke emanating from between Li Shihao's fingers. Oblivious to this, Huang Wenlong continued to yell. The next moment, a furious roar erupted. Die! Li Shihao, engulfed in black smoke, abruptly turned and pressed his palm against Huang Wenlong's face. Sizzle! The toxic black mist swiftly corroded Huang Wenlong's visage. No! No! Huang Wenlong screamed in agony, quickly falling silent. Mere seconds later, he succumbed to the toxic fumes. Oh, this is the power of the poisonous mist. Yi Feng recalled his previous life, where he too had been corroded by this very mist, leaving him with permanent scars. That a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. After Li Shihao dispatched Huang Wenlong, he stared blankly at his palm. Did I do this? I've become a superhuman. A rare level power. Li Shihao was instantly overtaken by excitement and arrogance. This is exhilarating. I am a superhuman. Ha ha ha. With this ability, I, Li Xiaoxiao shall soar to great heights. Yi Feng nodded, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You've awakened your powers, and of the rare variety. Congratulations. Li Xiaoxiao gradually calmed down, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze as he turned to Yi Feng, then forced a smile. Benefactor, you are my savior. What is your name? I will surely repay you. Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Li Xiaoxiao, having survived such peril and awakened your powers, you must be in quite high spirits, yes. Li Xiaoxiao instinctively nodded, his face alight with joy. Of course, I'm absolutely thrilled right now, haha. He couldn't help but laugh again. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, a bolt of gray lightning struck down, hitting Li Xiaoxiao squarely on the head. Ah! Li Xiaoxiao cried out in horror, his smile freezing. Yi Feng smiled faintly. You celebrated too soon. Li Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with confusion. He could not comprehend what was happening. A gentle breeze swept through. Rustle, his body disintegrated into fragments. Li Xiaoxiao was dead. One lightning strike, and the matter was resolved. Yi Feng chuckled in satisfaction. Li Xiaoxiao's final moments also clarified Yi Feng's suspicions. In his previous life, Li Xiaoxiao likely experienced a last-minute surge of power, awakening his toxic mist ability and retaliating against Huang Wenlong, saving his wife and sister in the process, narrowly escaping death. Having avenged himself, Yi Feng felt elated. Surveying the scene, he noted that all enemies had perished. Yi Feng collected the handguns scattered across the ground into his storage space. After tidying the battlefield, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Handguns are quite commendable in the early apocalypse. Just then, a soft, delicate voice interrupted. Excuse me, are you a rescue worker? Yi Feng looked up to see two women cautiously emerging from the bathroom, a young woman and a teenage girl. Both were disheveled, their fair skin exposed in large patches. Upon seeing the remnants on the ground, sorrow flickered in their eyes. Yi Feng recognized that the two women were Li Xiaoxiao's wife, Song Yaji, and his sister, Li Qingyin. Both were beauties and, in his previous life, also possessed abilities. They were quite promising individuals. Yi Feng sensed no malicious intent from them. I am not a rescue worker, nor do I intend to save you. With that, Yi Feng ignored them and strode deeper into the police station. Left behind, the two women exchanged bewildered glances, gazing at the bloody chaos around them. Utterly helpless, Yi Feng entered the building, beginning to scavenge the police station. Inside the gun safe, he found more handguns and rifles. But unfortunately, it was locked without a code. A bolt of lightning struck. The safe was instantly destroyed, emitting smoke. Yi Feng quickly collected the handguns and rifles within into his storage space. He continued his search. Here are 3 boxes of ammunition. Excellent. I'll take them. Brand new tactical uniforms and vests. Those too. What about these powerful flashlights and stun batons? I'll take those as well. Yi Feng swept through the police station, collecting everything in sight, including batons, handcuffs, combat boots, thigh holsters, bulletproof vests, riot shields, and even tear gas guns and spray. Yi Feng was uncertain of their utility, but since his storage space was limitless, he simply collected all he could. Before long, he had nearly emptied the entire police station. When he returned to the entrance, the two women had dressed and adorned themselves attractively, waiting there for some time. Please wait. Yi Feng cast a casual glance at them. A hint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Sir, we implore you to take us with you. That if we remain here alone, we will surely perish. Their eyes were red from crying, exuding an air of vulnerability, as if they had made a resolute decision. Yi Feng felt a twinge of melancholy and sighed inwardly. Two beautiful women, soon to be superhumans as well. What a pity! A hint of regret crossed Yi Feng's lips as he remarked. What a shame for both of you. Upon hearing this, the women looked bewildered, their expressions blank. Li Qingyin lowered her gaze, at a loss for words. Song Yaji forced a smile, cautiously asking, Sir, what do you mean? You saved us. Yi Feng interrupted them. Are you seeking revenge for Li Xiaoxiao? The moment the words left his mouth, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor cold as he declared. Enough, right and wrong are irrelevant. With a flick of his wrist, thunder rumbled. 2 arcs of gray electricity descended. No, the two women displayed expressions of panic, their faces frozen in shock. In the next instant, their delicate forms were reduced to mere powder. Yi Feng's eyes remained as tranquil as still water. Initially, he had no intention of killing the two women. However, after thoroughly ransacking the police station, he discovered just before leaving that the women harbored considerable malice towards him. The lack of an initial perception of this malice may have stemmed from their not witnessing Lin Xiaoxiao's death firsthand or failing to comprehend the situation. Yet, it was evident that they must have guessed that I was responsible for Lin Xiaoxiao's demise, thus generating their hatred. It was all a manifestation of red malice, clearly indicative of a desire for revenge. How could I allow them to remain alive? Feng chuckled softly and turned away. In this apocalyptic world, only those with a ruthless and merciless disposition could endure to the end. Feng. Any potential threat must be eradicated. N01 was exempt, without a trace of reluctance. He departed. After leaving the police station, Feng proceeded directly to his destination, unwavering in his path. Over an hour later, he arrived at Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza is a comprehensive shopping center that combines leisure, entertainment, and large-scale supermarkets. Beneath this establishment lies an exceptionally large supermarket. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it coincided with peak human traffic, resulting in a staggering number of zombies within the supermarket. Countless zombies wandered aimlessly. Yet, Feng remained unfazed, striding boldly into the mall. "Excuse me. Make way. You there. Retract your legs." Feng skillfully maneuvered through the throng of zombies. Before long, he reached the entrance of the supermarket, surveying his surroundings. The supermarket's dazzling array of goods captivated Feng's attention. A cornucopia of supplies, everything one could desire was present. Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. This place was truly remarkable. It far surpassed the previous convenience stores and small supermarkets. He first made his way to the food section of the supermarket. Here, the supplies were incredibly abundant, with a wide variety of grains available: rice, mung beans, flour, and corn. With a mere thought, he collected all of these into his spatial storage, amassing over 100,000 pounds of food. In addition to the grains, there was also a substantial quantity of leftover meats: pork, beef, lamb, fish, shrimp, and crab. Regrettably, the meat displayed in the refrigeration units had mostly spoiled, leaving only the meat stored in the freezer intact. With another thought, Feng made the meat and its freezer vanish in an instant. Adjacent to the staple foods and meat lay the vegetable and fruit section, boasting an impressive display of produce. There were bok choy, carrots, Fuji apples, Satsuma mandarins, and imported bananas. Unfortunately, the majority of the vegetables and fruits had begun to rot. However, some of the fruits and vegetables were still edible, albeit somewhat past their prime. Feng was not one to overlook any opportunity. Anything still consumable was swiftly gathered into his spatial storage. "I'll take it all," he exclaimed, darting about to collect supplies. The numerous zombies surrounding him appeared puzzled, their expressions filled with confusion. What happened to the things that were just here? Where did they go? They groaned in bewilderment. Feng paid them no mind, continuing his relentless scavenging. After securing the vegetables and fruits, he turned his attention to the dairy section, ensuring not to miss any items: plain yogurt, fruit-flavored yogurt, whole milk, soy milk, almond milk. Before long, Feng had filled his spatial storage with all the food supplies from the supermarket. Having completely cleared the food section, Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction as he strolled through the supermarket, mingling among the zombies. He reflected on the ease of this experience in his previous life. Searching for supplies had never been this enjoyable. Gazing at the vast supermarket, Feng felt a surge of excitement. Why not clear out everything else besides food while he was at it? After all, he was already here. Other items would undoubtedly come in handy later. Without hesitation, he commenced his operations: shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, tissues, wet wipes. Wherever his gaze landed, he collected everything, heedless of discrimination. What a delight! These items would suffice for a lifetime. Feng was in a euphoric state, his face aglow with exhilaration. All he desired was to collect, to seize. Gathering these items brought him immense comfort. He transformed into a little hoarder, tirelessly scouring the supermarket. Upon reaching the clothing section, he meticulously gathered garments, shoes, pants, skirts, stockings, uniforms, and bedding. "I'll take it all," he declared, advancing steadily, leaving no valuable corner of the supermarket untouched. In the electronics section, he seized mobile phones, computers, tablets, televisions, and speakers. "Collect, collect, collect," he urged. With ample space available, he proceeded to store these products in his personal storage. In the home goods section, he gathered various large beds, sofas, dining tables, refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners. Everything must go. In the medical supplies section, He collected cold medicine, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and various health and nutrition products, seasonings, hardware supplies, alcohol, and adult items. Everything was cleared out. Time slipped away unnoticed as Feng busily transformed the entire supermarket into a barren expanse. Inside the now empty supermarket, a multitude of zombies stared at the unfamiliar environment, bewildered and at a loss that Feng reveled in his contentment, retrieving a sofa from his storage and preparing himself a cup of coffee. Having expended considerable mental energy, it was the perfect moment for a brief respite. Outside, the sky was overcast, shrouded in a blood-red mist. Inside, the atmosphere was vacant, with zombies appearing lost amidst the throng of zombies. Feng lounged on a sofa, savoring his rich coffee while contemplating his future plans. Truly, the bounty of a large supermarket far surpassed that of a small one. Where to go next? Where could he find an abundance of supplies? Other large supermarkets? Perhaps a slaughterhouse, a hospital, or a logistics center. There were so many worthy destinations. Feng found himself in a quandary. Never mind, perhaps it would be best to try fishing first, with a mere thought. The number of fishing baits appeared before him. Bait, 8 portions, allowing for 8 fishing attempts. With this in mind, Feng silently commanded, "System, I wish to fish." As the fishing hook twitched, it plunged into an endless darkness. Feng opted to fish. Within the fishing space, as the fishing rod moved, the hook was cast into the abyss that a system prompt echoed. Fishing in progress. Damn it, please don't let me be stuck in the hardware supplies pool again. Prompt. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 banana brand Bluetooth headset. Feng's heart leapt with joy. Hooray! A Bluetooth headset. Time to switch pools. Finally, it wasn't that accursed hardware supplies pool. It seemed that delaying fishing and changing fishing pools was indeed effective. A resounding success. Feng was overjoyed that it appeared that this could be a viable strategy moving forward. The system continued to provide prompts. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 detonator talismans. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 100-year membership of 511 cloud storage. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 auditory enhancement scroll. Detonator talismans? Enhancement scrolls? Not bad at all. Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The cloud storage membership held little value, but a glance at the detonator talismans revealed they were reminiscent of those in Naruto. When activated with energy, their power far surpassed that of a grenade. As for the enhancement scroll, it belonged to an older series. Prompt. Fishing in progress. Feng continued to anticipate further rewards. Prompt. Congratulations. Host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 illusory heart goo. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 1000T solid-state drives. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a rare skill. Mental probe. Eureka. Feng's eyes brightened instantly. A goo worm. A new skill. The fishing session concluded swiftly. The harvest was plentiful. Feng began to inspect his gains. Item. Illusory heart goo quality. Rare level description. This is a goo worm imbued with extraordinary powers. The user can release it on any target silently. The goo worm will stealthily infiltrate the target's body. Unless the user activates the goo worm, it will have no effect on the target. However, once activated, the target will be controlled in an instant, losing all capacity for resistance. Feng's eyes narrowed as he retrieved the illusory heart goo. The goo worm was minuscule, transparent like granules of sand. A valuable ally for controlling others. Feng smiled faintly, stowing away the illusory heart goo, and turned his gaze towards his other acquisitions. Skill. Mental probe quality. Rare description. Upon learning this skill, one can better utilize mental energy to perceive the surrounding environment and circumstances. Special note. Please be aware that excessive use of this skill will deplete mental energy significantly. A mental skill. It is, indeed, a probing ability. Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately chose to extract this skill. The source gem of the skill materialized in the AI. Feng extended his hand and absorbed it into his body. A system prompt soon followed. Notification. Congratulations, you have learned the rare skill mental probe. In the next moment, Feng's body trembled slightly. He instantly mastered the mental probe skill. With a mere thought, a web seemingly woven from mental energy extended outward from him in all directions. Everything around him became crystal clear. What a remarkable skill. However, it seemed to require mental energy. Yi Feng pondered silently. The maximum range is 20 meters, and the drawback is that it requires active engagement. Both initiating and maintaining it consume a considerable amount of mental energy. Yet, with my currently enhanced mental capacity, sustaining it for around 5 minutes should pose no issue. Yi Feng withdrew his probe. Feeling quite satisfied. By the way, he had also obtained a new scroll. Yi Feng focused his thoughts and took out the scroll. Item: Auditory Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description: after using this scroll, your hearing will be significantly improved. It belongs to the same series as the Strength Enhancement Scroll and the Visual Enhancement Scroll. This time, it is the Auditory Enhancement Scroll. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Enhancing hearing is quite beneficial too. With a thought, Yi Feng retrieved the scroll. Whoosh! A palm-sized scroll appeared in his hand. Yi Feng felt a surge of determination and immediately tore open the scroll. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, flowing into Yi Feng's ears that he felt a delightful coolness continually being transmitted to his ears. Before long, Yi Feng's enhancement was complete. Every sound around him became distinctly discernible. His own breathing, heartbeat, and the sounds of zombies wandering and howling outside the window. Each sound was clear and identifiable. The voices of some survivors could also be faintly heard by Yi Feng. He could even deactivate this state, shielding himself from sounds he did not wish to hear. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Enhanced hearing is truly delightful. This fishing expedition proved to be quite fruitful. Not only did he acquire the mental probability, but he also obtained the auditory enhancement scroll, along with explosive talismans. Yi Feng glanced again at the explosive talismans. Item: Explosive Talisman Quality. Rare description: an explosive talisman from the Naruto world. Once activated, it will unleash a powerful fiery explosion with remarkable force. A stack of explosive talismans, totaling 20. Yi Feng transferred them to his storage space. They can serve as grenades. Yi Feng felt quite pleased as he sipped his coffee. Where to next? Ah, yes. There must be a warehouse in a large supermarket. Typically, items in supermarkets are displayed for sale, while the back-end warehouses, based on Yi Feng's memories from his past life, should contain abundant supplies. The voices of survivors he had just heard lingered in his mind. Yi Feng thought for a moment. In a supermarket rife with zombies, if there are indeed survivors, hiding in the warehouse would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Yi Feng stored his coffee and other items back into his space, directly activating his new ability, Mental Probe. A surge of mental energy, akin to dense threads, extended outward in all directions. 0.1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Within a 20-meter radius around Yi Feng, everything became vividly apparent. Subsequently, Yi Feng activated the mental probe and began moving towards the direction from which he had heard the survivors' voices. Here, not here. Just then, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Found it. Yi Feng turned a corner and dashed towards the area he had identified as the warehouse. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. The large door was tightly locked, and a considerable amount of debris was piled up against it. There were indeed survivors. Yi Feng perked up his ears and listened intently. Deep within the warehouse, voices could be heard. Sister May, how's my technique? Not bad. Keep it up. Yi Feng's enhanced hearing allowed him to perceive what would be inaudible to most. With a thought, he released his mental energy to probe further. Soon, a peculiar expression crossed Yi Feng's face. Inside the warehouse, in an open space, sat a woman with an alluring visage, exuding a dominant aura, resting with her eyes closed on a chair, dressed in a tight black outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure and slender waist. She was attended to by a short-haired girl who was massaging her back. Several others were also present, and their spirits seemed quite high. This scene genuinely surprised Yi Feng. He had considered various scenarios for this survivor gathering. It could be a harmonious community, a class-divided hierarchy, or a realm dominated by male ability users. However, he never imagined that it would be a woman who had taken the leading role, living quite comfortably amidst the apocalypse. In a world shrouded in blood and chaos, while men may possess physical advantages, the emergence of extraordinary powers altered everything. If a woman were to awaken a formidable ability, she could be just as formidable as any man. Coupled with the unique material conditions of this warehouse, it was entirely plausible that they lived so well that Yi Feng did not act immediately. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing everything before him with his mental energy. The woman before him was stunningly beautiful, her black outfit and knee-high boots perfectly highlighting her curves. Everything was in proportion that Yi Feng silently praised. Quite impressive. Continuing to extend his mental energy, Yi Feng made another discovery. The supply warehouse was indeed located here. After some contemplation, he realized he could not possibly overlook the abundant resources contained within this warehouse. Retrieving his mental energy, Yi Feng swung his blade to strike the door lock. Crack! With a few swift strikes, the lock was easily severed. Yi Feng pushed forcefully, and the debris blocking the entrance posed no obstacle for him. The door creaked open slowly. Yi Feng stepped inside the warehouse. Heading directly towards the supplies, there were two large warehouses. One primarily contained frozen foods, while the other was for general goods. The commotion from Yi Feng's efforts to break down the door startled the occupants of the warehouse. Survivors within hastily emerged, armed with makeshift weapons. The two groups met in the corridor. Leading the survivor group was the alluring woman Yi Feng had previously observed. Her beguiling figure and enchanting presence caught his attention. The woman frowned, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion as she regarded Yi Feng, seemingly contemplating something, and did not speak immediately. "Who are you? What do you want here?" A petite short-haired girl asked first. Yi Feng glanced at the short-haired girl. She was indeed the one who had been massaging the woman. Small in stature, but not lacking in presence, Yi Feng couldn't help but steal another glance. Not bad. Her face was quite charming as well. "What are you staring at?" The short-haired girl glared fiercely, yet her childish voice somehow diminished the threat. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that I intend to take all the supplies here." His audacious proclamation left the crowd momentarily silent. Some were still trying to grasp the meaning behind Yi Feng's words. Those who understood were astonished by his audacity. Just then, a handsome man named Zhao Dongming among the crowd thought to himself, "My chance to shine has arrived." Zhao Dongming stepped forward, letting out a derisive chuckle. "Ha! You claim you want it all. How utterly arrogant. To utter such words is enough to send one into a fit. Our sister Mei is a formidable psychic." At this moment, the others began to react. Chiming in, "You want it all? What a joke. If you take the supplies, how are we supposed to survive? Who do you think you are?" The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yi Feng's expression turned slightly frosty as he mused to himself. "This group is insufferable. It seems I must teach them a lesson." Just as he prepared to act and demonstrate his prowess, the leading enchanting woman suddenly interjected with a sharp command. "Enough. Silence." Upon her words, the crowd fell abruptly quiet. The woman then extended her hand toward Yi Feng, a smile gracing her lips. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wumei, formerly the manager of this supermarket, and now the leader of these individuals. I am also a psychic." Yi Feng remained silent, refraining from shaking Zhao Wumei's hand, instead assessing her from head to toe. The name Zhao Wumei rang a bell in his mind. Zhao Wumei slowly lowered her hand without showing any embarrassment, continuing to beam at him. "Handsome, you seem quite reasonable. We are over 20 people here, relying on this warehouse for survival. If you take all the supplies, it would be akin to condemning us to death. Given that you have arrived here, you must possess extraordinary skills. Why would you bother to compete with us for resources?" Yi Feng smiled faintly and replied, "You have a keen-eyed. I am indeed quite handsome. But regrettably, I do not play by the rules." This remark ignited a flicker of anger among the crowd. Yi Feng, unfazed, continued, "Your survival is of no concern to me. You cannot expect me to make this trip in vain. Can you?" Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled as she explained, "Rest assured, handsome, I would never let you make this trip for nothing. However, I am quite curious about one thing. You claim you want all the supplies. But how do you intend to take them? After all, there are countless zombies outside the supermarket. Trucks cannot enter, and you surely do not expect to seize our meager territory, do you?" Zhao Wumei chuckled softly. Her curiosity piqued. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back and replied nonchalantly, "That I cannot disclose. I will simply state that I intend to take the supplies, and there's no room for negotiation." Before Zhao Wumei could respond, the other survivors could no longer contain their outrage. "Kid, you are exceedingly arrogant. Mei Jia, why waste your breath on him? We have so many people. Let's give him a beating and toss him out." The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Silence. Whoever speaks again will face severe consequences. Zhao Wumei's gaze turned steely, effectively silencing the crowd once more. She then glanced at Yi Feng, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "If you wish to take the supplies, that can certainly be arranged." However, Zhao Wumei scrutinized Yi Feng once more. Then, with a captivating smile, She proposed, "How about this, handsome? Accompany me for an hour, and you may take as much as you desire from this place." How does that sound? Yi Feng's lips twitched in surprise. Was he truly hearing this correctly? Blinking in disbelief, he examined the woman before him. She was stunningly beautiful, with fiery red lips and a tall, enticing figure. Most notably, an alluring aura emanated from her, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Captivating and irresistible, she was indeed a paragon of beauty. Yi Feng locked eyes with Zhao Wumei, momentarily speechless. Zhao Wumei boldly maintained eye contact. The surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment, as if petrified. Yi Feng, intrigued, inquired, "Zhao Wumei, is it? Just to clarify, is it truly as I suspect?" He needed confirmation. "Yes, it is precisely as you imagine." Zhao Wumei beamed, exuding charm. The crowd, upon hearing this, was left in utter shock, their eyes wide. Goodness, surely it cannot have come to this. Mei Jie. Indeed. Mei Jie, how can you entertain such a notion? I cannot comprehend this. Zhao Dongming was filled with rage, shouting, "I object. This pretty boy is clearly unworthy." Yi Feng found the unfolding scene rather amusing. The situation had evolved in a manner he had never anticipated. What a peculiar turn of events. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Zhao Wumei. She, however, scowled and commanded, "Silence. Who is in charge here? You or I?" Hearing this, the crowd, though anxious, fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense, but only Zhao Dongming remained dissatisfied, his impatience evident. Zhao Wumei waved her hand decisively. "Enough? You need not say more. My decision is final." She then turned to Yi Feng, a flirtatious glint in her eye. "Handsome, I have made my intentions clear. What do you say?" Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. In such a scenario, no man could afford to retreat. Moreover, the woman before him harbored no ill intentions. Gazing at Zhao Wumei's enchanting visage and her alluring curves, Yi Feng's smile broadened. "As long as you do not backtrack, I shall accept to receive an entire warehouse of supplies for free. Such fortune is rare indeed." Zhao Wumei's eyes narrowed, reminiscent of a cunning fox that had just achieved victory. The expressions of the crowd varied significantly. Zhao Dongming, consumed by jealousy, exclaimed, "Damn it! Had I known Mei Jie had such a preference, I would have made my case. What do I lack compared to this kid?" The short-haired girl shot a glance at Zhao Dongming, replying coolly, "It seems you fall quite short, at the very least. Your pretentiousness is nowhere near his level." Zhao Dongming was left speechless. The short-haired girl, her expression complex, murmured, "If Mei Jie is truly willing, perhaps they make a fitting pair after all. We need not oppose this." Half an hour later, Zhao Wumei remarked, "Yi Feng, you have truly surprised me." As she sensed the power within her, a smile graced her lips, leaning against the headboard with effort. She appeared pleased at Yi Feng, equally satisfied, cast a cursory glance at her, only to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment. He realized that Zhao Wumei's expression was filled with excitement. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Something felt amiss. Why did her expression seem as though she had come out on the losing end? A brief check revealed that his sense of malice had not been triggered. Yi Feng continued to inspect himself, finding no faults. In fact, he felt better than ever, clear-headed and invigorated. Yi Feng was left perplexed. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Notification. Event triggered. Notification. Reward. 20 units of bait. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy soon after. What a splendid system. Here to offer warmth once more. His face lit up with excitement as he effortlessly acquired 20 baits. Indeed splendid. Not to mention, he was on the verge of amassing a warehouse full of supplies. It was an absolute windfall. A faint smile crept upon Yi Feng's lips. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Wumei, her radiant complexion and gleaming eyes brimming with excitement. She appeared to be 10 times happier than he was. Yi Feng's smile froze, and a sense of confusion stirred within him. Something was amiss. Why was this woman even more elated than himself? There had to be an issue. Unable to fathom the situation, Yi Feng boldly inquired, "Your joy seems a bit peculiar. Do enlighten me as to the reason." Zhao Wumei smiled coyly, her lips curving slightly as she replied, "You are quite formidable." Yi Feng sensed that her words did not pertain to his prowess and not play coy. He retorted, his displeasure evident. Noticing Yi Feng's apparent irritation, she quickly added, "Do not be angry. I shall explain." Yi Feng remained silent, awaiting her clarification. To his surprise, Zhao Wumei countered, Yi Feng, what is your ability? Yi Feng grew somewhat impatient. What is this, a riddle? How does that relate to my question? He replied nonchalantly. It is relevant. Zhao Wumei nodded. If you do not divulge, then I shan't tell you. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, his right hand shot out, swiftly gripping Zhao Wumei's delicate neck. Do you think I wouldn't harm a woman? Yi Feng's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of menace rising. Zhao Wumei found herself unable to breathe, her eyes wide with terror. She felt certain that this man might indeed take her life. A chilling dread enveloped her, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Yi Feng gradually tightened his grip. Zhao Wumei struggled desperately, yet his hand felt like an iron vice, unyielding. Have mercy. After a brief moment, Zhao Wumei was utterly speechless. Her face flushed crimson. Yi Feng released her, tossing her onto the bed, and slowly uttered a single word. Speak. Yi Feng had no intention of killing her. He merely sought to teach her a small lesson for her audacity. After all, what would happen if he didn't discipline her? Zhao Wumei gasped for breath, her fair chest rising and falling rapidly. After a moment, she gradually sat up, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. You are quite forceful, Yi Feng. Yi Feng observed silently, realizing that Zhao Wumei harbored no ill intent towards him, which intrigued him greatly. Zhao Wumei patted her chest and playfully remarked, I thought I was going to die just now. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive. Not speak nonsense. Yet inwardly, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Was this woman truly unafraid of death? It seemed his earlier lesson had made no impact on her. Zhao Wumei gazed at Yi Feng with a hint of melancholy. All right, I shall tell you. My ability is quite special, exceptionally so that I speak the truth. You mustn't be angry or choke me. Yi Feng nodded. I shall not be angry. Zhao Wumei's face lit up with a bright smile, radiant and enchanting. The ability I awakened is called attachment, with no rank. It turns out that Zhao Wumei's ability is unlike that of other ability users. The attachment ability she awakened bestows her with an innate charm and an enhancement of her physical qualities. This significantly boosts her strength. However, this is not the true application of the attachment ability. Upon awakening, it granted Zhao Wumei a unique skill that can only be used once in a lifetime. The skill is called incubation. When Zhao Wumei engages for the first time, it automatically absorbs a trace of the other party's ability aura. Once the aura is absorbed, the attachment ability will automatically undergo a transformation into the ability possessed by the other party. Nevertheless, the ability's rank will be reduced by 1 tier. If the other party is of legendary rank, it will yield an epic ability. If the other party is of mythic rank, it will yield a legendary ability, and so forth. Zhao Wumei excitedly declared, The moment I encountered you, I immediately recognized you as a powerful ability user. However, I truly did not anticipate the multitude of surprises you would bring me. What exactly is your ability? What is its rank? In truth, the moment Zhao Wumei laid eyes on Yi Feng, her ability had been continuously signaling to her that there would be great benefits from their interaction. Zhao Wumei was married, yet her husband had turned into a zombie. However, after awakening her attachment ability, her body was automatically reshaped, restoring her to her pristine form. Thus, the man she first chose would be of utmost importance, significantly impacting her strength. Initially, she had intended to wait and see which powerful male ability user would catch her eye. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she fortuitously encountered Yi Feng, who was both formidable and handsome. Zhao Wumei made a snap decision to take a gamble. The result was that she emerged victorious, reaping enormous benefits. Her ability signaled that it was evolving into a legendary level ability. This was utterly outrageous. A reduction by 1 tier still resulted in a legendary ability. Given that the internet was still operational and the number of ability users was considerable, one could find some information regarding abilities online. Thus, the classification of abilities into the 4 major levels of ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary had emerged. The known ability ranks range from the lowest, ordinary, to the highest, legendary. Therefore, Zhao Wumei never anticipated that her ability, even after being downgraded by 1 tier, would still be legendary. In other words, Yi Feng's ability rank surpassed that of legendary. What sort of ability exists above legendary? No one knows. After listening to Zhao Wumei's explanation, Yi Feng's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Abilities truly possess such wondrous qualities. The world is vast and full of marvels. This realm is becoming increasingly fantastical. In his past life, he had been too weak to have ever heard of such things. This woman had indeed stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. He was, without question, her optimal solution. The chaotic divine thunder is a mythic-level ability that in terms of both potential and strength, it stands as the most formidable existence in this world. Feng estimated that Zhao Wumei would awaken a legendary-level lightning-related ability that appeared that in their interaction, Zhao Wumei had indeed gotten the better of him. Damn it, he had thought he was the one profiting. Yet it turned out she had struck gold. Feng felt somewhat displeased, a frown adorning his face. You haven't pilfered anything from me, have you? His gaze held a hint of suspicion to no. No, I haven't. The benefits I received will not cause any discomfort to my counterpart. Zhao Wumei hurriedly clarified, fearing that Feng would reprimand her once more. She was all too aware of the immense advantages she had gained. Thus, she recognized that the man before her was no ordinary individual. Feng's lips twitched. Very well. Zhao Wumei's actions indeed did not trigger his sense of malice. However, it should be noted that the sense of malice is not without its flaws if a person's actions might cause you harm. Yet they remain completely oblivious to it, harboring no ill intent towards you. Then naturally, their actions would not trigger the sense of malice to illustrate with Zhao Wumei's case. If her actions were harmful to Feng, but she was entirely unaware. His sense of malice would not be activated. Point 1. Must tread carefully in the world. Feng scrutinized the situation once more. Everything appeared normal. Without any issues, he let out a slight sigh of relief. So, do you now know what my ability is? Feng inquired, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. That I do not yet know. I only know that my ability is legendary. Zhao Wumei slowly shook her head. Your ability is far too powerful. I estimate it will take at least another hour for the transformation to complete. Only then will I discover what my ability truly is. Now, do tell me. What is your ability? Feng shook his head. Retain a semblance of anticipation. You shall know in due course. His gaze lingered appreciatively on Zhao Wumei's voluptuous figure, though her curvaceous form was undeniably more pronounced than the average. It paled in comparison to Lin Xiaoxiao's. Nonetheless, each possessed their own unique allure. Zhao Wumei's charm was a quality that Lin Xiaoxiao could not currently rival. Of course, there remained potential for Lin Xiaoxiao's development. Zhao Wumei, with a playful giggle, turned over, showcasing her exquisite physique. You seem rather displeased, she remarked with sultry eyes. That Feng replied with feigned severity. You have gained a considerable advantage. It is rather excessive. Zhao Wumei's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. Her enchanting eyes clouded with allure. Half an hour later, Zhao Wumei squinted her beautiful eyes, her voice laced with fatigue. I truly did not intend to deceive you. Feng chuckled with satisfaction, his spirits lifted. Suddenly, Zhao Wumei stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Feng's waist in a gentle embrace. Darling, why not stay and keep me company? From now on, I shall follow only you. Let us soar together, shall we? Feng was momentarily taken aback before resolutely pushing her away. What nonsense is this? To forsake an entire forest for a single flower? He chuckled dryly, decisively refusing. What? Do you wish to take advantage of me? No longer willing to contribute? We had agreed upon a fleeting encounter. Zhao Wumei bit her red lip, clearly disappointed. You truly are a man of stone heart. Seeing her disheartened demeanor, Feng stroked his chin and tentatively suggested. However, if you choose to accompany me, I might consider it. Undoubtedly, Zhao Wumei was a rare gem to follow you. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired. Do you have other women? Feng nodded in affirmation. Zhao Wumei's expression fell. After a moment's thought, she shot him a reproachful glance. Forget it, it's evident you are a fickle heart, and I have no desire to be with you, groveling alongside other women. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. However, with Zhao Wumei's extraordinary abilities, she was destined to make her mark without needing to rely on him. You must return to visit me when you can. I do require a man. Zhao Wumei laughed lightly, her expression laden with meaning. Feng remained speechless. Should you betray me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, he stated flatly, though his tone left no room for argument. Zhao Wumei's heart skipped a beat, and she responded, her expression one of indignation. Feng, what do you take me for? I have always upheld my virtue. How can you so belittle me? Feng smiled. Very well, I believe you. He spoke thus, yet his gaze fell, his index finger subtly moving. An invisible stream of energy silently merged with Zhao Wumei's being. the illusory heart goo, which lay dormant within the target, could be activated to seize control in an instant at a precautionary measure, ensuring absolute security. Should Zhao Wumei entertain any treachery in the future, a mere thought would suffice to subdue or eliminate her. Zhao Wumei remained blissfully unaware, still displaying a wounded expression. Feng chuckled softly. Fear not. I am particularly reassured by you. Well then, I must gather supplies. With that, Feng began to don his attire, seizing the opportunity. Zhao Wumei nestled closer, pressing against him. Darling, are you angry? After all we've shared, do you truly intend to take away my belongings? What is mine is yours, is it not? Feng smiled. What is fair. Besides, there are only about 20 of you here. With so much food, it cannot possibly all be consumed. Having gained a substantial advantage yet unwilling to accompany him, he felt entitled to procure additional benefits. Once dressed, Feng firmly pushed Zhao Wumei away and strode towards the storage area. Wait for me, Zhao Wumei called out, hurriedly donning her clothes. Feng exited the room and made his way to the cold storage. At that moment, the power system remained operational. Feng unleashed his mental probe, his consciousness unfurled like fine threads, revealing a plethora of supplies before his eyes at a large supermarket, equipped with an extensive cold storage facility. This freezer, like others, housed items requiring low-temperature preservation. Feng surveyed the area and discovered an astonishing array of frozen dumplings, wontons, water dumplings, pastries, frozen vegetables, as well as an abundance of frozen pork, chicken, beef, lamb, and seafood. The inventory was staggering, surpassing that found on the exterior shelves. Furthermore, the refrigerated section around the warehouse contained a vast assortment of fresh vegetables and fruits. Feng moved swiftly, and wherever he went, frozen meats vanished in an instant. With a flurry of motion, vast quantities of supplies inexplicably disappeared, reappearing within Feng's storage space. Zhao Wumei hurriedly arrived, accompanied by other survivors from the area. Upon entering, they were greeted by the surreal spectacle of supplies vanishing into thin air. The crowd was collectively struck with astonishment. Mouths agape to my heavens, they exclaimed. What is happening? The beef, the lamb, gone. The group stood frozen in confusion, not knowing how to react. Zhao Wumei, in disbelief, gasped. Feng, are you truly a space ability user? Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to gather supplies. The others were equally bewildered. Goodness, such powers exist in this world. Soon, someone snapped back to reality. Jia, at this rate, he will empty this place. They voiced their concerns, worry etched across their faces. If the supplies vanish, how shall we survive? Zhao Wumei, however, was filled with mixed emotions of surprise and excitement. Everyone, step outside, she commanded. Upon hearing her words, the crowd reluctantly exited the cold storage. Once her subordinates had retreated, Zhao Wumei approached Feng, her face alight with enthusiasm. Feng, could I possibly awaken a space ability as well? Feng replied nonchalantly, it is not a space ability. His hands continued their work, gathering supplies. What? Zhao Wumei was taken aback. Then what is it? Feng offered no reply. You will know in due time. Zhao Wumei's expression betrayed her reluctance, yet she found herself powerless to change the situation. As she observed Feng tirelessly collecting supplies, a pang of regret washed over her. Biting her lip, she pleaded, Feng, brother, please gather your divine powers. I admit, I underestimated you. Could you not leave me a way out? Feng glanced at Zhao Wumei, who gazed at him with watery eyes, looking utterly pitiful. In her haste to emerge, her hair fell loosely, and her attire appeared somewhat disheveled, revealing ample porcelain skin. She appeared so vulnerable and wronged. Yet, Feng remained unmoved, stating coolly, as per our agreement, I shall take all that I can. As he spoke, Feng continued to collect boxes of frozen seafood, and upon witnessing her supplies dwindle, Zhao Wumei grew increasingly anxious. Throwing her arms around Feng's, it is my fault. I beg you to let me be, please, she implored repeatedly. Feng remained undeterred, continuing his task. When he witnessed her tears begin to flow, he felt a flicker of sympathy. Why the tears? Although aware she was merely performing, he found himself softening. All right, I shall leave you something. Thus, I will retain 30% of the supplies in the cold storage and the adjacent food warehouse. How does that sound? You are aware of the other warehouse as well. Zhao Wumei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, 3/10 is too little. Would 5/10 suffice? 2/10? Ah, no. 3/10 it is. Zhao Wumei hurriedly forced a smile. 3/10 is more than enough for you. These stored supplies, even if reduced to 3/10, could sustain more than 20 people for a century. Originally, according to Yi Feng's plan, it was normal to empty this place. As for the survival of the others, what concern was that to him? However, such an approach was not feasible at the moment. After all, he and Zhao Wumei had developed a bond akin to that of Guan Yu and Bao Zhang. In truth, it was primarily due to Zhao Wumei's clever maneuvering that left him somewhat displeased. Otherwise, there were plenty of places in Jiangxing with supplies. Yi Feng could simply scour elsewhere. Thank you. Thank you. Brother Feng, Zhao Wumei sighed with relief, patting her chest, which caused a slight tremor at why Yi Feng continuously activated his abilities to gather supplies. Apples, bananas, strawberries, watermelons, cherries. These fruits remained relatively fresh under low-temperature refrigeration. However, once the power goes out, they would all rot. Yet, if stored in Yi Feng's space, they could be preserved indefinitely. Thus, it was not that Yi Feng was exceptionally cruel or greedy. After all, leaving the majority of the supplies for Zhao Wumei would be meaningless, only to waste away. Storing them in his space was the wisest choice, that he would first assist in safeguarding them, and later he could still provide them to Zhao Wumei. Why Yi Feng continued collecting. Zhao Wumei, observing from the side, had her eyes darting around. Lost in her thoughts, Why Yi Feng casually inquired, I sense that even without my powers, your abilities are quite formidable as long as you exercise caution. Those zombies outside should pose no threat to you, right? Zhao Wumei smirked slightly. That is indeed the case. Ever since my powers awakened, not only have my innate charm, strength, and speed greatly improved, but as long as I am not surrounded by a horde of zombies, the ordinary ones pose little threat to me. However, there exists a type of mutated zombie that is significantly stronger than the ordinary ones. One is right here. I cannot contend with it. Yi Feng was taken aback by her words, his brow furrowing. Mutated zombies? Are there mutated zombies here? Indeed, Yi Feng had yet to encounter any mutated zombies during his journey. Zhao Wumei continued. In this supermarket, there resides a mutated zombie, a strength type. However, it spends most of its time in slumber, only venturing out at night. With its presence, I dare not venture out lightly. Yi Feng nodded and said, Wumei, once your powers awaken, you will be able to handle it. Really? Zhao Wumei's face lit up with excitement, her mind racing with curiosity about the nature and strength of Yi Feng's abilities. After a brief pause, Yi Feng left behind 3/10 of the supplies and then ceased his efforts. He turned and headed towards another warehouse to continue gathering supplies. The items stored in this warehouse were similar to those on the shelves outside, but here they were all in bulk packaging, mostly fast-moving consumer goods. Instant noodles, iced tea, coffee, whole milk, yogurt, rice, cooking oil, orange juice, and cola were stacked high in boxes. Yi Feng collected them all into his storage space. Zhao Wumei accompanied him throughout, her heart bleeding as she could only force a smile. After a while, she could no longer bear it. Yi Feng, I trust you. You must leave me 3/10. With that declaration, Zhao Wumei hurriedly departed in the warehouse hall. The others were restless. Some were puzzled. Where did this person come from? It seemed he possessed no extraordinary qualities aside from his space ability. Why then did Mei Jie regard him with such apprehension? What had Mei Jie discussed with him? Zhao Dongming, with an expression of discontent, gritted his teeth and said, I do not understand. Mei Jie is clearly so powerful. Why does she not dare to confront him? Perhaps he is merely a decorative pillow, pleasing to the eye but lacking substance. The short-haired girl immediately retorted, I believe Mei Jie has her reasons for acting as she does. Her name was Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei's assistant. Ever since learning that Yi Feng was a space ability user, her impression of him had changed dramatically. Lin Xiaoxiao continued. This man named Yi Feng must possess extraordinary qualities. After all, he is a space ability user. As the crowd was engaged in discussion, Zhao Wumei appeared. Everyone's eyes brightened, and they rushed to greet her. Mei Jie, how did it go? What did that damn space ability user say? Zhao Wumei replied calmly, 3/10 of the supplies he intends to take 3/10 of the supplies? Why doesn't he just rob us? The handsome man was instantly filled with righteous indignation. 3/10 belongs to us. Zhao Wumei continued. Indeed, the crowd was left speechless. Would he truly be able to consume such a large quantity of supplies? Indeed, how greedy. Zhao Dongming, even more incensed, proposed. Mei Jie, he is just one person. Why don't you lead us to confront him? Zhao Wumei cast a glance at Zhao Dongming, her expression icy as she said, "If you wish to court death, go ahead. But before you make a move, I will kill you first, to spare myself any trouble from you." Zhao Wumei thought to herself, "You incite me. Kill my man. You truly deserve to die." The mere thought of this sent shivers down Zhao Dongming's spine, his body trembling. Zhao Wumei had never been so cold-hearted before. "Ah, no, I dare not." Zhao Dongming, taken aback by Zhao Wumei's attitude, immediately nodded in fear and deference. Zhao Wumei surveyed the crowd with her beautiful eyes and continued, "This outcome is already quite favorable. Even 3/10 of the supplies is more than enough for our small group." After a brief pause, she issued a command. "You all must remember, Feng possesses extraordinary strength. He is someone we must never offend. Do you all understand?" "Yes." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Roar. Upon hearing the roar, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. "Oh no, it's the mutated zombie. How could this happen? Why is it out during the day? It seems to be incredibly enraged. This is disastrous." Zhao Wumei's expression also darkened. The power she relied on from Feng would not awaken for some time. In her current state, she lacked the confidence to face the mutated zombie. "Do you think this could be related to that space ability user?" "Indeed, it might very well be connected to him." The crowd whispered among themselves, debating fervently. Zhao Wumei furrowed her brow. "Related to Feng? Never mind. Regardless of whether it is or not, if the mutated zombie truly comes, she would still have to rely on Feng. I must find Feng and speak with him." Zhao Wumei resolved. "There is no need." A clear male voice rang out. Feng, with a calm demeanor, slowly stepped forward. Upon seeing Feng approach, the crowd fell silent, ceasing their chatter. Zhao Wumei's eyes lit up as she smiled. "Feng, did you hear everything just now?" "Indeed," Feng replied, turning his gaze towards a specific direction, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. "Not only did I hear, but I also saw." By concentrating his mental energy into a beam, he could significantly extend his range of perception. Feng had already pinpointed the location of the mutated zombie. Zhao Wumei was momentarily stunned. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by Feng's words. "Wumei, is this the mutated zombie you've been worried about?" Feng asked with a smile. "Indeed." Zhao Wumei nodded, uncertain of Feng's capabilities. "Do not worry." Feng smiled gently, continuing, "Regardless of whether this zombie awakening during the day is related to me or not, I will eliminate it for you to remove this threat." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled even brighter. Feng, thank you. However, this mutated zombie is exceptionally powerful. You must exercise extreme caution. "Thank you for your concern." Feng chuckled. "I will resolve it within 3 minutes. No, within 1 minute." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Some individuals exhibited a glimmer of intrigue in their eyes, while others scoffed, clearly skeptical of Feng's assertions. At that moment, a distant roar from a zombie echoed through the air. Roar. Following closely, the ground trembled slightly, causing a sense of unease among the onlookers. "It's gone mad. Could it be coming our way?" Observing the situation, Feng turned to Zhao Wumei and stated, "I have retrieved the supplies as per our agreement. Once I eliminate this zombie, I shall not return. So this is our farewell." Zhao Wumei was momentarily taken aback. Feng, you. Before she could finish her words, Feng's figure flickered and vanished from sight. As Feng departed, the crowd marveled at his swiftness. Did anyone manage to catch a glimpse of how he moved? It was astonishingly fast. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Zhao Dongming, with a glint in his eye, stepped forward once more. We must concede that Feng is indeed rapid and formidable. Yet this display seems excessively ostentatious. If he can annihilate a mutated zombie with a mere snap of his fingers, I shall run around the warehouse in the nude 3 times. Others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. I concur. Feng's claims are rather inflated. Indeed, do we not all understand how ferocious mutated zombies can be? Can an ordinary person truly defeat one? A snap of the fingers? The crowd engaged in hushed whispers, speculating. The short-haired girl, Lin Xiaoxiao, wore a worried expression as she gazed in the direction Feng had departed, instinctively retorting, "What are you all doubting? Just because you cannot accomplish it does not mean others cannot." Zhao Wumei, equally contemplative, slowly replied, "If Feng asserts he can resolve this, then he undoubtedly can. We must simply bide our time. By the way, Let us retrieve the high-powered telescope. We should find an angle to observe the battle. All right, Magia, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her demeanor brightening as she puffed out her proud chest. The crowd exchanged glances. Puzzled by Zhao Wumei's unwavering confidence, Zhao Wumei narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the transformation of her own abilities within. Just how potent are abilities of legendary caliber? If Feng can indeed vanquish that mutated zombie, it would be monumental news. Meanwhile, Feng sprinted swiftly, weaving through throngs of ordinary zombies. Generally speaking, while mutated zombies possess significantly enhanced strength compared to their ordinary counterparts, their intellect remains relatively unchanged. However, each mutated entity is distinct. Feng's near emptying of the supermarket may have indeed provoked the mutated zombie. Shortly thereafter, guided by the sounds, Feng approached the vicinity of the mutated zombie. From a distance, he beheld the creature, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Its eyes glimmering with a malevolent red light, its skin as hard as iron, and its blood-red muscles grotesquely protruding, presenting a thoroughly repulsive sight that Feng's brow furrowed. This was no ordinary mutated zombie. To have evolved to such an extent at this stage suggests it harbors the potential to become a zombie king. Feng chuckled softly, realizing he had underestimated it. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved the flame battle knife from his spatial storage, intending to gauge the creature's strength. Just then, the mutated zombie abruptly turned, glaring menacingly at Feng. Feng's eyes widened. Can the mutated zombie perceive him? Indeed, according to the description of the concealment necklace, it only works on ordinary zombies. Roar. The mutated zombie emitted a thunderous roar. Feng's heart raced as he exclaimed, "Come here, big guy. Let me see what you've got." The mutated zombie, unable to comprehend Feng's words, nevertheless sensed the provocation in his tone. Its eyes blazed with fury as it let out a deep growl. Roar. The sound was deafening, shaking the very earth. The mutated zombie charged toward Feng as it neared. It swung its massive fist directly at Feng's head. Feng deftly dodged the impending strike, and, in the same motion, swung his flame battle knife, delivering a fierce blow to the zombie's chest. Thud. The blade sank several centimeters into the mutated zombie's flesh, inflicting considerable damage. Enraged by the injury, the mutated zombie went berserk. In the next instant, its body swelled further. Its eyes glowing crimson, it began to unleash a relentless barrage of powerful punches, seemingly empowered by some special ability. Feng evaded the onslaught, then swung his flame battle knife once again, striking the zombie. Sizzle. To his astonishment, this time his strike merely left a moderate gash on its body. Its defensive capabilities had evidently increased. It must have activated some form of protective ability, though it remained uncertain how long it could sustain it. Had it perhaps advanced a tier in strength? Feng pondered. The mutated zombie attacked once more, leaping high into the air, descending upon Feng. Feng sidestepped, causing the zombie's attack to miss and crash into the ground. Boom! Debris flew, and dust erupted. Seizing the opportunity, Feng swung his knife, inflicting several wounds on the mutated zombie. The creature grew even more frenzied, relentlessly swinging its fists at Feng. In terms of strength, it was considerably superior to a first-tier ordinary zombie. Feng assessed that this mutated zombie appeared to possess the strength of a first-tier elite zombie. He estimated that if he could view the zombie's combat power index, it would undoubtedly exceed several hundred. Such a force was beyond the capacity of an ordinary ability user to contend with. Feng became increasingly astonished as he fought. Suddenly, he recalled a certain ability user from his past life, who called himself the God of Fire, who had once engaged in a cataclysmic battle with a super-mutated zombie. Could this be the same creature? If so, it would be a shame to simply eliminate a zombie with such potential for rapid growth. It could serve as excellent fodder. Feng contemplated silently. Roar. The mutated zombie unleashed a bone-shaking roar. Its eyes, now a fiery red, were devoid of rationality, fighting solely on instinct. Its strength and defense were formidable. If this battle continued, he might emerge victorious, but it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Having boasted earlier, it seemed that only a minute had passed. With that in mind, Feng resolved to end this swiftly. He prepared to utilize his Chaos Divine Thunder ability. Like a bolt of lightning, Feng instantly appeared before the zombie. He then extended his palm, where a sphere of lightning coalesced, arcs of electricity dancing around it. In the next instant, The arcs surged forth from his hand. The mutated zombie made no attempt to evade. Having activated its skill, it had lost the instinct to avoid danger in its eyes. The attack from the diminutive human was something it had long since disregarded as trivial. The gray arcs of electricity surged toward the mutated zombie. Boom! The surge of electricity crackled, thunder roaring. The mutated zombie froze in place, its body stiffening. The next moment, it unleashed a resentful roar, only to be met with a resounding bang as it exploded into fragments. Scattering across the ground, a single decisive strike, the chaos divine thunder proved to be as effective as ever. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yifeng's eyes. Not far away, Zhao Wumei and the others were observing the battle through the high-powered telescope. They happened to witness the moment Yifeng annihilated the zombie. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. The people in the supermarket gradually regained their senses. Good heavens, lightning. My word. The giant just perished like that, reduced to mere remnants. Yifeng's prowess was utterly outrageous. Lin Xiaoxiao was particularly exuberant, bouncing with J-O-Y. Yifeng is so cool. A single strike to obliterate it. She glanced back at Zhao Dongming. What do you have to say now? Standing silently by the side, Zhao Dongming remained reticent. An involuntary shiver coursed through his body as he reflected on his actions from earlier that day. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of the King of Hell, a single thunderbolt from Yifeng could have felled him 10 times over, if not 100. Indeed, how fortunate it is to be alive. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, and Zhao Wumei was no exception. Although she had surmised that Yifeng might possess considerable strength, she had not anticipated the extent of his power. Faced with the mutated zombie, she could only flee in panic. In stark contrast, the mutated zombie could not withstand even a few rounds against Yifeng before succumbing to defeat. The disparity in their strengths was abundantly clear. Truly, he was beyond legendary. Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes sparkled. Most crucially, could it be that lightning was Yifeng's unique ability? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within her. It signified that she too might soon acquire lightning-based powers. Yifeng's overwhelming prowess sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. Yifeng was not merely posturing. He was genuinely formidable. Sister Mei, your judgment is impeccable. Indeed, if we were to provoke Yifeng, he could likely eliminate us all within mere minutes. Minutes? Just a few seconds would suffice. Lin Xiaoxiao's face radiated admiration. Before him, the mutated zombie appears as a mere toy. Yet, some more expressions of confusion. But wait, isn't he a space ability user? How can he wield lightning as well? Unbelievable. The gap between individuals is truly immense. Meanwhile, Yifeng cast a glance at the charred remnants on the ground, his expression tinged with resignation. He poked at the zombie fragments with his flame-infused battle knife, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, he had failed to control his strength. Regardless of any valuable items the mutated zombie may have possessed, they were now utterly obliterated. The full force of his chaos divine thunder symbolized ultimate annihilation. There would be no spoils left to claim. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed he would need to continue honing his skills to better control the potency of the chaos divine thunder, striving to wield it with the finesse of a maestro. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Notification: first successful kill of a mutated zombie. Mood elevated. Reward: 10 bait. Wow! 10 additional bait. Yifeng felt a wave of joy wash over him. This was a bountiful reward. He then glanced contemplatively in a certain direction, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand to signal an OK. In a flash, he vanished from sight on the other side. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Did he notice us? Is that even a question? He could detect us from such a distance. It's absurd. Aren't you curious why the ordinary zombies don't attack him? Perhaps they're afraid? He is more terrifying than the mutated zombies. Zhao Wumei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Space, thunder, the ability to annihilate mutated zombies, and the ordinary zombie's reluctance to engage. What secrets does Yifeng hold? And what might my own abilities be? Curiosity enveloped Zhao Wumei's mind. Beside her, Lin Xiaoxiao wore an expression of reverent admiration. At this moment, Zhao Wumei slowly turned, casting a glance at the trembling Zhao Dongming. There were certain promises made by some individuals that must be fulfilled. Zhao Dongming forced a smile, regretting his earlier words. Why did I speak so thoughtlessly? Zhao Wumei felt a sense of satisfaction. thinking to herself, those who look down on Yi Feng deserve their fate. As they exited the wealth plaza, Yi Feng pondered his next destination. Just then, a notification pinged. Ding-dong! A message arrived. Yi Feng opened it to find it was from Zhao Wumei. After their earlier exchange of skills, Yi Feng had added her as a friend. Zhao Wumei. Yi Feng, is your ability lightning? Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he typed his response. Yes. In the next moment, Zhao Wumei sent a flurry of jubilant bunny emojis. Yi Feng chuckled as he tucked his phone away, lost in thought. From the supermarket in this wealth plaza, he understood that as long as there was electricity, a vast amount of meat would remain unspoiled. However, once the power went out, the frozen goods and the cold storage would likely suffer. The slaughterhouses, which housed substantial quantities of meat, would face the same fate that Yi Feng contemplated. Resources in the supermarket could wait for collection. They wouldn't expire anytime soon. Before the city experienced a blackout, it was prudent to gather as much meat as possible and stockpile supplies. With this determination, Yi Feng resolved that his next target would be the cold storage of the slaughterhouse. He opened the navigation app and began searching for a slaughterhouse. Soon, the map indicated that Yi Feng was quite close to a particular slaughterhouse in Jiangcheng, which happened to be one of the largest in the area. Yi Feng smiled slightly. In that case, let us set forth. On the road, a heavy-duty truck sped along at its maximum velocity. Whoosh! The truck left trails of motion in its wake. The driver was none other than Yi Feng. After departing from the supermarket, Yi Feng had chosen to head straight for the slaughterhouse. Initially, he had set off on a small electric scooter, but as the number of zombies dwindled and the roads widened, he found the scooter's speed unsatisfactory. At that moment, he fortuitously stumbled upon a functional heavy-duty truck by the roadside. Yi Feng decisively exchanged his scooter for the larger truck. The difference between the electric scooter and the heavy-duty truck was like comparing a birdshot to a cannon. Now, he had an unobstructed view and astonishing speed. Yi Feng slammed on the brakes and raced towards his destination. Before long, Yi Feng arrived at Hongtu Slaughterhouse. He parked the truck by the roadside, leaped out, and stored the vehicle away in his spatial realm. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the lingering mist of blood that hung in the air. The ground was paved with asphalt, and the surrounding vegetation stood taller and more robust than before the apocalypse. Next to the slaughterhouse's entrance, 2 willow trees swayed gently in the breeze. Approaching the entrance, Yi Feng was astonished to discover a nest of baby sparrows in one of the willows, seemingly recently hatched. Their bodies soft and devoid of feathers. Yi Feng pondered that in this apocalyptic disaster, animals, like humans, faced 3 possible fates. They could become zombies, evolve into another species, or remain unchanged, becoming prey at the bottom of the food chain. Plants, on the other hand, would undergo collective mutations, but that was a matter for the future. Yi Feng's gaze shifted. The nest of sparrows appeared to be merely ordinary sparrows. Their survival to this point was indeed fortunate. Disregarding the baby sparrows, Yi Feng entered the slaughter area. Upon crossing the threshold, a wave of putrid air assaulted his senses. Yi Feng frowned as he scanned the vicinity. The area was eerily empty, littered with overturned tables, dried blood, and shattered bones. No zombies? Yi Feng heightened his vigilance. Logically, there should be some zombies present, given that the slaughterhouse had employees. Activating his mental abilities, he expanded his perception outward. There were no survivors. No zombies. Yi Feng proceeded cautiously toward the cold storage area of the slaughterhouse. Just then, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the air. Yi Feng focused his gaze and saw a massive, pig-like creature emerging from the shadows. Initially taken aback, he soon realized it was a mutated zombie, seemingly a zombified pig. In the face of adversity, one often fears the unknown. Upon recognizing the creature before him, Yi Feng felt a slight sense of relief as he raised his gaze to observe. Before him stood a monstrous being, towering at 3 meters, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Its skin was pallid, marred by a network of black veins, and parts of its body were encased in a thick hide that appeared remarkably resilient. A non-human, mutated zombie was indeed a sight to behold. Yi Feng silently hoped that the creature's head contained the crystal core he sought. With an impassive expression, he fixed his gaze upon the beast. Just then, a horde of smaller creatures, a dozen or so, surged forth from a corner. With a cacophony of sounds, each possessed blood-red eyes and saber-like fangs, yet their former appearance as domestic pigs was still discernible. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of surprise. "You even have little minions," Much like humans, certain animals too could succumb to zombification, such as zombie pigs, zombie dogs, and so forth. Among these undead creatures, mutated zombies could also emerge. The pig-like mutated zombie before him was fundamentally akin to the human variant. Mutated zombies, regardless of being human or beast, typically possessed formidable strength. Most crucially, they were guaranteed to yield crystal cores. Particularly special ones that Feng mused silently that the workers in the slaughterhouse must have been devoured by these mutated zombies. Roar! The mutated zombie lunged at Feng with astonishing speed, its visage grotesque. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him that Feng could clearly discern the prominent veins and menacing fangs on the pig's head, accompanied by a foul stench that assaulted his senses. Gripping his flaming battle knife tightly, Feng deftly sidestepped just as the mutated zombie was about to collide with him, seizing the opportunity while the zombie was still recovering from its charge. He swung his knife toward its neck. With a swift motion, the blade plunged 30 centimeters deep, revealing bone beneath it. A jet of black blood erupted forth. Ah! The zombie let out a pained cry, irate as it expelled a mass of brown secretion. Feng nimbly evaded. Sizzle! The brown substance splattered onto the ground, corroding the surface beneath. Its saliva is toxic. Feng's caution heightened. Yow! At that moment, the minions of the zombie pig king launched their assault against Feng. With a wave of his hand, torrents of terrifying gray lightning energy burst forth from his palm. Boom! 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 The 4 leading zombie pigs were instantly reduced to powder upon contact with the lightning. The remaining zombie pigs, devoid of reason, continued their reckless charge at Feng. Producing a desert eagle, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The speeding bullets pierced the eye sockets of the approaching zombie pigs. Splash! Blood sprayed in all directions. In a short span, Feng had cleared the area of zombie pigs. Witnessing his minions fall, the mutated zombie was consumed by rage. Roar! It let out a furious roar as its form rapidly swelled. Its crimson eyes blazing with fury, in an instant, it expanded into a terrifying creature, standing 5 meters tall. Feng appeared diminutive before it. The transformation complete, the monster fixed its blood-red gaze upon Feng and lunged with brutal intent. Its speed akin to lightning. Feng bent his knees slightly, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap in midair. The mutated zombie pig had yet to react that Feng brought his blade down. Splash! Black blood gushed forth, splattering several meters away. Ah! This strike sent the mutated zombie into a frenzied rage. It unleashed a barrage of attacks resembling a tempest. However, Feng's speed far surpassed that of the creature, allowing him to effortlessly evade every assault. For this battle, Feng had not intended to employ his Chaos Divine Thunder ability, as he had yet to master its precise control that he feared that a moment of carelessness might result in a catastrophic blow, obliterating the mutated zombie before him just as he had done with the supermarket zombies. After several rounds of combat, the mutated zombie realized it could not match Feng's prowess. Furthermore, its transformation was nearing its end. After launching one final attack, it shrank in size and turned to flee. Feng, taken aback for a moment, quickly pursued. He would not allow it to escape. He chased, while it fled. Feng's speed slightly outstripped that of the mutated zombie, and he soon caught up. With a swift slash, he brought his blade down. Splash! Accompanied by a chilling scream, the pig's head soared into the air. Black blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. The mutated zombie's body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Dust swirling and debris scattering. The zombie pig's form twitched a few times before falling still. Feng exhaled a breath of relief, a smile gracing his features. After approximately 3 minutes, he recognized that the mutated zombie's vitality was exceptionally robust, making it somewhat troublesome to handle with mere physical attacks. He needed to refine his Chaos Divine Thunder abilities swiftly. Feng had never anticipated that one day he would lament the overwhelming power of his own abilities. Notification. Event triggered. Notification. Reward. 10 fish baits added. 10 fish baits? Feng was elated. Although the system did not clarify, it might be related to his first kill of a mutated zombie animal. Feng's gaze fell upon the carcass of the creature before him. Given its considerable strength, might it possess a crystal core? He stepped forward, wielding his flaming battle knife to carve an opening in the mutated zombie's skull. Probing within. Before long, his blade encountered a hard object. A flicker of surprise crossed Feng's eyes. It seemed he had found something. His eyes brightened, and without concern for the mess, he reached in to grasp it. After some fumbling, Yifeng extracted a solid object. With a thought, he produced a bottle of mineral water from his storage space to clean it. Before him lay a crystal core, about the size of a thumb. Translucent and shimmering, a true crystal core. Yifeng's expression lit up with joy. From the core, he sensed a wave of energy that could be absorbed. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally absorb the crystal core and enhance his strength. Generally speaking, crystal cores were classified into ordinary and special types. In a few days, when the zombies collectively advanced a level, the resulting cores would be ordinary first-level cores. Conversely, a mutated zombie advancing to the first level would yield a special first-level core. Special cores not only contain more energy, but also harbored unique properties. For an ability user to elevate their level, they must first maximize their energy reserves within their body, reaching a 7-star level. Once an ability user attained the 7-star level, they needed to absorb a special crystal core to have a chance to break free from the constraints of the human body and progress to the next tier. With a crystal core produced, did this imply that the mutated zombie pig before him had already reached the first level? Yifeng's eyes glimmered with contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head. Regardless, this crystal core could be utilized to enhance his power or to break through limitations. With a beaming expression, Yifeng stored the crystal core in his storage space. Whether to absorb it or not could wait until nightfall. Next came the moment of harvest. Yifeng stepped into the storage room of the slaughterhouse. Upon entering, he surveyed the scene. The vast cold storage area was lined with rows of large freezers, each packed to the brim with an impressive assortment of frozen meats. Pork, beef, and lamb were meticulously categorized, each labeled, with quantities that were truly astonishing. Wow, truly, as the largest slaughterhouse in Jiang City, its reserves were remarkable. Yifeng marveled inwardly. With a thought, he began to swiftly collect the frozen meats. Wherever his gaze fell, countless frozen meats, along with the freezers themselves, were drawn into his storage space. Collect, 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 a smile graced Yifeng's lips. His delight palpable. What a thrill! Yifeng swiftly navigated through the entire cold storage facility. A quarter of an hour later, he had thoroughly plundered the place, emerging with an astonishing bounty, a total of 5. 400 tons of frozen pork, 200 tons of frozen beef, and 800 tons of frozen lamb. Such a quantity of meat was more than Yifeng could ever consume in a lifetime. This haul was nothing short of a windfall. With exhilaration etched upon his face, he departed the slaughterhouse. As he exited, Yifeng retrieved a truck from his storage space, preparing to leave. Just then, he paused momentarily. Not far off, a zombie with sharp fangs and claws, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, was wreaking havoc among the bird nests in a tree. Without a second thought, Yifeng drew his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth, and the zombie collapsed in response. Yifeng swiftly advanced to the base of the willow tree. Once there, he discovered that what had once been a nest full of small birds now contained only a solitary fledgling. To be precise, it was a tiny pink sparrow. The featherless chick, with its ruddy appearance, looked particularly grotesque. Yifeng scanned the surroundings, but found no other adult sparrows. Its mother had likely perished, he mused. If left unattended, the fledgling would undoubtedly succumb to the harsh environment. What a serendipitous encounter! Yifeng chuckled softly as he carefully cradled the adorable little sparrow in his hands. In his previous life, some powerful individuals would tame formidable mutated beasts to serve them. Now, with a little companion in his grasp, it seemed he could nurture a few as well. On the road, Yifeng hummed a light tune as he drove the heavy truck. Speeding along, the mundane world had its demands. A man must face the trials of success and failure with composure. Half an hour had passed, and Yifeng had entered the city, under the divine blessing of Yifeng. The little sparrow appeared vibrant and full of life, though it still lacked the ability to chirp, wandering about the passenger seat of the truck. What should he name the little sparrow? Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent gunshots echoed through the air. Crash. The window of Yifeng's truck shattered with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the truck swayed violently, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Damn! A tire blew out. Yifeng maintained his composure, gripping the steering wheel firmly as he repeatedly pressed the brakes, gradually bringing the truck to a halt by the roadside. Fortunately, his advanced driving skills prevented a catastrophic wreck. Once parked, Yifeng glanced at the passenger seat. and his expression darkened immediately. His little bird had been struck. The fledgling, which he had so recently acquired, had been hit by a bullet, its body now a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Feng. In such a state, could it possibly survive? Turning to inspect it, he confirmed his worst fears. The little sparrow was beyond saving. Damn it all. Yi Feng's face turned ashen as he leaped from the truck. A bullet from an unknown source had not only shattered his truck's tire and window, but had also obliterated his bird. This was utterly unforgivable. Fury ignited within him. He had not provoked anyone. Yet here he was. Who did this? I will hunt you down. His eyes blazed with unquenchable rage, by examining the bullet's trajectory through the truck tire. Yi Feng quickly deduced that the assailant was concealed within a few nearby buildings. However, that side housed multiple structures, and the number of survivors within was likely substantial. Identifying the shooter would be no small feat. Nevertheless, Yi Feng promptly devised a plan. With a thought, he stored the heavy truck in his spatial realm. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, racing toward the tallest building. Inside one of the rooms, a young man with a gun trembled, his complexion pale. Damn it, it seems I've gotten into trouble. The other young men in the room shared looks of unease. What should we do now? I'm so scared, one exclaimed as he dashed out, leaving his companions in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already arrived at the base of the building that he bent his legs slightly, sprang forth, and leaped directly into an apartment on the 8th floor. The space was empty. Yi Feng squinted slightly. With enhanced hearing and mental probing, a flood of information surged into his mind. Mom, I'm hungry. You worthless creature, how could I have been so blind as to marry you? With a flicker of thought, Yi Feng began to systematically investigate and gather information. In the first apartment, a middle-aged couple, eliminated. The second apartment housed an overweight recluse, eliminated. The third was vacant. Yi Feng's intent was straightforward. The person who had fired upon him undoubtedly harbored ill intentions that he merely needed to locate those within the building who wished him harm and eliminate them. This place is not it. This one isn't. As he continued his search, Yi Feng remained undeterred despite the lack of results. Exiting one room, he traversed the hallway, persisting in his information gathering. In the 8th and 12th apartments, he found nothing of note. Just then, his eyes lit up on the 10th floor. Within a particular room, he spotted 3 young thugs with dyed yellow hair, their expressions grim. Inside the room, a woman, battered and unrecognizable, was being tormented. Yi Feng's heart jolted. The woman looked oddly familiar. She seemed to be a film star, and these young thugs, they harbored varying degrees of malice towards him. Found you. A cold smile curled upon Yi Feng's lips as he swiftly vanished from sight. On the 10th floor, in a certain room, the 3 thugs exchanged anxious glances. Zhou Wanjin has fled. What should we do now? That ability user shouldn't be able to find us, right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door burst open with a loud bang. A figure, a black-clad man radiating menace, strode in. It was Yi Feng. The moment the 3 young men laid eyes on him, their bodies involuntarily shuddered. Seeing their reaction, Yi Feng's suspicions were confirmed. That moment, he was utterly convinced that these were the very individuals who had attacked him. Was it you who fired the shots? Yi Feng's voice dripped with icy menace. The color drained from their faces. They had witnessed Yi Feng's extraordinary speed and abilities, quickly realizing he was no ordinary opponent. What are you talking about? I don't understand. One of them feigned innocence while subtly reaching for a weapon at his waist. With a disdainful snort, Yi Feng swiftly closed the distance, seizing the man by the throat. The young man barely uttered a word before Yi Feng tightened his grip, crushing his neck. The man instantly fell lifeless. Now, think carefully before you speak. Yi Feng regarded the remaining 2 with a cold gaze. Damn it, I'll take you on, cried one of the yellow-haired thugs as he drew his handgun, ready to pull the trigger. In the next instant, a flash of steel flickered, splat. His hand, along with the gun, fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah, my hand! The thug collapsed, clutching his mangled hand in agony. Yi Feng smirked, stepping forward without hesitation, and crushed the thug's skull beneath his foot as if it were a watermelon. The crimson and ivory substance splattered all around. Yi Feng turned to regard the third individual, flashing a grin reminiscent of a demon. Now it's just you left. Think carefully before you speak. The last of the yellow-haired fellows, witnessing his companions meet their grim fates, was nearly paralyzed with terror, his legs trembling weakly. The yellow-haired one stammered in a panic. Is this your answer? Yifeng's tone was icy. The yellow-haired one felt a jolt of horror, collapsing onto the ground in a heap. No. I'll tell you everything. It was Zhou Wanjin who fired the gun. He said you were being unbearably arrogant. He was extremely displeased when you sped away in the truck. He pulled the trigger himself. We were merely bystanders. Zhou Wanjin fired many shots. I had nothing to do with it. The yellow-haired one spilled his knowledge like beans, leaving nothing concealed, though. Yifeng's gaze flickered as he inquired, "Where is this Zhou Wanjin now?" Without hesitation, the yellow-haired one replied, "He ran away." When Zhou Wanjin saw you charging over, he realized the situation was dire and immediately went to the 13th floor to find his brother. His brother is a formidable esper capable of conjuring ice powers, effortlessly obliterating anything in his path. Yifeng nodded, indicating his understanding that he then asked, "What is the background of your group?" The yellow-haired one quickly responded, "The Zhou brothers escaped from Qingqing prison, reportedly having killed a guard. Zhou Wanrong possesses numerous firearms and many followers that we were originally residents here, but under the Zhou brothers' coercion, we were forced to join them. Brother, I swear I'm innocent. I haven't committed any wrongdoing." Yifeng appeared contemplative. Zhou Wanrong, he had heard of this individual in his previous life, that he seemed to be a powerful ice-type esper and the leader of a faction. Zhou Wanjin also possessed beast transformation abilities. The Zhou brothers had hundreds of subordinates and an arsenal of weapons. However, they appeared to have been subsequently absorbed by a more powerful esper faction. If Yifeng recalled correctly, they likely joined the team of the esper known as Fire God, with whom he had no connections. That it seemed that Zhou Wanrong had awakened ice-type abilities while Zhou Wanjin had yet to do so. In the previous life, the brothers had lived rather comfortably. Yet in this life, they had crossed paths with him, sealing their fates. The thought of their tragic demise brought a tinge of sorrow to Yifeng. "Brother, I have already told you everything. Please spare me." The yellow-haired one implored repeatedly. Yifeng nodded and offered a faint smile. "That you've done well. Thank you for your information." The yellow-haired one felt a wave of relief wash over him, elated by the reprieve. "Thank you for sparing me." Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Sparing you is out of the question. I shall send you on your way." An icy chill enveloped the yellow-haired one, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. "That you're not keeping your word. I told you everything." Yifeng scoffed. "When did I ever say I would spare you?" The yellow-haired one's eyes widened, seemingly on the verge of uttering "mord." In a swift motion, Yifeng's blade struck at a flash of steel. A line of crimson appeared at the man's throat. Gulyalu. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The yellow-haired one, panic-stricken, attempted to stifle it with his hands, but found it futile. Ultimately, he collapsed. A look of unwillingness etched upon his face as he succumbed to death. All three perished. Yifeng cast a glance at the unconscious actress within the room. Her limbs were broken, rendering her a mere shell of a person. Her body bore countless wounds, her eyes blinded, and her ears and nose cruelly severed. An utterly horrific sight. Her injuries were grave. She could perish at any moment. A den of scoundrels. Yifeng seethed with fury. Once, she was such a beautiful maiden. Approaching her, he raised his hand to bestow a sacred blessing. That a beam of white light enveloped her. The woman let out a muffled groan, yet did not awaken. Yifeng leaned down to examine her wounds, amplifying his efforts. The woman stirred. I'm still alive." Yifeng sighed. "Yes, but you may not live for long." She looked down at her dire state, her heart heavy with despair. After a long silence, she managed a bitter smile. "Grant me a swift end." "Very well." Yifeng nodded, stepping forward to grasp her throat. Crack. Her throat shattered, and she breathed her last. With no hope for salvation, Yifeng could only ease her suffering. That he felt a pang of melancholy. He had once enjoyed the dramas starring this actress. What a pity. Such is the apocalypse. Yifeng shot another glance at the corpses strewn about. Mere scum, their deaths inconsequential. He then turned and departed. "Zhou brothers, it's your turn next." On the 13th floor, within a room. "Brother, this is bad." The younger brother, Zhou Wanjin, panted as he rushed to his elder sibling. "Brother, I think I've landed us in serious trouble." The elder brother, Zhou Wanrong, was enjoying himself when he noticed his brother's distressed demeanor, prompting a frown of displeasure. "Calm down, don't shout like that. What if you attract the zombies? Quietly now, and explain slowly." Beneath Zhou Wanrong, a woman was providing a kneeling service, a sensation of comfort causing him to squint his eyes slightly. The younger brother, Zhou Wanjin, obediently nodded. "Brother," Here's the thing. I just saw a heavy truck pass by, and I, in a moment of folly, fired a few shots at it. And what happened? The truck didn't overturn. Instead, an esper emerged from it and obliterated the vehicle with a mere gesture. Then sprinted straight for our building. I sensed something was amiss. This could be an esper. Zhou Wanjin paused before continuing. Moreover, this fellow moved with incredible speed, like the wind. Realizing it was definitely an esper, I rushed over to you immediately. Brother, you must save me. At this, Zhou Wanrong's expression darkened immediately. An esper capable of vanishing a heavy truck and possessing such swift movement. Zhou Wanrong's brows furrowed, rage surging. He pointed a finger at Zhou Wanjin, scolding. What were you thinking? Are you unaware of our principles? Either do not act at all, or act decisively. Don't you understand? Zhou Wanrong's voice escalated suddenly. The younger brother. Zhou Wanjin flinched at the sound, his body trembling. The woman beneath Zhou Wanrong was equally startled, her body shuddering from the sudden fright, her teeth clattering. Hiss! Zhou Wanrong winced in pain, inhaling sharply. His expression remained impassive as he regarded the woman beneath him. She felt a chill permeate her bones, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Trembling uncontrollably, the woman pleaded in terror. Zhou, please. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Zhou Wanrong smiled benignly, patting her cheek gently, saying, No, you are not at fault. The fault lies with me. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, Zhou Wanrong abruptly seized her neck, twisting with brutal force. Crack! Her head turned at an unnatural angle, her face frozen in terror as she met her demise. Damn it! Zhou Wanrong sneered, tossing the woman's lifeless body to the ground. Zhou Wanjin glanced at the corpse. Though her beauty was mediocre, her fair skin and ample form were commendable. Brother, such a waste. Beautiful women are hard to come by these days. Zhou Wanjin mused to himself. Find? A sudden spark of realization flashed in his mind. And he exclaimed, Brother, do you think that Esper might not find me at all? After all, he has no idea it was me who fired the shots. Zhou Wanrong rose, his voice cold. We stand out here. That Esper will undoubtedly track us down, provided he possesses sufficient patience. Zhou Wanjin felt a twinge of reluctance. His elder brother, Zhou Wanrong, dressed himself and then turned to his younger sibling, saying, Remember this. I will wipe your backside one last time. But this is the final occasion. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Wanjin breathed a sigh of relief that a faint smile crept onto his face. With his brother stepping in, this situation was bound to be stable. Zhou Wanjin could not help but relax, muttering to himself, I thought we usually just kill for fun. Who would have imagined that this time we would encounter a supernatural being, and a skilled driver at that? With such speed, even a blown tire could be managed without a hitch. It's simply outrageous. What bad luck. I'll go have some fun with a few girls later and shake off this feeling. He whispered to himself. Zhou Wanrong paid him no mind and issued commands to the other subordinates in the room. Relay my orders and assemble all capable brothers. Understood, Brother Rong. The younger men quickly sprang into action. Before long, a large group had gathered in Zhou Wanrong's room, their voices rising in a cacophony. Zhou Wanrong explained the situation to them. However, the subordinates seemed unimpressed. Boss, I thought it was something serious. This is merely a trifle. Indeed, even if he is a supernatural being, how could he surpass our boss? Moreover, we have dealt with worse. Even supernatural beings fear bullets. One subordinate, sporting a mocking grin, chimed in, We have over 10 guns here. Whoever comes will be turned into a dead dog. Zhou Wanrong smirked slightly. I believe he is a capable individual. We shall assess the situation later. If he proves useful, he might just become our dog. It all depends on whether he knows his place. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Know your place? How amusing. Feng strode into the room, surveying the surroundings. Over 20 individuals, with a dozen firearms. Those without guns wielded sticks or long knives. Feng couldn't help but sneer. Excellent, a gathering of ineptitude. You've saved me a great deal of trouble. Splendid. You may now utter your last words. The moment Feng uttered these words, the group of subordinates erupted in anger, hurling curses. You little brat. How arrogant you are. You little scoundrel. Do you think I won't beat you to a pulp? Zhou Wanrong confidently waved his hand, silencing the insults. He scrutinized Feng from head to toe before smilingly saying, Brother, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. I am a supernatural being, and you are no ordinary person. I've heard you can make a truck vanish in an instant and move at incredible speeds. Is that your final statement? Yi Feng's gaze turned icy. Zhou Wanrong suppressed his inner fury. Forcing a smile, you have not lost anything. I am willing to compensate you with a box of instant noodles and 10 sausages. What do you think? Also, Wanjin, come here and apologize to this brother. His younger brother, Zhou Wanjin, swaggered forward. Hey, I was just joking with my brother. I didn't expect him to be so furious. Truly sorry. Come, let us shake hands. From now on, we're good buddies. Before he could finish, a flash of steel gleamed. Puffed. Zhou Wanjin's arm fell off in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ah, my hand. Zhou Wanjin let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yi Feng coldly stated, to call me brother. You are unworthy. Zhou Wanjin clutched his severed arm, rolling on the ground. Brother, my arm is gone. Quickly, capture him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The elder brother, Zhou Wanrong, was equally taken aback. His expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. What a foolhardy display of arrogance. He immediately issued the command. Everyone, open fire. Zhou Wanrong did not underestimate his opponent. Decisively ordering the attack, the younger men revealed cruel smiles, pulling their triggers in unison. Bang, 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 bang. An unending barrage of bullets rained down upon Yi Feng. Yet, in the face of this scene, Yi Feng merely smiled indifferently, not flinching or avoiding. Zhou Wanrong furrowed his brow. Could he be stunned into silence? Humph, I overestimated him. Turns out he is merely trash. However, the next moment, the sight before them left everyone dumbfounded. Scarcely able to believe their eyes that a golden light suddenly enveloped Yi Feng. The bullets they fired struck the golden aura and were deflected away, scattering in all directions that Yi Feng remained completely unscathed. Why? This is impossible, an indestructible body? The subordinates began to panic. Zhou Wanrong wore a look of astonishment. What in the world is this? But he quickly regained his composure. It's a supernatural ability. Brothers, do not cease. Keep firing. This ability must consume vast energy. It surely has its limits. Upon hearing this, the younger men felt reassured and increased their firepower. Bang, 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 bang. A torrent of bullets continued to surge forth. Yi Feng, calm and composed, walked forward amid the hail of gunfire, as if strolling through a park. But Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The supreme divine ring, invincible, immunity to all harm, is no mere boast. Yi Feng advanced like a golden war god, closing in step by step. Zhou Wanrong, realizing the futility of their attacks, began to sweat profusely. That I refuse to believe this fragile shield can withstand all assaults. His expression grew serious as he gently clenched his fist, gathering a frigid energy between his fingers. Your defense must have its limits. This energy is composed of ice, exuding an extreme cold capable of freezing anything. My supernatural ability is the epic-level frost control. I have also mastered a skill, the ice arrow. This person cannot possibly withstand it. Zhou Wanrong gritted his teeth, silently urging himself. Increase the intensity. I must amplify my strength. Zhou Wanrong drained every ounce of energy from his body in one breath. The powerful icy energy swirled in his palm, morphing into a small sword of ice. The icy blade, crystalline and adorned with intricate frost patterns, emanated a chilling aura. Zhou Wanrong's gaze hardened as he swung his hand fiercely. Die. The ice sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, tracing a frigid trajectory through the air. In the next moment, the ice arrow struck Yi Feng. Bang! The energy erupted upon impact. Haha! Got him! Zhou Wanrong's face lit up with elation. The surrounding subordinates were equally thrilled. Hit! The boss's ice arrow is devastating. He has done for. However, in the following moment, their voices fell silent. They watched in disbelief as Yi Feng's golden light flickered. The ice sword transformed into a cloud of frost and dissipated into the air. Yi Feng remained entirely unscathed, not even a wrinkle appearing on his clothing. This is absurd. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Wanrong's eyes bulged in disbelief. The subordinates were thrown into chaos. Yi Feng coldly smirked and said, Brother Zhou, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Unleash them. Zhou Wanrong's heart sank to the depths, as if plunged into an abyss. Ice arrow, stronger than a bomb. How could you emerge unscathed? Yi Feng retorted icily. Can't figure it out? Venture to the depths of hell and contemplate. Yi Feng's right hand clenched gently, a surge of gray lightning coursing wildly across his palm. An overwhelming pressure permeated the air. Zzzz, thunder roared, and bolts of electricity crackled. The terrifying energy of thunder sent shivers down the spines of all present. He was a master of lightning powers. My heavens! The onlookers' faces turned ashen. No, I do not wish to perish. Suddenly, a lackey tossed aside his weapon and dashed toward the exit. With a mere flick of his mind, Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning. Boom! A flash of thunder illuminated the scene, and the arc struck the fleeing minion. The man's body was instantly reduced to ashes, scattered across the ground. Such a horrifying spectacle sent chills through the remaining onlookers, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. No, spare me. My God, have mercy. The crowd lost all will to fight and scattered in a frenzy, a cacophony of wails echoing in the air. With a wave of his hand, Feng summoned torrents of menacing thunder energy from his fingertips. The lightning flickered, surging violently. Crackle, crackle. The thunder erupted like fireworks. Brilliant, beautiful. Each arc of gray lightning transformed into a harbinger of death. Any soul that made contact faced annihilation. Before long, over 20 lives had been extinguished. Within the room, the only surviving foes were Zhou Wanjin, who lay moaning on the ground, missing an arm, and his elder brother Zhou Wanrong, whose expression was frozen in shock. After clearing the rabble, Feng strode toward Zhou Wanrong at that moment. Zhou Wanrong trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as death. He struggled to maintain composure, yet his back was drenched in cold sweat. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. He did not wish to die. He had awakened a powerful ice attribute ability. The future was bright. Brother, it was all my fault. Zhou Wanrong forced a dry smile that Feng remained impassive. Zhou Wanrong gritted his teeth and suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you, to be your loyal dog. I have awakened an epic-level ice ability. I will be the most valuable tool in your hands. That I am your dog, and I will follow your every command. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Wanrong continued to bow his head in supplication. Woof, woof. Meanwhile, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Han Xin could endure the humiliation of submission. To be adaptable is the mark of a true man. One day, I shall repay this humiliation in full. Feng, observing this, chuckled mockingly. After I've slain so many of your subordinates, do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Without hesitation, Zhou Wanrong replied, I do not hate them. They were merely ordinary people. Their deaths mean nothing. My lord. Zhou Wanrong raised his head, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face. What he did not expect was that in the next instant, an arc of lightning flashed before him. The lightning surged. Zhou Wanrong's expression became forever frozen in shock. No. His body suddenly shattered. Reduced to a pile of charred remnants, Zhou Wanrong was dead. To serve me as a dog, you are unworthy. Feng sneered. After finishing off Zhou Wanrong, Feng turned his gaze towards the last survivor in the room. Zhou Wanjin at this moment. Zhou Wanjin's face was a mask of terror, pale as death, his body trembling incessantly. No, do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his brother and their comrades, Zhou Wanjin's heart was filled with regret. Why? Why did he fire that gun? Why did he bring such a terrifying scourge upon his own brother? Regret consumed him from within. Feng approached Zhou Wanjin slowly, towering over him, raising his flaming sword. No, please, I beg you, spare me. The one-armed Zhou Wanjin collapsed to the ground, having lost control of his bladder, resembling a pitiful, lifeless dog. Feng's cold smile widened as he swung the blade down. In a flash, Zhou Wanjin's remaining arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Ah! Zhou Wanjin let out a heart-wrenching scream. Kill me! Just kill me! Feng swung his sword once more, severing his leg. Blood erupted again. I beg you, please kill me. Zhou Wanjin cried out repeatedly. On the verge of fainting, Feng raised his hand and cast a divine blessing. A beam of white light enveloped Zhou Wanjin, and he regained some clarity. Feng swung his sword again, lopping off another leg. Zhou Wanjin wailed continuously. Feng cast another divine blessing, then targeted his fifth limb, and he systematically severed all of Zhou Wanrong's limbs. Grasping Zhou Wanjin by the neck, Feng dragged him like a lifeless dog to the next floor. Here, a horde of zombies awaited hungrily. Opening the door, Feng held the spherical Zhou Wanjin aloft. With a divine blessing, Zhou Wanjin gradually regained consciousness. Turning his head, he was met with a throng of zombies beneath him, nearly scaring him out of his wits. No. Please, give me a swift end. Yifeng's heart stirred. According to intel from his previous life, Zhou Wanjin later awakened a beast transformation ability. Thus, his torment was not solely for the sake of vengeance. Such torment has not led to your awakening. It seems the instinct for survival has little impact on the emergence of powers. Upon finding his answer, Yifeng scoffed. To die like this would be too merciful for you. With that, Yifeng tossed Zhou Wanjin into the sea of corpses. With a rustle, a swarm of zombies surged forward, claws and teeth bared, tearing at Zhou Wanjin. No. 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 Zhou Wanjin struggled desperately, initially screaming in agony, but gradually fell silent. Yifeng watched coldly as he perished, then turned to leave. Little did Yifeng know, approximately 20 minutes after his departure, the lifeless body of the actress he had encountered earlier suddenly opened her blood-red eyes and began to rise. Half an hour later, Yifeng returned to the city. It was now afternoon. Feeling somewhat hungry, he decided to seek a secluded spot to eat. Surveying his surroundings, he found a cluster of buildings lining the street. Yifeng leaped up. Crashing through a window into a nearby residential unit, it was an empty fourth-floor room, relatively clean and tidy. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. This shall do for my lunch. What should I eat? Yifeng stroked his chin. Then an idea struck him. With a thought, he summoned a table from his spatial storage. Setting it up, he then retrieved a stove, pots, and charcoal, igniting the coals before pulling out a bounty of hot pot ingredients. Fresh bok choy, translucent vermicelli, succulent beef tripe, tender beef, rich lamb, and an assortment of meatballs. As the hot pot began to heat up, Yifeng took a moment to check his inventory. Bait, 40 portions. A faint smile crossed his lips. He had acquired 20 portions from Zhao Wumei, 10 from slaying mutated zombies, and another 10 from defeating mutated zombie pigs. In total, he had 40 portions of bait. This time, I can indulge in a little fishing. With 40 opportunities, I wonder what I might catch. System, let me fish 20 times. Yifeng silently commanded. After consuming 20 portions of bait, he awaited the results with anticipation. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a 3-carat diamond ring. +5. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 green yoga balls. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a complete DVD set of the drama Walking Meat. Yifeng stroked his chin. Feeling that this round of luck was rather poor, the so-called diamond ring was merely a capitalist scam. The yoga balls and the drama were of little use. Better to have more food. The fishing continued. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 pairs of black dragon sunglasses. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 500 G of gold bricks, totaling 100. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained a rare level skill. Extraordinary charisma. Woohoo! Now that's something good. Extraordinary skills and charisma. Yifeng smiled faintly. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a fish and received 1 high-vibration jump pill. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a fish and received 10 boxes of Qiantong muscle relaxation patches. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a fish and received 1 smell enhancement scroll. Another type of enhancement scroll has arrived. Smell. The corners of Yifeng's mouth lifted. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a fish and received 1 RTX 4090 graphics card. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a fish and received 1 rare item. Listening bug. A listening bug? It seems to be quite a valuable item. Before long, the 20 fishing attempts concluded. Yifeng promptly clicked to examine the listening bug. Creature, listening bug quality, rare description, a peculiar little bug, minuscule in size and particularly fragile. Once activated, it transforms into an invisible and colorless creature, capable of clinging to any surface of a target or flying continuously. Assisting its master in eavesdropping on surrounding auditory information, it requires a drop of blood to establish a bond. Yifeng pondered. So, it's a flying listening device, invisible and colorless once activated, meaning it cannot be seen or destroyed. Correct? Quite impressive. Yifeng extracted it, discovering the tiny bug was a vibrant blue, merely the size of a grain of rice. With a thought, Yifeng squeezed a minuscule drop of blood from his finger. Careful not to drown the listening bug. The blood fell. The contract was established. Yifeng realized he could now command the listening bug. With another thought, the listening bug immediately transformed into an invisible and colorless little insect, fluttering around Yifeng. Quite intriguing. Yifeng chuckled lightly, casually affixing it to his cuff, thereafter ignoring it. The listening bug's invisible state can be maintained for an extended duration, rendering it nearly invincible. Yifeng continued to assess his gains. Skill: extraordinary charisma quality. Rare description: a passive skill. Upon learning this skill, you will find it easier to attract the attention and affection of the opposite sex. You will emanate a unique charm, making others more inclined to interact, communicate, and become enamored with you. This is a skill for charming ladies. Will all beautiful women fall for me? Yifeng immediately chose to extract the skill. Whoosh! In an instant, a source pearl floated in the air. Yifeng reached out to catch it. In a flash, the skill source pearl transformed into a stream of blue light, merging into Yifeng's body. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded. Notification: congratulations, you have learned the skill Extraordinary Charisma. Yifeng has acquired the passive skill Extraordinary Charisma. It seems there's no noticeable change. Yifeng took out a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, with sharp brows and starry eyes. A visage akin to jade, his extraordinary aura was undeniable. A commendable skill. It made him, already strikingly handsome, even more so. He continued to review his acquisitions. Item: smell enhancement scroll quality. Rare description: upon using this scroll, your sense of smell will be enhanced to a certain degree. Still part of the enhancement scroll series. With a thought, Yifeng retrieved the smell enhancement scroll. A delicate scroll appeared in his hand. Yifeng gently tore open the scroll. A rich and complex aroma wafted through the air, intertwining and spreading. In the next moment, the scent coalesced into a stream of blue light, rushing into Yifeng's nostrils. A marvelous force swiftly amplified Yifeng's olfactory nerves. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly as he gradually adapted to the newfound enhancement. Soon, the enhancement concluded. Yifeng inhaled gently, pleasantly surprised to discover that the previously mundane air was now saturated with various subtle fragrances. The savory scents of hot pot ingredients, the aroma of decaying flowers, and the unique scent of a place recently occupied by someone. Yifeng's heart stirred. It seems someone was here not long ago. He attempted to discern each scent. With a thought, Yifeng retrieved some food from his storage. Then he gently closed his eyes, identifying each aroma in turn. The crisp scent of apples, the richness of cheese, the smell of cigarettes. Yifeng couldn't help but reflect. Is this the enhancement of smell? It feels rather delightful. Yifeng was quite satisfied. He had now consecutively enhanced his hearing, vision, and sense of smell. A hint of anticipation appeared on Yifeng's face. I wonder what form of enhancement I will receive next. After organizing his gains, Yifeng opened his panel. Bait: 20 portions, with 20 fishing opportunities remaining. Let us use them all. System: continue fishing. At the same time, the fishing hook soared out, consuming 20 baits. It sought items. Yifeng exhaled softly, silently awaiting the outcome. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a Philips 1000 Yuan series electric shaver. Receiving 10 units. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a DVD collector's edition of the martial arts film Heaven and Earth. Receiving 1 unit. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 3 bottles of Junior Recovery Potion. Notification: congratulations. Yifeng's heart stirred. 3 bottles of Junior Recovery Potion. It seems I've received this before. Yifeng pondered. It appears I can fish out items I have previously obtained. This should be good news, right? Notification: fishing in progress. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a DVD of the film Blind Woman. Receiving 1 copy. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 100 copies of the character album for Baijia. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 1 taste enhancement scroll. Notification: congratulations. Taste: truly a sensory enhancement. This time it's a taste enhancement scroll. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Before long, the fishing concluded. This time, the haul was not particularly substantial. Yifeng clicked to view the recovery potion details. Item: Junior Recovery Potion quality. Rare description: upon use, your stamina and energy will be significantly restored within a short time. This item, Yifeng had previously acquired one. It guarantees a recovery potion for sustained combat, quite decent, yet he hadn't found an opportunity to use it. Yifeng placed the 3 newly acquired potions alongside the previous ones in his storage space. Next was the new scroll. Item: Taste Enhancement Scroll Quality. Rare description: upon using this scroll, your sense of taste will be enhanced to a certain degree, part of the sensory enhancement series. Focused on taste, with a thought, Yifeng took out the scroll. A small blue scroll appeared in his hand. Yifeng tore open the scroll. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light. Surging into Yifeng's body and swiftly merging with his taste buds, the enhancement progressed continuously. Shortly thereafter, the enhancement concluded. Yifeng, with a thought, retrieved several pieces of chocolate from his storage. He placed them one by one into his mouth, savoring each: the bitterness of dark chocolate, the sweetness of milk chocolate, the richness of nut chocolate. The taste enhancement seems to have little significance in battle. It merely makes me more discerning about food. Yifeng mused with a wry smile. This considered a negative enhancement. In the past, the enhancement of auditory, visual, and olfactory senses has undeniably aided Yifeng in combat support and intelligence gathering. However, the improvement of taste seems rather superfluous. Yifeng shrugged off such thoughts. Although this round of fishing did not significantly bolster his strength, he remained quite content. Each fishing venture yielded rewards, and every enhancement represented progress. Gradually, he grew stronger, bit by bit. With a smile, Yifeng opened his interface to review his existing skills: Chaos Thunderstrike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing, Mental Probe, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Mastery of Shooting, Mastery of Hand-to-Hand Combat, Mastery of Driving, an extraordinary charisma. A slight smile graced Yifeng's lips as he glanced at his combat assessment. Combat power, 389 points. The sense of joy welled up within him. In the room, a faint mist of steam lingered, as the water in the hot pot had begun to boil vigorously. Gurgling sounds filled the air. The rich aroma of beef tallow hot pot base gradually permeated the entire room. Yifeng placed lamb and meatballs into the pot, then pulled out his phone. He noticed several unread messages. With a gentle swipe of his finger, he discovered messages from Zhao Wumei. Zhao Wumei. Yifeng. My powers have awakened. Zhao Wumei. I have awakened a legendary power, Sovereign of Thunder, followed by a flurry of emoticons that I can command thunder. This ability is overwhelmingly powerful. I can hardly imagine just how strong you must be. Yifeng. Her exuberance was palpable. A smile tugged at the corners of Yifeng's mouth. He genuinely felt happy for Zhao Wumei. Those who possess a legendary power stand at the pinnacle of the human ability hierarchy. As far as Yifeng knew, legendary powers were the strongest. He had never heard of anyone possessing a mythical power. Yifeng continued to scroll through his phone screen. Besides Zhao Wumei's messages, Lin Xiaoxiao had also sent a few. Upon opening them, he found a string of caring messages. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng, I miss you so much at home. Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng, please be sure to stay safe out there. Yifeng chuckled softly. Tio Zhao Wumei. He offered a few light-hearted jests. Tio Lin Xiaoxiao. He assured her that he was in good spirits and safe. Before long, the hot pot broth began to boil again. Time to eat. Yifeng eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of lamb, dipping it into the sauce, and bringing it to his mouth. Delicious. The succulent flavor of the lamb tantalized his taste buds. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. He reached for another slice of tripe. It was absolutely delightful. Refreshing. He opened a bottle of fizzy drink, perfectly complementing the meal. Delicious. Yifeng savored his feast with great pleasure. Time slipped away swiftly. After a satisfying burp, he set down his chopsticks. Once his hunger was satiated, Yifeng's gaze shifted, and his fingers lightly tapped the table. His current stock of supplies was abundant enough to see him through the early days of the apocalypse comfortably. Yifeng mused, if I wish to establish a power, stockpiling resources is crucial. But if I do not intend to form a faction, ordinary supplies hold little significance for me. After all, for powerful ability users, by the mid-apocalypse, there would be far better options for sustenance. Yifeng's thoughts flickered back to pivotal moments from his past life. The first significant time marker was the 7th day after the apocalypse commenced. From that day forward, some zombies would develop cores within their skulls. These zombie cores could be used to enhance strength, proving extremely valuable for human ability users. The second crucial time marker was the 10th day of the apocalypse. Or more accurately, the night of the 9th day. The blood mist thickened, and opportunities rained down as numerous plants, animals, and items underwent collective mutations. The third crucial moment. Every change on Blue Star would profoundly impact and alter the survival conditions of human survivors. Under the relentless onslaught of disasters, human survivors would evolve step by step, struggling to survive. Amidst the mutations, various energy-rich mutated plants and beasts would emerge. For many powerful ability users, the ordinary supplies produced before the apocalypse would scarcely meet their physical demands. This was because, as ability users leveled up, their power would increase, and the essence of life itself would transform. For them, the mutated food produced after the cataclysm would suit their physiological needs far better. As Feng pondered this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether it be mutated wheat, mutated corn, or mutated cows producing fresh milk, or even the incredibly flavorful mutated pork, all would far surpass ordinary supplies. Long-term consumption would greatly benefit the bodies of ability users, even slightly boosting their physical strength. The ordinary food from before the apocalypse was tailored for average survivors and low-level ability users. In his past life, Feng had fortuitously tasted half of a barbecued mutated swan. The aroma, flavor, and texture were unforgettable. With this thought, Feng could not help but swallow hard that he couldn't dwell on it. Shaking his head, he silently vowed, "In this life, I will stand at the pinnacle. I will crush all my enemies. I will indulge in all manner of mutated food." Regaining his focus, Feng immersed his mind in the storage space. Beginning to tally his supplies, the stock of beef, lamb, pork, chicken, duck, and seafood was sufficient to last him a millennium. Once the second wave of mutation struck, various mutated flora and fauna would spring forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, rendering ordinary food obsolete for him. Moreover, Feng had no intention of establishing a grand faction at most. He would form a small team to support himself and enhance his personal strength. With this in mind, Feng smiled. The collection of resources should be left to chance. There was no need to force it. However, if not gathering resources, what should he do now? Slay zombies. Currently, these zombies had not yet produced cores. The opportunities he was aware of had not yet emerged. Considering the butterfly effect, Feng resolved to refrain from interfering excessively. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other avenues for strengthening himself. Perhaps he should return home to rest? Feng recalled Lin Xiaoxiao's statuesque figure and curvaceous form, and for a moment, his thoughts wandered. No, Feng, how can you be so lax? Mutated zombies can produce cores. And now, at the onset of the apocalypse, resources in beautiful women are plentiful. As time passes, the supply of beautiful women will dwindle and become scarcer. After all, the awakening of human abilities is largely unrelated to beauty. Most of the beautiful women will not be ability users. By the mid-apocalypse, even beautiful women will rarely remain unblemished. Although Feng had no particular interest in that regard, he naturally preferred his woman to be flawless. Thus, it was only prudent to gather a few beautiful subordinates during the early days of the apocalypse. Just then, Feng's phone vibrated. He glanced down to see several urgent messages. Feng, I saw a video of an ability user on the city forum. It looks like you. If you have the means, please help me. I am at my wit's end. The pleas for help were abundant, but Feng merely cast a cursory glance, upon recognizing the sender. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile of intrigue crept onto his lips. Could it be her? The sender of the distress signal was Nan Ruan, the first beauty of Jiangxing University, a girl whose beauty could be described as breathtaking. Feng found himself lost in reminiscence. He was a graduate of Jiang University. In his senior year, Nan Ruan had just begun her freshman year. Upon entering the campus, her extraordinary beauty eclipsed that of the entire university. With a supermodel-like figure and unparalleled looks, she effortlessly claimed the title of Jiangxing University's undeniable first beauty. In this present moment, Feng's gaze flickered, a subtle smile curving his lips. Such exquisite beauty has found herself in a dire predicament. Bookshelves, gifts, and countless five-star reviews. Grateful thanks indeed. Transitioning from female-oriented literature to male-oriented was a wise choice. The data has improved significantly, and the little transparent one will undoubtedly continue to strive. Nan Ruan possesses a breathtaking beauty. Any man who has laid eyes upon her, from octogenarians to 8-year-olds, has never deemed her unattractive. Feng is no exception at Jiangxing University, a saying once circulated. Who could possibly dislike Nan Ruan? However, Feng remained steadfastly loyal in love. Despite having Liu Ting by his side, he did not seek to engage with Nan Ruan. They merely exchanged contact information during a school-organized event and later communicated a few times due to university matters. Then, Feng graduated. Does that mean Nan Ruan is still alive? Feng's gaze shifted slightly in his previous life. During the apocalypse, he had sought news of Nan Xian. It was said that she had not awakened to become an ability user. Thus, as an ordinary person, she perished early in the apocalypse. Feng was unaware whether Nan Ruan had met her demise at the hands of zombies or others. A beauty faded for misfortune. At that moment, another message from Nan Ruan arrived. Feng, I do not know if you can see this message or if you will come to save me, but I have no other options left. I have done all that I can, and the rest is in the hands of fate. Below is the situation I am facing. Feng glanced at his phone. Nan Ruan's subsequent message briefly described the life-threatening crisis she encountered. With a gentle swipe of his finger, he skimmed through it. For more detailed information, he turned to the Jiangxing University campus forum. Feng switched browsers, opened the university's forum, and perused it briefly. He then set his phone down. He had grasped the basic situation. The terrifying mutated monsters in the library had claimed the lives of ability users. The hint of amusement flickered in Feng's eyes. It turned out that the library at Jiangxing University was currently infested with a horrifying mutated beast. This situation had persisted for several days, rendering the library a death zone for the university. In his previous life, Nan Ruan likely met her in there. Feng pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone to reply to Nan Ruan. I am Feng, the ability user from the video. I have seen your distress signal and understand that you are currently in a desperate situation, that I possess the capability to eliminate this monster and rescue you. However, everything comes at a price. If I risk my life to save you, what can I gain in return? A few minutes passed without a response. Feng thought for a moment and sent a voice message. No one answered. Feng furrowed his brow. Could it be that Nan Ruan is already gone? The thought of her tragically perishing at the hands of zombies filled him with regret. What a pity. A flower-like girl. Yet, Feng did not dwell on sorrow for long. He stood up to gather the remaining hot pot ingredients back into his storage space. Just then, he frowned slightly as someone approaching. Feng listened intently. Moments later, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Outside the room, a pair of young adults stealthily approached the door. The man, resolute in expression, wielded a crossbow, while the woman, frowning, held a kitchen knife. Sister, are you absolutely certain? There is a man in our home enjoying hot pot. The man asked quietly, still incredulous that such an absurd situation could unfold before him, in a time when most struggled to find enough to eat. Someone was feasting on hot pot, and in their own home, no less. How outrageous. Brother, you should trust my ability. I am not mistaken, the woman replied softly. They were siblings, having returned empty-handed from a food scavenging expedition. The sister had awakened a rare ability, sensing danger, while the brother was skilled with his crossbow. Upon hearing her words, the man's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of thought crossing his mind. After a moment, he spoke with a fierce tone. If that's the case, we shall use the same tactic as we did with that lecherous Wang Chang. You go in first to lure him, and I will hide behind you and take him out with one shot. Wang Chang was their neighbor, and 2 days ago, the siblings had successfully infiltrated his home using a beauty trap, killing the unsuspecting man. The woman hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother, I feel this person is not ordinary. Should we consider inviting him to join us? Foolish. A plump lamb is delivered right to our door. How could we let such an opportunity slip away? Besides, we are on the brink of starvation. If we do not procure some food soon, we will have no choice but to resort to that. So, we must eliminate him. The woman fell silent. Her brother's reference to that was, in fact, cannibalism. Strike first to gain the advantage. The one who acts last suffers. I am determined to kill this person. Will you assist me, sister? The man insisted, his brows furrowed. Very well, brother. We shall do as you say. The woman ultimately nodded, lamenting the loss of such a handsome young man. Inside the room, Feng sat calmly at the table, continuing to enjoy his hot pot. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock drew his attention. He looked up to see a provocatively dressed woman with a striking figure entering. The woman feigned surprise, gasping softly. Ah, who are you? Feng remained composed, not responding. The woman sensed something peculiar about Feng's reaction, but continued to play her role. Why did you intrude into my home? There is nothing of value here, she said, glancing around the room. Upon catching sight of the scene within, Her expression transformed into one of utter shock. How is this possible? It's too extravagant. A steaming hot pot simmering with tempting meat slices. Surrounded by an abundance of ingredients, various vegetables, meatballs, the aroma of the hot pot permeated the entire room. The woman's limited perception had only allowed her to see Yi Feng enjoying his meal. She had not anticipated the wealth of ingredients he possessed. In an instant, her eyes gleamed with greed, and she swallowed hard, her throat working involuntarily. The fragrance of the hot pot and meat was simply irresistible. She gazed at Yi Feng, noting his handsome features, tall stature, and the aura of comfort that surrounded him. What a striking man! Yet, she glanced at the lavish spread on the table, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. If he is handsome, then he must die? Why should we suffer on meager rations while he enjoys such luxury? Handsome brother, could you spare me a bit to eat? I promise I won't resist whatever you wish to do. The woman purred, accentuating her ample curves. Yi Feng cast her a glance, unmoved. Compared to Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei, this woman paled in comparison. I am merely passing through, borrowing some space for a meal. Yi Feng replied, rising to his feet. The woman rolled her eyes inwardly. You call this lavish hot pot a mere meal? Handsome brother, look at me. The woman shed her outer garment, revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure. Yi Feng, upon hearing her words, turned to look. Whoosh! In a flash, a sharp arrow flew through the air toward Yi Feng. The man emerged from behind the door, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was utterly confident in his archery skills. The hot pot man was as good as dead. However, in the next moment, the man's smile froze in disbelief as he stared at Yi Feng, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Yi Feng had effortlessly caught the incoming arrow with one hand. He caught it. The woman, too, was wide-eyed, filled with astonishment. This is impossible. The man's eyes widened in horror. To catch a crossbow bolt with bare hands. Was he even human? Could he also be an ability user? Yi Feng's gaze was as cold as ice as he fixed his eyes on the two individuals before him, slowly uttering, "Shoot me, then allow me to return the favor." At his words, the man's expression changed drastically. The woman, too, was struck with horror and turned to flee. With a swift motion of his wrist, Yi Feng sent the arrows in his hand hurtling back towards them. Whoosh! The sharp arrow first pierced through the woman's neck before striking the man's heart. Thud! Thud! A double kill. Yi Feng had executed both of them with a single arrow. They collapsed to the ground, their blood seeping out slowly. Even in death, their faces retained an expression of sheer terror. Yi Feng's demeanor remained calm and unruffled. He showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him, regardless of their identity. There was but one outcome for such attempts: death, with a mere thought. Yi Feng stored the remaining hot pot ingredients into his storage space, then approached the window that he leapt down. The wind howled past his ears, tap, with a light touch of his toes against the wall. He descended gracefully to the ground. Although the sound of his landing was faint, it nonetheless aroused the zombies nearby. However, upon raising their eyes, they found nothing to pursue, leaving them bewildered as they continued to wander aimlessly. Yi Feng strolled leisurely down the street. Just then, his phone vibrated. He took out his device and glanced at the message, a flicker of joy flashing in his eyes. The message was from Nan Ruan. Senior Yi Feng, feel free to propose any conditions. I am in dire need of the assistance of an ability user. Moments later, a second message arrived. Senior Yi Feng, I am currently located in the second library of Jiangxing University. In the reading room on the west side of the third floor, we are being stalked by a horrifyingly powerful mutated dog. I do not wish to deceive you. This mutated dog possesses immense strength, having already claimed the lives of awakened individuals with epic-level abilities. There are reports online as well. The entire Jiangxing library has become the territory of this mutated beast, a forbidden zone for humanity. We are unfortunate to be trapped here, with death looming over us at any moment. Nan Ruan's words were laced with urgency that a glimmer of delight crossed Yi Feng's eyes. The goddess, the campus belle, was still alive, albeit enduring tremendous hardships. This situation was simply splendid. A slight smile graced Yi Feng's lips. This scenario was perfectly convenient for him to take advantage of. No, rather, it was an opportunity to provide timely assistance. As for a terrifying mutated dog, was that truly a concern? At this moment, creatures more fearsome than himself had yet to be born. Yi Feng promptly replied, I can come to your rescue. A mere mutated dog may seem formidable to you, but to me, it is nothing. After sending the message, just a few seconds later, Nan Ruan responded, Wonderful. Senior Yi Feng, please hurry and save me. You truly are a good person, Yifeng. What? Are you sending me a good person card? Little girl, I shall soon let you witness the treachery of the world. Apologies, but I am not a good person. I have previously stated that there are no free lunches in this world. To survive, one must make commensurate sacrifices. My assistance comes with conditions. Nan Ruan. What conditions? Yifeng. The conditions are exceedingly simple. You must become my woman. Yifeng had his eye on her for quite some time. Thus he opted for a direct approach. Simple, straightforward, and blunt. An efficient choice. What? You say pursuing a goddess cannot be done this way, and that feelings must be cultivated? Brother, what era are we in? The apocalypse is upon us. To engage in romance during the end times would be sheer folly. Hence, Yifeng laid his terms bare. If you agree, I shall come to your aid. If not, prepare for death. After all, there are plenty of beautiful women in the world. And I am not lacking one, even if she is undeniably stunning. Just then, Yifeng's phone screen suddenly displayed a reply. The message contained only a brief line. Senior Yifeng, I accept your conditions. But it is truly dangerous here. The mutated dog is particularly terrifying. Please be sure to exercise caution. A sparkle of surprise flashed in Yifeng's eyes as his lips curled into a slight smile. She's reasonable, based solely on looks. Nan Ruan from Jiangxing University was arguably the most beautiful woman Yifeng had ever encountered, a true pinnacle of beauty, more attractive than some celebrities. Yifeng replied, Hold on, and do not perish. I will arrive shortly. What mutated dog? It will be reduced to ashes with a mere snap of my fingers. Yifeng tucked away his phone, his figure flickering as he vanished from the spot. At Jiangxing University, in the library. In a reading room on the third floor, 8 students, 6 men and 2 women, huddled in a corner. Each one wore a pale expression, their faces devoid of color. Among them was the campus belle. Nan Ruan. However, unlike the others, she bore a hint of expectation in her brow. Senior, Yifeng, the ability user, I wonder if he will keep his promise. It sounds too good to be true. Nan Ruan sighed inwardly. Deep down, she harbored doubts about Yifeng's claim of reducing the threat to ashes with a snap of his fingers. After all, the strength of the mutated mastiff was exceedingly formidable. Yet, in her current dire circumstances, she needed this glimmer of hope. Moreover, she had conveyed the truth of their situation to Yifeng. Since he remained confident, it was reasonable to assume that his abilities were, perhaps, commendable. She hoped that Yifeng could rescue her before the mutated mastiff made its appearance. The thought of the terrifying mutated mastiff sent a shiver down her spine. During the onset of the apocalypse, Nan Ruan had sought refuge in the library snack shop, narrowly evading the initial wave of zombies. Sustained by the snacks and pastries from the shop, she and the other survivors had managed to endure for several days. However, as time passed, the food within the library dwindled, just as anxiety began to mount among the survivors. 2 ability users emerged. One was named Wang Haoshuan, a third-year student with the rare ability of metal transmutation. The other was Li Donghai, a school counselor possessing the epic-level power of ice. Under their leadership, the group banded together to eliminate some zombies within the library and gather essential survival resources. Unfortunately, just as conditions within the library began to improve, a nightmare suddenly descended. A massive mutated mastiff appeared within the library, launching an almost one-sided slaughter against the survivors. The mutated mastiff, far surpassing its pre-transformation strength and intelligence, measured 2 meters in length, moving with incredible speed and ferocity, more fearsome than a tiger. Often, before anyone could discern its presence, they would already be lying lifeless on the ground. These mutated beings, classified as aberrant beasts, were not to be confused with mutated zombies. When the mutated mastiff first manifested in the library, it swiftly claimed the lives of over 10 survivors. Following a fierce battle with the 2 ability users, it brutally tore Li Donghai, the ice ability user, to shreds. The other ability user, Wang Haoshuan, fled in panic, narrowly escaping. With the demise of the ability users, how could ordinary people hope to survive? As despair enveloped Nan Ruan and her companions, resigned to their grim fate, the mutated pine lion stealthily withdrew. This aberrant creature, once a stray dog abandoned by its owner and subjected to cruel mistreatment, harbored a profound hatred for humanity. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, rather than succumbing to zombification, it fortuitously evolved into a speed-enhanced beast. The mutated pine lion claimed the library as its territory, regarding the survivors within as mere prey. intent on toying with these detestable humans to assuage its grievances. Following the lion's retreat, a wave of relief washed over the survivors, who believed they had narrowly escaped death. Yet, just hours later, the creature reappeared, baring its teeth, ready to chase, torment, and slaughter. Those brave enough to venture outside were brutally torn apart by the lurking beast. The mutated pine lion reveled in spreading terror among the survivors, who felt like lambs awaiting slaughter. Trapped within the library, the remaining survivors, unwilling to meet their demise passively, sought help online, hoping for the intervention of a superhuman. Unbeknownst to them, the presence of the first beauty, Nan Ruan, in their midst attracted the attention of a powerful awakener, a fervent admirer of hers, who rushed to their aid upon learning of her predicament. However, his valiant entrance was cut short as the mutated pine lion devoured him whole at the door. His demise tragically pitiful. From that moment on, no one dared to attempt a rescue, even with the allure of Nan Ruan present. After all, women like her were plentiful, but one's life was singular. Inside the reading room, Nan Ruan crouched in a corner, her gaze downcast, eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Feng, you must hurry. It could return at any moment. 2 hours prior, the mutated pine lion had prowled the library, slaughtering another group of survivors before departing in satisfaction. Since then, only the final group of survivors remained. Despair permeated the reading room, with emotions among the survivors escalating. Damn it! Why must such monsters exist in this world? Just hours ago, that creature had devoured others, and if it returned, it would surely be our turn. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Some wept while others fell into numbness. Someone, please save us. Li Donghai, the epic awakener, is dead. Who else can come to our aid? Even if the monster stayed away, we couldn't last much longer. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a day. Among them, a boy with bloodshot eyes became particularly agitated. Damn that mutated pine lion. Here I am, a powerful awakener with a bright future, and I'm going to die here. He kicked over a nearby trash can in frustration. Nan Ruan cast a glance at him, remaining silent. This boy, Wang Haoshuan, had awakened the ability to metalize, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and defense. Unfortunately, his powers paled in comparison to the ferocity of the mutated pine lion. Wang Haoshuan sank to the ground, lips pressed together in silence. In his heart, he believed himself to be the chosen one. Yet here he was, facing a fate no different from ordinary individuals. It was utterly unacceptable. As time passed, the anxiety among the group intensified. Suddenly, a slightly plump girl erupted in agitation. This situation is entirely your fault, Wang Haoshuan. If Li Donghai hadn't died, the two of you could have teamed up to fight the mutated pine lion. Her words grew more fervent, drowning out the complaints of others. With her accusations directed at Wang Haoshuan, the murmurs around them quieted. You shouldn't have stood by and done nothing. Why didn't you join Li Donghai in battle? You just a coward. The other students exchanged glances, their silence revealing their agreement with her sentiment. Indeed, the girl had a point. Li Donghai possessed an epic-level ability to manipulate ice, far surpassing Wang Haoshuan's capabilities. When the mutated pine lion first appeared, Li Donghai had managed to injure it with his frost manipulation. Yet, Wang Haoshuan, paralyzed by fear of the beast's might, had hesitated to engage, merely spectating as Li Donghai exhausted his energy, ultimately meeting a gruesome end, consumed by the mutated beast, thereby enhancing its own power. This creature could grow stronger by devouring awakeners. Wang Haoshuan, relying on his formidable defense, had managed to escape, surviving to this moment. The plump girl, now frenzied, continued her tirade. If you had charged in and absorbed its attacks, allowing Li Donghai to create distance, perhaps things would have been different. We're here awaiting death because of your cowardice and incompetence. Her voice crescendoed, oblivious to Wang Haoshuan's increasingly dark expression. Enough, Li Ling. You should say less, someone nearby urged. Sensing the tension, Li Ling raised an eyebrow, displeased. What? Can't I point out his mistakes? I fear nothing. We're all going to die anyway. Just then, Wang Haoshuan could no longer contain himself and sprang to his feet. What the hell are you saying? With a snarl, he seized Li Ling by the throat. You dare say I'm wrong? By what right? By your fat body. Li Ling's face flushed as she struggled, her legs thrashing helplessly. Ugh, gee, give me mercy. Since awakening his powers, Wang Haoshuan's strength and speed had significantly increased, even without activating his metallization ability. He was formidable in combat. Are you still trying to instruct me? What do you even amount to? Wang Haoshuan's agitation escalated as he tightened his grip on her throat. Li Ling's eyes rolled back as she struggled to breathe. The room erupted into chaos as Wang Haoshuan's fury ignited. Xingu, don't do this. We're all classmates. Li Ling was just anxious. She meant no offense. Haoshuan, if you keep this up, she will truly die. Wang Haoshuan chuckled coldly, releasing Li Ling, who fell heavily to the ground. Huh. She lay pale and gasping for air, terror etched across her features, too frightened to utter another word. Wang Haoshuan's eyes gleamed with madness as he bellowed. Everyone knows how powerful that mutated dog is. Who among us has the strength to kill it? Even epic-level awakeners have fallen. In that situation, what would my presence have changed? Just another life lost. His voice echoed through the reading room, leaving the others cowed and submissive, no one daring to provoke him. Wang Haoshuan continued to survey the room, wearing a mocking expression. Tell me, when has there been a battle where I didn't lead the charge? You pitiful cowards merely wave your flags from the sidelines, utterly useless. You, and you, why don't you go fight? He pointed accusingly at those in the front row. Everyone lowered their heads in unison. Unwilling to respond, you're all worthless trash. An oppressive silence fell as the room remained mute. Wang Haoshuan grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he cast a venomous glare at Li Ling. With someone like you, I was foolish enough to share my food. What was I thinking? Ugh. Wang Haoshuan's expression was twisted with rage, his fury palpable. In a fit of emotion, he activated his ability of metallization. Creak. In an instant, his right leg was enveloped in a layer of dark gray metal. How dare she blame me for not stepping up to fight? Does she even deserve that? Deserve what? Indeed. Wang Haoshuan stepped forward, raising his right leg. The slightly plump girl, witnessing this, was instantly filled with terror. No, don't. Shireen. Liping, quickly stop him, save me. The slightly plump girl could hardly believe that Wang Haoshuan seemed genuinely intent on killing her. Haoshuan, don't be impulsive. We are classmates. Wang Haoshuan let out a sinister laugh. Lifting his foot and bringing it down with force. Splurt. Li Ling's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere, blood gushing forth. Li Ling is dead. The crowd watched in disbelief, too stunned to utter a single breath. After dispatching the slightly plump girl, Wang Haoshuan surveyed the scene, his gaze chilling. That I've sent her on her way ahead of time. Do any of you have objections? Panic gripped everyone, and they hastily shook their heads. And no objections. She deserved to die. Li Ling's death was just, and Brother Xian has worked hard. How could someone like her dare to criticize him? The crowd began to flatter Wang Haoshuan, fearful that a moment of his anger might lead to their own demise. Though, when the terrifying monster arrived, they would all meet the same fate. Yet, a delayed death was still preferable. Survival is an instinct inherent to all living beings, seeing that no one dared to oppose him. Wang Haoshuan felt a surge of confidence in the final moments of life. He was the king here, the sovereign. However, his confidence quickly waned as he murmured to himself, "We are the last survivors in the library. Therefore, when that mutated lion arrives, it will be our end. We can only wait for death." Wang Haoshuan's spirit sank. His gaze began to linger on Nan Shireen, flickering with intensity. Nan Shireen, the universally acknowledged beauty of Jiang University. Fair-skinned and exquisite, with long legs and a slender waist. Most importantly, she exuded a cool, ethereal aura, seemingly sacred and untouchable, which granted her an unparalleled allure. Upon noticing Wang Haoshuan's attention, Nan Shireen's heart sank, silently lamenting. It's over. Wang Haoshuan's mood is decidedly off. She forced a smile, disingenuously stating, "Classmate Wang, you did nothing wrong." Wang Haoshuan did not respond, but his eyes grew increasingly frenzied. "Everyone, I have a suggestion, a splendid suggestion." A lewd smile curled at the corners of Wang Haoshuan's lips. Upon hearing this, several sycophantic boys quickly echoed, "Brother Xian, what brilliant idea do you have?" "Yes, do share." Wang Haoshuan's gaze fixated on Nan Shireen's graceful form. Licking his lips as he slowly spoke, "Since we are all destined to die, why not indulge in some pleasure before our demise, to enjoy a moment of ecstasy? Wouldn't that be delightful? I wonder how our esteemed first beauty, Nan Shireen, feels about this?" At his words, the atmosphere among the crowd shifted, their expressions becoming peculiar. Originally, they were 8 survivors, 6 males and 2 females. After the death of one girl, Li Ling, they were left with 6 males and 1 female. the first beauty of Jiang University. Nan Ruan 6v1. The atmosphere in the room abruptly changed. Wang Haoshuan chuckled sinisterly, stepping closer to Nan Ruan. Nan Ruan, before the apocalypse, you rejected my advances 3 times that I wonder if you will be so cruel as to reject me a 4th time? As Wang Haoshuan approached, Nan Ruan's heart plummeted. No, I must stall for time. Biting her lip, she quickly said, Wang Haoshuan, calm down that we are about to be rescued. Wang Haoshuan paused, taken aback. What do you mean? Nan Ruan stood up. Addressing the group, Wang Haoshuan and fellow classmates, we are not yet in dire straits. I just contacted a senior, named Feng. He is also an ability user and is willing to come to our aid. His powers are formidable, even surpassing those of Li Donghai. He is on his way and will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. We have rescue. Initially stunned, Wang Haoshuan scoffed. Huh? What a coincidence. Why didn't he come sooner or later? But only after I made my suggestion. I never expected our esteemed beauty, Nan Ruan, to be a liar as well. Wang Haoshuan dismissed her claims entirely. I am not lying. I swear. Nan Ruan urgently explained. Wang Haoshuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Our entrapment in the library has been all over the internet, and the terrifying strength of the mutated lion is well known. Even a powerful ability user like Li Donghai is no match for it. How could there possibly be a fool willing to come to their own demise? Even if this so-called Yi Feng is your devoted admirer, he would at least possess some basic intelligence, wouldn't he? Wang Haoshuan's gaze bore into Nan Ruan, his eyes laced with mockery, as if to say that even a beautiful schoolgirl could be so adept at deception. As Wang Haoshuan finished speaking, the others began to realize the truth. Indeed, why would anyone be foolish enough to come here and seek death? This mutated lion cannot be confronted without a dozen ability users or powerful weaponry. Even if a fool did come, it would merely result in one more death, just like the previous survivor. Unable to even breach the door, death was inevitable. The gazes of the boys drifted greedily over Nan Ruan's form. The ice-cold beauty, fair-skinned and exquisite, an absolute gem. Nan Ruan's heart sank into an abyss of despair. Her face paled slightly as she attempted to convince the group that I am not lying. I have the phone records as proof. Quickly, Nan Ruan took out her phone to show everyone. His name is Yi Feng, and he is exceptionally powerful. Everyone, let us stay calm and wait a little longer, shall we? Isn't it better to be alive? Everything I say is true. However, at that moment, Wang Haoshuan had already lost interest. He waved his hand, his tone icy as he declared, whether it's true or not is irrelevant. If it is true, it would only mean one more fool coming to die, likely not even able to enter this library before being torn apart by that monster. If it's false, it would be a pity for you, the esteemed beauty, to perish so young without experiencing life. As he spoke, Wang Haoshuan inched closer to Nan Ruan, taking a deep breath and appearing intoxicated. So fragrant, so delightful, even after many days without a bath. The goddess remains enchanting. Wang Haoshuan seized Nan Ruan's snowy white arm. She struggled desperately, shouting, Wang Haoshuan, you've lost your mind. Let me go. Please let me go. Everyone, you all saw the phone records. Quickly persuade Wang Haoshuan. Wang Haoshuan's grip was immense, and she could not break free. A wave of despair surged within Nan Ruan. Yi Feng, will you make it in time? With that thought, she called out again, classmates, Wang Haoshuan has gone mad. You must stop him. Nan Ruan's display stirred some of the other boys. One cautiously suggested, Brother Xian, should we wait a little longer? Wang Haoshuan shot him a cold glance, his expression menacing. Shut your mouth. The boy was startled and fell silent immediately. Wang Haoshuan turned back to gaze at Nan Ruan's icy visage, laughing maniacally. Before I die, to feast upon such a delectable morsel is worth it. Listen to me, all the boys present shall share in this delight. Wait for me, Wang Haoshuan, to finish eating, and then you can take over. Our main principle is to waste nothing. Upon hearing this, the boys present erupted in cheers. All right, they exclaimed, haha, that's the spirit. Let's go. They were all eager to take action, their fists clenched in excitement. Xiangu is mighty. If I could just have a taste of the fragrant nectar today, it would be worth living this life. Wang Haoshuan wore a proud expression, about to continue his actions. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. Boom! Wang Haoshuan was taken aback, instinctively letting go of his grip. The faces of those present turned ashen, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if struck by lightning. That we're doomed. The mutated pine lion has arrived. I don't want to die. This is the end of our fun. Some collapsed onto the ground. Others turned pale. And some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders. Wang Haoshuan also wore a face of terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. I don't want to die. At this moment, Nan Ruan seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp. With footsteps echoing, a figure slowly approached. Confusion spread among the crowd. It didn't seem to be the mutated pine lion. As the figure drew near, it became clear that the newcomer, clad in black, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and imposing, was indeed Yi Feng. Surveying the surroundings, Yi Feng revealed a faint smile. His arrival was quite timely. Upon seeing that a human had entered, not a beast, the crowd collectively let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I was scared to death. Damn, there are other survivors here. Kid, you're truly courting death. Wang Haoshuan also exhaled deeply, his expression easing. Only Nan Ruan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly approached Yi Feng. Are you Yi Feng? Indeed, Yi Feng nodded. As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. He wasn't just another survivor from the library. He was the so-called licker with abilities that Nan Ruan had mentioned. Could it be true? How did he get in? The mutated pine lion must have let him in on purpose. Wang Haoshuan widened his eyes, looking at Yi Feng with suspicion about why Yi Feng paid no mind to these clowns. Instead, lowering his gaze to Nan Ruan. She had eyes as beautiful as the galaxy, her lips slightly chapped, yet still retaining a rosy hue, with a heart-shaped face, a high-nose bridge, and a cascade of black hair simply tied with a plain rubber band. Her neck was as white as a swan, giving her an especially ethereal presence. Her attire was relatively simple, consisting of a grayish-white short-sleeve top and tight black jeans, tall at around 175 centimeters. Her long legs were fair and straight, while her rounded backside was accentuated by the snug jeans. If there were any flaws, it would be that her bosom was somewhat small, perhaps a B cup. Nevertheless, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Truly, she was the first school beauty. Her looks and long legs were even more stunning than he remembered. It was worth coming here. Yi Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. However, the next moment, he noticed tears glistening in Nan Ruan's beautiful eyes, causing his brow to furrow. He reached out to wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye. Nan Ruan felt a bit shy but did not pull away. Yi Feng's eyes held anger, his tone chilling. You were bullied. By whom? Was it everyone here? Yi Feng surveyed the room, in the reading area. There lay a headless female corpse, along with 6 boys of varying expressions. Whispering among themselves, a dignified ability user running over to meet his demise. Poor fellow, he probably doesn't realize that the library has become the territory of mutated beasts. Entry allowed, but no exit. The crowd looked at Yi Feng as if he were a fool. In their eyes, ability users lived comfortably outside. Now, for a woman, he had come to seek death. What else could he be but a fool? Even the epic ability user Li Donghai couldn't defeat that monster. Could this Yi Feng be stronger than him? Only Wang Haoshuan's gaze flickered repeatedly, as if deep in thought. That why Yi Feng glanced at these individuals. His brow furrowing slightly, he turned to Nan Ruan. Ruan, do these people deserve to die? Nan Ruan instinctively nodded. However, she quickly realized that Yi Feng's implication was to seek revenge for her. She hurriedly added, Forget it. Yi Feng, I'm fine as long as you can take me away. I've told you. The strength of that mutated pine lion is particularly terrifying. Nan Ruan whispered, recounting the events of the past few days to Yi Feng. Finally, she leaned closer to him and whispered, Yi Feng, that mutated pine lion is truly powerful. 2 ability users have already perished at its jaws. You must be careful. Why Yi Feng nodded, surveying the crowd, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Haoshuan forced a smile, introducing himself. I am the ability user Wang Haoshuan. You must be Yi Feng, right? I know. Brother, you came for Nan Ruan, truly a man of sentiment. Wang Haoshuan gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Why Yi Feng's expression remained cold, glaring at him icily. The flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Haoshuan's eyes as he silently cursed. How dare you ignore me? You are truly full of yourself. However, he suppressed his anger, maintaining a facade of warmth. As the saying goes, a woman is like clothing. Why Yi Feng, if you like Nan Ruan, I will concede to you and not compete for her, with enemies at our doorstep. We are both ability users. If we join forces, we surely have a chance to fend off that mutated pine lion and escape this library. What say you? Wang Haoshuan spoke with apparent sincerity. He had his own calculations to in Wang Haoshuan's eyes. Preserving his life was far more valuable than fleeting pleasures that as for women. Once they escaped this peril, wouldn't they be plentiful? Not to mention, if there was a chance to eliminate Yi Feng during the battle, Nan Ruan would still be his plaything. Wang Haoshuan continuously plotted in his mind, while eagerly looking at Yi Feng, that Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he slowly replied, "Join forces? You think you have the right to call me brother and compete for women?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haoshuan's face changed drastically, questioning his own hearing. What did you say? He genuinely had not anticipated that someone could be so ungrateful, trampling on his good intentions. That Yi Feng continued to sneer coldly. "I say, who do you think you are, to dream of joining forces with me? No mirror, but you must have a urinal, right? Why not take a look at yourself and see if you are worthy?" These words sent Wang Haoshuan into a fit of rage. Trembling with fury, he could hardly fathom that such arrogance still existed in the world. That Wang Haoshuan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over Wang Haoshuan and the others present. Regardless of who it was, the outcome remained the same: death. At this, Wang Haoshuan was so enraged he felt his lungs might burst. Pointing at Yi Feng and shouting, You are simply ignorant of your own insignificance. You have no idea how terrifying that mutated pine lion is." Wang Haoshuan shook his head in frustration. "Arrogant. You have no understanding that only by joining forces can ability users defeat that monster. Go ask Nan Ruan. She knows how terrifying the strength of that mutated pine lion is." Hearing Wang Haoshuan's words, Nan Ruan hesitated for a moment, but still tugged at Yi Feng's sleeve. Speaking up, Yi Feng, although this person is a scoundrel, he does have a point. The strength of the mutated pine lion is extraordinarily formidable. If you two join forces, it would be the best solution. Upon hearing Nan Ruan's words, Wang Haoshuan's heart leaped with joy, and he burst into laughter. "Haha, as expected of the first school beauty. You truly understand the bigger picture. Yi Feng, if you apologize to me now, I will forgive your previous rudeness." As Nan Ruan eloquently stated, our only hope for survival lies in uniting our efforts to escape this library. The other survivors present began to voice their concerns. "Feng, you must not act so irrationally. With external enemies looming, we can only forge a path to safety together. While we may be at fault, does that mean Nan Ruan is blameless?" Feng smiled at Nan Ruan, responding, "There is no need for that." Wang Haoshuan, witnessing this, was utterly exasperated, shaking his head in disbelief. "Feng, you are truly impervious to reason. Very well. Allow me to subdue you and force you to confront reality." With that declaration, Wang Haoshuan's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Buzzing, a grayish-white metallic glow emanated from within him, enveloping his entire being. With a crack, he morphed into a towering metal giant, standing over 2 meters tall. Encased in dark, resilient metal, upon completion of his transformation, a confident smile graced Wang Haoshuan's face. This was his ultimate form. Fully metallic, he could harden his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs into metal. The other young men in attendance murmured excitedly, "Brother Xian is formidable. Brother Xian, eliminate him for me." Meanwhile, concern filled Nan Ruan's beautiful eyes. "Feng, be careful." Wang Haoshuan shot her a disdainful glance. "Scoundrel, once I've dealt with Feng, I shall attend to you properly." In a moment of contemplation, he swung his fist and charged at Feng. His massive fist drew near, yet Feng remained unfazed, merely raising a single fingered in an instant. A tempestuous surge of gray lightning energy gathered at his fingertip. Buzz! The air crackled with arcs of electricity, a faint yet palpable pressure radiating throughout the room. What is this? Wang Haoshuan's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. That it appeared that Feng was indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, with no retreat possible, he had no choice but to unleash all his strength and launch his formidable metallic fist at Feng. Prepare to perish. The force of his punch was fierce and unyielding. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Feng directed the lightning, transforming it into a streak of brilliance hurtling toward Wang Haoshuan. The latter had no time to evade. Boom! The clash of Feng's electric arc against Wang Haoshuan's metallic fist erupted with a deafening explosion. The overwhelming and terrifying energy surged through Wang Haoshuan's entire being. Crackle! His body instantly stiffened, rendered immobile. This cannot be. Fear flooded Wang Haoshuan's eyes. The next moment, his metallic form shattered violently, disintegrating into fragments scattered across the floor. Wang Haoshuan was dead. The other young men present could hardly believe their eyes, gasping in shock. Good heavens! Brother Xin is gone. What kind of skill is this? Annihilation. Thunder abilities. This is beyond powerful. Nan Xiaoxiao's lovely eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape in astonishment. She had anticipated Yefeng's strength, yet the magnitude of his power was utterly unexpected. Such a formidable Wang Haoshuan had been dispatched with a single blow, without any opportunity for retaliation. Unbelievable. Was Yefeng's claim of being able to eliminate mutated beasts with a mere snap of his fingers not an exaggeration, but rather a reality? Her gaze towards Yefeng transformed entirely. He now appeared suave, striking, powerful, and enigmatic. After vanquishing Wang Haoshuan, Yefeng shifted his focus to the remaining individuals. You all shall meet the same fate. The crowd trembled under the intensity of Yefeng's murderous gaze, shuddering in fear. They began to plead for mercy. No, please. I did nothing wrong. We were misled by Wang Haoshuan. Spare us, spare us. In the face of their desperate pleas, Yefeng showed no mercy. However, he deemed it unnecessary to utilize his abilities against these individuals. With a mere thought, he retrieved a handgun from his spatial storage and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The repeated gunfire echoed throughout the quiet library, each bullet piercing through the air like the scythe of death. Extinguishing the lives of these people. No, please don't. Have mercy, have mercy. The cries of despair rang out, a chilling cacophony. In an instant, the reading room was strewn with lifeless bodies, blood pooling on the ground. Not a single male in the room was spared. They all fell, lifeless. The stench of blood permeated the air. Witnessing this brutal scene, Nan Xiaoxiao's complexion paled. Yet, recalling the heinous faces of those who had previously tormented them, she felt that they deserved their fate. Yefeng, thank you. Nan Xiaoxiao gazed at Yefeng with admiration. She understood that Yefeng's actions were, in part, for her own sake. Yefeng looked down at Nan Xiaoxiao, admiring her fair, smooth skin, her tall, graceful figure, particularly her long, slender legs that drew the eye. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her high nose and cherry-red lips were irresistibly alluring. Truly beautiful. A masterpiece of creation. Yefeng took her delicate hand in his. Speaking gently, Xiaoxiao, let us leave this place. Nan Xiaoxiao nodded, her face alight with excitement. However, a moment later, a thought crossed her mind. Yefeng, if we simply walk out, we will surely face an attack from that mutated pine lion. Despite Yefeng's effortless dispatch of Wang Haoshuan, she feared that the mutated pine lion could do the same. Hearing her concern, Yefeng chuckled softly. Fear not, Xiaoxiao. I can handle everything. With his unwavering confidence, Nan Xiaoxiao felt reassured and ceased her worries. The two exited the reading room and soon descended to the first floor. The mutated pine lion did not appear. Nan Xiaoxiao nervously grasped Yefeng's hand, her heart racing wildly, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Could it be that the mutated pine lion was asleep? She began to overthink. Just as they were about to step through the library's entrance, a deep roar suddenly reverberated nearby. Roar, the sound shook the earth, piercing the very soul. Nan Xiaoxiao trembled, panic etched across her face. Yefeng, that mutated pine lion is coming. Yefeng, I'm terrified. Her face turned pale, uncertain of what to do. Do not fear. I shall protect you, Yefeng assured her. Gripping her delicate hand with care as he readied himself, a fleeting shadow darted past, and before them stood a mutated beast. Yefeng raised his gaze to behold the creature, a mutated pine lion. 3 meters long, towering and powerful, with sharp teeth and claws. Its coarse, yellow fur resembled steel needles, and its pitch-black, ferocious eyes were too intimidating to meet. An aura of immense power radiated from its entire being. The mutated pine lion did not immediately attack. Its dark eyes exhibited a hint of sentience as it regarded Yefeng and Nan Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you stay back and observe, Yefeng instructed, positioning her behind him as he stepped forward to confront the mutated pine lion. Beast, they say you are quite formidable? Yefeng fixed his gaze upon the creature. The mutated pine lion seemed to comprehend his words, a flicker of displeasure crossing its eyes. The immense pressure of its form surged, and it lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting toward Yefeng with astonishing speed. Such velocity! Yefeng was momentarily taken aback, refusing to underestimate the creature. The flicker of gray lightning crackled at his fingertips. Buzz, confronted by the thunderous might of Yi Feng, The mutated pine lion felt a sudden wave of vigilance surge within its heart. To withstand such a force would spell certain death. Gray arcs of electricity shot forth. The mutated pine lion, anticipating the attack, executed a bizarre twist in midair, narrowly evading Yi Feng's electric discharge. The arc grazed past the beast, striking the bookshelf behind it with a resounding crash. Boom! The immense bookshelf shattered into countless fragments under the onslaught of Yi Feng's lightning. The mutated pine lion, witnessing this devastation, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Its gaze towards Yi Feng grew increasingly hostile. Yi Feng, too, was taken aback. This was the first time an adversary had managed to escape from his chaotic divine thunder. With a furious roar, the mutated pine lion flickered and vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Yi Feng, its eyes brimming with a savage ferocity as it raised its colossal claws to strike down upon Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng could even catch a whiff of the foul, bloody scent emanating from it. Beside them, Nan Ruan could not help but exclaim, "Yi Feng, be careful." Yi Feng moved slightly. The claws of the mutated pine lion swiped past him, crashing heavily onto the ground. Crack! The tiles shattered, and debris flew in all directions. Yi Feng raised his hand, summoning a flaming blade, and in a flash, he swung it horizontally. Simultaneously, the mutated pine lion lifted its claws. The claws met Yi Feng's fiery sword. Sizzle! The beast's claw was cleaved, blood gushing forth. At the same time, a burst of flame erupted from the edge of Yi Feng's blade, igniting the mutated pine lion's paw. Ayo, ayo, ayo! The excruciating pain caused it to wail incessantly, its massive form retreating swiftly, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Huff, huff! The mutated pine lion gasped heavily, its eyes filled with a brutal rage. The pain was unbearable. This was the first time since its mutation that it had sustained such a severe injury. It was enraged. Again, it emitted a low, menacing growl. Roar! At that moment, the lion's head swelled to several times its original size. Yi Feng felt a shift within him. What sort of technique is this? A head expansion technique. Just as Yi Feng steeled himself in preparation, the mutated pine lion's neck inexplicably elongated, stretching like a rubber band. Hurtling towards him at an incredible speed. It must be noted that the mutated pine lion was already remarkably swift. This attack surpassed its natural speed by at least tenfold. By the time Yi Feng reacted, evasion was impossible. The attack succeeded. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the lion's eyes. It opened its gaping maw, baring its sharp fangs, and lunged at Yi Feng as if intent on swallowing him whole. Nan Ruan, watching from the sidelines, was struck with horror, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. The mutated pine lion clamped down on Yi Feng's waist, its gaze alight with excitement. Ha ha! Die, you wretched human! In its imagination, Yi Feng would be torn asunder, hot blood gushing forth. It had even visualized the manner of its feast, first this way, then that. It bit down with tremendous force. Crack! Huh! The sensation was wrong. Confusion flickered in the mutated pine lion's eyes. It felt as though it was biting into solid metal. Crack! The next moment, a piercing pain shot through its teeth, a fracture appearing at the base of its razor-sharp fangs, blood seeping out. The mutated pine lion was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Its teeth were more resilient than any metal, practically indestructible. Since its mutation, it had never encountered anything it could not crush. Instinctively, the mutated pine lion looked up. Before it stood a human radiating a faint golden glow. Blindingly bright. What is this? The mutated pine lion was both furious and anxious, retracting its massive head in confusion as it stared at Yi Feng. Nan Ruan, witnessing the scene, sighed in relief, her eyes filled with excitement. Yi Feng was unharmed. How wonderful! Go, brother Feng. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Why did this ability seem so familiar? He gazed intently at the mutated pine lion, rifling through his memories. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his mind. He remembered. A smile crept onto Yi Feng's lips. So, you are the colossal beast with the retractable head. In his previous life, this very mutated pine lion had posed considerable trouble for humanity. By the time Yi Feng had heard of it, the beast was already highly ranked, its body resembling a small mountain, an absolute behemoth. Its claws were sharp, its speed astonishing, and it possessed an uncanny ability to elongate its form, making it a formidable opponent. It had dominated the Jiang City region, committing numerous atrocities. Ultimately, it was only through the combined might of several powerful humans that it was encircled and slain. Who would have thought that in this life he would encounter it so soon? This was a mutated beast with immense potential for growth. That Feng suddenly recalled the little sparrow that had been killed by the Zhou brothers. Mutated beasts were scarce, but once they matured, most possessed tremendous combat prowess. Should he consider making this foolish dog his mount? Contemplating this, Feng spoke coolly. Foolish dog, I know you can understand me that I offer you a chance. Become my pet. Otherwise, you shall perish. The mutated pine lion regarded Feng with uncertainty that it could sense the immense threat he posed, particularly that terrifying thunder capable of shattering its defenses and claiming its life. However, to submit to a human, that was out of the question. A flicker of ferocity ignited in its eyes that my enmity with humanity is irreconcilable. Furthermore, my speed is clearly superior to yours. Should I truly find myself unable to defeat you, I can still escape. Roar. The mutated pine lion let out a defiant roar. Seeing the beast refuse to submit, Feng pondered for a moment before speaking again. Submit to me, and you shall live. You have but one chance. Feng perceived the potential combat strength of this beast and wished to offer it another opportunity. That a glint of defiance flashed in the mutated pine lion's eyes. It resolved to demonstrate its stance through action, to teach this man a lesson. Instantly, the lion's claws expanded, its legs snapping out like elastic. Not good. Feng, entirely focused, immediately sensed something amiss. This time, the target of the mutated pine lion's attack was not Feng, but rather the unsuspecting Nan Ruan. In an instant, the massive claws descended upon her, and she stood frozen in place, unable to react. Bang! The air erupted with a cracking sound that in a flash of golden light. Feng dashed in front of Nan Ruan, bracing himself to absorb the mutated pine lion's assault head-on. The beast trembled violently, its claws inflicting excruciating pain. That it was utterly dumbfounded. Why was this so absurd? The human before it remained unscathed, as solid as a rock, unbreakable. A look of disbelief surfaced in the lion's eyes that if it could speak, it would surely roar. What the hell, blood-locking cheat? Only then did Nan Ruan realize that Feng had once again saved her life from beneath the claws of the mutated pine lion. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she felt an immense appreciation for Feng swell within her. Feng, thank you for saving me again. Feng, with his back turned to her, waved his hand dismissively. Yet within, he felt a tremor of fear. Thankfully, he had kept a portion of his focus on Nan Ruan, which allowed him to save her in such a perilous moment. It must be noted that the speed of this mutated beast was alarmingly quick. Had Feng been even a fraction slower, Nan Ruan would undoubtedly have been turned to mush, her life extinguished. With this thought in mind, Feng cast a murderous gaze at the mutated pine lion. The attempt to tame it had failed. Feng retracted his flaming battle blade into his space. With a mental command, sizzling sounds echoed forth that a surge of thunderous power erupted around him, arcs of electricity crackling and dancing in the air. The mutated lion, sensing impending doom, felt a jolt of fear and immediately turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Feng declared, stepping forward and thrusting his hands forcefully ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Four immense gray arcs of lightning shot forth from Feng's palms. One after another, one to the front, one to the back, one to the left, and one to the right. These four arcs of electricity launched towards the mutated lion at an unimaginable speed. The air crackled with electric light, and the sound of thunder echoed. Faced with Feng's multiple lightning strikes, the mutated lion was filled with terror. The flicker of fear appeared in its human-like eyes, and it let out a furious roar within its heart. I can evade this. It tapped into its potential, predicting the trajectory of the strikes, and accelerated to its utmost limits. The massive body of the mutated lion shrank suddenly, narrowly avoiding the first arc of electricity. However, the remaining three arcs followed in a triangular formation. The mutated lion rolled and dodged the second and third arcs, but it could not escape the fourth divine lightning strike from Feng. With a cold gaze, Feng said, "These four divine strikes create a blanket of firepower. Where will you hide?" A hint of resignation flashed in the lion's eyes, leaving it with no choice but to endure. Its body, adorned with needle-like fur, twisted and intertwined, forming a makeshift defense that I can withstand this. The mutated lion roared in defiance. Boom! The gray arc of electricity sliced through the air, crashing violently into the lion's body. The chaotic divine thunder struck true, engulfing the mutated lion. The arc surged and roared like dragons, a tempest of thunder filling its entire being. The mutated lion's might was awe-inspiring as it glared wide-eyed, unleashing an unwilling roar. Crackle! In that moment, the thunder revealed its terrifying destructive power. The lightning flickered ominously, and the needle-like defense of the mutated lion disintegrated into ash in an instant. Its entire body stood frozen in place. Charred and lifeless, as the lightning slowly dissipated, a glimmer of despair crossed the lion's eyes. That it raised its head, casting a pleading glance at Yi Feng, the intention to surrender unmistakable. That I'm afraid it's too late. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, the light in the mutated lion's eyes dimmed, its breath fading away as its body gradually collapsed backward. With a thunderous crash, its massive form hit the ground, sending shards of stone flying and cracking the pavement. Simultaneously, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The mutated lion, thoroughly charred and tender from Yi Feng's divine thunder attack, was now perfectly cooked. Yi Feng couldn't help but admire himself, realizing his control over the chaotic divine thunder had become increasingly refined. The meat was cooked just right. Yi Feng, you are incredible. Are you the strongest ability user in the world? South Shireen exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling with amazement. Yi Feng's strength exceeded all her expectations. The once invincible mutated lion, akin to a deathly reaper, had fallen effortlessly at his feet. That it was worth noting that 2 ability users had previously perished at the claws of this beast. Even more astonishing was how decisively Yi Feng had dispatched the creature. A swift and overwhelming kill. South Shireen ran eagerly to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng, you are truly amazing. Her eyes filled with admiration. Yi Feng suppressed his pride, waving his hand with a calm demeanor. This beast was slightly stronger than I anticipated. It took a bit more effort. He glanced at the thoroughly cooked mutated lion, and with a thought, stored its carcass in his storage space. Creatures that had turned into zombies, particularly the mutated ones, were strictly off the menu. However, beings like the mutated lion, which did not belong to the zombie category, were not only edible but also possessed delightful meat quality and texture. Most importantly, the energy contained within mutated meat could assist ability users in enhancing their powers. Certain parts of these mutated creatures were even considered priceless treasures for strengthening abilities. Yi Feng did not inspect the lion's head, as mutated beasts lacked energy cores in their heads. Much like human ability users, only when they reached the 4th tier did they begin to condense an energy core within. Yi Feng's ability to conjure items from thin air left South Shireen utterly astonished once more. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Yi Feng, what is this ability of yours? How did that massive creature just vanish? Is it an illusion? Yi Feng chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. This is my ability. I'll gradually explain it to you later. A man should maintain a bit of mystery, taking South Shireen's delicate hand. He led her away from the library. She obediently followed behind, her heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of safety as she gazed at Yi Feng's handsome profile and sturdy frame. Is this the man I am about to commit to? How many secrets do you hold? As Yi Feng and South Shireen traversed the campus, they occasionally encountered zombies attacking her, but Yi Feng dealt with them ruthlessly. During this time, South Shireen uncovered yet another secret. Zombies seemed to target only her, while completely ignoring Yi Feng. It was utterly incredible. Their pace was somewhat hindered by South Shireen, who, as a burden, slowed down considerably, her breath growing heavier. Yi Feng finally noticed, casting an apologetic glance her way. I'm sorry. I forgot your stamina is quite low. South Shireen's complexion paled slightly, shaking her head quickly to indicate she was fine. Yi Feng gently brushed her hair aside. Are you hungry? Should we find a place to rest? South Shireen shyly nodded. I haven't eaten well in days, and I haven't had a good night's sleep either. Yi Feng understood and soon brought her to a faculty dormitory. The faculty dormitories at Jiang University were all single rooms, with some luxurious ones featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. Outside the dormitory, Yi Feng drew his knife and swiftly dispatched the dozens of zombies lurking there. He then wrapped his arms around South Shireen's slim waist. Her cheeks flushed, yet she made no attempt to struggle. Yi Feng whispered to her, hold on tight. South Shireen wrapped her arms around his waist, her heart racing as she experienced such intimacy with a man for the first time. Feeling as though she had found refuge in a warm harbor, seeing her secure in his embrace, Yi Feng bent his legs and leaped skyward. Amid her startled gasp, he jumped straight to the 5th floor. Crashing through a window, once inside the room, he released South Shin. Yi Feng, You are nothing short of a superhero, she exclaimed, both nervous and exhilarated that Feng surveyed the surroundings, finding the dormitory free of zombies. The two-bedroom unit was clean and tidy, equipped with all necessary living supplies. This place is quite suitable. We can rest here for the time being. Feng thoroughly checked the room, confirming it was devoid of any zombies. Then secured the doors and windows. South Shireen followed Feng's instructions meticulously to eye in this safe environment. Her demeanor visibly relaxed. Suddenly, her stomach growled. Are you hungry? Feng asked with a hint of amusement. South Shireen shyly nodded. What would you like to eat? Feel free to choose anything. Feng waved his hand grandly. Given the ingredients in his storage space, he was confident he could meet most of her requests. Anything? South Shireen's eyes lit up. Of course, Feng affirmed. Then, I would like to have hot pot. Nan Shireen spoke without hesitation. Feng. I just had hot pot for lunch. Seeing Feng's silence, Nan Shireen suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She chuckled bashfully. What time is it now? 99% of the world is starving, and you still want to eat hot pot? That's too excessive. I was just joking. Any other food will do, she quickly added. Yet, Feng remained unfazed, smiling calmly. All right, hot pot it is, no problem. Although Feng had just finished a hot pot meal, having another wouldn't be an issue. With a thought, a long brown hot pot table appeared abruptly in the room, adorned with a copper pot specifically for hot pot. Previously, Feng had entirely cleared out a large hot pot restaurant, so all the necessary supplies were naturally at his disposal. Nan Shireen stared in astonishment at this scene. Feng, are you Doraemon? You can conjure anything on a whim. Under her gaze, Feng, like a magician, continuously produced hot pot ingredients from thin air, slices of beef, lamb, chrysanthemum greens, shiitake mushrooms, baby bok choy, and konjac noodles. Feng, you're truly amazing. Nan Shireen's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Feng chuckled and continued to retrieve more food. Eggs, fish tofu, duck intestines, meatballs, morel mushrooms, and kelp knots. The table was soon laden with a dazzling array of ingredients. Nan Shireen's mouth hung open, her eyes wide in disbelief. Although she had witnessed Feng's extraordinary abilities before, this magical act of summoning anything she wished still left her utterly astounded. Feng, you are incredible. What on earth is happening? After contemplating, Feng decided there was no need for secrecy. This is my spatial ability. I can store items. He then produced 2 packets of hot pot dipping sauce, a bottle of sesame paste, a bottle of fragrant oil, a handful of crushed peanuts, a bunch of scallions, and a handful of cilantro. Finally, he retrieved a case of mineral water and instructed, Shireen, the rest is up to you. By the way, what flavor of hot pot base do you prefer? I have tomato base, bone broth base, beef tallow base, and mushroom base. What do you think? Nan Shireen quickly responded, I'm fine with anything. Leave the rest to me. Feng, you go rest. Then I'll just wait to eat. Feng replied, turning to sit on the sofa to relax. Nan Shireen began preparing the hot pot ingredients, adding the mineral water to the pot, pouring in the base, and mixing the dipping sauce. Before long, gurgling sounds emerged as the water in the pot began to boil, releasing the rich aroma of beef tallow hot pot. It smells divine. Nan Shireen exclaimed in delight. The two then took their seats and officially began their feast. Feng placed the meat slices into the pot, waited a moment, then retrieved them, dredged them in the prepared dipping sauce, and tasted them, the flavors bursting in his mouth. Delicious, so incredibly fragrant. Feng praised enthusiastically, while Nan Shireen was moved to tears. She once thought she would never again savor such exquisite food. In that moment, her heart was filled with immense gratitude towards Feng. Thankfully, he was there. Nan Shireen, too, devoured her meal voraciously, and the two indulged in their feast within the room. On the same floor, in another room, 5 men were gathered around a dining table, sharing soy sauce-soaked rice. On the table, there was only a bowl of rice and 2 sausages. Nothing else. The group ate in silence. Among them was a man with a well-proportioned physique and gold-rimmed glasses named Sun Weixing, a former Chinese literature teacher at Jiangxing University. When the apocalypse struck, he had been resting in the faculty building and narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, some campus security guards took refuge in the same building. Initially, the guards were somewhat amicable, but as time passed, the reality of their situation set in, and the guards began to bully the surviving teachers, resorting to beatings and theft of their meager food supplies. Sun Weixin had nearly starved to death on several occasions. However, he later awakened an ability that allowed him to petrify his body and form a stone armor, becoming a supernatural being. On the very first day of acquiring his powers, Sun Weixin decisively took revenge on those who had bullied him, systematically eliminating them one by one. The only surviving guard was named Wang Dazhuang, who had treated him decently and never humiliated him. Wang Dazhuang, not the brightest, occupied the lowest rung among the guards. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Sun Weixin spoke slowly. Everyone, our food supplies are dwindling. This afternoon, we need to head upstairs to scavenge for resources. Wang Dazhuang immediately thumped his chest, saying, "No problem. I'll follow your lead, boss Sun." Sun Weixin cast a sidelong glance at him. Wang Dazhuang was true to his name, tall and robust, but somewhat simple-minded. He was timid yet had a hearty appetite. His only redeeming quality was his loyalty. The other three nodded in agreement. Having all been victims of the guards' bullying, and having witnessed Sun Weixin's terrifying display of power when he dispatched the guards with brutal efficiency. From that moment on, they regarded him as their leader, following him without question. The five of them were the only surviving team in the entire faculty building. Wang Dazhuang continued to eat, quickly finishing 3 bowls of rice. "You're such a glutton, can't stop eating," Sun Weixin teased with a laugh. Wang Dazhuang chuckled sheepishly. Sun Weixin narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The resources in this building are too scarce. We still have the 6th floor to scour. But if the resources are insufficient, we may have to venture outside. The faculty building had never housed many residents, and with the zombie crisis erupting during class hours, most people were absent. This resulted in a low number of zombies, but also limited food supplies. Currently, they were left with only a small amount of rice and a few precious loaves of bread and sausages that Sun Weixin was reluctant to consume. After satisfying their hunger to some extent, the group picked up their makeshift weapons and set out to explore the upper floors. "Boss, I think I smell something unusual," Wang Dazhuang suddenly whispered. The group halted. "Do you smell that?" Sun Weixin furrowed his brow. "I smell it." Indeed, there was a scent, a distinct aroma of hot pot. Everyone felt puzzled. Where could that hot pot smell be coming from? It was too strange. "Everyone, proceed with caution," Sun Weixin ordered. Following the scent, they soon pinpointed the source to a room. "Boss, I remember this is an empty room. There shouldn't be any hot pot inside. Are we encountering a supernatural event?" The others murmured quietly. The sudden appearance of the aroma left them feeling uneasy. The rich scent of beef tallow hot pot and various hot pot ingredients wafted through the crack in the door. Outside, the group swallowed hard, their throats dry with anticipation. "It smells so good. I really want hot pot. What the hell is going on? Boss, what should we do now?" They hesitated. "Let us retreat to our room." Exercising caution, Sun Weixin led the group back to their room. Once inside, he addressed them. "I've thought it over carefully and believe there is no supernatural event. It's likely that new people have come to this building. Dazhuang, monkey, take our supplies and investigate the situation in that room." Zhuang, known as Wang Dazhuang, immediately nodded in agreement. The monkey, whose name is Li Fenghui, serves as a counselor at the university, due to his slight stature. Sun Weixin bestowed upon him the nickname Monkeyed at this moment. However, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the peculiar aroma of hot pot was unsettling, and this venture into the unknown bore certain risks. "Are you unwilling to go?" Sun Weixin's displeasure was evident as he fixed a stern gaze upon Li Fenghui. The monkey involuntarily shivered. The vivid memories of Sun Weixin's ruthless takedown of numerous security guards lingered in his mind. Under the pressure of his stare, the monkey had no choice but to nod in acquiescence. The two, clutching their provisions, steeled their nerves and approached the door of Yi Feng's room. Knock, knock. The monkey, trembling with trepidation, gently rapped on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" Inside the room, the knocking echoed. Yi Feng remained unmoved. However, Nan Ruan appeared somewhat fearful and quickly sought Yi Feng's gaze for reassurance. Calmly, Yi Feng whispered, "Do not worry. I shall handle this." The knocking persisted. "I will take care of it," Yi Feng declared as he rose and approached the door. "Who is out there?" Outside, Wang Dazhuang and the monkey exchanged glances. The monkey spoke earnestly. "Greetings, we are survivors from here and also teachers from Jiangxing University. My name is Li Fenghui. That we detected the delightful scent of hot pot emanating from your room. Might you spare us a portion of your food?" "We would be immensely grateful." Yi Feng replied bluntly. "No, please leave." At that moment, Nan Ruan joined Yi Feng, peering through the window with a whisper. "I recognize this person. He must truly be teacherly. Oh, what is your opinion? Yi Feng inquired, intrigued. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Ruan replied, I believe, for our safety, we should not open the door. Yi Feng nodded in approval. Shireen, you are absolutely correct. In this apocalyptic world, there is no obligation to show pity to others. For human nature is treacherous. Outside, the monkey's voice persisted. Please, student, I implore you. Yi Feng coldly retorted, leave. Hearing the unceremonious refusal from within, Wang and the monkey exchanged glances and resolved to alter their approach. Student, might we exchange some rice and bread for a portion of your hot pot ingredients? Rest assured, we will not shortchange you. The insistence from outside continued. Yi Feng turned to Nan Ruan, stating, I will open the door and send them away. Nan Ruan considered this and responded, then I shall step aside to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble. With that, she rose and retreated into the bedroom. Yi Feng, while feeling it unnecessary, did not prevent her actions. Dear student, this transaction would be exceedingly beneficial for you, the monkey continued, but before he could finish, Yi Feng abruptly swung the door open. Upon its opening, Wang and the monkey were immediately struck by the wafting aroma of steaming hot pot, making their mouths water. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, slices of beef and lamb, baby bok choy, and succulent meatballs. Yi Feng scrutinized Wang and the monkey, one robust and the other diminutive and lean. A thought crossed his mind. A minuscule, transparent insect, nearly invisible, quietly emerged from Yi Feng's sleeve and gently landed at the roots of Wang's hair. This was a listening device Yi Feng had recently acquired. It was virtually undetectable and designed to eavesdrop on conversations nearby. Since obtaining it, Yi Feng had yet to put it to use, and the current situation provided the perfect opportunity for a test run. Wang and the monkey swallowed hard. After placing the listening device, Yi Feng coldly stated, when I say to leave, do you not comprehend human speech? The monkey raised the food bag in his hand, saying, student, I am willing to trade what I have for a pack of baby bok choy and half a box of beef. What do you think? In terms of quantity, they indeed possessed a considerable amount, over 10 pounds of rice, 7 or 8 loaves of bread, and 3 sausages. Clearly, in this transaction, Yi Feng stood to gain. However, he was indifferent to such trifles. Not interested. Leave. Upon hearing Yi Feng's rejection, the two were not particularly surprised. Wang urged, student, please reconsider. It is a very fair deal. Leave, or else. A chilling aura radiated from Yi Feng. The two involuntarily shivered, and as the monkey attempted to say more, Wang swiftly grasped him. Fine, we will leave at once. Wang yanked at the collar of the monkey's shirt, pulling him away. Once the two departed, Yi Feng slowly closed the door. Then Shireen emerged, her expression clouded with concern. Yi Feng, do you think they will come looking for trouble? After all, there is an old saying in China, wealth should not be flaunted. This meal of hot pot, while seemingly trivial before, is now quite significant. Yi Feng placed a hand on Nan Ruan's slender waist, whispering in her ear, do not fret, Shireen. I have my plans. There is no need for you to waste your energy worrying about such inconsequential matters. Let us quickly finish our meal and attend to more pressing matters. A blush crept onto Nan Ruan's cheeks as she nodded obediently. The two sat down and resumed their enjoyment of the hot pot feast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang and the monkey returned to their room, where Sun Weixin eagerly approached them. How did it go? What did you uncover? The monkey pondered briefly before summarizing. There are indeed 2 individuals, one male and one female. Their hot pot ingredients are exceptionally abundant: beef, lamb, meatballs, and a variety of vegetables. Just these few statements elicited salivation from everyone present. The monkey continued, in any case, the quantity is ample and diverse. If we ration it, it would be sufficient for us to enjoy 3 meals without issue. However, the man is well-dressed, clearly unaccustomed to hardship, and speaks with considerable confidence. I suspect he may possess abilities akin to yours, boss. As for the woman, I did not see her, but I caught a glimpse of her voice, which was exceedingly melodious, likely a beauty as well. Sun Weixin nodded approvingly at these words. Excellent. You both have done well. He rose and surveyed the group before him, declaring with menace, as the saying goes, one cannot allow others to rest peacefully at their side. I have decided to launch a surprise attack on these two and capture them in one fell swoop. What say you? The assembled crowd voiced no objections. For those who dared oppose Sun Weixin had already met their demise. Moreover, the enticing aroma of hot pot lured them further. Sun Weixin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us schedule the assault for nightfall. Now, let us discuss our strategy for the ambush. Inside the room, Yifeng savored his hot pot while listening to the information transmitted by the listening device that a surprise attack. Yifeng scoffed, setting down his chopsticks and turning to Nan Ruan. Ruan, I need to step out and handle a matter. Remain here and await my return. With that, he grabbed his keys and made his way to the door. It was only when Yifeng opened the door that Nan Ruan reacted. Yifeng, you. As the words hung on her lips, she reconsidered. What right did she have to question Yifeng's decisions? She quickly amended. Yifeng, I unconditionally support all your decisions. I only hope you will exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Inside the room, Sun Weixin and Wang Dazhuang were engaged in a heated discussion. The crux of the matter lay in addressing the pivotal issue of the ambush. Just then, a voice interjected, I believe we need not complicate things. Simply lure him out and strike him down in one swift motion. Upon hearing these words, Sun Weixin instinctively rebuked. How can that be acceptable? One must always employ a bit of intellect in every matter. In the next moment, he realized the gravity of the situation, his body abruptly freezing in place. Sun Weixin suddenly raised his head, shock etched across his face as he exclaimed, Who the hell are you? Wang Dazhuang and the others swiftly turned, sensing something amiss. Upon seeing the figure before them, both Monkey and Wang Dazhuang shuddered involuntarily, exclaiming in unison, Boss, he's the one. The hot pot guy. It's him. It's really him. At these words, Sun Weixin's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively inquired, My friend, what exactly have you heard? Yifeng wore a smile tinged with mockery, responding, I have heard every single word you uttered. He emphasized every single with particular weight. Yet, Sun Weixin and his companions were destined to remain oblivious to the implication. Observing their bewildered expressions, Yifeng suddenly felt a flicker of disinterest and casually remarked, I have come to kill you. This declaration, Wang Dazhuang stammered. You want to kill us? Our boss is an awakened one with petrification abilities. The corners of Sun Weixin's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Dazhuang. You absolute fool. Why don't you just divulge the color of my underwear to the enemy while you're at it? Petrification, how intriguing. Yifeng turned his gaze towards Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin's eyes turned icy. So, you think you have me at your mercy? Let me see how capable you truly are. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Weixin's eyes as he swiftly activated his petrification ability. Boom! In an instant. His arms, legs, and even his head were enveloped in a layer of hard, pale stone that he appeared as an indomitable warrior clad in white stone armor, exuding a formidable presence. Boss is amazing. Let's take down this arrogant fellow. Wang Dazhuang and the others, having witnessed Sun Weixin's terrifying petrification ability, felt a surge of confidence as they turned their gazes toward Yifeng. What expression would Yifeng wear in the face of such a dreadful power? Would he regret his earlier bravado? To their astonishment, Yifeng remained unfazed, appearing utterly indifferent to Sun Weixin. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Yifeng's eyes. In his past life, he had a teammate with whom he shared a decent rapport, whose ability was of the petrification type. Seeing Yifeng distracted, Sun Weixin's anger flared. Oh, you look down on me, do you? Watch as I trample you and splatter your brains. With his defenses nearly invincible, his petrification enhanced his strength and speed immensely. Whether striking a mere human or a zombie, one punch was enough. This was his complete form. With his current energy, he could maintain it for only a minute. So he aimed for a swift resolution. Sun Weixin roared and swung his stone fist, charging at Yifeng. Yifeng summoned his fiery battle blade. A thought flickering through his mind, a minuscule spark of lightning clung to the blade. A little trick he had devised in his spare time to amplify his attack with minimal energy expenditure. In a flash, Yifeng vanished from his spot. No, this is bad. Sun Weixin's expression changed drastically. This person's speed was astonishingly swift. The distance of several meters closed in an instant. Yifeng's fiery blade carved a brilliant arc through the air as it struck towards Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin let out a furious roar. His fist swelled once more. The clash of blade against fist resonated. To Sun Weixin's incredulity, his seemingly impervious stone armor shattered in an instant. No, this cannot be. Sun Weixin found it hard to believe as he saw the gaping wound left in his stone armor by Yifeng's strike. Hiss. Sweat poured down his face as excruciating pain radiated from his arm. Blood gushing forth. Oh, your defense is quite robust. I see that it appears your ability is not merely ordinary, but rather rare. Yifeng countered with another swift strike. Fast, it was utterly rapid, before Sun Weixin could react. The blade had already severed his neck. With a swift motion, Sun Weixin's head rolled away, his petrification receding, revealing the ordinary human head beneath. His expression was one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his prideful petrification armor had proven as fragile as paper before Yifeng's 2 strikes. After Sun Weixin's demise, his body crumbled, the petrified portions shattering. Wang, Monkey, and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. No, this cannot be. How could this happen? The boss is dead. This is the end. Yifeng grinned, declaring, "Now, it's your turn." Under Yifeng's icy gaze, Monkey and the others felt a chill run through them, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. No, please don't kill us. We were merely following orders. We are innocent. Our crimes do not warrant death. Despite Wang Dazhuang's imposing stature, he was a complete coward, kneeling first to plead for mercy. The others trembled as they too knelt, begging for their lives. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Yifeng inquired with a hint of curiosity. "That I don't want to die. I beg you. I have a beautiful sister." Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. In a flash, he unleashed a flurry of fiery strikes. Blood sprayed forth like fountains as several heads rolled to the ground. All were dead. Insufficient reason. Yifeng waved to retract the listening device. Without lingering, he turned to depart. Upon returning home, Nan Ruan cautiously peeked out, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yifeng return safely. She dashed toward him, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you're back. I was so worried." Though she knew Yifeng was formidable and that the few adversaries would likely be no match for him, a sense of worry still lingered. Why Yifeng embraced the beautiful girl, though. "Were you concerned for me?" He smiled down at her. Nan Ruan nodded, her voice soft. "I was indeed worried about you." Why Yifeng gazed at Nan Ruan, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, she was the epitome of beauty at Jiangxing University. Not only was she stunning, but her skin was also remarkably supple. "May I take a shower first?" Nan Ruan inquired sweetly. "Go ahead," Yifeng replied. Watching as she entered the bathroom, he settled on the bed, patiently waiting. The night was serene and beautiful. An hour later, Nan Ruan fell into a deep slumber. Beside her, Yifeng stretched his body, gently stroking her silky hair as he admired her exquisite features. Nan Ruan's beauty seemed like a miracle crafted by the hands of creation. Her lustrous black hair, delicate brows, rosy lips, and tall, curvaceous figure, combined with her porcelain-like skin, rendered her a vision of ethereal grace. Moreover, her long, slender legs and dainty feet complemented her naturally cool demeanor, making her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. Yifeng found himself unable to sleep, yet he felt it inappropriate to awaken Nan Ruan. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he realized he now had 3 subordinates: Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei, and Nan Xian. In terms of beauty, Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei were both stunning. Yet they paled in comparison to Nan Ruan. However, Nan Ruan did have her shortcomings. Her figure was somewhat slender and lacked fullness. Yifeng glanced at Nan Ruan, who was sleeping soundly, even emitting soft snores. A smile crept onto Yifeng's face. The enchanting beauty. Finding no sleepiness within himself, he quietly rose and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, he looked up to find that night had already fallen. Nan Ruan remained deep in slumber, and he felt reluctant to rouse her, thinking to himself, "Xiaoxiao, I can only owe you this one." Taking out his phone, Yifeng sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao, informing her that he would not be returning home tonight. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao was greatly disappointed. She sent several text messages in succession, and ultimately even initiated a voice video call. Yifeng offered her a few words of comfort before setting his phone aside. He opened the panel to check the quantity of bait. 20 portions. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated another 20 portions of bait. Let us continue with another round. Starting with 10 casts, the fishing rod moved, and the hook plunged into the endless darkness. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng waited in silence. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 3 bottles of basic recovery potion. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired a complete set of Star Palace IX collectible DVDs, totaling 10 items. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received one tactile enhancement scroll. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight. He had once again reeled in 3 basic recovery potions, along with a certain enhancement scroll. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng's anticipation grew. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 1 volume of the Celestial Maiden Chronicle. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1 complete set of Marvel films on DVD. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received the epic skill, Eye of Insight. Yifeng's heart raced with excitement. A new skill. He first examined the skill. Skill. Eye of Insight quality. Epic description. Active skill. Upon learning this skill, you will perceive the essence of things, gaining more insights. Wow, it turned out to be a detection skill. Yifeng felt a surge of joy and immediately extracted the skill. A purple essence pearl floated in the air. Yifeng reached out and crushed the pearled eye in the next instant. The skill essence transformed into a stream of purple light, merging into Yifeng's body. Notification. Congratulations, you have learned the epic skill Eye of Insight. Notification. Your skill Eye of Insight will be compatible with combat power detection skills. At that moment, a message regarding the skill emerged in Yifeng's mind. He smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. What would the effect be? Yifeng felt a stirring in his heart and turned to apply the Eye of Insight on Nan Ruan. Name. Nan Ruan. Description. A remarkably beautiful human female. Abilities. Non-combat power index. 7. Yifeng's eyes flashed with surprise. This skill could actually detect a person's basic information, as well as their combat power. How intriguing. Yifeng continued to examine other items. Item. Floor description. A worn-out floorboard. Yifeng continued to apply the Eye of Insight. Item. Double bed description. An old bed where a couple recently engaged in intimate activities. Yifeng chuckled. The Eye of Insight skill certainly had its uses. At the very least, it provided some intelligence. Skill testing concluded. Yifeng turned his attention to the new scroll. Item. Tactile enhancement scroll quality. Rare description. After using this scroll, your sense of touch will be enhanced to a certain degree. The scroll belonged to the old series. It was a sensory enhancement for touch. Yifeng retrieved the scroll. Whoosh! A palm-sized scroll appeared in his hand. Yifeng tore open the scrolled eye in an instant. The small scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, surging into Yifeng's body. Yifeng's body trembled as he felt a surge of power swiftly merge with his tactile nerves. Simultaneously, he experienced a slight stinging sensation throughout his body, compelling him to gently close his eyes and force himself to adapt to the enhancement. Before long, the enhancement concluded. Yifeng opened his eyes and touched his clothes and the table. Astonishment flickering in his gaze. Every object he touched seemed to possess a new sensation. The soft fabric and the cold metal felt clearer and more vivid. Yifeng even sensed the flowing air around him with a newfound awareness. Quite pleasant. Yifeng smiled. With 10 more fishing opportunities remaining, he had no intention of saving them. System. Continue fishing 10 times. The fishing rod moved once more. Notification. Fishing in progress. Yifeng casually sat in a chair, awaiting the results of his fishing endeavors. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 10 Hawkeye shortwave radios. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 1 Emerald Line model. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 100 cans of Heartfelt Brand Peach. Yifeng remained speechless. It seemed there were no valuable items this time. The system continued to notify him. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and obtained 1,000 matches. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and acquired 1 Genius smartwatch. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished and received 1 Intuition enhancement scroll. Yifeng let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as there were rewards, it was acceptable. Before long, the fishing concluded with a thought. Yifeng retrieved his sole acquisition from the fishing space. Item. Intuition enhancement scroll quality. Rare description. After using this scroll, your intuition will be enhanced to a certain degree. 6th sense enhancement for intuition. Yifeng tore open the intuition enhancement scroll. In the next moment, the scroll transformed into a stream of blue light, entering Yifeng's body. He gently closed his eyes, feeling little change. It seemed there was no noticeable effect. Yifeng opened his eyes, somewhat perplexed. Previous enhancements had always yielded some alterations. Wait, what was this peculiar sensation? Yifeng's eyes flickered in the room. A cockroach emerged from the crevice beneath the dining table. Yifeng crouched down to observe. The cockroach scurried around before disappearing into another gap. Was this intuition? Or perhaps it could be termed a sixth sense. Yifeng's eyes brightened. After the enhancement, his perceptive abilities had significantly improved. Yifeng could now capture subtle changes in his surroundings with heightened sensitivity. The enhancement of intuition was quite impressive. Yifeng smiled in satisfaction. This intuition enhancement would be beneficial in both combat and decision-making. The enhancement concluded, Yifeng exhaled a breath of stale air. Although it was not yet the 7th day, he could already attempt to elevate his star level. With that thought, Yifeng retrieved a zombie crystal core from his storage space and activated the Eye of Insight to examine it. Item: First Stage Crystal Core, Elite Level. Description: A crystal core rich in energy. Absorption can enhance the abilities of a supernatural being. Absorbing an elite-level crystal core can help a supernatural being break through their limits. Gaining this detailed information, a hint of excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. That mutated zombie pig was indeed a first-stage mutated zombie. The special crystal core, also known as a mutated crystal core, elite crystal core, or advancement crystal core, is harvested from mutated zombies and is always classified as an elite core. In contrast, crystal cores from ordinary zombies are categorized as standard cores. The elite crystal core in Yifeng's possession, when absorbed to enhance strength, is equivalent to 3 to 4 ordinary crystal cores. However, in the apocalypse, few would be extravagant enough to utilize such special cores for enhancement. This is because these unique cores can aid supernatural beings in breaking physical limitations, advancing their evolution to the second stage. The initial stage for supernatural beings is 1 star. By continuously absorbing the energy from crystal cores, a supernatural being can elevate their star level. The upper limit for ordinary supernatural beings is 7 stars. It is said that certain treasures can break the 7-star limit, allowing supernatural beings to ascend to 8 and 9 stars. However, Yifeng had only heard of such treasures and had never encountered one before. When an ability user's strength reaches the pinnacle of the star level, further advancement becomes impossible at this juncture. The ability user must break free from the constraints of the human body and undergo evolution. The second stage of evolution marks a brand new beginning, wherein the ability user's power will soar dramatically. Yifeng gazed intently at the crystal core before him. This unique crystal core could not only be employed to transcend boundary limitations, but also to enhance star-level strength. Logically speaking, one could hunt ordinary zombies to obtain crystal cores and elevate their levels, making it most advantageous to reserve this elite crystal core for future advancement. Yet, a sudden surge of confidence washed over Yifeng as he grasped the crystal core in his hand. With a fortuitous start, he was already far ahead in strength. How could he ever lack crystal cores in the future? As time passed, the number of mutated zombies would only increase, as long as he possessed sufficient strength. He could acquire a multitude of crystal cores. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. He began his cultivation. There are generally 2 methods to absorb the energy from zombie crystal cores: holding them in hand or swallowing them whole. Both methods require the ability user to utilize their will to gradually draw the energy into their bodies. It is worth noting that ingesting too many crystal cores poses the risk of exploding one's body. Absorbing them by hand is considerably safer, albeit requiring more mental focus. Each absorption method has its pros and cons, yet the efficiency remains the same. However, the rate at which different ability users absorb energy varies. The speed of absorbing crystal cores is influenced by the user's own ability grade. A user with ordinary abilities would take approximately 24 hours to absorb a zombie crystal core. A rare ability user would take around 12 hours, while an epic ability user would require about 6 hours. A legendary ability user would need roughly 3 hours. For a mythic ability user. Yifeng mused. He had never heard of any ability user possessing mythic abilities. This meant that he, Yifeng, would personally test the energy absorption efficiency of mythic abilities. With this thought, excitement welled up within him. He sat cross-legged, the crystal core firmly in hand, and focused his mind on absorbing the energy contained within. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of energy flowed into Yifeng's body like a clear, gentle stream. Part of the energy melded with his flesh, continually reinforcing his physical form. while another part integrated into his dantian, steadily augmenting his energy reserves. That a flicker of surprise crossed Yifeng's eyes. The efficiency of energy enhancement was astonishingly rapid. He then gently closed his eyes, continuing to absorb the crystal core's energy. Approximately 3 hours later, at a certain moment, Yifeng's body trembled violently, and his aura surged dramatically. That a gleam of joy illuminated his face. His power had ascended from 1 star to 2 stars. Yifeng continued to absorb energy with his eyes shut until he had entirely drained the special crystal core in his hand, which had now dimmed. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of delight sparkled within them. The speed of energy absorption exceeded his expectations. In his previous life, he possessed only ordinary abilities, requiring a full 24 hours to absorb a standard crystal core. This duration involved continuous absorption, which was challenging due to the necessity of eating and moving. Maintaining focus for such an extended period was simply unrealistic. Ordinary ability users often required even longer to completely absorb a single crystal core. In this life, however, with mythic abilities, Yifeng could absorb a standard crystal core in approximately 1 hour. Since he was absorbing a special crystal core, which contained 3 times the energy, it took him just over 3 hours. Had he relied on his previous ordinary abilities, it would have taken him 3 whole days and nights to finish. Yifeng gently closed his eyes again, feeling the surging energy within him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He swung his fists and discovered a significant increase in his strength. Yifeng's eyes shone with astonishment. This enhancement surpassed that of his ordinary abilities in his previous life by a considerable margin. The differences in combat power indices among ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic abilities were starkly distinct. Such disparities would only widen over time, ultimately becoming a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. With this thought, Yifeng stretched contentedly and turned to the large bed. Nan Ruan remained fast asleep. And with his newfound strength and a beautiful woman in his embrace, life was indeed splendid. A smile graced Yifeng's lips as he held Nan Ruan and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, a beam of bright sunlight streamed into the room, gently rousing Yifeng from his slumber. Lazily, he took out his phone to check the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse, and there was nothing overly urgent to attend to. Yifeng glanced over at Nan Ruan. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisite face bore a slight frown. As if she had experienced a troubling dream. Yifeng tenderly brushed a strand of hair away from her face, his eyes filled with affection. From this angle, Nan Ruan exuded an undeniable aura of elegance. With her fair skin, striking beauty, and long, straight legs, she resembled a goddess by the Seine. Seeing her sleeping peacefully, Yifeng felt no desire to disturb her. During this time, Nan Ruan had been under considerable stress and anxiety. Yifeng fully understood. Rising from the bed, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a set of cooking utensils, a few eggs, a bottle of oil, and 2 packets of wontons, along with a large bottle of mineral water from his spatial storage. Once the ingredients were prepared, Yifeng began his culinary endeavors. He heated the pot, boiled water, and fried eggs. Before long, a simple yet delightful breakfast was ready. After indulging in 2 hearty hot pot meals, Yifeng craved something lighter. The aroma of the wontons and fried eggs wafted through the air. Nan Ruan stirred slightly, awakening to the enticing scent. "How fragrant," she murmured, still groggy from sleep, her expression one of bewilderment. Yifeng emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls of wontons, placing them on the dining table. "Ruan, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Nan Ruan gazed at the scene before her, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Yifeng was truly wonderful, handsome, capable, and strong. He even took the initiative to cook for her. She hurriedly got up. Yifeng, let me handle these simple tasks from now on. However, as she moved slightly, she couldn't help but let out a soft ouch. Her cheeks flushed slightly. The previous day's intense battle had left her body aching in various places. More crucially, Nan Ruan's clothing was in tatters, leaving her with nothing to wear. Yifeng noticed her embarrassment and, with a thought, retrieved a lacy nightgown from his spatial storage, handing it to her. "Change into this for now. I'll find you some proper clothes later." As Nan Ruan stood to take the garment, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of herself. Yifeng's gaze lingered appreciatively. Glancing at the nightgown, Nan Ruan's face turned crimson. It seemed to be a rather revealing piece of lingerie. Yet, She said nothing more and obediently changed into the outfit. Once she was dressed, Yifeng admired her from head to toe. The burgundy nightgown complemented Nan Ruan perfectly. Its form-fitting design accentuated her subtly rounded hips, slender waist, and fair legs, showcasing her natural grace. Paired with her porcelain neck, stunning visage, and serene demeanor, she radiated an irresistible allure. Yifeng silently praised her in his heart. If only she held a glass of swirling red wine in her hand. Such a scene would undeniably epitomize the essence of the first school beauty. Her figure a natural masterpiece that looked exquisite in anything she wore. Nan Ruan sat down somewhat bashfully that in her life, she had never worn anything so seductive. The aroma of breakfast filled the room. Tantalizing and inviting, the steaming hot dumplings captivated Nan Ruan's gaze entirely. However, since Yifeng had not yet picked up his chopsticks, she hesitated to begin. Once seated, Yifeng lifted his chopsticks and encouraged. "Go ahead, there's no need to wait for me." The two commenced their breakfast, savoring a bite of dumpling followed by a mouthful of fried egg. This simple meal filled Nan Ruan with a wave of happiness. Such an uncomplicated breakfast, she mused, was something that 90% of people today could not even afford. Reflecting on her recent days, the most fortunate occurrence was undoubtedly receiving Yifeng's confession. The wisest decision she had made was to agree to become his woman. After a while, the two finished every morsel on the table. Yifeng retrieved a large assortment of clothing from his space. T-shirts, shirts, jackets, shorts, overalls, flared pants, leggings, and dresses, alongside various brands and colors of lingerie. He spread them all over the bed. "Wow, Yifeng, how did you manage to acquire so many clothes?" Nan Ruan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "Feel free to pick out something suitable to wear," Yifeng replied with a smile. Nan Ruan nodded, bending over to select her attire. This action showcased her tall and slender figure, which Yifeng admired quietly. Soon, she found an outfit that suited her perfectly. The process of changing clothes naturally provided Yifeng with a delightful spectacle. After a considerable time, Nan Ruan emerged from the bedroom, her new outfit catching Yifeng's eye. She had chosen a very simple ensemble, but a basic hair tie held her hair back, making her appear particularly adorable and playful. The top was a fitted short-sleeved shirt in a gray-green hue that accentuated her figure, paired with snug deep blue jeans that perfectly highlighted her curves, her slim waist, long legs, and rounded hips. Yifeng licked his lips, feeling a slight stir within him. Truly enticing. Under Yifeng's intense gaze, Nan Ruan glanced at him with eyes as fluid as water. "You naughty boy, please don't look at me like that." Yifeng chuckled mischievously, teasingly saying, "Ruan, how come your legs are so long, straight, and fair?" Nan Ruan's cheeks flushed with shyness. "Please stop." Yifeng took her delicate hand, speaking softly, "Ruan, rest assured, I will treat you well." Upon hearing this, Nan Ruan's smile blossomed like a flower, radiating charm. "That I trust you." Yifeng's heart surged with emotion as he pulled her into his embrace. The beautiful flush on Nan Ruan's face deepened, her starry eyes clouded with a gentle mist. A captivating beauty, she was truly enchanting. Yifeng found himself unconsciously swallowing hard. As the clouds cleared and the rain subsided, the bed was left in disarray. Nan Ruan's exquisite face glowed with a rosy hue. Her gaze dreamy, her hands somewhat at a loss for placement. Her adorable demeanor endeared her even more to Yifeng. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Notification, event triggered. Notification, mood elevated, reward, 10 bait. Yifeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he checked his bait count. Bait, 10. He smiled, feeling perfectly poised and in good spirits, ready to engage in some fishing. With a thought, he chose to fish. On the fishing platform, the golden rod twitched, and the hook was cast into the endless darkness. Notification, fishing in progress. Yifeng silently prayed, "Good system, bring me something useful." In the next moment, the system chimed again. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished, receiving a wax figure of Wonder Woman from the live-action film. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished, receiving 10 packs of high-quality sleep pants. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished, receiving 3 temporary enhancement scrolls. Movement speed. Temporary enhancement scrolls? Yifeng was slightly taken aback. The system continued with notifications. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have successfully fished, receiving 10,000 blue star Xia coins. Notification, congratulations. Host, You have successfully fished, receiving a figure of the malevolent white rabbit from the green line. Notification: congratulations, host. You have successfully fished, receiving a modified RV. Before long, the fishing concluded. Not much gained this time. Feng frowned slightly as he entered the fishing space to check his haul. Items: temporary enhancement scroll, movement speed, quality, rare description. Using this scroll will temporarily increase your movement speed by 10 times for a duration of 10 minutes. Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Isn't this just a temporary buff? It can increase movement speed tenfold. While the effect is powerful, it is regrettable that it is not permanent. He placed the 3 scrolls in his storage space and continued to examine the other items. The model and sleep pants were all ordinary. However, upon seeing the modified RV, his eyes lit up. Item: modified off-road RV quality. Rare description: a silver RV with formidable defensive capabilities, luxurious interiors, equipped with features such as automatic obstacle removal and self-driving. Inside the RV, a mysterious spatial magic has been imbued, offering spaciousness and comfort. A surge of joy coursed through Feng. What a splendid item! With this modified RV, my future travels will be secure. No longer will I need to zip around on a small electric bike. I can even retire my heavy-duty truck. Had I possessed this RV back then, my bird would not have been brutally destroyed by the Zhou brothers. After the initial excitement, Feng transferred all the items from this fishing session into his storage space, and then focused his thoughts on the RV. With its sleek lines and silver exterior, the high-end and stylish RV grew more appealing to him. Unfortunately, the space was too limited to withdraw the RV and admire it fully. With a thought, Feng opened the task panel, and a system prompt appeared. Notification: would you like to increase the difficulty of daily tasks? Before Feng appeared 2 choices. 1. Yes 2. No. Feng smiled faintly. I can increase the difficulty again. He decisively selected option 1. Increase difficulty. Daily task generated: eliminate 40 zombies. Task reward: 40 bait. Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not bad at all. The task rewards continue to elevate. As for the difficulty of killing a few more zombies, was that really a challenge? Notification: you have triggered a random task. Would you like to accept? Feng was momentarily taken aback. What? The fishing system has random tasks too? His gaze flickered as he clicked to accept the task. Random task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task completion reward: 10 high-quality bait. The system continued with notifications. Notification: upon completing this task, you will unlock the bait synthesis privilege. Feng's eyes sharpened. The task reward includes high-quality bait and the bait synthesis privilege. System: what exactly is high-quality bait, and what does synthesis privilege entail? The mechanical system remained unresponsive to Feng's inquiries. Yet, he had anticipated this outcome and felt no disappointment. After all, it was merely an inquiry. It cost him nothing. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Feng's eyes. Could high-quality bait yield superior rewards during fishing? There was no need to rush. He would discover the answer after completing the task. Content: Feng closed the system and glanced back at Nan Ruan. She had emerged from her reverie, her delicate hands gripping her phone tightly. Her fair face reflecting a mix of emotions. Feng inquired with a smile. Ruan, what's troubling you? Nan Ruan looked up at Feng, her expression hesitant. Sensing her uncertainty, Feng felt a tug at his heart. Ruan, if there's something on your mind, please feel free to share it with me. Don't hold back any secrets. Nan Ruan gently bit her lower lip and softly spoke. Feng, may I ask you for a favor? Feng narrowed his eyes and replied slowly. Ruan, please tell me what it is in this life. Feng vowed not to be a sycophant, so he wanted to hear what Nan Ruan was requesting, to determine if it was excessive before deciding whether to agree. Nan Ruan exhaled with relief and quickly explained. Feng, it's about my aunt, Nan Ruan. She is the manager of a branch of the Qingxiu Group. During the apocalypse, she was trapped in a warehouse of the Jinding Hotel while negotiating business with another company. Her situation is perilous and dire. In essence, Nan Ruan's aunt, Nan Ruan, was in desperate need of rescue from the Jinding Hotel. In truth, her aunt had reached out for help, but at that time, Nan Ruan was trapped in the Jiangda library and was also calling for assistance, entirely unable to help herself. However, circumstances had changed. Now Nan Ruan had a new ally and had re-established contact with her aunt. In the room, Nan Ruan bit her lip, looking pitiable as she said, Feng, I just contacted my aunt again. She is currently in a presidential suite at the Jinding Hotel, and only you can assist me. I realize this request may be a bit much, and I don't wish to impose, but if it's within your capacity, I implore you to save her. Of course, this must be done with your own safety in mind. Otherwise, I would prefer you not to go. After receiving her aunt's distress signal, Nan Ruan was restless. She understood her own limitations and knew that saving Nan Ruan relied solely on Feng. Yet, she also realized that she had no right to ask Feng to take risks for her. After all, Feng was now her hope for survival. If anything were to happen to him while rescuing her aunt, she would regret it even more. Feng stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. He had planned to venture out to hunt zombies and complete his tasks anyway. With a new vehicle at his disposal, rescuing someone would be a simple task. With this thought, Feng smiled slightly. No problem, I will certainly save your aunt. Upon hearing Feng's agreement, Nan Ruan sprang to her feet. Her face flushed as she embraced him tightly. Feng, I adore you. I will share this good news with my aunt right away. In a flash, Nan Ruan sent the message. Excitedly, she flipped through her phone gallery, quickly locating a few photos before handing her phone to Feng. Look, this is my aunt, Nan Ruan. Feng took the phone and casually glanced at the photos, only to be struck by a jolt of surprise. The image displayed a stunning woman clad in a tailored suit, exuding elegance and charm, with an extraordinarily alluring figure. Feng instinctively continued to scroll through the album. Her ample bosom and voluptuous curves were even more impressive than Lin Xiaoxiao's. Shireen, you should have mentioned your aunt was this stunning. I would have agreed much sooner. Feng looked up at Nan Ruan and asked, Shireen, your aunt appears quite youthful. Yes, my aunt Nan Ruan is simply older in terms of generations. She isn't even 30 yet this year. Nan Ruan replied honestly. Feng casually inquired, does she appear to be a married woman? Yes, Nan Ruan nodded. She is married, but her relationship with my uncle is rather lackluster. They only married to appease family pressures regarding marriage. After their wedding, they mostly lived apart, as she is solely focused on her career. At this, Feng felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Such a seemingly alluring woman. If bitten by a zombie with this thought, Feng made a decisive choice. Shireen, time is of the essence. Since your aunt is in danger, we must swiftly reach the hotel to rescue her. Nan Ruan nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. So I've decided to set off immediately. Feng waved his hand dramatically. In an instant, the items in the room vanished without a trace, all absorbed into Feng's storage space. Meanwhile, Nan Ruan quickly donned her clothing. The two prepared to depart in haste. Let us go. Follow me downstairs. Feng wrapped an arm around Nan Ruan's slender waist, urging, hold on tight. Like a koala, Nan Ruan clung to Feng's sturdy frame, pressing her cheek against his chest. He led her to the window and leaped out. The wind rushed past Nan Ruan's ears, causing her to snuggle deeper into Feng's embrace. With a light tap of his toes, they landed safely on the ground. Roar! Several zombies with bloodshot eyes lunged toward them. In a flash of lightning, a few zombies were instantly charred and collapsed to the ground. Feng wore a concealed necklace, and the zombies were drawn to Nan Ruan. It was time for the modified RV to make its appearance. Feng thought to himself that a magnificent silver RV, 8 meters long and 3 meters wide, with sleek lines, materialized in the open space before them. The RV was exceptionally stylish, its minimalist design exuding a sense of advanced technology. What an impressive RV! It looks so cool! Nan Ruan exclaimed in awe. This was Feng's first time seeing the RV in person, and he felt a surge of excitement as he approached the door. The silver RV's door opened slowly, revealing the modified vehicle, which had automatically bound Feng as its owner. Feng and Nan Ruan stepped inside the RV. The moment they entered, they were both taken aback by the spaciousness. From the outside, it appeared modest in size, but within, the expanse exceeded their wildest imaginations, at least 200 square meters. Feng marveled silently. Is this the effect of spatial magic? Incredible! Inside the spacious interior were large sofas, dining tables and chairs, and several comfortable beds. The kitchen was equipped with a microwave, oven, refrigerator, cabinets, and a dishwasher to separate bathroom, sound system. Large screen television and gaming console were all present as well. At that moment, a crisp voice chimed in. Greetings, Master. I am the intelligent assistant Li of this RV. Allow me to introduce the features of the vehicle. This RV boasts a highly advanced defense system, capable of withstanding ordinary bullets, missiles, and any physical attacks below level 4, with strong resistance to level 4 attacks as well. The basic functions include intelligent navigation system, Autopilot feature and automatic removal of road obstacles. After a brief pause, the introduction concluded that Feng immediately issued a command that Mi Li, activate autopilot, destination, Jinding Hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen at the front of the RV lit up. Buzz, understood, navigating to Jinding Hotel. Autopilot activated. Moments later, a low rumble echoed as the RV started and sped away. Feng settled comfortably on the sofa, gazing ahead. The city roads were not entirely clear. Some areas were congested with hordes of zombies and abandoned vehicles. In such a scenario, the formidable capabilities of the modified RV were evident that a silver, triangular steel plate automatically emerged from the front of the vehicle, like freshly fallen snow, clearing the path by plowing through zombies and small cars alike as they sped forward. Inside the RV, Feng poured 2 cups of coffee. The soundproofing and stability of the modified RV were exceptional, shielding them from the chaos outside. The passengers simply needed to wait patiently to reach their destination. The modified RV raced onward. Feng handed a cup of coffee to Nan Ruan, who took it and sipped lightly. Yet, her expression remained anxious, her posture restless. "Do not fret. Your aunt will surely be all right." Feng offered words of comfort. Nan Ruan nodded, glancing again at her phone screen. Feng gidge. How much longer until we reach the hotel? Feng cast a quick look at the route and speed. "We should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. The sigh of relief escaped Nan Ruan as she murmured, "If it's just 10 minutes, there should be no problem." That moment, her phone vibrated unexpectedly, startling her. She quickly swiped open the screen and tapped on the message. However, upon seeing the content, her mind went blank with a resounding buzz. Regaining her composure, she hastily sent a flurry of messages to Nan Ruan. Yet they fell into an abyss of silence, eliciting no response. Feng noticed her distress and urgently asked, "Shireen, what's wrong? What has happened?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Nan Ruan's eyes, her beautiful gaze brimming with tears. Feng gidge, "We are too late. My aunt just messaged me. She has already been bitten by a zombie." Feng's heart sank at her words. Bitten by a zombie? Typically, one would undergo transformation into the undead approximately 5 minutes after infection. A bitter expression crossed Feng's face. Such a beauty, reduced to a zombie. Truly, beauty often meets with misfortune. In the face of calamity, it recognizes neither status nor appearance, treating all with equal indifference. Nan Ruan's eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. Feng gidge, "We must not waste any more time. Let us abandon the journey to Jinding Hotel. Lu, I have sent several messages, yet my aunt has not responded." Time rewinds slightly. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. That moment, Feng and Nan Ruan were still asleep in the staff dormitory, while in the back kitchen storeroom on the 8th floor of Jinding Hotel. Over 10 survivors had gathered. Roar, roar, roar. Ayu, outside the kitchen storeroom, the incessant howls of zombies echoed. Nan Ruan cowered in a corner, her face clouded with worry. Observing the others, they too wore expressions of numbness, their gazes vacant and forlorn. It was during a business negotiation representing her company with another that the calamity struck, transforming those around her into zombies in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, under the protection of her bodyguard, Li Jiandong, she had managed to take refuge in the kitchen storeroom. There were over 10 survivors hiding here, relying on the food supplies from the storeroom to survive thus far. Over these days, their mentality had undergone a drastic shift, evolving from hopeful anticipation of rescue to despair as superhumans emerged, leading to chaos. Reports of human-on-human violence and even cannibalism frequently surfaced online. The atmosphere in the storeroom grew increasingly tense. Until yesterday afternoon, when they completely ran out of food, signaling the grim prospect of starvation. Nan Ruan huddled in the corner, her heart heavy with despair. Countless distress signals had been sent out, yet in such dire circumstances, who among them had the strength left to save another? Just then, a sharp female voice shattered the stillness. "Chubby, you've been eating the most these days. I saw you stashing food yesterday. Hand it over. Everyone else is starving here." Nan Ruan looked up to see the speaker was the administrative secretary from the opposing company, a gentle lady with beautiful black stockings. Now, however, she appeared completely transformed. The black-stockinged secretary seemed to have failed in her confrontation with Chubby, and was now in the midst of a tug-of-war. "I didn't. Don't accuse me baselessly," Chubby replied, panic evident in his expression. That moment, a burly man in the corner suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming. His name was Li Jiandong, Nan Ruan's bodyguard and driver at the onset of the disaster. It was under his protection that Nan Ruan had managed to survive. Initially, Li Jiandong treated her with great respect. But as time passed, he gradually realized that he was the true authority here. His demeanor towards her grew increasingly brusque, and in recent days, his gaze had taken on a troubling intensity. Nan Ruan understood that if not for the number of people present, Li Jiandong would have no qualms about asserting his dominance, that a sense of impending danger loomed heavily in her heart. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Li Jiandong strode towards Chubby, his voice a harsh reprimand. Hiding food. Hand it over. Chubby's eyes darted nervously as he continued to protest. I didn't. Don't listen to her nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. The black-stockinged secretary cried out sharply. Li Jiandong bent down, beginning to tear at Chubby's clothing. Get off me. Let go. Chubby struggled in vain against the might of Li Jiandong. In no time, a half bag of sugar and 2 cucumbers tumbled from Chubby's trousers. Li Jiandong wore a mixture of disgust and surprise. Continuing his search, he confirmed that Chubby had no further hidden goods. Without a hint of courtesy, Li Jiandong picked up the items and turned to leave. Chubby, in a state of despair, clutched at Li Jiandong's pant leg, crying out pitifully, Don't take it all. It's all mine. Get off. Li Jiandong kicked him to the ground. Chubby groaned as he lay there. And at this sight, the others watched with wide eyes, fixated on the food. Li Jiandong's expression turned menacing. Get lost. All of you get away. This little bit I sent enough to satisfy me. Whoever tries to take it will meet their end. He brandished a kitchen knife, causing everyone to cower in the corners, fearful that Li Jiandong was the strongest here, and no one wished to provoke him. They had only been hungry for a day. They had not yet reached the point of losing their reason. Only the black-stockinged secretary, who had exposed Chubby's secret, cautiously approached. Big brother, I've contributed too. Let me have a bit to eat. Li Jiandong pondered for a moment, then pinched a small amount of sugar and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. The black-stockinged secretary's eyes lit up as she greedily licked her tongue. Witnessing this, Li Jiandong felt a surge of satisfaction. In the corner, a buzz-cut young man clenched his fists, his face etched with discontent. He was infatuated with the black-stockinged secretary, working in the same company. The secretary soon licked the sugar clean. Big brother, could you give me a little more? She asked, her lips still glistening. Li Jiandong, now irritated, pushed her away and scolded. That's all there is. He then cast a glance at Nan Ruan, thinking to himself how much better it would be if she were as proactive as this woman. Li Jiandong walked straight to the corner and began to savor the sugar and cucumbers, drawing envious glances from all around as they swallowed hard. He remained vigilant, weapon in hand. Before long, the food was nearly depleted, leaving only a small amount of sugar. Suddenly, Li Jiandong called out, Manager Nan, do you want some? He held the sugar near Nan Ruan's mouth, his tone laced with mockery. Faced with the temptation of sugar, Nan Ruan shook her head in refusal. I cannot eat this. If I do, Li Jiandong will only become more demanding. Seeing her decline, Li Jiandong's disappointment was palpable. After licking the last remnants clean, he rose once more, addressing everyone. Their expressions were filled with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the room. Listen to me, everyone. Our food supplies have been exhausted. If we remain idle, it is certain death. Eventually, we will descend into a scenario akin to the cannibalism reported online. I trust none of you wish to witness such a fate. Upon hearing Li Jiandong's words, a subtle stir arose within the crowd, prompting a flurry of discussion. Remaining here any longer would indeed be akin to courting death. Yet, if we do not seek refuge, what alternatives do we possess? Do you have any brilliant ideas? Li Jiandong nodded in satisfaction and continued. The remaining food was entirely consumed yesterday. I believe we should take advantage of our current energy to devise a plan to escape from this place. The Jinding Hotel not only has a kitchen but also harbors some food within its guest rooms. I have observed that the number of zombies outside is relatively scarce. I propose we rush out together and then each fend for ourselves. Upon hearing this, some were stirred with determination while others hesitated. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man voiced his agreement, stating, I find Li Jiandong's reasoning sound. Remaining idle is tantamount to awaiting our demise. Indeed, the number of zombies outside is limited, approximately 8, and we have 13 individuals here. The implication was evident. If each person could distract a zombie, 5 among us could potentially escape. Li Jiandong cast a glance at the sturdy man, nodding in approval. Precisely. That is my intention. While we still possess the strength to run, we must take the risk and fight for our lives. Our fate lies in our own hands. The group exchanged glances. Seemingly deep in thought, Li Jiandong sought to capitalize on the moment, but a chubby fellow interjected. However, this is unfair. If we all rush out, it merely becomes a race to see who can run the fastest. You individuals with superior physical fitness will undoubtedly have a greater chance of survival compared to those of us who are slower. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, those who run swiftly have a better chance of survival. Are we women, who run slower, merely expected to provide cover for you? I refuse to accept this. In essence, survival does not necessitate outrunning the zombies. It merely requires outpacing the majority. The chubby fellow, realizing he had disrupted Li Jiandong's plan, felt a surge of smugness. Stealing my food. Serves you right. Li Jiandong fixed his gaze upon the chubby man, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You raise a valid point. Very astutely. In response to your remarks, I have a suggestion. Gradually, the crowd quieted down. Li Jiandong smiled and said, to enhance everyone's chances of survival, we must be willing to sacrifice someone to act as bait. If one of us runs ahead, they will naturally attract the attention of the zombies, thereby significantly increasing the survival probability for those who followed. At this juncture, Li Jiandong cast a meaningful glance at the chubby man. The latter's eyes widened in dread as the implications dawned upon him. The others understood as well, their expressions brightening with realization. Li Jiandong continued, since everyone agrees that we need to take risks, then you, chubby fellow, over the past few days, you have consumed the most food and, moreover, have been hoarding supplies. Li Jiandong pointed a finger at the chubby man, his demeanor righteous. You are the sinner among us and must contribute to the group. The chubby man's face drained of color. Li Jiandong surveyed the group, smiling as he declared, I believe the chubby fellow is best suited to take the lead, running out to draw the zombies' attention. What do you all say? The crowd exchanged glances, voicing their agreement that I concur. I agree too. They all expressed their support, as long as it did not require them to sacrifice themselves. Li Jiandong nodded in satisfaction. The chubby man, originally a mere service worker, held the lowest status among them and had no ties with the elite business individuals. Having consumed the most while secretly hoarding supplies, he had erred and was now the most fitting candidate for bait. If not him, then who? No. I refuse. Why must it be me? The chubby man protested, his voice rising in desperation. A cold glint flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes as he brandished the kitchen knife threateningly. Everyone has agreed. Do you wish to incite their wrath? Let me make it clear. You have no choice. Either you become the bait, or I shall slay you right here and use your corpse as bait. The chubby man trembled in fear, his complexion paling. Li Jiandong paused momentarily, then continued to reassure him. In truth, your task is quite simple and does not necessarily spell your end. What if you manage to outpace the zombies? Or perhaps they show no interest in you. Ultimately, we all must fend for ourselves. What do you all think? The crowd exchanged glances and began to encourage him. Chubby fellow, just agree to it. You've eaten the most these past few days. Indeed, consider it a means of atonement for your transgressions. The chubby man's face turned pale, his eyes vacant. Faced with the collective condemnation, he felt lost and unsure of how to respond. Fine. Seeing that everyone was adamant, and glancing at the knife in Li Jiandong's hand, he could only acquiesce reluctantly. With consensus reached, preparations commenced immediately. Groups formed as alliances were forged. The crew-cut youth mustered his courage and approached the woman in black stockings, who hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. In the corner, Nan Ruan felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Manager Nan, you must stick close to me. I will help you escape. Li Jiandong gazed greedily at Nan Ruan. All right, she replied, forcing a strained smile. Before long, everyone was ready. Some wielded iron pots, others steel pipes, all awaiting the moment with anxious expressions. Li Jiandong directed the group to clear the debris from the entrance. Let us prepare to commence. He cracked the door open slightly and, with a fierce expression, urged the chubby man. Go, rush out. The chubby man trembled, paralyzed by fear. Without hesitation, Li Jiandong pressed the knife against the chubby man's neck. If you rush out, you have a chance of survival. If not, I will kill you on the spot. The chubby man cast a glance at the knife, gritted his teeth, and bolted outside. Run. The chubby man felt as though he had never run so swiftly in his life. As if the wind were propelling him forward, several zombies were drawn to him, beginning to chase after the chubby fellow. Seeing this, he quickened his pace that moment. A cruel glint flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes. He swung his arm, hurling the rolling pin through the air in a parabolic arc with a resounding crack. It struck the chubby man's back. The chubby man stumbled to the ground, the pain eliciting a cry from his lips. Roar! As the chubby man fell, several pursuing zombies lunged toward him. Faced with the ravenous undead, despair washed over the chubby man. No, don't come near me. The zombies showed no regard for his pleas, opening their gaping maws and brandishing their sharp claws as they descended upon him. With a sickening squelch, the chubby man's chest was torn open, his screams echoing in the air. Ah, help! Witnessing the chubby man's horrific fate, Li Jiandong's eyes gleamed, and he issued the command, "Now, everyone, charge!" with a cacophony of movement. The crowd surged forward. Li Jiandong seized Nan Ruan's hand and sprinted frantically. Not all the zombies had been lured away by the chubby man. Several continued to charge toward the group. Some unfortunate souls found themselves trapped by the zombies, helplessly watching as they were torn apart, their anguished cries piercing the air. The remaining individuals ran with all their might, wishing for fewer legs to hinder their escape. The crew-cut youth, clutching a kitchen knife, pulled the woman in black stockings along in a frantic dash. However, it wasn't long before a zombie began to pursue them. As the woman's pace faltered, the distance between the zombie and the two narrowed. Just as it seemed the zombie would catch up, the woman in black stockings suddenly pushed the young man toward the approaching undead. The crew-cut youth stared at her in disbelief as the zombie tore into him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want to live." The secretary, clad in black silk, her eyes glistening with tears, offered her apologies. The young man with a buzz cut gritted his teeth and, in a swift motion, severed a zombie's finger, sending it flying. By a cruel twist of fate, it landed squarely atop the black-clad woman's head. Startled, she felt as if her very soul had fled, fearing she would soon become a meal for the undead. Turning to glance back, she saw the young man entangled in a fierce struggle with the zombie. "Xiao Wei, run!" she urged. That a surge of elation coursed through her as she fled without a backward glance. The young man soon found himself out of breath. Meanwhile, Li Jiandong and Nan Ruan were also sprinting at breakneck speed. Yet, there was another man, slightly faster than they, who had previously echoed Li Jiandong's sentiments. The three of them raced for their lives. As they rounded a corner, a zombie staggered towards them. The trio froze momentarily. Li Jiandong, seizing the moment, delivered a swift kick to the back of the middle-aged man, propelling him into the zombie's embrace. The creature, delighted by the unexpected feast, bared its teeth and lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the man's throat. Li Jiandong, may you die a miserable death, the middle-aged man cursed in despair. Li Jiandong paid him no mind. As the saying goes, a friend's death does not concern me. If he didn't perish, how could Li Jiandong escape? He and Nan Ruan continued their frantic flight. However, in the next moment, two more zombies appeared ahead, causing their hearts to sink. A glance over their shoulders revealed yet another zombie had joined the fray, fixating on them. Despair flooded their hearts. Just then, Nan Ruan exclaimed with joy, "There's a room. The door is unlocked." Li Jiandong looked up and felt a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, there was a door. Without a moment to lose, they dashed into the room just as the zombies lunged towards them. Barely managing to slam the door shut behind them. As they locked the door, the sound of the zombies pounding against it filled the air. Li Jiandong's face radiated joy. "Huh? I'm alive." Nan Ruan's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, her face alight with the thrill of having escaped death. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were pleasantly surprised to discover it was a presidential suite, uninhabited and devoid of any zombies. Li Jiandong, thank you for saving me once again. Nan Ruan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, knowing that without his intervention, she would have been lost to the zombies long ago. Li Jiandong, noticing the rise and fall of her chest, swallowed hard. "Manager Nan, what are you saying? Helping you is the least I could do." Seeing the glint of mischief in his eyes, Nan Ruan instinctively took a step back, a nervous smile escaping her lips. "Quick, let us see if there's anything to eat." Li Jiandong began to search the room. "There's food," he exclaimed. Discovering the refrigerator was stocked, they rummaged through the contents, yielding a bountiful haul. It was no surprise for a presidential suite. The refrigerator was well stocked. Li Jiandong's eyes gleamed with greed as they uncovered over a dozen bottles of beverages, several bags of chips, and a variety of snacks. The table was laden with a few plates of fruit, most of which, though not entirely fresh, were still edible. If we ration this, it could last us several days, they thought. Their hunger having reached critical levels, they wasted no time in indulging themselves, devouring the snacks ravenously. As their hunger began to dissipate, Nan Ruan casually took out her phone to check her messages. In the next moment, she could hardly believe her eyes and rubbed them in disbelief before checking again. This was no illusion. It was real. The message was from Nan Ruan. "Andy, are you still alive?" she wrote. "Annie, I've been rescued. My boyfriend Feng is a powerful supernatural being." Nan Ruan promptly replied, "I'm still alive. Can you come and rescue me?" Moments later, a response arrived. Feng has agreed. "We'll come to rescue you right away." A wave of joy surged through Nan Ruan as she quickly sent her detailed address to Nan Ruan, followed by several messages detailing her perilous situation. With a sense of assurance, she felt a slight relief wash over her. Just as she reached for another packet of biscuits, unexpectedly, a pair of large hands snatched them away. Nan Ruan looked up in shock. Realizing it was Li Jiandong who had taken her snack, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. "What are you doing?" she asked, forcing a smile. "What am I doing?" Li Jiandong smirked. "Since the apocalypse began, I have shown you nothing but kindness. Haven't I? At least I've saved you twice." A strange smile played across his lips. "Though I am merely a bodyguard and driver, I am now far beyond the call of duty. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing his words, Nan Ruan's expression shifted. "I know, Li Jiandong. That's why I'm so incredibly grateful to you. I want to repay you with money. I know money means little now, but I truly don't know how else to express my gratitude." Her sincerity was palpable. Li Jiandong interrupted her. "No, you know what you can do to thank me." His gaze greedily swept over her figure, taking in her tousled hair, slightly cracked lips, and the undeniable beauty that radiated from her. The tight fit of his suit emphasized the impressive physique beneath, and there was no overlooking her long, slender legs and curvaceous form. The ripe allure of her presence stirred something within Li Jiandong, now sated but restless. Noticing his predatory gaze, Nan Ruan forced a smile. I don't quite understand what you're saying." "To be clear, all this food belongs to me, and you're not allowed to eat any more?" "Why not?" she asked instinctively. "Because I am stronger than you," Li Jiandong declared proudly. "Look at our situation. I needn't elaborate further. It's far too dangerous outside. You need a protector, and I am the most suitable choice." He grinned widely. "Manager Nan, I have liked you for quite some time. You have appeared in my dreams countless times. Your charm utterly captivating. Had I not been so enamored with you, I would not have gone to such lengths to save you." Nan Ruan's lips moved, but she found herself at a loss for words. "Now, we have no idea how long we'll survive. Why not indulge in the moment?" Li Jiandong's expression turned lascivious. Stepping back, Nan Ruan managed to force a smile. Li Jiandong, please don't do this. I am scared." Upon hearing her plea, Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes and replied, "Scared of what? Am I going to eat you?" Nan Ruan cautiously suggested, "Could you give me some time to think about it? This is all too sudden. I'm having a hard time processing it." Li Jiandong nodded in agreement, knowing she couldn't escape. A cooked duck won't fly away, after all. "All right, but from now on, you're not allowed to eat anything. Everything in this room is my property." Nan Ruan nodded in silence. Li Jiandong settled beside her, inhaling deeply and displaying a twisted smile that he continued to chatter on. "To be honest, I rather enjoy this apocalyptic scenario. During my time as a bodyguard, I often found myself yearning for the apocalypse to arrive, for if it were not for this impending doom, how could I ever hope to possess a woman of your exquisite caliber?" Nan Ruan forced a smile, nodding in agreement. After a brief pause, Li Jiandong suddenly spoke up. By the way, hand me your phone. I do not wish for you to maintain any contact with the outside world." A sudden shock coursed through Nan Ruan's heart, prompting her instinctive refusal. Surely, that isn't necessary. There's little use in contacting anyone now. If I could keep my phone, I might watch some videos to alleviate my boredom. Li Jiandong cast her a dubious glance. Nan Ruan steeled herself. Li Jiandong seemed to ponder something, lifting his gaze to fixate on Nan Ruan. "Give me your phone." Nan Ruan's complexion darkened as she felt at a loss. She instinctively clutched her phone tightly, her body becoming somewhat rigid. Li Jiandong let out a cold laugh, snatching Nan Ruan's phone from her grasp. He rapidly scrolled through the messages. His expression grew increasingly grim. By the time he reached the end, his face was a mask of fury. "You wretched woman! How dare you seek a man to rescue you? You claim to be in peril, asserting that I am the danger. Li Jiandong's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage. No, no, that's not what I meant. Nan Ruan frantically tried to explain, but Li Jiandong ignored her, lowering his head to compose a message. Shireen, I've just realized that during my escape, I was bitten by a zombie. You needn't come to my aid. Prioritize your safety and live on for me. He clicked send. Then, with a chilling calmness, Li Jiandong continued, I just informed them that you have turned into a zombie. With the outside world so perilous, they will not come to rescue you again. Dream on if you think someone with powers will come to save you. Instead, submit to me faithfully, and I shall cherish you as you deserve. Upon hearing this, Nan Ruan's face paled dramatically. No. No. How could you do this? Quickly, return my phone. Instinctively, Nan Ruan reached out to reclaim her phone. Witnessing her frantic reaction, Li Jiandong's expression darkened even further. Wretched woman, what makes you believe I am unworthy of you? Li Jiandong roared with fury, smashing the phone onto the ground. With a resounding crack, the screen shattered, the body marred with fractures. Yet, still unsatisfied, Li Jiandong stomped on it with ferocity, reducing the device to mere fragments. Extinguishing its light, Nan Ruan beheld the destruction of her phone. Her face turned ashen, her eyes devoid of sparkled, "It's over." But soon, a glimmer of hope rekindled within her, as she murmured to herself. Perhaps Shireen would be willing to come and verify the situation. Li Jiandong regained his composure and slowly stated, You have no expectations now, and I am unwilling to wait any longer. Today, you must be my woman. You will agree, whether you want to or not. Nan Ruan, unwilling to relinquish any hope, her thoughts racing, implored earnestly, Li Jiandong, please calm down. Waiting a little longer would be the best choice for you. If no one comes to rescue me, you would merely be delaying for a moment, suffering no loss at all. But should a power wielder come to save me, you would benefit as well, right? Although you treat me this way now, you have saved me twice. And I will surely repay you. That I will never hold a grudge against you for this, nor will I disclose what has transpired. Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes, unimpressed by her pleased tone. Do you take me for a fool? At this point, you still wish to stall for time. That I cannot wait any longer. Speaking thus, Li Jiandong leered as he advanced, reaching for her blazer. Li Jiandong, can you not wait a moment longer? I beg you. As Nan Ruan pleaded, she desperately evaded him. With a violent tug, Li Jiandong tore open Nan Ruan's blazer, causing several buttons to succumb to the pressure and pop off. He lunged forward. Just succumb to me. Li Jiandong howled. However, it turned out that Nan Ruan had delivered a swift kick, striking him between the legs. A wave of excruciating pain swept over him, his face turning a deep shade of purplish red. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Ruan fled into the inner chamber of the presidential suite, rapidly locking the door behind her. Once he regained his composure, Li Jiandong was consumed by rage that he approached and began to pound on the door. Bang! 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 He shouted profanities. Open the door! Damn you, filthy woman! Once I break through, I shall make you suffer. Nan Ruan pressed her body firmly against the door, her heart racing, utterly unsure of what to do. She could only silently pray. Shireen, Yefeng, will you come? On the road, a sleek silver van sped along. Inside the vehicle, Yefeng and Nan Shireen wore somber expressions. Nan Shireen had just learned that Nan Ruan had become a zombie. Her beautiful eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yefeng stepped forward to comfort her. Shireen, in these times, such events are hardly surprising. Try not to be too heartbroken. Nan Shireen wiped her tears and nodded. That I understand. It's just a sudden change that feels overwhelming. Yefeng continued to offer her consolation. Nan Shireen's spirits began to lift. That Yefeng's gaze flickered as he pondered. Since we need not head to Jinding Hotel, we should return to Longqing Daijing Community to retrieve Lin Xiaoxiao. As Yefeng contemplated this, he was about to instruct Meili to change their destination. However, a sudden instinctual unease washed over him. It was illogical, devoid of any evidence, stemming purely from his intuition, which hinted at something awry. Shireen, let me see your phone. Nan Shireen, puzzled, handed over her device. Opening the screen, Yefeng discovered the chat messages between Nan Shireen and Nan Ruan. Nan Shireen, Aunt, are you still alive? Nan Shireen, Aunt, I have been rescued. My boyfriend Yefeng is a powerful ability user. Nan Ruan, I am still alive. Can you come to save me? Nan Shireen, Yefeng has agreed. We are on our way to rescue you. Nan Ruan, Shireen, I just left the kitchen, fleeing from a horde of zombies. and have reached Presidential Suite 8001. Nan Ruan. I am with my bodyguard Li Jiandong, and we have just found some food, but I still feel quite perilous. Please hurry. Nan Ruan. Shireen, I discovered that during my escape, I was bitten by a zombie. You needn't come to save me. Take care of yourself and live on for me. Yefeng's eyes flickered. Logically, it seemed plausible, yet he still sensed something was off. After a moment's contemplation, he looked up at Nan Shireen and slowly said, Shireen, I believe there is something amiss. Nan Ruan might still be alive. Upon hearing Yefeng's words, a spark of joy ignited in Nan Shireen's eyes as she exclaimed, Really? Yefeng, do you mean my aunt is still alive? Yefeng nodded, his expression serious that I am not entirely certain, but since we have already set off, we might as well go and see for ourselves. It won't take long. Yes, you're right, Yefeng. It's as if I've grasped a life-saving straw. Let us hurry. Hope glimmered in Nan Shireen's watery eyes. Yefeng glanced at the time, pondering that we still have at least 8 minutes before reaching Jinding Hotel, that I wonder how things are faring with your aunt. Yefeng frowned and thought, is there a faster way to get there? Yifeng paused momentarily, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to Nan Shireen and declared, Shireen, I have just bound you to the driving controls of this motorhome. You simply need to engage the autopilot and steer towards the Jinding Hotel. Nan Shireen appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Yifeng's words. Yifeng, what are you? Mealy, stop the vehicle and open the door. Yifeng commanded with unyielding decisiveness. Understood, master, responded the crisp voice of the intelligent Mealy. The motorhome came to an abrupt halt, and the door slowly swung open. Yifeng swiftly exited the vehicle and said to Nan Shireen, Shireen, I fear there may have been unforeseen developments concerning your aunt. For safety's sake, I must move faster than the vehicle. I shall proceed ahead. As he spoke, a small, pale blue scroll materialized in Yifeng's hand. The temporary enhancement scroll. Having undergone multiple reinforcements, Yifeng's full sprinting speed was already comparable to that of the motorhome. Activating the temporary enhancement scroll would amplify his speed tenfold. Yifeng tore the scroll apart. In an instant, the shredded scroll transformed into a cascade of azure light, surging into Yifeng's body. At that moment, he felt a remarkable lightness. A thrill surged within him. My speed seems to have increased dramatically. With a swift tap of his toes against the ground, Yifeng propelled himself forward. Vanishing from sight, Nan Shireen stood in a daze. How is Yifeng so fast? Regaining her senses, she promptly commanded Mealy to head towards the Jinding Hotel. Yifeng darted forth like a bolt of black lightning. Racing uncontrollably, the howling wind rushed past his ears. Countless buildings blurred into the background, and the sound of air exploding reverberated around him. My speed has surged. Yifeng beamed with delight at this moment. His velocity was nearing the speed of sound, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages. At the Jinding Hotel, in a suite on the 8th floor, Li Jiandong, having been struck at his weak point, had succumbed to a frenzied rage. He frantically smashed against the door with furniture. Bang! Bang! His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in a frenzy. Wretched woman, open the door, or when I break it down, you shall see how I deal with you. Inside, Nan Ruan trembled uncontrollably. She was at a loss for an effective response and could only instinctively brace against the door. Bang! Bang! With each blow from Li Jiandong, the door lock contorted and cracked. Before long, a resounding crash echoed as the bedroom door burst open. Nan Ruan fell to the floor. Wretched woman, I will end your life. Li Jiandong spat venomously, wielding a kitchen knife. That moment, Nan Ruan felt an icy chill envelop her. As if she had plunged into an abyss of frost, Li Jiandong grinned menacingly as he approached, delivering a resounding slap across her exquisite face. Crack! A clear red handprint blossomed on Nan Ruan's beautiful visage. Li Jiandong, please don't do this, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Still harboring fantasies. Are we still waiting for rescue? Li Jiandong sneered lecherously. Let us not even speak of that so-called ability user. Once he learns you've turned into a zombie, he's certainly one come. Even if he intends to check on you, do you think he would arrive in time? By the time he gets here, I will have already finished. Li Jiandong's gaze was greedy as he fixed his eyes on the seated Nan Ruan. Her posture accentuated her long, elegant legs and voluptuous curves. What a tantalizing sight. He raised the kitchen knife, positioning it against Nan Ruan's alabaster neck. Move, and I'll sever your head. Nan Ruan's expression became vacant. Her heart sinking into despair. Li Jiandong squinted, leaning in to kiss her delicate face. But just then, a thunderous shout pierced the air from afar, seeking death. The voice was earth-shattering, leaving Li Jiandong momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a shadowy figure burst through the window, delivering a swift and powerful kick to Li Jiandong's chest. With a whoosh, Li Jiandong was propelled several meters, crashing against the wall before sliding to the ground. He was utterly baffled, feeling as though a heavy truck had collided with him, his insides shifting, and his ribs possibly broken. Lying on the floor like a lifeless dog, he was oblivious to his fate. I truly am a little genius. My judgment was spot on. The arrival seems particularly timely. The newcomer, clad in black, with piercing brows and bright eyes, was none other than Yi Feng. Nan Ruan appeared somewhat dazed. What just happened? Am I saved? Yi Feng glanced at Nan Ruan, unable to tear his gaze away, silently admiring her beauty. What a stunning goddess! There she knelt on the ground, dressed in a white shirt. Her visage extraordinarily enchanting, her eyes exuding charm that a clear red handprint marked her cheek, yet it did little to detract from her allure. Rather, it added an intriguing touch. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her neck was porcelain white, and her figure was voluptuous. What astonished Yi Feng most was the way her bosom seemed to rise like two towering peaks, straining against the confines of her white shirt. As if on the verge of bursting free, his gaze revealed a sense of appreciation. Furthermore, her tailored trousers could not conceal her full, rounded backside, perfectly accentuated in her current position, undeniably captivating. That Yi Feng approached swiftly, gently assisting Nan Ruan to her feet. I am Yi Feng. Are you all right, Ms. Nan Ruan? He couldn't help but gulp at the sight of her trembling silhouette. No wonder that so-called bodyguard had inappropriate thoughts. You test a man with this? What man can withstand such a trial? Nan Ruan stared at Yi Feng, momentarily feeling as if she were dreaming. Did this strikingly handsome man, with his chiseled features, truly save her? In that critical instant, like a divine being, he had rescued her from peril. For a moment, her entire being flushed with warmth. It's too incredible. Surely I cannot be dreaming. Nan Ruan murmured to herself. Still in disbelief, you are most certainly not dreaming. Yi Feng replied with a hearty smile. I am Yi Feng, sent by Nan Ruan to rescue you. It appears I arrived just in time. You are now safe. Utterly safe. No one can harm you again. Nan Ruan looked up, gazing blankly at Yi Feng. The man before her was tall and robust, exceptionally handsome, as though he were a deity, radiating an ethereal glow. Most importantly, there was an unusual magnetism about him. Nan Ruan's heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, why does she appear so dazed? Surely I haven't arrived a moment too late. Her attire seems tidy enough, so that can't be it. Has she been poisoned? Yi Feng cleared his throat again and asked, I am Yi Feng, sent by Nan Ruan to rescue you. How are you faring? Are you unharmed? At last, Nan Ruan snapped back to reality, her exquisite cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she hurriedly replied, I'm fine. I haven't sustained any injuries, and thank goodness you arrived in time. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Yi Feng smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on the handprint on her cheek. How can you claim to be unhurt when you bear such a mark? He then glanced at the man still sprawled on the floor and said slowly, that scoundrel dared to strike you. He is utterly despicable. Nan Ruan also glanced at Li Jiandong, her expression inscrutable as she asked, Is he dead? Yi Feng replied, I spared him his life, but given his injuries, he will soon meet his end. Would you like me to assist you in bringing this matter to a conclusion? Upon hearing this, Nan Ruan's gaze grew complex, and she let out a slight sigh. I never anticipated he would turn out to be such a person. Nonetheless, he has ultimately saved me twice, so I suppose we are even now. Let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. Let him fend for himself, for it is unlikely he will survive. Yi Feng's eyes flickered, but he chose to remain silent. Nan Ruan glanced around, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, What about Shireen? Did she not say she would come with us? Yi Feng smiled gently and replied, I detected your peril, so I came here ahead of time. Nan Shireen is still en route. Nan Ruan exclaimed in surprise. Will she be in danger? Do not worry. She is quite safe. Yi Feng reassured her. The modified RV possesses exceptional defensive capabilities. Yi Feng surveyed their surroundings once more and stated, If you have no further matters to attend to, let us depart. I shall take you to meet Nan Shireen. All right, Nan Ruan nodded. However, before we go, I can tend to your wounds, Feng added, observing the puzzled expression on Nan Ruan's face. He raised his hand and gently caressed her delicate cheek. Nan Ruan's face flushed slightly. Goodness, what is he about to do? Should I evade him? Buzz, a beam of white light emanated from Feng's hand. Merging into Nan Ruan's astonished gaze and enveloping her entirely, a wave of refreshing sensation coursed through her body, prompting Nan Ruan to emit a soft moan. She felt invigorated, her entire being filled with vitality. Furthermore, the marks on her lovely face had significantly diminished. Astonishment filled Nan Ruan's beautiful eyes. How miraculous! Is this what supernatural abilities entail? Feng nodded with a smile. This is a divine blessing. Now, let us leave this place. He grasped Nan Ruan's delicate hand. Her face reddened, yet she did not resist. Under Feng's guidance, the two approached the window that Feng extended his arm around Nan Ruan's slender waist, in response to her questioning gaze. He explained, I shall leap from here, so you must hold on to my waist tightly to avoid falling. Nan Ruan gasped in disbelief. Jumping from the 8th floor, however, upon reflection, it seemed Feng had also entered through a window. And as a supernatural being, his abilities must be formidable. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries and shyly wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. The two embraced, with Nan Ruan resting her head against Feng's chest. Her gaze becoming slightly entranced. Feng softly instructed, hold on tightly. We are about to jump. At the moment of descent, Feng deliberately adjusted his angle, flicking his finger in a spot unseen by Nan Ruan. A flash of lightning erupted. Boom! A terrifying arc of electricity struck Li Jiandong, who immediately emitted a muffled groan before being reduced to ashes, dead beyond salvation. Eradicating threats at their roots has always been Feng's modus operandi. Especially in these apocalyptic times where anything is possible. Despite Li Jiandong's current state of grievous injury, one could never know when he might awaken supernatural powers, fully recuperate, and seek revenge. Even if he could not overpower Feng. The possibility of him scheming in the shadows or targeting those dear to him was utterly repugnant. The wind whistled past Nan Ruan's ears as Feng adeptly tapped his toes against the exterior wall of the building during their descent. Counteracting gravity, soon, they landed safely. Nan Ruan inhaled the masculine scent emanating from Feng. She felt enveloped in a profound sense of security. The image of Feng appearing like a celestial warrior to rescue her was indelibly etched in her heart. A memory that would never fade. Reluctantly, Nan Ruan released Feng. He took out his phone and glanced at it, deep in thought. His rapid movements and swift battles had left him wondering why the RV had not yet arrived. May I ask how I should address you? Feng asked Nan Ruan. You may simply call me Nan Ruan, she replied. There is no need for such formality. Just call me Feng, he said. We have 5 minutes until Nan Ruan arrives to pick us up, so we must wait a short while longer. You decide, and I shall follow your lead, Nan Ruan affirmed. Feng nodded and led her into the hotel lobby. Seeking a secure place to rest, he opened his panel to check his task completion status. Daily task, eliminate 40 zombies. Task reward, 40 portions of fish bait. Task status, completed. Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had he actually completed his daily task? He then looked at the random task. Random task, eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward, 10 portions of advanced fish bait. Unlock fish bait synthesis privileges. Task status, 47-100. When had he dispatched these zombies? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned on him. The zombies he had run over with the RV counted towards the task statistics. The RV was equipped with an obstacle clearing function. And during their journey, he had unknowingly dispatched numerous zombies. While many had not been killed outright, the number of those he had indeed eliminated had reached 47. Quite impressive. Feng smiled slightly, promptly clicking to claim his daily task reward. With the system's notification chime, a message appeared. Congratulations, host, you have received 40 portions of fish bait. Feng was delighted to find the fish bait deposited directly into his inventory. His interest in the advanced fish bait grew even more. With only 53 zombies remaining to fulfill the random task, 5 minutes should suffice. Why not take this opportunity to complete the random task? Determined, Feng resolved to clear the zombies from the Jinding Hotel. Eliminating zombies within a building was generally safer, as one could utilize the terrain to their advantage without provoking a horde. Conversely, in open spaces, killing too many zombies could lead to a zombie tide. resulting in an unending influx of undead. In his previous life, Feng had been particularly wary of such a scenario. However, given the relatively low level of the current zombies and his own formidable strength, he felt no fear. Yet, while he was unafraid, having a liability alongside him would alter the situation entirely. Thus, targeting the zombies within the hotel proved to be the wisest choice. That I will take care of some zombies. You need only stay close by, Feng instructed Nan Ruan. Though she was somewhat perplexed, she nodded in agreement. That Feng retrieved a handgun from his inventory and began methodically clearing the zombies floor by floor. On the first floor of the hotel, approximately 20 zombies lurked. Bang, bang, bang. Feng's aim was steady, and his shooting swift. Not a single bullet was wasted. With each gunshot, a zombie fell to the ground. Headshot after headshot. Witnessing Feng dispatch these terrifying undead with such ease was nothing short of astonishing to Nan Ruan. That Feng was indeed a sharpshooter. Impressive. As he searched through the hotel rooms, Feng found some harbored zombies. Once they were eliminated, he did not overlook the items within the hotel. With a thought, he began collecting beds, mini fridges, televisions, and bottled water into his inventory. As the saying goes, take what you can while you can. Feng instinctively gathered various items as he moved through the premises, his storage being boundless and accommodating. What if it becomes necessary in the future? After all, these modern creations will inevitably dwindle in availability over time. Although these items are presently well preserved, in a year or two, they may be irretrievable. Since Feng has encountered them, he naturally does not hesitate to take them. This scene once again leaves Nan Ruan utterly astonished. She cannot help but rub her eyes. They have vanished. Truly, they have all disappeared. Feng glances at Nan Ruan's shocked expression and casually remarks, "This is my ability. You will come to understand it in due time." Nan Ruan's gaze flickers. What else is Feng incapable of? Mysterious. Feng continues to eliminate foes layer by layer, swiftly reaching the third level. After dispatching the zombies in the corridor, he proceeds to search 6 additional rooms. The total number of zombies he has vanquished has now surpassed 50, including the previously accumulated count. Feng's random task is nearing completion. Bang, bang, bang. Feng enters another room, where he finds a family of 3 zombies, 2 adults and 1 child. He fires several shots. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 zombies fall to the ground with a thud. Feng smiles and clicks to view the task details. Random task: eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward: 10 high-grade fishing baits. Unlock bait synthesis privileges. Task status: completed. Completed. Feng feels a flicker of joy as he steps out of the room, ready to leave with Nan Ruan. At that moment, a woman suddenly rushes out of the stairwell. She is strikingly beautiful, with alluring black stockings, drawn by the gunfire. She approaches Feng with an excited expression, asking, "Are you a rescue worker?" Then she glances at Nan Ruan in shock, exclaiming, "It's you." Nan Ruan recognizes her immediately. She is the administrative secretary who was trapped on the 8th floor alongside her. The woman rushes toward Feng in sheer elation. "You must be a rescue worker. Please, take me with you." As the woman lunges toward him, Feng remains calm and raises his weapon. The woman halts, bewildered. "I am not a rescue worker. I am a survivor, just like you," Feng replies, shaking his head. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her excitement turning to desperation. "No, no." However, she quickly regains her composure and pleads, "I beg you, save me." "Save you?" Feng glances at her, instinctively shaking his head. "That I do not save burdens." "What value do you possess?" The woman appears flustered. My value." Feng shakes his head again and turns to leave. Panicking, the woman implores in rapid succession, "Please don't go. Take me with you. Manager Nan and I are together." "Why does she get to stay by your side?" "Manager Nan, you must speak on my behalf." Feng pauses, turning to Nan Ruan. "Do you know her?" Nan Ruan nods slightly, her expression complex. "She is the administrative secretary of a company we collaborate with. However, we are merely acquaintances." Understanding dawns on Feng, and he shakes his head, turning back to the woman. "She is my friend. I specifically came to rescue her." Upon hearing this, the woman's complexion pales, gritting her teeth. She suddenly kneels. "I beg you, take me with you. My value is my body. You can take her and not miss me. I can do anything as long as I survive." Feng sizes her up, noting her alluring legs and beautiful face, deeming her a beauty. Yet, compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruan, and Nan Ruan. She falls short. His appetite has been spoiled. Moreover, his instinct warns him that this woman harbors ulterior motives. With this thought, Feng resolutely declines. Given the current state of the world, you know that I cannot afford to carry any burdens. Your body holds no worth to me. The woman, hearing this, stands frozen in shock. Trembling, Nan Ruan's expression mirrors the complexity of her thoughts that why Feng's rejection reminds her of herself. She had no direct connection to Feng. It was solely due to Nan Ruan that he came to save her. Essentially, she is no different from the black-stocking secretary before her, merely a burden to Feng. Nan Ruan's gaze flickers, lost in contemplation. The woman, sensing Feng's coldness, turns to plead with Nan Ruan. Manager Nan. I am your friend. Please say something for me. Leaving me here will mean my death. Nan Ruan meets her gaze steadily, but ultimately shakes her head slowly. I saw you push that buzzcut youth down. At these words, the woman trembles, as if struck by lightning. No, I didn't push him. If he survives, I will die. You must understand my predicament. At that moment, Feng's phone vibrates slightly. He takes it out and sees a message from Nan Ruan. She has arrived at the entrance of the Jinding Hotel in an RV. Ruan has arrived. Let's go, Feng informs Nan Ruan. Her face lights up with joy. That's wonderful. Let us hurry. Feng leads Nan Ruan as they prepare to leave. Observing their departure, the black-stocking woman's eyes flash with resentment. Nan Ruan, why do you get to live while I must die? Why do you have someone to protect you while I am left to fend for myself? Oh, right. I have this. The black-stocking woman produces a severed zombie finger. You are heartless. Do not blame me for being ruthless, she mutters to herself. Manager Nan. Wait. I have a secret to tell you. The secretary hastily approaches Nan Ruan, brandishing the object and viciously thrusting it toward her wrist. Nan Ruan, you shall become a zombie too. The woman's eyes gleam with excitement. Just as she believes she will succeed, a pair of large hands suddenly appears, knocking the zombie finger to the ground. Feng swiftly seizes her neck, lifting her off the ground. Nan Ruan finally regains her senses. Feng glances at the object on the ground, softly stating, it is a zombie finger. Horrified, Nan Ruan's face drains of color as she points at the woman, angrily rebuking, you vile creature, why are you so malicious? The black-stocking woman struggles, her legs flailing wildly. I am so unwilling. Feng tightens his grip. Crack. The woman's eyes roll back as her neck snaps, resulting in her immediate demise. Feng coldly discards her body on the ground. Well done, Nan Ruan exclaims, her expression filled with indignation as her form trembles slightly. Feng takes her delicate hand, softly saying, do not concern yourself with such individuals. The vehicle is ready. Let us depart. Feng and Nan Ruan exit the Jinding Hotel. A sleek, silver RV is parked outside the hotel entrance. This silver RV is stunning, Nan Ruan exclaims in awe. Though she has seen many things, she realizes that such a brand of RV does not exist on Blue Star. Feng leads her into the vehicle. Once inside, Nan Ruan is even more astonished. The exterior of the RV appeared impressive, but she never anticipated that its interior features and decor would be even more remarkable. Not to mention that the space is much more expansive than she had imagined. From the outside, one would never guess that this vehicle could possess such vastness. Nan Ruan is bewildered, thoroughly astonished. Not only is the space ample, but it also includes all the typical amenities one would expect in an RV. Additionally, it boasts features that are typically absent in standard RVs. It is nothing short of a mobile luxury mansion. At that moment, Nan Ruan rushes in. Annie, you're really alive. Nan Ruan was equally overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Ruan, I have finally met you, she exclaimed as she embraced Nan Ruan tightly. The two women, meeting at the pinnacle of their emotions, wept bitterly in each other's arms. Feng, standing nearby, could only smile with satisfaction. However, one thing puzzled him. Despite their blood relation, why was there such a vast disparity in their scales? The difference between F and B was simply too pronounced. As the two women began to express their emotions, chattering incessantly, Feng's mind stirred. Having completed both his daily and random tasks, he clicked to claim his rewards. The system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host, you have received 40 portions of fish bait. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 portions of high-grade fish bait. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the fish bait synthesis privilege. Feng examined the new functionality and quickly grasped its essence. In simple terms, using high-grade fish bait for fishing would significantly enhance the likelihood of obtaining high-level items. The fish bait synthesis privilege allowed him to combine 10 ordinary fish baits into one high-grade fish bait. However, synthesizing one high-grade bait required 10 ordinary baits. Wasn't that rather exorbitant? He decided to evaluate the fishing effectiveness of the high-grade bait. Coincidentally, the random task had rewarded him with 10 portions of high-grade fish bait. Feng promptly resolved to go fishing to test the quality of the high-grade bait. System, initiate 5 high-grade fishing attempts. Notification. Fishing in progress. Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a high-definition DVD of Movie 1. Heading West +1. 000 copies. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 300 g of Mongolian yak jerky, plus 100 bags. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 3 bottles of a miraculous spray. Miraculous spray? Feng's heart stirred. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a collector's edition of Silver Bottle Plum. Yang Ximin version high revision DVD, plus 10 copies. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 1 bottle of zombie toxin immunity potion. The 5 fishing attempts concluded, and Feng's expression turned to one of disappointment. Was this it? Excluding the 2 types of DVDs and the jerky. His 5 high-grade fishing attempts had yielded only 3 bottles of miraculous spray and 1 bottle of zombie toxin immunity potion. While both items were indeed useful, they were hardly commensurate with the investment of 5 high-grade baits. If synthesized from ordinary bait, that would amount to 50 baits. With 50 baits, he could fish 50 times. How could he have only garnered such meager rewards? Using high-grade bait seemed excessively costly. Feng shook his head in confusion and began to inspect his spoils. The miraculous potion needed no elaboration. He had acquired it before that time. He had been somewhat dismissive, but now he could only exclaim, how delightful. After all, he had an increasing number of female confidants. His previous stock of spray was running low. Feng carefully stored the miraculous spray and turned his attention to the newly acquired zombie toxin potion. Item: Zombie toxin immunity potion quality. Rare description: upon consuming this potion, you will gain super immunity against the zombie virus, rendering you impervious to infection. For those already infected, as long as they have not yet transformed into a zombie, they can also attain super immunity. Feng had previously acquired such a potion, which provided super immunity against zombies. Even if one had been infected, drinking the potion before transformation would ensure safety. He had already consumed his previous bottle, so obtaining a new one was fortuitous. Especially considering his growing circle of confidants, having such a potion on hand offered him peace of mind. After organizing his gains, Feng checked his bait inventory. Ordinary bait. 40 portions high-grade bait. 5 portions. Feng silently resolved. System, perform 5 more high-grade fishing attempts. Notification. Fishing in progress. Feng held little hope. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10 AK-47 rifles. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 10,000 rounds of AK-47 ammunition. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained 100 sets of the Def Clan series books. Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. While firearms were useful, they were not what he desired. Just then, the system experienced a slight lag. Feng's eyes flickered with interest. Based on experience, prolonged usage often resulted in the acquisition of valuable items. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance. Congratulations, host. Fishing successful. You have obtained a rare item, Flame Sea Cucumber. What the heck? Feng was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy that he had successfully fished out the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance, a golden legendary skill. Feng immediately immersed himself in the fishing space. The source pearl radiating golden light lay on the fishing platform. Was this the legendary skill, Thunderous Stance? Feng promptly clicked to view the details. Skill: Thunderous Stance quality. Legendary description: active skill. Upon activating Thunderous Stance, your form will undergo slight changes. Attributes such as attack, defense, speed, and strength will experience substantial temporary boosts. Special description: Thunderous Stance will enhance according to your level and combat power. Additionally, when your level reaches a certain threshold, you will unlock even more powerful enhancement effects. A skill that significantly boosts combat power. It appears to be a growth-type transformation skill. What a splendid skill. Yifeng's face radiated with exhilaration that he immediately chose to extract the skill. Swish, a skill source pearl emanating golden light suddenly floated into the air. And Yifeng swiftly reached out to shatter it. The two women beside him glanced at him briefly before resuming their conversation, but Yifeng's aura was far too enigmatic. They had grown accustomed to it. The skill source pearl transformed into a stream of golden light, merging into Yifeng's body. Congratulations, you have learned the legendary skill Thunderous Stance. Detection indicates you possess a mythic-level lightning attribute ability. Your skill strength will be significantly enhanced, and your Thunderous Stance will perfectly adapt, becoming a special skill. Simultaneously, a message regarding the skill appeared in Yifeng's mind, with the backing of the chaotic divine thunder. Thunderous Stance seemed to undergo a substantial transformation, elevating its potency. Yifeng's heart surged with joy that he wondered just how powerful this legendary skill was. However, as they were currently in a vehicle, it was inconvenient to test the skill. Yifeng had to forcibly suppress his excitement. High-grade bait. High-grade bait is the true treasure, Yifeng reflected. How many times had he fished with ordinary bait, aside from the initial 3 attempts granted by the novice aura? He had never fished out a legendary item again. Yet with just 10 attempts using high-grade bait, he had obtained a legendary skill. What did this signify? Ordinary bait was simply trash. High-grade bait was the correct way to engage with the system. Legendary skills utterly eclipsed rare items and skills. There was no comparison. Yifeng immediately resolved that from now on, he would only fish with high-grade bait. He continued to inspect the rare item he had acquired. Item: Flame Sea Cucumber Quality. Rare description: a mutated sea cucumber imbued with miraculous powers. Consuming it will enhance physical strength and provide an additional 50 fire resistance. Another splendid item. Yifeng swiftly took out the sea cucumber and took a bite. The fist-sized black sea cucumber was crisp and refreshing. He quickly consumed it entirely. A wave of warmth surged within him, enhancing his physical strength once more. Yifeng felt delighted. He had become even stronger. After organizing his spoils, Yifeng instructed the system, synthesize all my 40 portions of ordinary bait into high-grade bait. Yifeng silently thought. The system promptly displayed an option. Notification: do you confirm the synthesis? Yifeng immediately clicked to confirm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 portions of high-grade bait. Once again, he had acquired 4 portions of high-grade bait. Yifeng felt a surge of delight. He took a deep breath. System: perform 4 high-grade fishing attempts. The golden fishing rod stirred, the hook flying into the boundless darkness. May all the celestial sisters bless me with good fortune in my fishing endeavors. The system notification echoed. Alert: fishing is in progress. Alert: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained a rare level item. 1 Recon Guardian Spirit. Alert: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have acquired 10 boxes of tang knives. Alert: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained an epic level item, 1 Awakening Potion, a Recon Spirit, and an Epic Awakening Potion. Yifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just then, the system paused slightly. Yifeng's heart tightened. A system lag often indicated the emergence of something valuable. Before long, the system notification rang out again. Alert: congratulations, host, for successfully fishing. You have obtained a legendary level item, 1 War God Contract Scroll. What the hell? My luck is astonishingly good. Yifeng's face lit up with exhilaration. An epic item, and now a legendary one. Back to back. Absolutely fantastic. Yifeng immersed his consciousness in the fishing space. He quickly discovered the War God Contract. A scroll radiating a faint golden light, suspended above the island, and a vial emanating a purple glow. A scroll and a potion. Yifeng immediately clicked to view the details of the scroll. Item: War God Contract Scroll Level. Legendary description: the War God Contract can be used to establish a formidable fighting team. The first contractor becomes the War God, while the lives and deaths of the remaining contractors are under the War God's control, ensuring their everlasting loyalty. Tearing the scroll will automatically make one the War God. Special description: the War God Contract has 1 position for the War God, 20 positions for War Generals, and 200 positions for Warriors. Contractors of different positions will receive varying degrees of permanent enhancements at the outset of the contract and will enjoy the skills of the War God team. The War God Contract. Yi Feng was filled with astonishment. Such a remarkable item, truly deserving of its legendary status. Yi Feng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Becoming the War God allows for the contracting of 200 warriors. 20 war generals, with their lives under his command and boundlessly loyal to him. Absolutely fantastic. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy as he envisioned a bright future. Without hesitation, he chose to extract the War God Contract scroll. Whoosh! A scroll radiating a golden glow appeared before Yi Feng that he reached out to catch the War God Contract scroll and tore it apart. In the next instant, the scroll transformed into a stream of golden light and surged into Yi Feng's body. A golden brilliance emerged from within him, illuminating his entire being. Yi Feng immediately felt a powerful contract force rapidly enhancing his physical energy. His strength, speed, defense, vision, and reflexes were all intensifying in every way. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Contractors are all strengthened by the contract's power. The Contractor Lord is the one true War God. The War God receives the greatest enhancement, followed by the War Generals. And then the warriors. Before long, the enhancement concluded, and the golden light dissipated. Yi Feng's heart surged with excitement. With the infusion of War God power, he felt himself grow stronger. His power surging dramatically, he eagerly checked his combat strength. Combat Strength Index, 810, an increase of over 300 points. A smile crept onto Yi Feng's lips. Simultaneously, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with renewed joy. The War God Contract was even more formidable than he had imagined. After becoming the War God, his War God team would also gain War God skills. There are a total of 3 major skills, each usable only once a day. The War God team skills include 3 abilities. First, War God's Blessing. All War Gods, War Generals, and Warriors will gain this skill. When activated, it grants a War God Blessing aura lasting 1 hour, temporarily boosting combat strength by a percentage. Second, War God's Might. Only the War God and War Generals will gain this skill. Warriors cannot. When a contractor is gravely injured and on the brink of death, War God's Might will automatically trigger, instantly healing their injuries and restoring some combat capability. Third, War God's Fury. Only the War God will gain this skill. Activating this skill unleashes a fan-shaped shockwave in the forward direction, inflicting massive damage on enemies within a certain range. Specific power determined by the War God's combat strength. All excellent skills. Yi Feng felt elated. After a moment, his excitement gradually settled. During this fishing endeavor, he had also acquired an epic awakening potion. Item: Awakening Potion Quality. Epic description: a mysterious potion capable of awakening latent abilities deep within the human body. Consuming this potion guarantees an awakening of abilities. The quality of the abilities varies by individual. That a potion that aids in awakening abilities? Yi Feng's heart raced with excitement. In his previous life, he had heard that human abilities could be awakened not only naturally, but also through extraordinary treasures. However, such treasures were incredibly rare and scarcely circulated in the market. Now, he possessed a potion that could help awaken abilities. The question arose, should he consume this awakening potion? Yi Feng's gaze shifted. If he took it, what would be the reaction? Since he already possessed one ability, there was a risk of wasting the potion. The greater possibility was the awakening of a common-level ability, Strength Enhancement. That had been his ability in his previous life. Yi Feng shook his head. A common-level ability was too weak and would offer no real enhancement to his power. Moreover, he still had the potential to awaken on his own. If he chose not to consume it, the dilemma arose. Should he give it to Lin Xiaoxiao or Nan Ruan? Yi Feng found himself in a quandary. After all, there was only one potion. Both women were good people, and he couldn't favor one over the other. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before placing the awakening potion into his storage space. He would decide how to handle it later. Yi Feng turned his attention to the newly acquired items from fishing. Item: Recon Guardian Spirit Quality. Rare description: consumable. Upon summoning this spirit, it will safeguard your safety within a 100-meter radius. Scouting the surroundings and promptly identifying potential dangers. If it encounters an insurmountable crisis, it will immediately notify its master. The spirit persists for 72 hours before dissipating on its own. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. This is also a valuable item. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, possessing this would allow him to relax and rest peacefully. And he had also fished up 10 boxes of tang knives. Yi Feng casually opened one box and discovered it contained exactly 20 tang knives. Item: Tang knife quality. Ordinary description: the tang knife, with its sharp blade, is suitable for swift combat and is of reliable quality. Not bad. A weapon of excellent quality. In the post-apocalyptic world, having a reliable weapon is crucial. And a knife is most suitable for dispatching zombies. However, Yifeng already possessed a superior flame warblade. Having organized his haul, Yifeng's mood soared that he suddenly embraced Nan Ruan and planted a passionate kiss on her lips. Nan Ruan's cheeks flushed, and she cast a shy glance at Nan Ruan. "But it's all right. Just pretend I'm not here," Nan Ruan said with a teasing smile, a hint of envy flashing in her heart. Yifeng held a beautiful woman in his arms. He silently contemplated his next actions. Perhaps he should secure a territory for himself. After all, the conditions at the launching Dijin community were rather mediocre. He should acquire a nicer villa or estate for himself. Living conditions must be good, safe enough, and ideally beneficial for his future development. Which location would be suitable? As he pondered, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. That place seems quite promising. In his previous life, it had sparked fierce competition among various factions. Securing it as his base would be quite advantageous. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he became. Just then, his phone vibrated. Yifeng looked down to see it was a voice call from Lin Xiaoxiao. A smile crept onto his lips as he recalled Lin Xiaoxiao's alluring figure and her remarkably beautiful face. Let's bring her along too. Lost in thought, Yifeng answered the call. Yifeng, it's urgent. Come save me. Lin Xiaoxiao's voice was laced with anxiety. Don't panic. Speak slowly, Yifeng replied, narrowing his eyes. As Lin Xiaoxiao recounted the events. Yifeng grasped the situation's gravity. "You scoundrel, Lin Xiaoxiao. Your character is strikingly similar to mine." A cold glimmer flickered in Yifeng's eyes. "Lin Xiaoxiao, you dare to lay your hands on my woman? For that alone, your fate is sealed. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." Lin Xiaoxiao was Yifeng's downstairs neighbor. Earlier that day, he had unexpectedly awakened his supernatural abilities. This brash young man harbored audacious desires. Instead of seeking sustenance upon his awakening, he fixated on Lin Xiaoxiao, who resided in the same building, and promptly contacted her, envisioning her as his own. However, Lin Xiaoxiao, already devoted to Yifeng, resolutely rejected his advances. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao was incensed. Lin Xiaoxiao was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He immediately issued threats in their group chat, declaring Lin Xiaoxiao as his and promising death to anyone who dared to contest him. The opinions of Lin Xiaoxiao herself were of no consequence. Whether she acquiesced or resisted, Lin Xiaoxiao was determined to possess her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiaoxiao urgently sought Yifeng's assistance. Yifeng reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, you must protect yourself. I'm returning to the community right away." After hanging up, Yifeng's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Set off. Destination: launching Dijin community." "Understood, master." With a mechanical voice, the silver van swiftly started its journey toward the designated location. While Yifeng felt a surge of anxiety, he was also somewhat vexed that in his previous life, Lin Xiaoxiao had not awakened any abilities. What could have changed? The butterfly effect. It seemed imperative to secure a safe haven to protect his beloved. Yifeng's unusual behavior naturally drew the concern of Nan Ruan and Nan Ruan. "Brother Yifeng, what has happened?" Yifeng slowly shook his head and replied, "It's nothing serious, just a fool trying to cause trouble. We are going to pick up Xiaoxiao." He had previously explained Lin Xiaoxiao's significance to Nan Ruan, who nodded in understanding. The vehicle sped along its route. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of launching Dijin community, Lin Xiaoxiao was consumed with excitement that he never anticipated that he would awaken as a supernatural being. Just yesterday, witnessing the prowess of a lightning elemental user had sparked his ambition. Today, he had unexpectedly unlocked his own abilities, rare level, power frenzy. This skill not only enhanced his physical attributes significantly, but also granted him a power-based ability. Once activated, his strength surged threefold, accompanied by improved defense and mobility. However, there was a drawback. After using the skill, he would enter a state of mild weakness, rendering him unable to use it again for a short period. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao reveled in his newfound power. In this building, he felt invincible, with his abilities awakened. Thoughts of power and women naturally flooded his mind. The woman closest to him, Lin Xiaoxiao. This exquisite gem, with her alluring figure, her curves captivated him. Without hesitation, he reached out to Lin Xiaoxiao, only to be met with a harsh rejection. How dare that woman refuse me? He thought, gazing upon her beautiful face, long legs, and voluptuous form. Who could resist? I see your worth and desire you. Fuming with indignation, he plotted how to make her understand the extent of his power. The thought of how to subdue Lin Xiaoxiao ignited a fiery passion within him, and he licked his lips in anticipation. Upstairs I go. Lin Xiaoxiao, here I come, as he envisioned her tempting figure. Lin Haoyan could hardly contain himself that he strode out with an air of confidence that on the other side, Yi Feng, filled with unease, inquired. Mi Li, how long until we reach Longqing Daijing community? A mechanical voice responded. Master, approximately 8 minutes remaining. Yi Feng frowned. 8 minutes felt like an eternity. This won't do. I must act immediately. He turned to Nan Ruan and Nan Ruan, declaring, the situation is urgent. I'll go ahead. The van, under Mi Li's control, would drive itself to the community. Nan Ruan nodded, understanding the gravity of the moment. She was quite familiar with this scenario, having just witnessed Yi Feng's rescue of Nan Ruan. Yi Feng ordered Mi Li to open the windows, then leaped from the vehicle. In the next moment, he activated his legendary skill. Thunderous stance. Boom! Chaotic divine lightning energy surged from within Yi Feng, enveloping his entire being. His body radiated a brilliant golden light. His hair becoming wild as arcs of electricity danced around him. Crackling sounds echoed as Yi Feng's eyes transformed into deep golden orbs, his muscles bulging with newfound strength. His entire form shimmered with a blend of golden and gray lightning energy. An ancient and powerful aura enveloping him. The scene was awe-inspiring, as if the thunder god himself had descended from mythology. The spectacle left Nan Ruan and Nan Ruan speechless. Isn't he too cool? The thunder god? Yi Feng surveyed his transformed self, nodding with satisfaction. Golden eyes, a muscular physique, and crackling lightning. He felt invincible. Moreover, just as he had anticipated, both his strength and speed had seen tremendous enhancement. Time was of the essence. With a thought, Yi Feng produced a temporary speed enhancement scroll and tore it apart. His movement speed skyrocketed. Let's go. In a flash, Yi Feng became a black silhouette, vanishing into the distance to Longqing Daijing community. Lin Haoyan swiftly arrived on the 18th floor, pounding on the door with fervor. Sweetheart, I'm here. Open up. Lin Xiaoxiao, anxious, shouted from behind the door. Get lost. Do you have any idea who my man Yi Feng is? He is 100 times stronger than you. If you desist now, you might still have a chance. If you persist in your folly, you will meet your demise when he arrives. Lin Haoyan, unimpressed, retorted, stop boasting. The probability of 2 supernatural beings appearing in one building is absurd. Bang! Bang! He continued to batter the door. How can it be impossible? Have you forgotten yesterday's video? A man who wields lightning appeared in our community, causing quite a stir. He is Yi Feng. Her words left Lin Haoyan momentarily stunned. She might have a point. Could there truly be a supernatural being? Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on. You still have time to back down. I can pretend nothing happened. You must be lying. Lin Haoyan tested her sincerity that I wouldn't deceive you. Lin Xiaoxiao insisted earnestly. The tension hung in the air. After a brief silence, Lin Haoyan gritted his teeth. No turning back now. The arrow is on the string. It must be released. I'll deal with her first. If that lightning user has no connection to her, then I'll profit immensely. If he does, I might still overpower him. Even if I can't, I can use Lin Xiaoxiao as a hostage. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his reasoning that a sinister smile crept across his face. Bang! Bang! Continuing to swing his fists, he relentlessly pounded on the door. Inside the house, Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing Lin Haoyan's unwavering determination, had no choice but to conceal herself. After all, Lin Haoyan was a being of extraordinary strength. Despite his persistent assault on the door, he ultimately succeeded in breaking it open. Lin Haoyan stepped inside. Xiaoxiao, my dear, where are you? He called out, searching each room. Living room, kitchen, bathroom. Soon, he zeroed in on the master bedroom. As it was the only door locked, he continued to batter the door with force. Before long, the lock shattered, falling to the ground. Lin Haoyan kicked the door open. He searched frantically, yet found nothing. Damn it. Where are you? He roared in frustration that he continued his search in the study and the secondary bedroom. Upon entering the latter, he was met with a massive rolling pin that I'll smash you to pieces. Lin Xiaoxiao cried, making one last effort. Lin Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. However, He quickly regained his composure and forcefully seized the rolling pin from her, gazing at Lin Xiaoxiao's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. He licked his lips and leered. Well, the little beauty has some fight in her. Why Feng will not let you off? Lin Xiaoxiao shouted in anger. Even if that so-called Feng truly possesses thunderous powers, I'll make him regret it today. Lin Haotian laughed heartily. Just then, a Siberian husky charged out, sinking its teeth into Lin Haotian's calf. He yelped in pain. Turning around, he discovered it was just a dog. In a fit of rage, he kicked the dog, Xiaobai, in the abdomen. Ow, Xiaobai yelped, sent flying several meters, landing on the ground in agony. Lin Haotian glanced down at his injury, finding it not severe, then growled menacingly. Damn it, this stupid dog better not have rabies. Cursed beast, I'll make you in a dog meat hot pot once I'm done. Witnessing Xiaobai being kicked away, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes filled with tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lin Haotian sneered. Lin Xiaoxiao drew a dagger from her bosom, summoning her courage to sternly warn him. Feng won't spare you. If you run now, you might still make it. Lin Haotian was already emboldened by his lust, disregarding everything that as the saying goes. One dies beneath the peony, a ghost of elegance, just as he was about to take a step forward. Lin Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. Feng, you've finally arrived. Lin Haotian felt a jolt of surprise and immediately turned to look around, finding the space empty, realizing he had been deceived once again. He turned back only to see Lin Xiaoxiao sprinting towards the study. He hurriedly chased after her, but was a moment too late. Lin Xiaoxiao locked the door behind her, leaving him feeling utterly outsmarted. Enraged, Lin Haotian shouted, "Cunning wench, I'll make you pay." He unleashed all his strength, kicking the door furiously. In no time, the door splintered apart. Lin Xiaoxiao, trembling, gripped the dagger, determined to fight to the death. Lin Haotian burst in. A wicked grin on his face, Lin Xiaoxiao again displayed an expression of surprise. Lin Haotian scoffed, "I'm smarter than that. Who gets tripped by the same stone twice?" However, at that moment, a cold male voice resonated. "You deserve to die?" Feng burst through the window, landing gracefully. His entire being crackled with thunder and lightning, hair wild, golden eyes glowing with terrifying authority. Lin Haotian's body froze instantly. Feng's arrival felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him. An overwhelming chill rising from his core as his burning fury dissipated without a trace. Feng? Lin Haotian stuttered, trembling. It's over. Feng, slightly out of breath, withdrew his thunderous demeanor, returning to a more ordinary state. The thunderous form was immensely powerful but drained his energy significantly. At that moment, he was nearly depleted. "Xiaoxiao, are you all right?" Upon seeing Feng's return, Lin Xiaoxiao threw herself into his arms, her face streaked with tears, evoking a profound sense of pity. "What? Feng, you're finally here. Do you know that if you had arrived just a moment later?" Feng gently patted her back, softly reassuring her. "It's all right now. Everything is over." Feng turned to Lin Haotian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Today, if I allow you to die too easily, it will be my failure." Lin Haotian took a step back, terrified by Feng's aura. Yet, regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth. "What are you pretending for? We haven't even fought yet, and you already think you've got me beat. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, your energy is nearly spent." Isn't it? Feng ignored him, focusing instead on Lin Xiaoxiao's pale face, casting a sacred blessing upon her. This skill consumed mental energy. Under the radiance of white light, Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly regained her strength. "Feng, you don't need to worry about me. Focus on defeating the enemy." Lin Xiaoxiao released Feng, a hint of tension in her voice. She was unfamiliar with the powers of the extraordinary. Hearing Lin Haotian claim that Feng's energy was depleted, she immediately grew anxious. Lin Haotian furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering. "Your energy is all but gone. You're utterly incapable of continuing this fight. So why don't you keep pretending with your empty city strategy and feign to unleash another skill? If I'm right, the skill you just used has already drained your last reserves at this moment." Running on fumes, Lin Haotian meticulously analyzed, striving to decipher Feng's expression. Unfortunately, Feng remained impassive, playing it calm on the surface. "But I bet you're drenched in sweat after I hit your sore spot." Lin Haotian continued. Lin Xiaoxiao cast a worried glance at Feng. Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, clapping his hands together. "Excellent analysis. You truly are quite clever." You're absolutely correct. My energy has indeed been exhausted. This is your best opportunity to defeat me. Show me everything you've got. As he spoke, Yifeng secretly activated his inside eye. Instantly, Lin Xiaoxiao's information unfolded before him. Name: Lin Xiaoxiao level, 1-star ability, Strength Frenzy, Blue Rare, Combat Power Index, 61. The information on extraordinary beings was indeed more detailed compared to ordinary individuals. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yifeng with suspicion. Momentarily immobilized, Yifeng took a step closer, then another. With each step, it felt as if he were stomping on Lin Xiaoxiao's heart. Facing Yifeng's confidence, Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming panic. He knew Yifeng was drained. Why wasn't he afraid? He must be pretending, trying to make me retreat. That I'm not falling for that. Realizing this, Lin Xiaoxiao bellowed. Damn it. I'm going all out. Frenzy, activate. Lin Xiaoxiao unleashed his strength frenzy. His muscles bulged instantaneously, his power surging exponentially. That I'm so strong. The explosive power instilled Lin Xiaoxiao with newfound confidence. He swung his fists, feeling as if he could shatter anything. Watch me blast you apart. Lin Xiaoxiao charged at Yifeng, delivering a powerful punch. The wind from his fist was fierce and unyielding. Yifeng remained unfazed, mirroring the action with his own punch. The two fists collided mid-air. A crisp crack echoed from Lin Xiaoxiao's wrist. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a harrowing scream as his arm shattered instantaneously. Not only that, but his body was sent hurtling several meters away. Crashing violently to the ground, the impact created a deep crater, shattering the tiles around him. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is impossible. How could his adversary possess such overwhelming strength? Was he also an ability user? Yifeng, with a swift motion, appeared before Lin Xiaoxiao. He lifted his right leg and forcefully pressed Lin Xiaoxiao's head beneath his foot, grinding it mercilessly. Is this all you can do? Yifeng mocked, a smirk playing on his lips. Lin Xiaoxiao cried out in agony, his face reddening as he struggled desperately, yet no matter how hard he fought, he could not rise. Yifeng's foot felt as heavy as a mountain upon him. A sense of helplessness washed over Lin Xiaoxiao. How could this be? My strength has increased so many times. He was at a loss, his gaze vacant, perspiration streaming down his face. Yifeng, without employing any thunderous abilities, effortlessly crushed him using sheer physical power. With Lin Xiaoxiao pinned beneath his foot, Yifeng summoned a blazing sword of fire into his hand. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes caught sight of this, and he trembled in horror. No, Yifeng, I was wrong. Spare my life. I beg you. I am an ability user. I am willing to submit to you. Please. His pleas echoed incessantly. Yifeng let out a cold laugh, unmoved by the desperation. With a swift motion, he swung the blade. In an instant, a flash of light appeared, and Lin Xiaoxiao's arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and splattering everywhere. Lin Xiaoxiao emitted a bone-chilling scream, his cries resonating throughout the room. Yifeng, please don't kill me, he begged, terror-stricken and in excruciating pain. Yifeng struck again, his blade slicing downwards. Lin Xiaoxiao's other arm met the same fate, dropping to the floor with crimson blood flowing freely. It hurts. Too much pain. Yifeng, may you meet a wretched end. Lin Xiaoxiao howled in despair. Yifeng brutally rubbed his foot against Lin Xiaoxiao's face, reducing it to a bloody mess. He raised his fiery sword once more. And in a flash, both of Lin Xiaoxiao's legs were severed. Spare me, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, his breath growing faint. Finally, with a precise motion akin to a surgical procedure, Yifeng severed Lin Xiaoxiao's fifth limb. Lin Xiaoxiao's head drooped, the pain overwhelming him, and he fainted. Yifeng smiled coldly, casting a divine blessing upon him. Under the radiance of the white light, Lin Xiaoxiao gradually regained consciousness, only to be engulfed by an unbearable agony. Seeing himself transformed into a grotesque figure, despair consumed Lin Xiaoxiao that he screamed hysterically, Yifeng, you will not escape unscathed. Do you think you are a good person? Bah! You only rely on your superior abilities. One day, you will encounter an even stronger ability user, and your end will be far worse than mine. With a flick of his wrist, Yifeng plunged the sword into Lin Xiaoxiao's shoulder blade, lifting him effortlessly to that moment. Lin Xiaoxiao became a mere bloodied mass, blood cascading down. Yifeng gazed at him, sneering, no one understands the cruelty of this world better than I do. He carried Lin Xiaoxiao, striding out of the bedroom towards the living room window. I am indeed relying on my superiority. What can you do about it? This is the way of survival. Upon reaching the window, Feng extended the fiery sword. Suspending Lin Xiaoxiao in midair, a gentle breeze swept through, and Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly despondent. Please, do not feed me to the zombies. Grant me a swift end. Feng gently swung the blade, casting Lin Xiaoxiao downwards. Lin Xiaoxiao plummeted from the 18th floor, emitting a desperate wail. Thud! He splattered upon impact, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The zombies below quickly converged, devouring him entirely. Lin Xiaoxiao was dead. Feng turned and returned to the bedroom. Just in time to encounter Lin Xiaoxiao, who was cradling Xiaobai. Feng, you must see Xiaobai. It was kicked by Lin Xiaoxiao while trying to save me, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression fraught with worry. Feng was momentarily taken aback and glanced down. Xiaobai's right leg was bent, appearing lethargic, yet its eyes still sparkled with life. Feng released a divine blessing. Radiance enveloped them. Woof, woof, the husky barked a few times, showing significant improvement, though it still bore a broken leg. How is Xiaobai? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Her eyes filled with hope. It seems fine on the outside, but I am unsure about any internal bleeding, Feng replied. Furrowing his brow, the divine blessing merely restores state and sensation. It does not heal injuries. Lin Xiaoxiao may have been weak, but he was still an ability user. His strength should not be underestimated. Xiaobai was hurt by him. What should we do, Feng? We should take him to a hospital, Lin Xiaoxiao instinctively suggested. However, she quickly shook her head in despair. Sigh. Are hospitals even operating now? Let us go to the hospital and see if we have any luck. Feng proposed. Hospitals possess various medicines and equipment, valuable resources. Even if we cannot find a doctor, we can gather supplies. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Xiaobai was injured while saving me. Her eyes brimmed with guilt. Feng picked up Xiaobai and turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, I will take you away from here. We need a safer place. This location is unsuitable. Lin Xiaoxiao had no objections, quickly gathering her belongings and obediently following Feng downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, their vehicle arrived just in time. Feng, carrying Xiaobai, led Lin Xiaoxiao into the high-tech RV. Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished by the vehicle. Even more shocking were the two stunning women inside. One was a strikingly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, while the other possessed a supermodel physique, breathtaking beauty, and an air of cold elegance. This instantly filled Lin Xiaoxiao with a sense of crisis. Hello, my name is Nan Ruan. The beautiful woman greeted Lin Xiaoxiao. Though her demeanor appeared calm, she was internally astonished. Nan Ruan was aware of Lin Xiaoxiao's existence, but had not anticipated her to be such a stunning beauty. A shapely waist and ample curves, especially her rear, seemed even more pronounced than her aunt's. Was Feng truly drawn to this type? For the first time in her life, Nan Ruan felt a pang of inferiority. She felt inadequate in comparison. Lin Xiaoxiao also introduced herself simply, and the atmosphere between them grew awkward. Fortunately, with Nan Ruan's presence to lighten the mood, the three women gathered by Feng soon began to chat and laugh. Feng immediately commanded Meili to locate the nearest hospital. The vehicle moved smoothly. Taking advantage of a moment, Feng glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Ruan. Seeing them getting along harmoniously eased his heart. The RV sped along, soon arriving at the hospital. After the vehicle came to a halt, Feng cast a glance at the three women. They were mere ordinary individuals, their bodies too fragile. Once they settled in, he could enhance them with the war god contract. For now, Feng decided against bringing them along. With the growing number of people, he felt he could not adequately oversee them. Feng stood up, holding the dog, and instructed the three women, stay in the vehicle and rest. I will go in alone. Moreover, the vehicle boasts an exceptionally high level of defense, impervious to the attacks of ordinary ability users. The three girls expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement, fully aware that they were merely a burden to Feng. The intelligent device, Meili, promptly opened the car door. Feng alighted from the vehicle and was pleasantly surprised to discover a large veterinary hospital situated behind the hospital. Contemplating the situation of Xiaobai, it was evident that the pet hospital would be more suitable. He decided to carry Xiaobai and make his way towards the back entrance of the pet hospital. First, he would visit the pet hospital, then proceed to the regular hospital. Feng swiftly approached the rear entrance of the pet hospital, where the number of zombies was relatively sparse. A few zombies lunged at him. And as he advanced, he drew his blade, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. After eliminating the undead, Feng cleared his throat and called out, "Are there any survivors?" There was no response, but instead, 3 more zombies were attracted by his voice. Among them was a bald zombie clad in a white lab coat. "You can't be a doctor, can you?" Feng mused internally, raising his gun and pulling the trigger to eliminate the 3 zombies. Feng furrowed his brow and activated his mental probing skill. His psychic energy extended outward like delicate threads. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Yet there was no one in sight. He cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor. Still, no signs of life. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Feng conducted a meticulous search. Soon, his spirits lifted as a smile crept onto his lips. "Come out. I have discovered your presence." There was no reply. Behind the 3rd cabinet around the right corner, a girl clad in a white nurse's uniform was crouched down, her backside protruding. "Should I continue speaking? Come out. If you don't, I will shoot." 3 seconds later, the cabinet began to tremble. "Don't shoot. I'm coming out." With those words, a girl awkwardly crawled out. Trembling, Feng scrutinized the girl before him. She had a ponytail, large eyes, a high nose bridge, and a pure, pretty face. However, she was rather petite, standing at less than 1.60 meters, embodying the type of delicate cuteness. The girl looked up at Feng with wide eyes, appearing like a frightened little rabbit. "I have nothing. Please don't hurt me." Feng softened his tone, saying, "Little girl, rest assured, I am not a bad person. What is your name?" Upon hearing Feng's gentle voice, the girl's tension began to ease slightly. With a timid expression, she replied, I am Chu Xiaoxiao, a 3rd-year veterinary student at Jiangxing Medical University that I work part-time here." Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Not a doctor? This could be quite troublesome. Are there any other survivors here?" Chu Xiaoxiao first nodded, then shook her head vigorously. Feng felt somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" Seeing his confusion, Chu Xiaoxiao hastily explained, "The doctor is here, in this building. But he has already turned into a zombie." Feng sighed in disappointment, realizing that the bald zombie downstairs was likely the doctor in question. Noticing Feng's dismay, Chu Xiaoxiao mustered her courage to ask, "May I inquire if you are seeking a doctor for some assistance? Is it because of this adorable little dog?" She cast a quick glance at Xiaobai and Feng's arms. Feng nodded. "Yes, my dog was violently kicked, and I am concerned it may have internal bleeding, so I wanted to find a pet doctor to examine it." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely said, "Brother, if you trust me, I can help you examine its injuries that I am unable to handle complex ailments. But if it is a simple case of external trauma, I can certainly utilize the equipment here." She confidently patted her chest, assuring him of her competence. Feng felt a surge of joy at her words. "Is that so? That would be wonderful." He then handed the husky over to Chu Xiaoxiao. Despite her petite stature and seemingly delicate appearance, she surprisingly demonstrated considerable strength, effortlessly cradling the husky. Perhaps sensing that Chu Xiaoxiao was there to assist, Xiaobai cooperated remarkably well and even displayed affection towards her. Chu Xiaoxiao began operating the equipment to examine Xiaobai, while Feng observed closely. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pet hospital, an unwelcome group of 4 arrived. The leader, a slender youth with green hair, was astounded by the luxurious appearance of the silver-white modified RV and quickly rallied his companions around it. "Sanshou Ling, this vehicle is clearly a valuable asset," exclaimed one of his subordinates, greed evident in his eyes as he caressed the glass. Sanshou Ling, the green-haired youth, wore an equally avaricious expression as he tapped on the car window. "Is anyone inside? If so, come out quickly." Silence ensued, and the RV remained unresponsive. "It seems there is no one home." Sanshou Ling circled the vehicle a few times, growing increasingly enamored with it. "I must find a way to acquire this vehicle." "Sanshou Ling, normally, such an item should have an owner. Should we be cautious?" one subordinate cautioned. "What I see is mine. Anyone who dares to compete with me will meet their end." Sanshou Ling's eyes glinted with menace as he grinned. The others, aware of Sanshou Ling's formidable abilities, nodded in agreement. Regardless of the vehicle's owner, they would simply eliminate them. "Smash the windows of the vehicle," Sanshou Ling commanded. Immediately, the group brandished axes and iron rods, striking the glass of the RV. Inside the RV, the 3 girls exchanged anxious glances. They had long noticed the group of ruffians. However, reassured by Feng's words about the vehicle's formidable defenses, impervious even to bullets and cannon fire, they did not feel overly concerned. Furthermore, the windows of the RV were one way. Those inside could clearly see outside, while those outside were oblivious to the occupants within. Thus, the 4 individuals outside remained unaware of the presence of others inside the vehicle. As the vehicle trembled under the assaults, the hearts of the women raced. The glass held firm against the blows. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others exchanged relieved glances, finally letting out a breath of relief. It seems this RV's defenses are truly remarkable. Should we notify Brother Feng? Let us wait a moment. If they cannot breach the defenses, we will postpone informing him that Feng has his own matters to attend to and shouldn't be distracted by us. Outside the vehicle, small ruffians circled around it for more than 10 laps, exhausting all manner of tools. The green-haired youth even resorted to his extraordinary ability, steel bones. Yet, in the end, they found themselves powerless against the RV. Leaving not even a scratch, the 4 stared at one another, exchanging glances. Finally, the green-haired youth growled fiercely, "Damn it. Inform second brother that I intend to haul this RV back to the gang at the pet hospital." Chu Xiaodu operated the equipment, successfully completing a series of examinations. After putting down the husky, she breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully remarked, "Hee, there's nothing seriously wrong with Xiaobai. With proper rest, he will gradually recover. However, he is currently in significant pain and requires medication to alleviate it, and his leg is broken, necessitating further treatment. And Xiaobai also needs antibiotics to prevent infection." Speaking of Xiaobai, Chu Xiaodu was quite knowledgeable, chattering on incessantly. Feng's gaze shifted slightly as he activated his insight. Name. Chu Xiaodu rank. 1-star ability. Animal affinity, common level, combat power index, 38. So, she truly is an ability user. Common level, animal affinity. No wonder you possess such strength. It turns out you are an ability user, Feng remarked with a faint smile. How did you know? Chu Xiaodu was taken aback. Animal affinity, right? Feng smiled. Yes, Chu Xiaodu nodded, somewhat dejected. My ability is practically useless compared to others. Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, "Chu Xiaodu, my name is Feng. And I am also an ability user." After a brief introduction, he continued, "Now, I invite you to join my team. Please consider it. I agree." Chu Xiaodu responded without hesitation. Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You agreed so quickly. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person?" Chu Xiaodu replied earnestly, "Given the current circumstances, anyone who would go to such lengths for an ordinary dog must surely be a good person." In truth, she had another reason that she did not voice. Feng was simply too handsome, and he looked nothing like a villain. Upon hearing this, Feng laughed heartily. "Then it is settled. You shall be a member of my team." Chu Xiaodu began to beam, feeling she had successfully found her place. She then bent down to tend to Xiaobai's broken leg, applying a cast. Meanwhile, Feng took the opportunity to pack all the medications and equipment from the entire pet hospital into his storage space. Chu Xiaodu was utterly astonished. "What? Where did all my equipment go?" Feng offered no further explanation. "You will understand in time." After tending to Xiaobai's leg, the two descended the stairs. Feng also emptied the items in the pet hospital sales area. Acquiring enough dog food, medications, and toys that Xiaobai could never finish in a lifetime. Upon exiting the pet hospital, Feng looked over and was slightly taken aback. 4 individuals were gathered around his RV, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke. "How long until second brother arrives?" The green-haired youth took a deep drag, then tossed the cigarette to the ground and extinguished it. "About 10 more minutes." Another lackey replied immediately. "Humph. Second brother's ability is just right to carry the vehicle away. This RV can withstand my extraordinary attacks. It's certainly no ordinary item, but we'll take our time to study it back at the base." The green-haired youth's expression was one of greed. 3 heads are indeed better than one. Several lackeys flattered him. Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Just then, he received a message on his phone. Looking down, he saw it was a message from the 3 women inside the vehicle, notifying him of his emergence. After quickly scanning the messages, Feng grasped the situation completely. He let out a cold laugh. "So, you dare to vandalize my vehicle? How audacious." Feng handed Xiaobai over to Chu Xiaodu for care and strolled toward the RV. Without any attempt to conceal his presence, the 4 ruffians quickly noticed him. One of them shouted, "Hey, kid, halt. What do you think you're doing? We discovered this vehicle first." Feng continued walking, his voice cold. "Do you not realize that the vehicle has an owner?" He then asked, "How do you wish to die?" Upon hearing his words, the 4 exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Where did this lunatic come from?" The green-haired youth chuckled mockingly. Is there truly someone more arrogant than I? Do you know who I am? Yi Feng glanced at him, furrowing his brow, suddenly feeling that the person before him seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? Yi Feng inquired slowly. The green-haired youth looked down his nose at him, exuding arrogance. One of the lackeys stepped forward proudly to explain. Kid, we are members of the Wolf Gang. Currently, we have 8 ability users among us, and all 3 of our leaders are exceptionally powerful. This gentleman before you is our 3rd leader. The epic ability user, Lord Zhou Qingming. Wolfgang? Zhou Qingming. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the green-haired youth once more, finally recognizing him as Zhou Qingming. Zhou Qingming, one of the leaders of the Wolf Gang in the past life. Yi Feng had known him. To be precise, he had once joined the Wolf Gang in his previous life. However, the version of the Wolf Gang he had joined was merely a second-rate force. Led by 2 epic ability awakeners. It was said that the original Wolf Gang had emerged from a high-interest loan company, formed by a group of powerful ability users seeking to survive. They referred to each other as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd leaders, with the 1st leader being a formidable figure possessing legendary abilities. Unfortunately, he perished during the blood night of the 9th day of the apocalypse, vying for a significant opportunity against a blood demon. With the death of the 1st leader, the remaining 2 could hardly develop the Wolf Gang further, and it eventually became absorbed by other forces. Yi Feng's thoughts raced as he activated his insight. Name. Zhou Qingming rank. 1-star ability. Steel Bones. Epic level. Skill. Steel Claws Combat Power Index. 81. An epic ability of Steel Bones. And a skill, Steel Claws. So, it truly is you, my former leader, Zhou. Yi Feng reflected with a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, his time in the Wolf Gang had not been pleasant, marked by a lowly status and constant targeting by Wang, the son of Wang Guofeng. The doctor, that Yi Feng had endured great discomfort, spending only a brief period in the Wolf Gang before swiftly departing. Thus, Yi Feng was not well acquainted with Zhou Qingming, having only crossed paths with him a few times. In his memories, Zhou had not possessed green hair, which left Yi Feng astonished to find the green-haired youth before him was indeed the future deputy leader of the Wolf Gang, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess. Yi Feng's feelings towards the Wolf Gang were not favorable, and he bore no enmity towards Zhou Qingming, yet a sense of nostalgia lingered. With this in mind, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing his extraordinary aura, and spoke coolly. So, you are the 3rd leader of the Wolf Gang? I offer you a chance. Leave now, and you may live. Otherwise, prepare to die. Yi Feng's expression was indifferent, yet a hint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhou Qingming erupted into laughter. Ha ha, is being an ability user so impressive? I am one too, he declared arrogantly. I have a strong aversion to pretty boys who are more handsome than I. But I despise those who act pretentious even more. It seems you embody both traits. Zhou Qingming's demeanor was one of utter defiance, filled with arrogance. So, how do you wish to die? Yi Feng gazed at Zhou Qingming, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. When the heavens provide a path, you refuse to take it. Zhou Qingming scoffed dismissively. And yet you still act so pretentious. Today, I shall allow you to witness the terrifying prowess of an epic-level extraordinary being. With that declaration, a sharp aura erupted from his being. Meanwhile, hidden at the hospital entrance, Chu Xiaodu faintly overheard the conversation between Yi Feng and Zhou Qingming, and a sense of unease began to swell within her heart. What if Yi Feng is not a match for him? An epic-level ability. It surpasses her own power by a full 2 tiers. Can Yi Feng truly contend with such a foe? You pretty boy. If I don't make you regret this today, consider yourself fortunate. Zhou Qingming sneered, as his body manifested a suit of silver-white protective armor. The 3 subordinates beside Zhou Qingming wore expressions of disdain, each taking turns to mock him. Ha! This pretty boy is so full of himself. He must also be an extraordinary being.